Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Life of a Demon, 1. AD 3333. Earth. Mother. Kai cried cheerily. Look. I solved it. The 11-year-old child had an exhilarating smile on his face, and his brilliant hazel pupils were embedded in his eyes like two gems. Shoulder-length white hair flowed behind him as he ran to his mother, carrying sheets of paper. The one, who this child called his mother, created a stark contrast when compared to him. She was thin, her face was pale, and the dark patches under her eyes told a tale of great tiredness. Despite these features, she looked extremely beautiful somehow. Her face shared the enchanting character of the child, and her pupils were hazel as well, just a tinge darker. Long, light blonde hair fell over her shoulder like sunlight. Let me see, Edith Stormborn said, rubbing her son's head and glancing at the papers. Oh. You really did it, Kai. This gene sequence. Wonderful. You saved us years of research. Her words were cheerful, but there was a sadness hidden behind her smile as well. Over 1,300 years had passed since the virus Oxicron had struck the planet out of nowhere. In just a few years, it had wiped out most of the human population. By the time the last infected case had passed away, the population was dwindling on its last legs. The following decades saw an incomprehensible surge in the world's oxygen levels. The previously assumed fact that the virus didn't affect the animals faced its first challenge when the survivors of the pandemic found a mutated mosquito the size of a human head. The plants kept breaking their height limits, and animals kept becoming larger and larger. It was obvious at a glance that some unknown phenomenon was involved in this absurd evolutionary surge, defying the scientific laws as known by the humans. It was almost said that the Earth had forsaken the human species. Those who had survived were nothing but a part of the food chain, destined to go extinct. When all seemed lost, hope finally arrived. Humans, at the cost of a Pyrrhic victory, learned to harness the strength of those enhanced beasts in the form of their blood essence by assimilating it into themselves and obtain the power of that beast. Unfortunately, the beasts kept becoming stronger, and the planet kept becoming harsher, forcing the humans to work upon becoming more powerful. Yet, no matter how they tried, all failed to assimilate over one blood essence into their bodies as if there was a heavenly limit onto it. Thus came the period of great scientific revolution, giving emphasis on research and development based around the multiple blood essence assimilation. Humans also began experimenting with selective breeding, trying to pass on their assimilated blood essence characteristics and give birth to the most astute minds with every next generation. And the one who led the humankind in all this, remaining at the pinnacle of both scientific and mystical stage, was the House Stormborn. After hundreds of years, two individuals, possessing the greatest minds of all times, rose from this house, Alan Stormborn and Edith Stormborn. Even when they were kids, the entire human race had burdened their shoulders with the heaviest hope. A hope, not to end their misery or finish the multiple blood essence assimilation program, but to give birth to a child. Because, that child, was destined to be a messiah. Hearing his mother's words, Kai Stormborn beamed. He laughed childishly. Can I look at it now, mother? Please. Edith shook her head and sighed. Well. She said, stretching the word, okay, why not? But, you can't tell anyone. Kai took 2 successive breaths, holding back the joy in his eyes. I promise, he said, trying to look solemn, but his childish expressions betrayed him. I won't tell anyone. Edith giggled. Come then, she whispered, putting Kai down. They were in a huge lab, with dozens of people in white coats. Every time they passed by a glass wall, Kai jumped to see into the room, hoping to glimpse the humongous tide beasts. Kai. Edith turned around, raising an eyebrow. Color rose to Kai's cheek, making him blush, and he ran to catch up to her. It was a long corridor. Many scientists crossed them, greeting Edith with great respect on their faces. More kept taking secret glances at Kai, pointing at him, whispering about him. An even greater respect gleamed in their eyes as they looked at him. However, this respect had quite a dark shadow about it. It was rotten, and it reeked of fear. This 11-year-old boy was a living nightmare. A monster who devoured knowledge like the ancient Tao Tai. At the age when other children learned how to speak properly and write, Kai had already burned his way through evolutionary biology and evolutionary genetics. When the other children learned of this planet's troubled history and their ancestors' heroic deeds, Kai had left many leading scientists behind in the fields of viral and bacterial evolution, molecular and genome evolution, and genetics of speciation. And when other children learned how to hunt, Kai had already published papers on analysis of quantitative trait variation, host-parasite coevolution, sexual selection and sexual conflict, and natural selection in the wild. Edith Stormborn narrowed her eyes at greedy and fearful gazes, pressing Kai towards her. Soon they arrived in front of a giant metallic door. Edith put her left hand over it and closed her eyes. A formless power churned about her and the door shone with a white golden light. With a click, it vanished, melting into thin air. Edith and Kai entered the House Stormborn's private lab, and the moment they crossed the threshold, the door reappeared. It seemed like they had entered another world. It looked more like a natural rainforest with overgrown vegetation and less like a lab. The mother and son walked into the forest leisurely and soon found themselves facing another glass wall. But this one was special. It was hundreds of feet high and was running for thousands of meters from left to right. Kai looked up at his mother with great anticipation. Edith smiled and once again put her left hand on the glass. Suddenly the glass rippled. Then they waited. Hisses. It's coming. Kai cried, putting his both hands on the rippling wall of glass. There. From the forest, a magnificent red serpent, over 300 feet in length, and with yellow-slitted eyes slithered out, hissing and puffing. The giant serpent flicked out its forked tongue, observing Edith, and then it looked at Kai. Its head came down in front of him, just resting over the leafy ground. Red. Did you find my father? Kai suddenly blurted out. You must have sensed him, right? I calculated it. Your genome structure is ideal for world sense. Edith was shocked as she heard Kai's words. Her shock soon turned into a great painful and saddened expression, her eyes reflecting the little figure of Kai. Alan Stormborn, the world's leading scientist, had disappeared right after his son's birth, shocking all. The giant red snake hissed, shaking its head. Kai looked quite flustered. Oh, he breathed out, looking down. Never mind, then. Edith crouched near him and lifted his chin. A man can lose everything, son, she told him, but not the hope in his heart. Your father will come back. I know him. Kai's eyes were misty. But why did he leave, he asked, his breath heavy. How will you work alone, mother? It's killing you. Knowledge didn't mean bliss for everyone. You tested my blood again, didn't you? Edith asked, smiling. No, I am not mad at you, Kai. But you are wrong. I am not alone. I have you. You are my hope. You are this world's hope. I am Kai, the 12-year-old Kai introduced himself shyly. In front of him stood a 14-year-old boy with profound black eyes and short black hair. There was no joy on his face. Nor was there any shyness, hatred, or, as a matter of fact, any perceivable emotion, only dead calmness. He is brought from House Veilheart, Edith interjected. Members of Veilheart House sacrificed themselves courageously for humanity's survival in the last beast tide. He will live with us from now on. I know you two will be good to each other, just like two brothers. Kai smiled at that. His entire childhood had gone without having any friend. To have Brock live with them, he could have hoped for nothing better. Brother, the 13-year-old Kai ran to Brock, check this out. In Kai's hands was a disc, projecting a hologram. The hologram showed a red mass that looked more liquid than air and it kept churning into itself, coiling, wreathing, and slithering. Is that? Brock asked calmly, eyeing the hologram. The essence bead. Kai declared proudly, smiling. Using father's old research, mother seemed to have figured it out, I think. See. She is awesome. The essence bead was the culmination of centuries-long project, which could theoretically let humans assimilate over one blood essence within their bodies. Brock looked into Kai's eyes. She is awesome, he nodded. But wasn't it you who helped her all this while with the cohesive genome theory? Kai scratched his head with a shy expression. It's nothing. No, why is this happening, mother? The 14-year-old Kai's lips trembled. His eyes were bloodshot and tears fell down his chin like trails of shooting stars. In his lap was Edith, her chest pierced and bloody. Blood was seeping out from her eyes, ears, and mouth, the smile on her face widening with every next moment. Tired. She was too tired. Edith's hand touched Kai's heart. Hope. The word came out of her mouth like a breeze. Live. And she said no more, her hazel eyes looking at Kai with great pride. Kai's face became blue. He felt suffocated, choking on words, his face and body covered in the blood of his mother. I knew she would come here, Brock said, stepping into the room, wielding the spear which was once the weapon of Alan Stormborn. Where is it? Give it to me, Kai. I don't want to kill you, too. Kai's hand trembled as he closed his mother's eyes. Knowledge truly wasn't bliss for everyone. With a broken motion, Kai lifted his face and stared into those dead eyes. He was breathing like a beast, his body shaking, and veins popping up all over his body. She gave you a home. I gave you a brother. Kai muttered, as though the entire world had said it. Brock. Brock. I will kill you. In the sewers under the city, Kai crawled on his hands and legs. He was nothing but skin and bones. Gone was the luster and the childish shyness on his face. Everything about him screamed of death. For how many days had he not eaten something? He didn't know it himself. Only his eyes were alive. Kai grabbed his stomach and rolled over, clenching it hard to bear the pain of hunger. The surrounding darkness was getting darker in his eyes, the filthy smell becoming sweeter. Was dying so bad? He would just need to close his eyes, and it would be over. Yes. Perhaps he wouldn't feel so cold then. Kai's eyes drooped, his breath misting, vanishing at last. Live. The eyes shot open. A fuming breath entered his lungs as he feasted on the promise of revenge. He must not die. Not today. There he is, the voices echoed in the sewers. Found him at last. Who knew he was hiding here like a rat? Kai saw them coming, beastly phantoms surrounding their figures like blankets. Red. He hissed, his voice low. Teach me, to live. Kill him. Die, you bastard. Where is it? Hand it over. The crowd pounced on him, wielding weapons and powers of 100 different kinds. And Kai slithered. Live. I must live. Kai chewed the rats, gnawing on their bones. I must kill. Hey. Someone's there, a shout reverberated. Kai's mouth kept moving, his eyes lost, and his ears ringing with eerie words. A gentle smile kept blurring in and out of existence in his mind. When the reinforcements came, they found Kai surrounded by scores of bodies. His entire figure was drenched in blood, and the sound of chewing nauseated all the listeners. He killed them all. This demon. Kai paused. He lifted his face, his eyes gleaming like a beast as he counted their numbers. The piece of tasty flesh dropped out of his fingers. He plunged his hands into the filthy blood lake around him and took out the first weapons they touched. The two sabers in his hands reeked of death as he stood up. Kiki. Kai's lips twisted. He slithered towards them, one step after another. Nothing about his appearance looked humane anymore. Kakik. The low psychotic laugh sent a shiver running down their spines. Kai lifted his hands, an unseen phantom of a giant red serpent appearing behind him. He's gone mad. Kill him. Kill. Attack from all sides. Heads flew, eyes got stabbed, and flesh was torn off their bodies like lambs getting butchered. Wounds were exchanged, but lives were only taken, seized by the blood demon. Chapter 2, The Life of a Demon, 2. Hand over the essence bead, demon, Brock said coolly. His black eyes were emotionless, and his even blacker hair was smooth as silk. You are not worthy. Reflected in his mirror-like eyes was a red figure, but its beastly appearance could be seen clearly even then. This figure had cloudy white hair, disheveled and sprawled over his shoulders. His body was covered in red armor from the neck down. The sound of gears turning and screws screeching against nuts kept coming out of it. From the joints of the armor, a burst of white and yellow steam came out now and then, jolting his body which hovered above the earth. But even this armor couldn't hide the most striking thing about this man. It was his eyes. Hazel, pure but defiant. The white of his eyes had been claimed by the dense blood-red veins, starting from the corner of his eyes and reaching towards the center. It was like thousands of lava rivers were fueling those golden-colored seas in his pupils. How many innocent people have died under your hands? Brock asked. Brock's question brought about a shout of rage from all the men and women surrounding the white-haired creature. All had known, publicly, the notorious and condemning deeds of the Messiah-turned-demon. Massacres, assassinations, kidnappings, and rapes, named the crime and he had committed it. Old and young, none had survived under the wrath of his sabers, spilling their innocent blood over the floor like butchering pigs. The people in the streets talked about a demon who had killed his father from his mother's womb. And then he waited, like the snake he was, for the right time before killing his mother too at the boyish age of 14. Only 2 years had passed since then. The 16-year-old Kai took in all the faces judging him for the crimes he had committed and the crimes he had been framed for. Anger and resentment coursed through his very veins, replacing the blood if there was some left. His entire body ached, the wounds felt stabbing into his bones, and he could feel the blood draining out of his body with every passing second. Only the armor was keeping him airborne. But for how long? Kai bitterly thought. The white-yellow steam coming out of the armor was growing thin. The grating noise of the armor's parts sounded like roaring the last goodbye. Is this it? Kai thought, his eyes moving up to see the vastness of the blue sky. Behind him, the gurgles of the thunder were approaching. Every other blast felt closer than the last. Soon the black clouds would take over the sky, and the light red sunshine of the setting sun. A storm is coming. Kai closed his eyes for just a moment, but when he opened them, there were no more questions. His left hand swept by his left thigh. His actions made everyone straighten their back, taut like a drawn bow. He lifted his hand and unfurled his fingers, letting everyone see the content placed there. Is this the thing you all want? Kai hissed. The essence bead. Kai noticed the looks of greed and hunger on all faces with murder in his eyes. A sudden gust of wind lifted Kai's white hair, signaling the storm's arrival. It also gave an unplanned signal to the others, and they lunged at him from all around. Purge the world of this filth, Brock commanded. Kai closed his left palm, his right hand swept by his right thigh, and a long saber appeared in his hand. Behind him, a colossal illusion of a red, coiled serpent appeared. Lightning flashed through it, showing its forked tongue and red-slit pupils. In the next moment, the serpent's image diffused and entered Kai. His blood boiled, a sudden burst of power overtook him, burying his tiredness deep within him. Little by little, his round hazel eyes turned long and narrow slits. The same happened to the others as well. There were images of enormous porcupines, giant seabirds, towering apes, and many more. As the images entered their bodies, a beastly growl came from their throats, challenging the demon and vowing to eat him alive. A hiss slithered Kai's surroundings in reply. An old man, with giant eagle-like wings on his back, shot himself towards Kai. He was the strongest among them, just beneath Brock. He was also the fastest of them all. To the astonishment of others, Kai also lunged at the old man. There was an elation in the old man's eyes seeing this. Just when they were a few meters away from each other, Kai threw the essence bead towards the old man. Take it, Kai said. The old man lost his bearings. His clawed hands clutched the object which all desired. Its touch felt the smoothest to him, and then the cold steel kissed his neck. Kai beheaded the old man with a heinous smile of greed still planted on his wrinkly face. Kai snatched the object out of the lifeless hands. He could see the wariness in all eyes. But time was not in his favor. If they won't come to him, then he would go to them. The gears of his red armor furiously rubbed against each other in agreement. Kai charged at the nearest essence cultivator. He was the one with the essence of mutated porcupine. The middle-aged man hated Kai no less than the old man, his greed even larger. But the fear of death held him at his place. Cover me, the middle-aged man shouted. He faced his back towards Kai and shot out hundreds of over 1 meter long pike at him. Kai again didn't change the direction of his flight. The middle-aged man was the only long-ranged attacker, and he would do anything to kill him. The pikes rained down on him from his front. His bones gave out a popping sound simultaneously. Another hiss resounded in the ears of listeners, and then they saw Kai slithering among the pikes effortlessly. It was like a snake was slithering among the thorns but not worrying about their sharpness at all. They had heard of it, and a selected few had even seen it on screen. But the live motion of Kai's movements had surpassed all imaginations. It was true, one said. One with beast, another exclaimed. But they didn't have time to say more. Kai had emerged out of the pike's rain without suffering a single injury. The middle-aged man had asked for help, but now it was too late. Before another round of pikes could come out of his back, Kai coiled himself on his back. All saw Kai opening his mouth, and the 2 black fangs protruding out in place of his canines. The middle-aged man couldn't even shout when Kai plunged his fangs into his neck. The man fell when Kai let go of him, but before he could fall even 100 meters, he turned into a pool of slimy blood. Fighting against a group was Kai's specialty. None doubted it now. Thunder was above them, and all other sounds had receded. The following few minutes were just men and women screaming and dying. Kai's back was caved in from the repeated blows of the ape essence cultivator. A sword was running through his stomach, trying to hack his waist, and from the hilt of the sword dangled a wrist with a bloody stump. Kai's chest heaved, trying to find the elusive air. His nostrils flared, and his brilliant eyes were getting darker with every other strike of lightning in the sky. The storm was at its peak. Finally, it's you and me, Kai said, looking at Brock, his grip tightening over his parents' legacy. I should have never trusted you, traitor. Kai took a last deep breath in his beastly form. His red armor felt alive, roaring its last battle cry. But Kai could feel that Brock, as ever, had no hint of panic on his face, his eyes still calm as Winter Lake. Just when Kai reached the peak of his speed, Brock vanished, merging into the surroundings in plain sight. It was as if the entire world had forgotten Brock's existence. Chameleon blood essence, Kai thought, gritting his teeth. It was his mother's gift to Brock, and Kai was the one who had suggested it. Kai had to stop. The hissing around him was dying, and his senses were dull. The blood loss was showing its effect, and the armor was on the verge of blasting into pieces. Lightning crack on his left and from his right came a shrill sound of air. A deadly feeling rose in Kai's heart. Click. Kai parried the spear and counterattacked, hitting nothing but air. His saber went by the empty air, sending him out of balance. The spear again showed itself at his calf, but Kai had no way to parry this one. A shower of blood burst out as his left leg got cut off. The armor could do nothing to stop the sharpness of that spear. Ha ha ha. Kai suddenly laughed, a touch of madness in his voice. Brock, you bastard, you too want this, right? He held his left hand high and then suddenly brought it to his mouth. Humph. A snort came to Kai's ears and a phantom hand flicked his left arm away from his mouth. Kai's joints felt rusty to even move when Brock thrust the full length of the spear blade into his chest. A sudden twist of the spear made Kai let go of the strength through which he had been holding the saber. Some men are destined to rise, stepping on the ashes of the dead. You are not even a man, demon, Brock said. Kai looked into the dark eyes and smirked. For the first time, he saw panic written on Brock's face. This was the only thing Kai could do, he knew from the very beginning. He had no chance against so many, not when he was about to face Brock in the end. If he could get his revenge at the cost of his life, then the price was cheap indeed. His left hand twisted, and a snake-like mouth opened up where his fingers were. The snake devoured the essence bead in one gulp. You fool! Brock roared. Ha ha. Boom. Kai said, with a huge smile on his face. His red armor was nothing compared to the spear, but it was the best of its kind. As soon as it got the command, it ballooned up with all the power left in it. Brock had no time to back up, even after letting go of the spear. The storm must have gone away, for Kai heard nothing. Before the darkness took over him, his eyes were just looking at the panic on Brock's disintegrating face. And oh, he so loved the sight of that panic. Chapter 3, Chaos or Order, the First Random World. 1. In a white room with no doors, two laser-like beams met each other. One was deep red, not unlike blood, but more dreadful and devious. The other was pale blue, like a colored mist, but more streamlined than its counterpart. At the point of their contact, a figure began to take shape. The two beams kept tracing the insides and the outsides of this figure as if it was printing it in solid form. It was certain by then that these beams had a certain blueprint to follow. Only a moment had passed after the two beams had completed the figure when it exploded with a booming sound. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered around the room, reaching to the corners of the roof. The two beams died away as the white walls absorbed the filth and soon the room with no doors was empty again. For more beams came out of nowhere and made contact with each other. Two red and two blue. The process of creation had slowed down with the increase in the number of colored beams. But the figure was the same, and unfortunately, so was the result. The explosion came out at the same time as the last. More beams came, more blasts shook the room, and more time passed with every turn. 100 years passed, but there was no one to appreciate the efforts of the creator. The numbers of the two different colored beams had risen to over 10,000 combined. Soon, cracks began originating from the white walls as well. A black slimy liquid came out of the cracks as if the walls were bleeding. The red room shook, chunks of walls fell into the blood puddle, gathering after each fleshly explosion, along with the slimy black liquid. Just as the time came for this figure to explode, the beams didn't fade away but went inside this hideous red-black puddle. With an unseen ferocity, it condensed, forming a nail-sized object in no time. More solid than a liquid, but not solid enough either. All the laser beams fumed with exhaustion and pushed the queer object into the figure's chest. Cracks appeared on the boy's figure, and the time of the explosion had come and gone. The cracks kept appearing and disappearing, and the object embedded in the figure's chest kept losing its size. The beams could take it no longer and disappeared, with no sign of coming back. The room had regained its whiteness, but the cracks in its walls stood out. The price had been paid. When the object had all but vanished in the boy's chest, the widening cracks on his body paused. Then they started to close up. The bones mended, the flesh sewed, and fresh skin formed. When the last crack over his chest was getting closed, a grain-sized thing could be seen churning just right of the figure's heart. Whatever the object had meant to do, it did it wonderfully and survived. Finally, the figure was complete. A wave of freshness filled the room. It was like a sudden gust of wind, which comes and goes as it pleases. It engulfed the figure, filling its lungs, and all the organs, veins, and every other part of the body. The chest rose and fell. Once more. Kai's eyes snapped open, his pupils narrowing from the sudden whiteness. He had to blink several times to not get overwhelmed by the blinding color. What is this? Where am I? Didn't I die? Questions bombarded Kai's mind. The moment he realized he could think, his eyes went down to his body. He was shocked. There were no injuries and only a phantom pain squirmed in his chest. Kai touched his chest, and the last scene of his death came back to him. Suddenly, his mind spun, and he snapped his head left, right, and back. But aside from the white walls, he could find nothing. He isn't here, Kai told himself. He is dead. Hello, Kai could do nothing but say out his thoughts aloud. Is anyone? As if waiting for him to say something, a reply came to him. Welcome to the Primordial Tower, Kai Stormborn. The voices echoed within the room, 4 voices they were. Kai could distinctly hear 2 different voices saying the same sentence. The strange thing was that he didn't find it odd. It seemed perfectly natural for these voices to be together, as if they were meant to be like this. Who is this? Kai shouted, now warily. Where am I? Trust was a word Kai had erased from his mind long ago. He certainly had died. But the condition of his body told a different tale. He had revived, in a condition he could scarcely remember himself to ever in the last 2 years. All the more reason to be cautious, Kai told himself. Is it the fabled resurrection? Kai waited, remembering what he could about a senseless topic he had never cared about, and the voices replied. Kai Stormborn, you have been found worthy to be a contestant of the Primordial Tower. Worthy. Kai already doubted whatever was coming next. He had heard such tones and words many times. The Primordial Tower is a battlefield where contestants put their lives on the line to use the benefits of the systems. It is also the means to gain unmeasurable power and strength. In Primordial Tower, either you die a cruel death or get to live and become an overlord. There are only 2 paths, and it will be you who will decide which path to choose. 2 paths, Kai wondered if it was really so. But he restrained himself from voicing out his doubts. System. Unmeasurable power. I don't understand any of it, Kai said. The big words sounded cool to him, and the prospects of gaining power which solely belonged to him were mouthwatering. But Kai had learned that every rise in strength comes with a price. What price will I have to pay this time? Kai remembered his life and asked himself. As if answering his thoughts, the space in front of him twisted and a hologram appeared. It was an immense tower, more like a spire than a cylinder. It hovered there, rotating on its axis, shining brilliantly in red and blue like an exquisite gemstone. Kai couldn't take his eyes off it. Something about it made him uneasy, but not in a bad way. The feeling leaned more towards the expectancy than the fear of the unknown. The Primordial Tower has 7 sets of 3 floors each, and every 3rd floor is a roadblock filtering out the worthless. The contestants of the 2 systems battle each other on each floor from time to time. Contestants can gain mission credits for completing a mission and attribute points to increase their strength along with many skills and items in the random worlds. If the mission is not completed in the specified time limit, then the contestant will be judged unworthy. Kai needed not to be told what the voices meant by the word judged. From the example and the emphasis on the random world, Kai could tell that the only way to become stronger was to complete the missions. The battle within the tower was nothing but the price for that power. A world where strong becomes stronger, and weak becomes weaker, Kai thought, his expectancy turning in elation. I like it. He didn't understand the idea of random worlds, and credits and attribute points, but he was sure when it came to killing, he could hold his own no matter where he was to go. When he was young, Kai had believed knowledge was supreme. But the coming years had brought him to reality. Those who only seek knowledge will be slaughtered like animals, Kai told himself. What I need now is absolute power to serve as the backbone for my knowledge. Kai looked at the tower, like a precious treasure made only for him, when he noticed something odd. 7 sets of 3 floors each, he counted, but there are 22 floors on it. Before Kai could ask about the 22nd floor, the voices spoke again. All contestants are divided among the 2 systems of the Primordial Tower. Now you must choose, to which system you will give the authority to judge you, Kai Stormborn. Chaos or order? Chaos or order, Kai dared not answer. He had seen order in his last 2 years of life when his eyes and ears weren't clouded. What looked orderly was actually rotten from within. He had also tasted chaos, a flavor of blood. One drop in the mouth, and one can forget to ever get rid of that sensation. That taste grew over you, consuming senses and thoughts alike. Kai wanted no more lifelong enemies. He only had one, and he had already killed him, blasting him to pieces alongside himself. All worlds, imagined or real, consist of both order and chaos. Order, as the name suggests, assign missions that are in the favor of balance. Chaos prefers imbalance. The direct battles of the tower's floors are the manifestation of the indirect struggles within the random worlds outside it. Aside from their inherent nature, both systems work identically. They don't do favorites, neither do they know mercy. In the end, those who are unworthy will be judged the same. Balance doesn't mean good or evil, Kai reflected. He did not care about it either, but the lack of data given by the voices troubled him. He knew there was more to it than what was told to him. I just don't know what to ask. The voices continued, uncaring of Kai's furrowing brows. Before your first transfer to the Primordial Tower, you must undergo an initiation mission. By selecting one of the two missions that will be given to you, you can submit your choice. The initiation mission is to make you familiarize yourself with your stats, abilities, skills, and general working of future missions. The difficulty setting will be the lowest, and your pain factor will be reduced for free this one time. If you complete the mission within the time limit, then you will be transferred to the tower, otherwise, your existence will be erased. Cruel and blunt, Kai noticed. Now it feels more natural. The towering hologram disappeared, and rows of dull gray-colored words materialized in front of Kai. Kai couldn't tell if the words had appeared in his eyes or in the room's space. Seeing these words, he even doubted if the hologram of the tower was real or not. Mission: assist Thunder Faction in saving the life of Beetle the Bard. Mission summary: Mr. Beetle has completed the book which can alter the course of the future. The book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, is an anthology telling many strange stories. It is written in the runic alphabet and enchanted so that none other than the wizard himself can read and make sense of its contents. If he were to die before delivering the book in safe hands, the book will very well rot away without revealing its secrets. Because of the power of magic, Mr. Beetle must hand over the book personally. The Thunder Faction is tasked to provide a safe passage to the wizard. Mission objective: you will be a guard in the unit, where the captain of the guard will give you certain tasks which may be counted as part of this mission. Mission time limit: 48 hours. Mission grade: E. Note: 1. A mission grade can differ from contestant to contestant even if they are in the same random world. 2. A contestant's mission grade can differ from the overall grade of a random world. Kai stared at the sentences, reading them over once. The mission seemed simple, the details even simpler. But that hadn't made him doubt what he was reading. Beetle the Bard. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. These words were strange to Kai. The words in Kai's eyes faded and a new notification appeared, shining dull gray, but with an unseen ferocity. Mission: kill a Thunder Faction's guard assigned in saving the life of Beetle the Bard. Mission summary: Mr. Beetle has completed the book which can alter the course of the future. The book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, is an anthology telling many strange stories. It is written in the runic alphabet and enchanted so that none other than the wizard himself can read and make sense of its contents. If he were to die before delivering the book in safe hands, the book will very well rot away without revealing its secrets. Because of the power of magic, Mr. Beetle must hand over the book personally. The Thunder Faction is tasked to provide a safe passage to the wizard. Mission objective: you must kill at least one guard assigned personally for the safety of Mr. Beetle to loosen their defense. Mission time limit: 48 hours. Mission grade: E. This left a bitter taste in Kai's mouth. But there was one more pressing question. Which one is issued by the Order, and which one by the Chaos? Chapter 4, Chaos or Order, the First Random World. 2. Kai was in a conundrum. For all he knew, killing could restore order, as much as saving, like a flutter of butterfly wings, could cause chaos. What to do now? Kai asked himself. Just as he finished reading the notifications, the vanished mission returned by its side. Both missions flashed, luring his eyes towards them, like the bait of a wild beast, and Kai dared not bet his future on a wild guess. This choice would dictate his future, his end if he were to be wrong. Kai closed his eyes. Scenes after scenes raced by his mind, like a blurry photo reel. Most of it was blood and pain. The rest was claimed by unending screams, and hidden in the gaps were events of Kai trying to deceive others, using them, manipulating them. I am a loner, yes, but without the people surrounding me, I am not truly alone, Kai realized. Only when there is order, there can be chaos. Kai's eyes opened, the doubts were gone, hesitations, if any, erased. He knew what his choice was, or he had always known what it would be. I choose to assist Thunder Faction in saving the life of Beetle the Bard. As soon as he spoke, the mission to kill faded, diffusing into the room's space, leaving behind its counterpart to take the center stage. Kai waited for more words to appear to show the results of his well-thought choice. But dizziness hit him sooner than that, rocking his mind to the gates of darkness. Asterisk. Asterisk. When vision returned to him, he found himself in a small room. He was laying still on a bed and the roof above was soggy wood. Then the smell hit him, damp and a touch of rot mixed in. Kai sat up and noticed there were clothes on him, unlike before. A short coat over loose pants. They were old, just by the appearance, and torn from the seams. Servant. Kai passively guessed. He stood up and looked around. There weren't many things in the room. Including the bed, there was a table, a stool, and a closet, its handle all gone leaving a wooden stump. With brisk steps, Kai stepped to the table. A few yellowish papers were laid there, their texture felt like rough flaky skin when Kai touched it. Parchments, he recognized. Kai had read about them in one of his home lessons. Besides the parchments was a bottle of black ink, a cork dug deep in its mouth. Placed behind the ink bottle was a quill, its nib blackened, and red-brownish feathers at the other end. Now what? Kai thought. The quill answered his thoughts. It lifted by itself. The cork over the ink bottle popped out gently. As the quill dipped its nib in the mass of liquid blackness, a parchment left its restive post and hovered at Kai's eye level over the table. Magic. Kai's eyes shone with an unmatched brightness. Even in his previous world, there was only technology and death. All strange things had only one origin, Oxycron, the virus. If there was anything worthy to call magic in his world, then that was harnessing the blood essence of a beast. Kai straightened his back and eyed the quill kissing the parchment. Held by a force he knew nothing about, it wrote in beautiful cursive writing. The history of magic is as old as the time itself for some, even longer for others. It is everywhere, and yet only a few are worthy to see its wonders. To some, it remains elusive, to some, it grants power more than a man could ever need. Books aren't enough to cover everything about it, only enough to amaze the feeble minds of readers. This is a world of magic, wonders, dreams, and desires that can either make you the brightest soul or can show you darkness, where even light is afraid to reach. 15th century AD, magic is booming, old myths are dying, and magical technology is advancing like never. But throughout history, change has been resisted by people. Few look favorably to see magic growing more than it already has. Mr. Beetle, one of the many wizards, is caught between these two extremes. Chaos welcomes you, Kai Stormborn, help Mr. Beetle to spread his tales throughout the magical world of Harry Potter. So it is chaos, Kai noted, ignoring the unfamiliar words like Harry Potter for now. Kai was happy with either of the two systems, if he was being honest. Only power mattered. The quill left the parchment, its nib trailing dry lines on the rough texture. A quick dip in the ink bottle, and it was back on its task. You are to be mindful of the following things from now on in all the random worlds. 1. You must reveal nothing about the systems or the Primordial Tower to any character within the random world. 2. A main mission is subdivided into many side missions. To score a 100% clear rate, you must complete all the side missions. The side missions will give individual rewards, and the clear rate of the main mission will decide your overall rewards. 3. Hidden missions can be triggered anytime during your stay in the random world. Like the side missions, you need to do certain tasks or interact with certain in-world characters to trigger them. The grade of hidden missions is, generally, higher than your main missions. 4. Your body stats are digitized from now on. You can access your stats by thinking or saying status. 5. A storing space of 1 cubic meter and a weight limit of 1,000 kilograms is accessible to all contestants. You can access the space by thinking or saying inventory. The space and weight limit can be increased using mission credits or as an effect of certain titles, skills, etc. 6. Once your HP, health points, becomes 0, you will die. Once your MP, mana points, becomes 0, you will pass out. Once your SP, spiritual points, becomes 0, your soul will be damaged. 7. You can obtain loot by killing contestants of order in random worlds. Note. 1. You can decide to not accept any of the side missions. In that case, completing the main mission will be counted as passed with the lowest clear rate. 2. You can decide to not accept the hidden mission. Once accepted, the time limit will be adjusted accordingly. 3. Only items with stats can be stored in inventory. The quill had left the parchment, giving Kai enough time to read the notification many times over. So I can't know about the side missions and the hidden missions beforehand, Kai thought with a grimace on his face. Troublesome indeed. What really caught his eyes, though, was the word, loot. Not waiting any longer, Kai called out, status. A dull gray-colored notification window appeared right into Kai's eyes. Status of contestant, Kai Stormborn. Code name, not set. System, Chaos. Main mission world, Harry Potter. Main mission status, on hold. Mission time limit, 48 hours. Mission grade, E. Equip title, not applicable. Mission credits. HP. MP. SP. Active attributes. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Passive attributes. Charisma. Luck. Worth. Abilities. 1. Elementary Slither Footsteps, proficiency 27%. 2. Elementary Twin Saber Style, proficiency 35%. Skills, not applicable. Glitch, Blood Devour, hibernating. Items, not applicable. Pain factor, 0.5, beginner's benefit. Inventory, 1 cubic meter, 1000 kg. Note. 1. Your stamina is a measure of your life essence and dictates HP. 2. Your correspondence is a measure of your magical affinity and dictates MP. 3. Your breath is a measure of your spiritual affinity and dictates SP. 4. A pain factor of 0.5 means 50% reduction in contestants' pain stemming from physical sources only. Kai didn't know much. Even then he could tell something was disastrously wrong with his luck and worth. Then there was this glitch, blood devour. Without considering Kai's doubts, the quill scratched the parchment again. Contestants can allot attribute points to active attributes only. You can know more about your stats using mission credits or from other contestants. Once you leave this room, a timer of 48 hours will be turned on. You must complete your main mission within the time limit. Everything revolves around these mission credits, Kai reflected. The quill went for a quick splash and came back. A one-time service of allotting a code name is available to all contestants. This code name will be visible to all contestants, in the Primordial Tower and the random worlds, during certain scenarios. Set your code name. A code name. Kai took a deep breath. All the experiences of his previous life flashed by his mind. How the people cursed him, calling him Blood Demon. How they framed him as a murderer. How they labeled him as a monster. Then Kai remembered the one being who had made it possible for him to exact his revenge. The beast who had sacrificed itself to be a part of him, granting him strength and identity. Call me. The image of a huge serpent with slitted eyes bubbled in Kai's thoughts. Red. A tussle of parchments arrested his attention. Once more, the quill lifted and scribbled all the details Kai had already seen before in the White Room, the main mission, its summary, objective, time limit, and grade. The moment quill finished its task, it fell lifeless away from the parchments. A notification flashed dull gray in Kai's eyes right away. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, assist Thunder Faction in saving the life of Beetle the Bard. Side mission, hand over the proof letter to the Captain of Guard. Side mission summary, the Captain of Guard will have many guards serving under him. As it is impossible to see other contestant stats, you must provide a proof letter to him to prove your allegiance to Chaos. Side mission objective, acceptance of your proof letter. Side mission time limit, not applicable. Do you accept the side mission? Yes. Kai grabbed the proof letter and walked out of the room. Main mission timer is triggered. The notification flashed twice before disappearing. The wooden floor creaked under Kai's feet as he stepped down the stairs. First, it was the stinging smoke, then came the powerful smell of alcohol, both hit his nose unwantedly. They were closely followed by a cacophony creeping up in his ears from downwards. Down the stairs, with every next step he took, the noises became louder but distinct. The Wizard's Council is at it again. I tell you. I thank late Ms. Ignatia Wildsmith every day. How in God's name wizards used to commute before? Go on. Don't dawdle here, yeah, I am speaking to you. A push shoved Kai down the stairs, and a plump man crossed him from behind, giving him a disgusting look. It was then their eyes matched. The plump man stopped and the disgusting look on his face all but vanished. Touching his hat, he gave an apologetic smile to Kai and then walked away. What was that? The stark contrast between the expressions on man's face before and after looking at him shocked Kai. It's your charisma. A voice crawled up the stairs. Kai's gaze followed the voice to its source. It was a black-hooded man, with a black-white stubble on his chin and a bald upper lip. Even though there was a cloak around him, Kai could tell the man was big, both in height and weight, just short of being called fat. The man turned around and began walking toward the main door of the inn as Kai stepped down, almost forcing him to follow. Charisma is not only a face card value, but it influences a contestant's interactions with the in-world characters, too, he continued. It also dictates how the in-world characters will perceive a contestant in different scenarios. The system had informed Kai about the Captain of Guard. So it didn't come as a surprise to Kai that either the Captain of Guard had come himself or had sent another guard to receive him. Got me, the man asked, his head twisting left and right warily as they walked out of the inn. What's there to get? Kai shrugged. I am handsome. I know it. The man suddenly paused, making Kai almost bump into him. Mechanically, he turned around and stared at Kai with a stunned expression in his brown eyes. Ha ha ha, he suddenly broke out with a fit of laughter. Whoa. A newbie with a sense of humor. How did you die? Rolled over the bed or something. Ha ha ha. When Kai didn't reply, the men continued the walk through the alley, pitter-patter of rain buzzing in their ears. Name's Desmond, the man introduced himself, taking a right turn. Kai kept following the men, his eyes darting around, trying to find the barest hint of any trap. After a few minutes, Desmond stopped. We are here. It was a small hut, Kai observed. The trail of smoke coming out of its low chimney was thin and blurry under the drizzle. You have been trying too hard, you know, Desmond said, knocking the hut's door rhythmically. Ha ha. Never heard of Harry Potter, have you? Kai's hazel pupils narrowed. The hut's door opened with a creak. An advice. Desmond smiled as he stepped in and said, forget everything you have learned before dying. It won't be of much use here. Kai tried to follow Desmond, but his steps faltered involuntarily, an incredible expression surfacing on his face. What the? Chapter 5, Awakening Glitch, Blood Devour. 1. Kai couldn't believe it. The hut, which looked like it could fall with a slight shake of wind, was even bigger than the inn's ground floor he had left behind. A hall, draped beds, closets full of books, and the blazing hearth. It was like stepping into whole another world. It was more mystical than anything Kai had ever seen in his previous life. It was magic. The word bubbled in Kai's heart, stirring the old, buried strings of a youth he had never experienced. Come here. A commanding tone reached Kai's ears. He took his eyes off the things and focused on the people. In the middle of the hall, surrounding a big round table, were 3 people. Desmond's hood had fallen back, letting others see his short black hairs. A few white patches lingered on his head as a sign of age. Kai approached the table, searching for an exit, but couldn't find one. The door behind him had shut the moment he had walked into the supposedly small hut. A dangerous place, Kai concluded. In the middle, there was man, leaner and younger than Desmond. Clean-shaved, he had shoulder-length blue hair, and his head was down, looking at the map. The third one was a woman, taller than both men. He is, Desmond stuttered. Don't tell me you haven't even asked his name, the woman asked, shocked. It doesn't matter, Sonia. The same commanding tone came out from the middle. The blue-haired man struggled to take his eyes off the map, but he won the battle in the end. His eyes were blue, too. Let me do the honors, Captain. Desmond stepped out, his face already red from the intense stare of the woman. You know me, right? She is Sonia, and we both are from the 2nd floor. Shay, the one glued to the books over there, is another newbie. Then there is Simon, from the 1st floor. He is in the basement, guarding you-know-who. There is even a basement, Kai thought, feeling more amazed the more he got to know about it. You seriously have the gall to make jokes, Desmond, Sonia rebuked. Oh, come on, that would have floored him if he knew what I was talking about. Desmond felt wronged and shrugged at Sonia. You mean? Sonia gasped. A newbie who knows nothing about this world. The man muttered with a brilliant shine in his eyes. He looked Kai up and down, and smiled. I am Arlen Wiley, Captain of Guard of the Thunder Faction. Kai matched Arlen's gaze. Red. Shay approached them from the other corner. Her hands were wrapped around a thick book, her hair was blonde, and hidden behind her glasses were ebony-colored pupils. Kai noticed how Arlen kept looking at Shay as she came. His pupils narrowed. A weakness. These were all killers, according to the rules of the Primordial Tower. Kai felt he had to up his game if he wanted them to dance on his fingers. Go on then, hand over the letter, Arlen demanded, looking away from Shay reluctantly. The casual atmosphere suddenly turned sharp. Even Desmond's cheery attitude vanished at the mention of the letter. Sonia walked away from the table, and Kai found her stopping on his right. Shay was already on his left, backed up by Desmond. I am surrounded, Kai observed. With a flick of his wrist, Kai threw the proof letter toward Arlen, who caught it midair. Under the heavy silence, Arlen went through the letter, his blue eyes shifting left and right. Suddenly, his calm expression stirred, his face distorting in absolute rage. Apprehend him. The captain of guard ordered menacingly. What? Kai raised his eyebrows, every inch of his muscles entering the battle mode. Before he could get an explanation, Sonia was upon him. Kai had seen she was tall, but when her kick came, aimed at his head, she felt even taller. He ducked, moving to his left. The kick missed but followed his head. It had come fast, and now it was faster. The hair on Kai's neck stood up, knowing the damage this kick would do if it were to land. He didn't know what to do. But his body did, the muscle memories kicking in at last. Kai's toes applied a burst of force at their tip, and his legs slid like tracing the track of a snake, slithering and undulating as if they were on the sand. The kick landed on the floor with a bang, but Kai had dodged it, shifting to his left again in one smooth motion. Sonia was shocked. No way he just dodged all that. She was a 2nd floor's contestant, where Red was nothing but a newbie. Shay stepped back, keeping herself away from the fight. Desmond frowned, thinking the same. However, Arlen's eyes lit up, picking up the not-so-obvious detail. Humph. Sonia snorted. She spun, kicking the floor, and sent kicks after kicks at Kai. Head, legs, hands, and stomach, her slim and large legs covered all. Her loose long pants couldn't hinder her movements at all. It was just, she couldn't touch Kai. By the width of a hair, Kai dodged her kicks, sliding his legs on the floor in a slithering motion. He wasn't even controlling them as this sliding motion was encoded in his muscles and bones. Grit your teeth, kid, Desmond suggested. Suddenly, a heavy, nauseating feeling overtook Kai, almost making him vomit if he hadn't gulped it down back. He looked at Desmond and noticed the light golden hue churning in his brown eyes. What's this? Kai was struggling to bury the deep nausea inside him, but Sonia didn't wait to follow up on Desmond's assistance. She sent a roundhouse kick at Kai's chest, too fast to dodge. Shockingly, Kai didn't even try to move out of the way. He had been waiting for it all along. Sonia's kick landed right where he wanted. A trace of blood trickled from Kai's mouth as he was sent flying backward. Sonia. This was not. Desmond roared, but couldn't finish his sentence. What happened next left them all flabbergasted. Kai rolled on the floor, and just as he approached Shay, he jumped to his feet with unbelievable nimbleness. Shay was still petrified from the events when Kai lunged at her, climbed on her back, and wrapped his legs around her waist. Simultaneously, his hand went to his back and pulled out a knife hidden above his hips under the short coat. It looked like this wasn't the first time he was doing something like that. The sequence of motion was too smooth. Ah! Shay cried, finding the knife's edge at her throat. Kai felt the slight tremors in his body as Shay trembled, but it didn't prevent him from tearing the skin over her throat to give the knife a touch of blood. Ignoring Desmond and Sonia, Kai eyed Arlen and the wooden stick in his hand. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. He had already lost 20 HP, but the threat buzzing off from the wooden stick surpassed all nauseating feelings. Let her go, Arlen said slowly, the wooden stick in his hand trembling. Huh. Kai snickered. You guys attacked me for no reason, and now you think I would just let her go. Arlen. Captain, the kid's right. Desmond stepped forward, eyeing Kai strangely. Sorry for testing you like this, Red, he told Kai, sharing a glance with Sonia. Every small step and decision in this world can cause death, and bring doom upon all members. We couldn't just let anyone be a part of the team. We just wanted to make sure you can handle yourself or not. But, things got out of hands. Something's wrong, Sonia chimed in. Hey. Do you have an elementary ability? Of course, he has. Arlen barked, sounding angry, surprised, and greedy simultaneously. Desmond had his doubts, but now he gulped. Red, he said, his breath pausing. What's your worth? Kai narrowed his eyes even further. He didn't tell them about having not one but two abilities. Instead, he saw a chance to know more about this worth which stood out among his stats. Around 10, he replied vaguely, keeping the value close to his active attributes. However, even with this value, Desmond's jaw dropped and Sonia's lips paled. Arlen's pupils shook, his grip on the wooden stick loosening. Damn it, eat sked. What a headache. Okay, I accept your proof letter. Let her go now. As soon as Arlen said the words, a notification appeared in front of Kai. Side mission, hand over the proof letter to the captain of guard. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 50 mission credits. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kai vomited, for the third time. So this is a soul attack, affecting my SP, Kai reflected. Desmond had already apologetically told him about it. The sudden turn of events, and drastic changes in others' behavior around him, had made Kai see his worth attribute in a new light. He'd rather not think about what could have happened if he had uttered a bigger number. It would have been my doom. What else? Kai answered himself, remembering the greed in Arlen's eyes. He vomited again. Here, drink this. Sonia approached him and threw a leather water pouch with a stopper at its mouth. And now we are even. Even. The demon within Kai smirked murderously. There will come a time when I will let you know there's no such word. Kai caught the water pouch, and a notification popped up above it. Item, sells words water pouch. Grade, common. Specification, spring water mixed with rare herbs and spices. Capacity, 600 milliliters. Requirement, HP, 0, SP. Attributes, not applicable. Skill, not applicable. Effect, HP, plus 5, per 100 milliliters. Quality, 70%. This was the first time Kai had held an item. He could feel a strange aura coming off it as if it didn't belong to him. Kai threw open the stopper and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls of the water. The moment it went down his throat, Kai felt a burning feeling in his stomach. In the next moment, the feeling spread through his entire body like fire. Kai's HP restored to its actual value within seconds. Impressive. Don't mind her, she's like that, Desmond said, smiling and nearing Kai and Sonia. You two know each other. Kai had noticed Desmond's familiarity with the tall woman. Desmond smiled wryly and winked. Sonia rolled her eyes. What's this all about worth? Kai asked, handing over the water pouch. He'd rather not remain in dark about his own stats, especially after seeing Arlen's reaction. What's it got to do with having abilities? Sonia sighed, taking the item. I should have realized that was an elementary ability the first time you had dodged my kick. Desmond licked his lips. Worth is the trickiest attribute, he whispered, forcing the distant Shay to come closer to listen. Some call it the Tower's judgment, some system's wrath. Sonia nodded. Abilities are the hardest to obtain in the Primordial Tower, because they are much more innate to a contestant, she added. If you have a high initial worth after resurrection, then the chances of you having an ability from the get-go also rises. Moreover, the higher the initial worth, the higher it will rise. There is no proof, but it's theorized that worth also affect a mission's progression and results. So, having a contestant with high worth in your team is a bonus no one would deny. Ah. Kai nodded to himself. So that's why Arlen didn't act on his anger even when I was climbing his bitch. Get this. Desmond said, smiling, me and Sonia are second-floor contestants, but our worth is still 1. Arlen over there is a third-floor contestant, and his worth cannot be greater than 3. Believe me. Not only that, if you can obtain more than 5 attribute points in your worth within the first set, then you will be called the luckiest contestant. Kai's pupils trembled. I must, never, reveal my actual worth to anyone, he promised himself. Move aside, Arlen said, putting himself between Kai and Shay. He threw a map between them and took out the wooden stick. Wand. Kai called out the name, noticing the hate hidden behind Arlen's words. Desmond had already told him about the basics of this random world and the magical tool used by the wizards and witches here. Kai saw the map. 2 dots were shimmering over it, far from each other. The names of places were fluttering like flags in a storm, and tiny magical beasts were roaring, flying, and jumping, signaling their presence here and there. We have come here 2 days before you newbies, Arlen said. Now we must take Mr. Beetle from our current location to here. He pointed a red dot on the map, with the name Dufftown hovering over it, shining menacingly under its hue. So we are in London, Kai said, looking at the blue dot. The distance was too far, and it didn't seem to him they had the means to cover it in 48 hours. How are we supposed to go there in such a short time? That's why we were waiting for you and Shay, Desmond said, standing behind Sonia. We will need broomsticks. Kai saw Arlen mumbling something inaudible and suddenly a dull gray-colored notification appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, assist Thunder Faction in saving the life of Beetle the Bard. Side mission, assist contestant Desmond in stealing a broomstick. Side mission summary, the distance between London and Dufftown is long and treacherous if covered by ground. The only sure way is to use broomsticks and travel through the air. You must secure enough broomsticks to escort Mr. Beetle with Thunder Faction's full strength. Side mission objective, secure at least 1 broomstick. Side mission time limit, not applicable. Do you accept the side mission? Chapter 6, Awakening Glitch, Blood Devour. 2. Kai followed Desmond as they traced the moonlight, walking with buried steps along the walls. So the danger I picked up from Arlen was because of perception. Arlen had sent Shay with Sonia, but the side missions they had gotten were the same. Desmond nodded, his head shifting left and right. Perception reflects all your senses, he told Kai. It allows you to sense others' presence, their intentions, and dangers. The higher the danger, the quicker perception will pick it up. But it's also a double-edged sword. The higher the gap between you and the other contestant, the higher will be the chances for perception to fail. If your attacker has an overwhelming advantage over you in perception attribute alone, he, or she, can easily trick you. Kai hunched in Desmond's shadow, pondering over the consequences of having an advantage in perception. It took us an entire day to figure out where to get the broomsticks, Desmond said under his breath. If it weren't for Mr. Beetle, we wouldn't have even gotten one. Kai had yet to even see Mr. Beetle. Arlen had forbidden anyone even stepping towards the basement. Arlen's mission differed from even Desmond and Sonia's, Kai had presumed. Why can't Mr. Beetle just apparate to Dufftown? Kai asked. Desmond had told him it was some kind of teleportation magic. The man's a wizard, Desmond replied, using the nickname they had given him, but I have never seen such a coward in my entire life. He fears getting splinched, and worse, he fears leaving that book of his behind. Let me not think of what dangers will be awaiting him in Dufftown. Arlen said there will be contestants from the 4th to 6th floor there. Kai had felt the strength behind Sonia's kick. He still remembered the pain, even after the pain factor had reduced it in half. And she's from the 2nd floor, Kai reflected. How much stronger a contestant from the 4th floor would be? Where did you get the knife anyway? Desmond asked. I swear I had my eyes on you. You didn't steal anything. Kai kept quiet, but smirked inwardly. Desmond might have advantage over him as an experienced contestant, but if someone like him could catch him thieving, then he wouldn't have been survived even a day in his previous life. Desmond shook his head. Here, he pointed, taking a sharp turn into a dark alley. The walls on both sides successfully hid the moonlight, darkening whatever lay ahead. Stand back. Kai put his back against the wall and took out the knife he had stolen from the inn. None had an item to spare for him. Desmond looked around a bit before halting against an ordinary metal pipe jutting out of the ground. It was so small and dark that if one wasn't looking for it, then it was almost impossible to notice it. Desmond gave Kai a look, and then, using all his strength, he pushed the pipe down. Click. A door opened right by Kai's side, and a ray of light escaped out. Kai could have sworn there were real bricks by his side, but seeing the wooden door, he doubted himself. Kai peered inside and saw many miscellaneous things placed in an orderly and disorderly fashion. There were skeletons, animals' organs, strange instruments, and colored potions in glass vials. You heard something? Desmond whispered. Kai shook his head. Desmond enlarged the opening with deft hands, stopping whenever the door showed signs of creaking. Soon they were inside the room, the wooden door vanishing behind them, turning into a wall. It's on the second floor, Desmond said, his head moving from one side to another. It's Rick and Peary's Shop of 100 Wonders. Don't ask. I don't know about the name either. The entrance is there, 10 steps ahead on the first right turn. The entire shop is empty for 2 hours. If. Desmond looked directly at Kai, a golden hue already surrounding his pupils. If anyone comes, dash to the second floor and find me. Don't attack, he said the last words, not whispering anymore, and then he walked away, as nimble as a cat. For a man of his size, he sure is swift, Kai thought, seeing Desmond's disappearing figure. The right turn Desmond had spoken of was behind the stairs leading up the second floor. Left alone, Kai jumped to his feet. The sound left him as if he was just a wind sigh. He walked, picking up things, turning them over, and then putting them back, just as they were. Desmond was swift, Kai was swifter. Those who kill in the dark shouldn't be friends with sound, Kai had learned. Kai looked at the shelves of potions. A dangerous but mysterious feeling hit him as he thought of approaching them. His eyes shined. If not all, then at least one of these potions was an item, Kai was sure of it. Kai stepped towards the shelf, his heart throbbing with expectation. Click. The danger shot through the roof out of nowhere. The sound was so loud to Kai's ears that it felt like a bomb. Kai snapped his head and saw the metal door materializing. Unlike him, whoever was out didn't need to peer inside before charging through the door. Kai remembered Desmond's warning and dashed towards the stairs. A hooded figure was already standing there. One more person appeared from behind it. Kill him, the hooded figure said and dashed up the stairs. Desmond. Kai shouted, and took the left turn with the 2 other contestants almost on his back. It was an ambush. I did not hear them coming, the thought shot through Kai's mind involuntarily. A fist came hurtling at his back, but Kai dodged it easily, sliding his feet on the floor as if there was oil on the ground. It was a long corridor in front of him. Rows of doors were on either side and a single door at the end, blocking the path. In only 20 steps of distance, he would be cornered. They were already here when we had entered, Kai concluded. The men shouted behind him, frustrated by the missed punch. Kai could hear the second man walking leisurely towards their racing figures as if he had all the time in the world. Just die, idiot, the men said, catching his breath. He was in his 20s, gaunt but tall. His hands were long, his reach longer. There were greed and anger in his eyes, gleaming like 2 distinct lamps in a dark alley. A newbie. Kai didn't take long to guess. Only a newbie would run at him with such greed and without weapons. Kai had noticed a hammer dangling by his waist, but the prospects of completing the main mission must have made him lose his rationality. And that made another fact pass by Kai's mind. He knows I am a newbie too. So what if circumstances had forced Kai to become a killer instead of scientist, a demon instead of a messiah? The cold, calculative reasoning skills were as much a part of him as the muscle memories. Calm down, Robin, a heavy voice reached Kai and his attacker from afar. The kid has nowhere to go. Kai had reached the door at the end. He turned and put his back against it, touching the dry wood scratching his skin through the clothes. Robin stopped, too. The second one isn't a newbie, Kai thought with dismay. A loud noise of something breaking hard against a wall came down from the upper floors through the stairs. The men laughed. His teeth were yellow and his eyes were brown and sharp. There was a thick mustache and a thin beard on his face. His hair was all but gone, his scalp reflecting the little light lingering in the corridor. A long sword appeared in his hand. An item. Kyle, Robin said, glancing at the man's sword. This is my kill. Don't interfere. Haha. Kyle showed his yellow teeth again, his left hand tracing the sword length. Don't worry, I am just here to watch the show. Robin took out his hammer, shaking it fiercely left and right. Kai had no visible weapon on him. He had already hidden the knife the moment he had heard the click. Robin stepped forward. Kai was faster. The hammer wasn't big, just a little less than the size of a fist, but solid metal. When Robin brought it down, it didn't look like Kai would survive even a single blow. It touched Kai's hair, then it passed down effortlessly, almost kissing his neck. The power behind the hammer was so great that it threw Robin off balance and hunched him forward. When the knife appeared in Kai's hand, it felt nothing short of magic. He threw his legs up, wrapping them around Robin's waist, making both of them fell on top of each other. Mind-numbing shrieks came out from the dark end of the corridor. A wet sound of something being ripped off, chewed, and spit out. Kyle stood there with his long sword, stunned. Whatever was happening in the dark, whatever he was seeing, must have frightened him to dare not approach. Kai stood up. Blood was on his lips, his clothes, and his knife. There was a body between his legs. Of a man. None could tell, at least by not looking at its face. There was a finger-sized hole in the corpse's ears as if someone had nailed screws from one end to another. A thick slimy juice mixed with blood was coming out of them. The body didn't have any lips, its tongue was gone, and its eyes were wide open. Horror, terror, and helplessness, nothing could describe that expression. Kai charged toward Kyle like a bloody wraith. The sight of the corpse must have awakened Kyle's strength, for he brought the long sword up in defense. Saber, Kai whispered. His knife struck the long sword on its flat as Kyle skillfully parried Kai's attack. A broken saber, Kai told himself, thinking of his knife. He glided on the floor, his feet making no sound, and his eyes never leaving the sword. The long sword kept coming at him from left, right, top, and straight, trying to pierce a hole in him. Kai was just too slippery. Like a snake, Kai remembered. The sword eyed his shoulder. Kai gave up defending against it, and his leg went for Kyle's thick leg. Steel entered, cutting everything in its path, but not deep enough. Kai had already tripped the swordsman. Then Kai was upon him. The prey struggled. Kai took his time, the knife doing its work, creating holes all over his prey. 1 time. 2 times. 100 times, it went in and out. At some point, an eye appeared in Kai's hand, and his knife was bent beyond repair. The pain hit, then. Kai's left hand fell, unable to lift itself. He was just too tired. The eye rolled away towards the stairs. Kai saw it stopping beside a pair of feet. It was the same hooded figure, just without the hood. Sunken eyes, long black hairs, and pale skin. Too pale, as if someone had sucked out her life. Kai gave the sword's hilt a quick pull, blood showering off his shoulder. He pointed it at her, his feet already moving. She pointed a wooden stick at him in reply. A wand. When her voice entered his ears, it felt magical. Confringo. Chapter 7, Awakening Glitch, Blood Devour. 3. HP regeneration, minus 30% because of blood loss. Kai got thrown backward, flying through the corridor like a twig amid a storm. His entire body ached, skin torn, and tiny squirts of blood kept bursting out. It felt to him as if he was blowing up from inside out. He could sense it, the taste of death. Hard to forget such a taste once experienced before. The door at the end couldn't stop him either. A creaking boom took over the entire shop as he broke the door and finally landed on the floor. Cough. Cough. Blood and spit came out in a quick burst of endless coughing. The corridor had been dark, but this room was darker. The pain made Kai shiver, the cold of death creeping over him, trying to take over his mind. I must not close my eyes, Kai swore. He could feel the wetness in his ears, the thick liquid thinning as it ran down his face, reaching his neck. His vision was blurry, but he could see her. The light highlighted her kneeling figure in front of the stairs. She was vomiting. I can't die here, Kai told himself, struggling for breath, seeing the red HP bar flashing, dwindling like a dying candle's flame. Hisses. The sudden familiar sound jerked Kai's dwindling concentration. There was a time when he understood this sound. Now it was just an animal's snarl. A snake. Where? Kai used whatever strength he had left to lift his head and look around. To his left, a tall box of glass was leaning against the wall, and something was slithering in it. An instinct told Kai to approach the cage, urging him to hurry. Kai felt his toes pressing against the floor as he turned towards his left. He pushed, and sometimes he pulled using his chin, crawling over the floor. Blood never stopped abandoning him. He could feel his attacker rising, and he could feel her anger, which was hidden from him before. Time was running out. The notification appeared out of the blue, brightening his eyes with that dull gray color. Beast proximity, 3 meters. Glitch condition matched. Contestant Kai Stormborn is qualified to awaken his glitch. Do you want to awaken it now? Kai mumbled something. It must have been a yes, for the notification changed. Calculating worth. Glitch is now awakened for 30 minutes in this world. Glitch, Blood Devour. Specification. 1. Devour a beast's blood essence upon contact, limit, 3 beasts. 2. Regenerate HP based on the size of the devoured beast. If HP is full, give a temporary boost in strength, agility, and stamina. 3. Imitate natural abilities and skills of devoured beasts, with constraints and requirements. 4. Only one blood essence's skills can be used at a time for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. A sudden hotness took over him, originating from his chest. Kai felt as if there was something alive, buried deep there. His blood boiled, and his skin became scalding hot, vaporizing the thin liquid all over his body. The sound of approaching steps came through the door. Kai stood up, injected with this sudden hotness. The burning sensation took over his senses like a drug. The long sword was still in his hand, like a drowning man's last straw. Kai tightened his grip over it, ignoring the stats hovering above the item. One quick slash and glass rained down, broken in hundreds of tiny shards. Hisses. The beast hissed and lunged. Kai felt dozens of sharp needle-like teeth digging into his neck, and its thick muscles wrapping around his torso, squeezing him, trying to break his ribs. Kai felt alive. Blood devour. The hotness exploded like a volcanic eruption. A crack appeared over his chest, unseen to Kai, and something wriggled inside. It was starving, raving for the beast outside. The snake sensed danger. Too late. A force, unimaginably stronger than the creature, broke it down into tiny pieces until it became a bloody paste and entered Kai's chest. Only a hissing sigh lingered when Kai opened his eyes. His round hazels had become slits once more. Blood essence, blue-tailed boa constrictor, rare non-magical beast. Grade, E. Abilities, Elementary Snake Instinct, Proficiency, 10%, Elementary Snake Language, Proficiency, 0%. Skills, Light Neurotoxin, Grade, E-, Heat Sense, Grade, E. Kai's sight was occupied by the words as the red HP bar started to refuel. 10, 20, 40. Up to 70. The heinous wound on his shoulder healed first, then the tears of skin vanished, along with the pent-up tiredness. What? What are you? A tired voice came from behind. Kai turned and faced the woman, the sword still in his hand. It felt too long for his taste, but it was more like a saber than a dagger. She lifted the wand, but Kai disappeared out of her sight, the instinct of a snake taking over his senses. Elementary Snake Instinct. Something moved in the corner. The wand followed. A crunch of broken glass on the opposite, and the witch couldn't hold on any longer. Confringo. Whatever was left of the glass cage got blasted in the dust. The witch paled, her face becoming the color of a rotten lemon. Death slithered down from above. Kai pressed the long sword against her chest. Her skin was tough, but she was weak and defenseless. He looked into her eyes as he kept thrusting the sword into her, slowly, taking his time. Muffled words came out of her mouth with foaming blood. You. He lied. Kai only replied with a goodbye through his eyes. Blood was seeping out of the witch's mouth in 2 distinct trails. Her heart had stopped, but her last words rang, bouncing off the mild darkness. It was as if her ghost was crying a song. Kai took out the sword, slowly. Her blood turned into a puddle, drowning her figure in no time. So, this is Glitch, Kai thought, still drunk in the after-effects of using the blood essence. A single non-magical beast has given me 2 abilities and 2 skills. Kai found it hard to imagine what would happen if he were to devour a magical beast. His eyes returned to their original shape. Kai touched his chest and then noticed his right hand. There was a green-colored tattoo there, spotted with brown patches. It had the shape of the snake he had just devoured. The mouth of the snake was like an arrowhead, coiling around his arm, reaching his elbow. Its tail was blue, ending at the tip of his middle finger. His nail looked devoid of blood, deep blue, bordering violet. Now that he wasn't actively using the ability, the tattoo vanished, too. Elementary Slither Footsteps, Proficiency 40%, plus 13%. This. Kai remembered this ability hadn't changed when he had used it before against Sonya, and the 2 Orders contestants. He couldn't help but relate this progression to his Elementary Snake Instinct. You have killed 3 Orders contestants. Congratulations. You now have the option to loot the dead contestants' inventory. A treasure chest hologram appeared over the dead witch's body. Kai looked up and found no such thing on the other disfigured bodies laying in the corridor. A queer feeling rose in his heart, and he snapped his mind towards the woman's right hand. The wand was gone. Damn it. Kai cursed, finding out what was happening. The yellow-toothed man, Kyle, must have only 1 item on him. That's why it didn't return to inventory, but the witch had quite a few. Kai focused on the treasure chest, and another notification appeared. You can either opt to get a random item from contestants' inventory, or You can opt to get a collective value of mission credits, calculated based on the dead contestant's worth, her floor, and her stats. The choice is yours. It was luck that decided the probability of obtaining an item from treasure chest. To be on the safe side this once, and with his heart aching for the lost wand, Kai chose the second option. Calculating collective remuneration. Reward, plus 100 mission credits. The number soothed Kai's heart. The treasure chest disappeared, and whatever secrets the woman might have hidden there along with it. The notification, though, didn't give him time to think about anything. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked one title. Title, Murderer. Specification, kill 10 contestants in a single random world. The contestants must be from the same or higher floor than yours. Status, March 10th. Effect, Perception +2, Worth plus. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. Seeing the 1 point increase in worth, that too temporarily, Kai could see how hard it was to increase it. Kai felt the heaviness of the sword when the flood of notifications had gone dry. A good look at it, and he could see it was dented from many places. Most of the blade's edge had been blunted from frequent use, but it was still sharp enough for a newbie. Kai's gaze landed on its stats, then. Item, Castle Forged Longsword. Grade, Common. Specification, a sword discarded by Castle's apprentice blacksmith. Requirement, Strength 11, Stamina. Attributes, Base damage 25 points. Skill, not applicable. Effect, Strength +1 Agility. Quality, 60%. Kai gladly put the item within his inventory. Then he searched through the woman's clothes, stripping her naked. Nothing. Kai looked at her face and the events that had happened replayed through his mind. He was sure now that she and Kyle were already here when Desmond and he had come. The only thing out of place was why he couldn't sense these two's presence. Then it hit him. Perception, yes, she must have a quite higher perception than me, Kai analyzed. After half an hour, Kai found himself again in the same dark alley. He looked up and saw the shattered timber of the window. It was dark, and it became darker as Kai kept walking ahead, the moonlight finding it extremely difficult to follow him. A deep sniff. The smell of blood hit Kai's nose. Someone was there, wounded, and profusely bleeding to give the smell of death to the air. His shoulder was gone. What tissue or strands of muscles were keeping his left hand attached to his body, a profound mystery. Water. The dying man muttered. Kai looked in the direction as pointed by Desmond's right hand. Sellsword's water pouch. Kai could scarcely believe what he was seeing. Why would Sonia give Desmond her item? Why would anyone part from such a precious life-saving thing? Two different questions, but they had the same answer. Kai picked it up and put the water pouch's mouth against Desmond's and let gravity do its work. The entire content got emptied into his stomach in no time. His face flushed. Kai took a deep breath and then scooched over to Desmond's ear. Desmond, he whispered, I have something to tell you. First, tell me, how are you still alive? Desmond asked, catching his breath. I ran, Kai admitted. The moment that hooded figure darted for you, I ran for the main door. Kai wanted Desmond's trust. So he needed to tell a good story. How many were there, aside from her? Desmond meekly asked. Her. Kai feigned surprise. There were two. One was a newbie. The other was stronger than Shay but weaker than Sonia. By now, Kai had confirmed that both Desmond and Sonia had gone easy on him during their light fight. Kai remembered the pale appearance of the witch, even though she was completely fine before going up. Desmond shows simple-mindedness, but he is a scary opponent, Kai noted. He must be from the first floor then. Desmond said, revealing the surprise in his voice. You killed two of them, single-handedly. No, I didn't kill anyone. I couldn't kill anyone, Kai replied, not falling for Desmond's obvious trick. The stronger one had a longsword item, I barely survived using my elementary ability. Silence took over their conversation then. Kai gave Desmond enough time to toss and turn on the things he had said to him. Anything other than that couldn't have made any sense, either. Kai could have never killed the two Orders contestants, not before facing the injured witch. And she was certain death for Kai. If I didn't have the glitch, Kai added. Sigh, Desmond seemed to have given up on thinking more about it. So, what were you going to say? When we entered the shop, the witch and the guy from the first floor were already inside, Kai said coolly. Impossible. Desmond almost roared. We were on time. They couldn't have come before us unless... Desmond couldn't complete the sentence, Kai had already said his sentence for him. Unless they knew we were coming. How? Desmond whispered, but the words dared not come out. Only Captain knew of our plan, Kai snared. And Sonia? No. Desmond rejected it with all the force he could muster. Sonia would never do this. There you have it then, Kai shrugged. Kai let Desmond mull over things this time. This course of events made much more sense than Kai surviving all 3 contestants, including a witch as powerful as Desmond. Moreover, Kai was just a newbie. It wasn't a status high enough to strike a deal with the enemy. I will kill him, Desmond said, his teeth grinding almost in powder. Hidden from Desmond's burning, murderous gaze, Kai let out a demonic smirk. Chapter 8, Magical Acknowledgement and Beetle the Bard. It was high noon, the sun enjoying the leisure of the cloudless sky. London's streets were overcrowded by watchmen. Mixed among the watchmen were strange men, wearing stranger hats and holding wooden sticks. Rick and Peary's shop of 100 Wonders was the center of attention. The talk among the officials was that they had found 3 bodies there, all badly mangled. The work of a beast. A huge venomous boa constrictor, who had escaped the glass cage and had attacked the 3 thieves. Close to this shop was an ordinary hut. Inside, Arlen was sitting with a heavy frown on his face. Sonia and Shay were sitting near the columns of books, but it was Sonia whose face was blank. Another contestant had joined them in the vast hall. The contestant from the first floor, Simon. He was around the same age as Desmond but looked older. He was lean, but his back was slightly hunched. His face was full of freckles, and he only had one eye. The moment a rhythmic knock rattled the door, Simon's right eye was the first to react. Arlen was the second to jump up to his feet, his face gaining an ugly expression. Sonia had almost made a run for it if Arlen hadn't stopped her by the gesture of his hand. No one moves, Arlen commanded, taking out the wand. Simon, stand back. Simon was quick, his feet moving like a pheasant darting around. Arlen flicked the wand at the door, and it swung open with a bam. The 2 figures didn't linger outside more than they needed to. They were Kai and Desmond, each holding a broomstick. What have you 2 done? Arlen fumed, pointing the wand at them. Where were you? And what is this mess you have created? Captain, Kai addressed gently. We have no idea what you are talking about. Yes, Arlen, Desmond nodded, his eyes searching for Sonia. We just went in and out in a matter of moments. But then many official wizards began appearing around us, so we had to hide for some time. None noticed the slight twitch of Desmond's left shoulder when he moved around. Arlen must have sensed all eyes staring at his pointed wand, feeling his anger, so he put it down. They found 3 people dead in the shop, Arlen said. The wizards and witches from the Wizards' Council are all over the place. Mr. Beetle is just on the verge of abandoning our service. If you 2 had come in time, then we would have left this cursed place by now. What? Desmond's jaw dropped, and he snapped his head towards Kai. 3 corpses. Kai's jaw was dropped too. His mouth was even wider than that of Desmond's. Asterisk. Asterisk. Side mission, assist contestant Desmond in stealing a broomstick. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 75 mission credits. There was not much difference in the mission credits, despite the bloody events that took place at the shop, Kai noted. It became obvious to him that, once assigned, side missions didn't take into account what happened later. If it wasn't for the ambush, then the 75 mission credits for break-in and stealing broomsticks were reasonable. Arlen will kill us if he thinks his mission is a failure, Desmond's voice came from his side. How the hell did those 3 die there? The question had a puzzled tone, but Kai knew what Desmond was trying to imply. I don't know, Desmond, Kai shrugged. Maybe it is what they are saying. They got killed by a snake. This is a magical world. Who knows what truths lie under the guise of falseness? How can that be? Desmond pressed his brows. I could feel her power. She was stronger than me. If I didn't have my skill, you would have only found pieces of me in the alley. Then why is the Wizards' Council taking so much interest in it? Kai threw out a wild guess. Maybe the snake wasn't an ordinary creature. You mean? Desmond's eyes shone with understanding. It was a shop of 100 wonders, right? Kai said meaningfully. Who says magical creatures aren't wonders? Manipulating people with the subtlest hints and nudges was one of the strengths Kai had developed to survive in his previous life. Not to mention, Desmond wasn't the brightest mind out there, to begin with. For a brute, Desmond has learned to overcome his weakness by asking questions after questions, Kai reflected, seeing the big guy going quiet. Kai's gaze fell on the 3 brooms leaning against the wall. The girls had also completed their mission, securing a broomstick. Now, Sonia was on duty in the basement, and Shay was still buried in books. How can they be so magical? Kai asked, pointing at the broomsticks. They didn't even have stats over them. Haha. Desmond roared in a way unique to him. The presence of stats just means that an item can be taken outside the world and can be stored into inventory. It doesn't mean it isn't powerful. Some things aren't so clearly stated by the systems. So don't do anything stupid. Both went quiet then. The surroundings had become immensely tense at the sunset, blanketed by smoke and the approaching dusk. At midnight, they would leave this secured magical hut of theirs. They would leave London, flying on the brooms, but how many would reach Dufftown, Kai couldn't guess. But I know who will not be reaching for sure. Kai's eyes narrowed. Under Desmond's shocked gaze, Kai got up and neared Arlen. Captain, he towered over Arlen, who was sprawled over the long sofa-like wooden bench. Arlen hadn't left this place since the last hour, and Desmond had told Kai he didn't like it, seeing Arlen so quiet. Kai had an inkling of what Arlen was thinking. But would he dare say it aloud here, when so many ears were listening? He shook his head inwardly. What is it? Arlen grumbled, without looking at Kai. I couldn't ride the broom, Kai said, remembering the shameful incident, so I was wondering if you could teach me magic. Teach you magic, you say, Arlen mumbled, scorning Kai's words openly. What is it, a vegetable? But I saw you teaching it to Shay, Kai said, pointing at the time an hour ago when Arlen had approached Shay to teach her about magic. You can sell vegetables to her, and not to me. A laugh escaped Desmond's mouth, and even Simon let out a chuckle. Shay held her head high to see what the ruckus was about, unaware that she was the cause. Arlen sat up. He looked at Kai with those blue eyes of his, menacing and full of rage and murder. Magic requires elementary magic aptitude. Do you have it? Arlen said, his tone full of mockery. Save your breath, I know you don't. Magic also requires a wand. Do you have it? Do you know the price I had to pay to have one of my own? Do you know it isn't even a real wand? Now that shocked Kai. And do you know? Arlen had stood up, looking down into Kai's eyes. Magic requires an acknowledgement from a true wizard or true witch from the random world. They must acknowledge that you have the destiny to be a wizard, that if not now, then one day you can become one. Arlen left the bed, and walked off, leaving Kai drowned in his thoughts. None saw Kai deftly slipping a paper into Arlen's pockets as he walked away. You didn't know that, did you? Arlen was still shouting, laughing a low laugh of derision. Teach you magic, you said. Well, let's have it then. It just so happens that we have a true wizard among ourselves. Desmond stood up in shock. Arlen hadn't let the newbies even approach the direction till now. For the first time, he was walking towards it, the trapdoor of the basement. A tunnel brought Kai and Arlen in front of a metal door. There were no bolts outside, but it felt shut to Kai. Almost airtight for the better lack of words. Sonia was sitting on one side of the gate outside, reading a book, sitting over a stool. The tunnel was well lit for the purpose. Go up, Arlen commanded. Mr. Beetle doesn't like too many of us crowding him. Sonia gave Kai a rare smile and nodded at him before leaving the basement. When Arlen heard the clanking of the trapdoor, he looked at Kai. His hand went down to his coat's pocket, and he took out a rolled piece of parchment. And now, Arlen said, with a threatening tone. You will tell me what's the meaning of this. Arlen unrolled the flaky piece, letting out its content in open. Under the light of dozens of oil lamps, the single word written over it shimmered with a yellow-orange glow. That word was Confringo. Asterisk. Asterisk. 30 minutes later. The metal door opened up, its hinges creaking under its weight. Kai was standing behind Arlen, almost hiding under his figure. Whatever had happened in the last 30 minutes, it had left none of its traces on their faces. My lord, may I have some of your time, Arlen said, bowing a little. It's regarding one of my guards. Kai gawked at the room when Arlen had bowed. It was big for it to be called just a room but smaller than the hall over the basement. There was a single large table in the middle, and it was conquered by hundreds and thousands of parchments. Empty ink bottles were scattered all over the floor. And quills were dancing like a many-colored peacock in the rain. Behind the table, on a chair, was an old man. He had a long, luxuriant beard. It disappeared under the table, like a water stream. Over his head was a pointy hat, and he was all garbed in a blue-black robe. His right hand was scribbling, snatching a dancing quill now and then leaving it to do work on its own. It was his left hand that interested Kai. Clutched tightly in the grasp of his left hand's fingers was a book. Its cover was deep dark, which made it lose itself in his robe's foldings. The old man had pressed the book tightly to his chest as if worrying anyone would come and might try to snatch it away. Come, come, an old and croaky voice replied. Shut the door. First, shut the door. Kai hastily entered the room, and the metal door returned to its post, cutting them off from the outside world. How are you faring, Mr. Beetle? Arlen asked, giving Kai a shock that he could even talk so pleasantly. What will you have for dinner? Nothing, nothing, Mr. Beetle said, shaking his long beard along with his head. When are we leaving? Midnight, my lord, Arlen said, with a sure voice. We are just waiting for the hubbub to die down a little. Hurry, hurry, you must hurry, Mr. Beetle abruptly stood up and started to look around. It's coming for me, I tell you. It's found me. He is mad, Kai thought, becoming sure of it. Arlen turned around and gave Kai a blank look. My lord, the guard I was talking about. Arlen brought Kai forward and presented him to Mr. Beetle. His name's Red. Can you help us find out if he has magical aptitude? Mr. Beetle finally noticed Kai, and his old face brightened up suddenly. Kai saw he wasn't as old as he looked, but he had a frail figure. His eyes were sunken deep in his skull. The pupils could have the color of obsidian once, but now they were dull black, gray, and bleak. Kai stepped towards the old man as the wizard came for him. Behind Kai, Arlen was flabbergasted, seeing the strangest event of his life. Beetle the Bard was a legendary character and he had never shown such interest in others. In a few steps, Kai found the old man standing in front of him. They were of the same height. Mr. Beetle would have longer if he were to straighten his back, Kai noticed. He was still thinking about what to say when the wizard lifted his right hand. Kai didn't move. Mr. Beetle put his hand on his face and caressed as he traced a finger towards his eyes. Fascinating. Mr. Beetle whispered, too indulged to say the words out loud. These eyes. Kai felt the coarseness of his hands on his face, ran down his neck, and then the hand reached down to his chest. There it stopped. The old wizard pressed his palm just over Kai's heart, a little to its right. A sudden shriek. Mr. Beetle jerked his hand away as if something had swatted it. The old man's face was already pale and dark before, but now it was aghast. A deep horror was in his eyes. Terror beyond death. Merlin's beard. The old man shouted, stumbling away from Kai. No. He shall not do magic. This is false. Yes. Falseness beyond redemption. Kai had an ugly expression. He wanted to kill that stupid old fool. Where's my wand? Mr. Beetle asked, fumbling around his table. Where is it? Come, let's go, Arlen said, putting a hand on Kai's shoulder. We are done here. Kai silently turned around and walked off. As the metal door closed behind him, he put a hand on his chest. It was burning hot, whatever was in there. The hotness of rage and defiance. And we will cover the missing 30 minutes soon enough in coming chapters. Chapter 9, Traitor, 1. It's been over half an hour since Sonia's return. Desmond and Sonia were having a late evening tea with a few biscuits. Shay was sitting close to them, noting down something from dozens of books around her on a torn piece of parchment. Simon was having tea too, but he was far in a corner, lost in his thoughts. Others had soon found out that Simon wasn't much for a talk, and the way he looked at you with that one eye of his, it almost as if he was saying he knows what mischief you are up to. I am worried about the kid, Desmond admitted to Sonia, taking a light sip. I can't wait anymore. Desmond put the cup down abruptly. And he would have stood up if not for Sonia's hand on his. It was a light tap, but it could have been more than that. Desmond looked troubled, but ultimately gave up and slumped back in the chair, letting out a sigh. 2 minutes, and no more, he said. If they won't show up, we both are going in. Right then, the trapdoor opened and Arlen and Kai climbed up one after another. Desmond and Sonia shared a meaningful glance. Arlen was quick to deliver the good news to everyone the moment they had come back. An obvious ecstasy had lingered on his face when Arlen presented Kai to the others, proclaiming he might never use magic. Desmond walked to Kai. Cheer up, Red, he said, putting a hand over his shoulder. There are more magical worlds. This isn't the end. After an hour, they had a sumptuous dinner. Roast pork, bacon, roast potatoes and onions, bread, bowls of both thick and runny gravies, and soups. They topped it with puddings and 3 fresh cakes. Even when he was little, Kai had a man's appetite. No amount of anger and disappointment was enough to prevent him from eating a bellyful meal. When it was just 2 hours to midnight, Arlen, for the first time, called all the Thunder faction for a meeting. The round table was surrounded by the 6 contestants. We will take 2 4-horse carriages to London's northern outskirts, Arlen said, pointing at the map. If it weren't for the incident related to the 3 dead bodies, then we could have used brooms from right here. Arlen glared at Desmond and Kai as if he had pinned the unfortunate event on their luck. Even with no incident, London was heavily monitored by the wizards of the Wizards' Council. There were eyes on London's skies all the time. But the incident had doubled that force. It will cost us an hour, Sonia observed. No matter how vacant the pathways will be, carriages are still only carriages. Desmond nodded in agreement. From there, we will make a beeline towards Peterborough, Arlen said, his wand drawing a line on the map. A clear yellow trail. Then sidelining Lincoln City, we will not stop until we reach York. The wand had outlined a third of the distance between London and Dufftown by then. Shay, tell them, Arlen said. There was a big smile on his face. Shay was on Arlen's right. As Arlen called out to her, her face flushed. It took her a moment to step forward, trying not to look into others' eyes. There. Shay stuttered. But then she took a deep breath. There is a hidden mountainous region between York and Middlesbrough. If we avoid the region, then it will cost us another hour. There was no such region on the map. Desmond and Sonia showed their doubts outright with their pressed brows. Simon never took his eye off the map, as if it was revealing some deep secrets only to him. Shay has confirmed it, the captain of guard said, placing a rough sketch Shay had drawn over a parchment. The only issue is, it's dangerous. Such regions, generally, are home of magical beasts, and the Wizards' Council might have their officials posted there for surveillance. Haha. Desmond laughed. Then, isn't it better to just take the detour? Desmond is right, Captain, Sonia said sternly. So what if we lose more time? Our lives are more important. Arlen's smile crumpled, hearing their disagreement. Humph. I don't care about the dangers, he snorted. We will take the coastline up to the seaside towns near Edinburgh. The fools of order would think we will take the usual route over Edinburgh's skies. But I have different plans. Desmond and Sonia gasped as they realized what Arlen was suggesting. Even Simon, the silent one, showed his interest by taking his eyes off the map. From the shores, we will go over the North Sea, Arlen said, his wand deviating from green inland to the blue corners of the map. We will keep the brooms low. With Simon among us, we will have an advantage if they were to follow us. And I will not waste a single second before reaching the destination. There was tension between Desmond, Sonia, and Arlen. But the captain had decided, and what he said made sense from a strategic point of view. There wasn't anything they could do about it. Don't worry, Simon hissed. You know, I am something of a magician myself. No one was fooled by his humble tone, especially not Kai. The man wasn't dangerous. Otherwise, Kai's perception would have picked it up. But there was something off about him, Kai could tell. So that's it then, Arlen said, his wand disappearing with a shake of his hand. I am bringing Mr. Beetle up. Desmond and Sonia, you two go and make arrangements for the carriages. Shay, come with me, it's time you get your elementary magical aptitude. Simon, there might be some Muggle watchmen patrolling around. Find what you can about the route we will take through carriages. That only left Kai. Arlen looked at him, smiling wickedly. Boy, the captain commanded. Go, warm some wine for us over the hearth. We all will share a drink before leaving. An hour later. The smell of spices hit Kai's nostrils. Simon had directed him a little before going out. Kai knew nothing about warming wines. He had drunk alcohol before, but never to savor its flavors. Shay must have got her elementary ability by now, the thought suddenly passed by Kai's mind. Kai didn't care. Shay had done nothing to him. Neither was she good to him, nor was she bad. Kai's morals were twisted beyond sense, but he wouldn't kill someone whose death wouldn't be rewarding for him. Power and revenge, Kai thought. They are the only reason for me to kill. The atmosphere made his mind wander. It was extremely quiet, just short of choking silence. The tiniest bubble popped over the calm layer of the wine into the pot, ruining the silence. Kai took off the pot and laid 7 mugs for each of his teammates, including Mr. Beetle. When he was done pouring the filtered warm wine in mugs, Kai stood up and turned his back to the main door. If anyone were to barge in, which was unlikely, they wouldn't know outright what he was doing. Kai took a deep breath, remembering the feeling he had experienced in the Shop of Wonders in the basement after being virtually kicked out by the wizard. The hotness. The twists and churns. The rage and defiance. Those feelings overtook Kai, and he touched his chest with his left hand. Come forth, Kai willed, almost in a trance. Blue-tailed boa constrictor. His skin became hot suddenly, his blood boiling within him. There was a touch of redness on his face, and swirls of hot red air rose all around him. From afar, Kai's figure seemed to wave, like the space above fire. His eyes turned into narrow slits. A hiss resounded in Kai's mind, and an extremely lifelike tattoo of a snake appeared on his right arm. It coiled around there, its mouth reaching Kai's elbow, and its deep blue tail ending on the nail of his middle finger. Almost violet, Kai noticed. The color of poison. Then he concentrated on his glitch, Blood Devour. It had gone to hibernation, but the blood essence it had devoured could be used whenever he wanted. The abilities and the skills were always there with him, for him to be used, for him to kill. Activating skill Light Neurotoxin. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Light Neurotoxin. Grade, E. Specification, a toxin found in a rare species of boa constrictors. It needs to be injected into the prey's body for it to be at its deadliest potency. The moment it leaves the serpent's fangs, it becomes colorless, highly weakening and delaying its effects. Requirement, MP 10 points and HP 5 points, per drop. Attributes, not applicable. Effect, one drop of light neurotoxin is enough to kill an average adult contestant in 30 minutes, given the absence of any antivenom and outside interference. The effects vary in potency as the contestant's stats deviate from average. At its weakest, it can induce dizziness, confusion, hallucination, and rarely, damaged motor function. Kai loved it. The light neurotoxin was nothing compared to the body-mind melting poison he could use in his previous life. A tenth of a drop of that poison was enough to kill hundreds of ordinary people instantly. What Kai admired about light neurotoxin, given its lowest grade, was the weakened and delayed effect. It was a weak point at a glance. Not for those who know how to use it, Kai told himself. Suddenly, his colored nail extended, turning into a pointy needle. The snake tattoo felt wriggling on his arm, slithering on his fiery skin. An abrupt pain shot through Kai's hand as if someone was sucking out his blood. His eyes blurred for a moment and his MP and HP both decreased simultaneously. A violet drop of death shimmered against the fire in the hearth, like a polished gem. Kai held his nail over one mug and dropped it. But even before the drop could make a splash into the wine, it turned colorless. Drip. Kai used the skill again. One more drop in a different mug, and he was done. The tattoo vanished, and then the hotness ran off. His eye, you will bathe in this very wine tonight. Oh, it is to your taste, Kai laughed inwardly. Kai handed over a mug one by one to them. Arlen reluctantly nodded, tasting the wine, and Desmond and Sonia laughed. Shay took a small sip, and Mr. Beetle was drinking it like water. Only Simon waited longer than others. And then he too drank a mouthful, taking in the last sniff. Kai was the first to drink the wine, but the taste at the tip of his tongue was of something else. It was the taste of victory. Chapter 10, Traitor, 2. He fears me, Desmond said, his eyes glaring at Arlen's back. That's why he doesn't want me to be with him in the same carriage. Kai mutely listened, his face flushed from all the wine they had drunk. Arlen had divided them into two groups. Arlen, Shay, and Sonia would guard Mr. Beetle in one carriage. On the other, Desmond, Simon, and Kai would have all the brooms. Humph. Desmond snorted. We are doing it. Before taking the broomsticks to the air. What? Kai spat. This wasn't the plan. We agreed to blackmail Arlen and get some mission credits and items. That was then, this is now, Desmond said, his eyes blazing red. He is a wizard, Kai said sharply. No kind of ambush guarantees our victory. Don't forget my skill, Minor Soul Shaker, Desmond said. It's a charge-triggered skill. But he is the captain of guard. Your mission has nothing to do with what happens to Arlen. Or who the captain of guard is. Kai's eyes narrowed at Desmond's reply. You want me to hold back Simon, Kai said, guessing as much. I am not too sure about it. You are worthy enough, Desmond said, with an iron certainty. If you can escape the full might of a second floor's contestant, then you can easily resist a weaker opponent for some time, can't you? He had Kai then. If Kai were to say no, then Desmond would surely get to know Kai was lying about the shop's incident. So Kai nodded. He had to. Asterisk. Asterisk. Boom. 45 minutes into the journey, a sudden jerk jolted Kai, Desmond, and Simon. The horses seemed to have gone berserk. From afar, the sound of a boom came to their ears. But it was the ear-piercing voice that truly shook them up. Sonia. Desmond jumped out, kicking the carriage door open. Kai followed Desmond, with Simon behind him. Some dozens of meters away, Arlen was clutching his head. Blood was running down through his hand, dripping over the ground like a faulty tap. Half of his face was bloody, and in his right hand was the wand. Its tip pointed at the figure standing against him. Sonia was standing tall there. Her back was to the carriage, from which Shay's face could be seen, horrified beyond doubt. There were two black daggers in Sonia's hands, and a strip of paper was attached to their ends. Explosive kunais. Simon exclaimed. Red, help me. Throw the water can at the captain. Simon dashed towards Arlen, but Kai was upon him before that. He slid under him, tripping the one-eyed man, and before he knew what was happening, a knife was at Simon's throat. Of course, Kai never remained weaponless for long. What's the meaning of this? Simon asked, a terror on his face. Desmond, what have you done? Arlen and Sonia didn't look away from each other. Sonia's hands lifted, and she was just about to throw the kunais when a burst of mana came out of Arlen. Expelliarmus. A brilliant flash of scarlet light came out of the wand, almost blinding Kai. In the next moment, the two kunais were flying high in the air, and Sonia's hands got thrown outwards like dead branches. Suddenly, Desmond's eyes lit up with the brightest gold color. Ha ha ha. Arlen laughed madly. You too. Worms, do you think you two can take me on by just catching me off guard? You think I only know the disarming charm? Fools. You are right. They are. Kai's gaze spun towards the darkness beyond the first carriage. The moonlight wasn't as clear as it was yesterday, but he could see the figure. It walked towards them, juggling 3 explosive kunais in its hands. You've lost my gifts, Sonia, the man said. Arlen was shocked beyond belief. His hands were trembling in rage and a stream of fresh blood escaped out of the wound on his head. Traitors. He muttered. You fucking. Traitors. Kai saw a blurry hint of himself embedded in Arlen's lone figure. In his previous life, he too had gone through the same emotions. Desmond, Kai called out. Who is he? Ha ha. Desmond laughed, the terrifying gold in his eyes on the brink of bursting out. He is a friend. You just keep Simon in check. Or I will suffer the same fate as Arlen's. Kai knew what Desmond was implying. Now we aren't just 2, Sonia said, taking a step towards Arlen. The Order's contestant was the strongest of the 3. Sonia had already injured Arlen and had made him use a skill. Desmond could fire the minor soul shaker anytime. If not for a miracle, Arlen was a man destined to die. If, asterisk. Asterisk. A few hours before. And now, Arlen said, with a threatening tone, you will tell me what's the meaning of this. In the basement, Arlen unrolled the flaky piece, letting out its content in open. Under the light of dozens of oil lamps, the single word written over it shimmered with a yellow-orange glow. That word was Confringo. It is what it is, Kai shrugged. Don't play games with me, boy. Arlen fumed. His blue eyes had almost become black, darkened by the abundant lamplight behind him. It is a powerful spell. Who told you about it? No one told me, Captain, Kai said. He snatched the paper, tore it, and threw it into a lamp. The parchment became ash in no seconds. It was used against me. Ha ha. Arlen let out a roaring laugh, but never took his eyes off Kai. Used against you, you say? Am I talking to a ghost, then? He doesn't think I can survive, Kai thought. And why should he? I would be dead if it wasn't for my glitch. A witch from the Order used the skill, Kai said. A long sword appeared in his hands, not before the appearance of the wand in Arlen's hands. The captain of guard took a step back, like a beast about to lunge on its prey. Kai ignored him. There were 2 others with her. I got this from the contestant of the first floor after killing him. You killed a first floor's contestant? Arlen asked, his voice full of doubts. But the longsword was proof even he couldn't deny. The longsword disappeared back to his inventory and Kai took a seat on the empty stool Sonia had left behind. You see, Captain, I have 2 elementary abilities, Kai admitted. It must have shocked Arlen because the man's mouth opened to say something, but no words came out. He wasn't as strong as Simon, I can tell. But there was a newbie with him. Then Kai briefly told him all about the ambush. When the witch came downstairs, she was already injured, Kai said, adding some lies. If I wasn't already running for the door, the spell could have hit me. Let's cut to the chase, Captain. You already know what I am trying to say. Desmond. Arlen gritted out. Yes. Kai nodded. But he isn't the mastermind. That shocked Arlen. What do you mean? Sonia's the one who had set up that meeting, Kai said. But something went wrong between that witch and Desmond. Something, I don't know. What if it was I who had contacted the Order's contestants? Arlen asked, his shoulders relaxing for the first time. I asked myself that, Kai said. After killing me and Desmond, you would have to kill Sonia too. You know it. It would have cost you 2 powerful guards and a meat shield. And for what? I refuse to believe there isn't a contestant of your caliber among the enemies. Why would he or she give up on the mission for just the 3 of us? No, Captain, you couldn't have been in cahoots with the enemy. Because you had nothing to gain, and everything to lose. Kai's reasoning was so flawless that even Arlen hadn't thought from this angle. An awkward silence took over their conversation then. Why are you telling me all this? Arlen asked warily. Desmond and Sonia's plan is flawless. Unlike you, they both have everything to gain and nothing to lose, Kai said. I can only guess, but I believe it was Sonia who meant to go with me to the shop. But you paired her with Shay. And whoever newbie had gone to the shop was destined to be sacrificed as a token of Sonia's goodwill. But you would have gone mad if Shay had gone missing. So Desmond used me. If I am being honest, I feel a little offended. Humph. Arlen snorted at the mention of Shay. But he didn't deny it was truly so. It still doesn't explain why you are helping me. You could have easily helped Desmond and Sonia too. If I had helped them, Kai said, shrugging, what would I have got in return? With them I have nothing to lose and nothing to gain. And I don't like it one bit. Not at all. Thank you very much. Arlen and Kai looked into each other's eyes. Good thing I still have your proof letter, Arlen said, at last. Otherwise, I would have thought you weren't a newbie. Go on. Tell me what you want, then. A side mission, all kills, and loot. Kai listed. Loot. Kai replied with an evil grin on his face. Asterisk. Asterisk. Presently. Sonia's stride turned into a dash. But she hadn't even taken the third step when she stumbled, falling on the ground, rolling and tumbling. The gold in Desmond's eyes also dimmed when his knees buckled and he shook his head as if he couldn't see clearly anymore. What's happening? The orders contestant asked, taking a step back. What magic is this? Arlen had already made a run towards him. My head, Sonia said, struggling to even raise her hands. My. The brilliant gold in Desmond's eyes became sick yellow. He had managed to remain standing, but his knees were still shaking as if they were made of paper. Then terror struck Desmond as he snapped his head towards Kai. But Kai wasn't there anymore. Nor was Simon. Power. Kai hissed, standing behind Desmond, in his shadow. It had become enough a reason for me to betray. A scalding hot air blurred Kai's figure. His skin had a hot pinkish color, and his eyes were two narrow slits. Elementary snake instinct. Some betrayals bring more power than others, Kai hissed, a long sword appearing in his hand. And some powers are sweeter than others. Kai hacked the long sword at Desmond's neck. Blood showered, a deep gash appearing at Desmond's neck. The power behind the slash wasn't enough to behead him. Desmond fell, his hands motionless, and his eyes lost and confused. Kai brought down the long sword again, blood covering his body. The small red dots became a brilliant work of art on his handsome face. The long sword struck again. Desmond's head separated from his body, the yellow in his open eyes still disappearing. You have killed one chaos contestant. But. Kai mumbled, remembering a spear-wielded black-eyed man. Nothing is as sweet as a well-planned revenge. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked a title. Title, Traitor. Specification, kill 10 chaos contestants collectively. The contestant must be from the same or higher floor than yours. Status, February 10th. Effect, Correspondence +2, Worth. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. From the massive 5 points drop in worth, one could tell that killing the contestants of same system was heavily frowned upon, even in the eyes of chaos and order. Kai, though, could afford it easily. Boom. From the other side, a booming sound followed a scarlet flash. No 000000000. A man's scream. Kai stepped towards Sonia, ignoring Arlen's fight. Desmond's head, after rolling down the road, had stopped just under Sonia's eyes. There was a twitch in her body, but she couldn't move. Her eyes were red, and tears were rolling out. How? A mere whisper came out of her mouth. Poison. Kai told her what he had told Arlen. It was impossible for you two to not take advantage of this chance. Arlen certainly couldn't fight with more than 2 contestants of your level. So I helped him. Desmond didn't know, but I had taken a potion out of the shop's shelf. This was the same lie he had told Arlen, too. Otherwise, he had no justification for the poison. It isn't something great, Kai continued. Its effects are delayed and weak. Just enough for you two to lose your bearings and give me and Arlen a chance. How? Same question, different meaning. How did you never get to feel the danger? Kai completed her question. I asked myself what causes dizziness, confusion, and weakness, but nobody minds it one bit. Wine. A lot of wine. You never question yourself why Arlen sent Simon for surveillance when it is clear I who has the greatest charisma. The question must have struck her hard. Kai had a greater chance to get information out of characters than Simon. Yet, none thought about it, because everyone knew Arlen hated Kai. After their return from the basement, everything was a ruse. The jests, the mockery, and the obvious expressions. Kai and Arlen didn't even need to plan for it. They both were natural, as Kai had found out. Kai caressed Sonia's hair. They were smooth, roughened from the wind, but smooth. So, he had to grip them tightly. Kai banged her head right on top of Desmond's legacy. Do you know why this is happening? Kai asked. Another bang. You can still think, right? Kai whispered. A crunch. You should know, shouldn't you? For Desmond's sake. Kai suggested. Something broke and fell off Sonia's face. Okay. Kai gave up. It was her teeth. Pawn. Kai sighed. The bangs had turned into muzzled squishes. You shouldn't have. Kai had to catch his breath. She was already dead. You shouldn't have used me as a pawn. You have killed one Chaos contestant. Side mission, assist Thunder Faction's Captain of Guard in killing the traitors. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 100 mission credits. Chapter 11, Fighting Magical Beasts, Hippogriffs. 1. Kai looked back. In the carriage, Shay's face was so low that only the top of her head was visible. Behind her was Simon, whom Arlen had already won over before starting the journey. Now, the one-eyed man was smiling at him creepily. Arlen walked up to Kai, dragging a person and ignoring the bloody mess Red had caused. The man, who had a long nose and broken lips, shuddered seeing Sonia's state. One of his legs was twisted, and his hands were bleeding. No, the man cried. Kill me, you kill me first. Be quick about it, Arlen said, throwing the man at Kai's feet. The officials will come soon. We should have already gone by now. Kai took out the long sword and buried it in the man's heart. A jerk and twist of the hilt did the rest. You have killed one Orders contestant. Your title status is updated. Title, Murderer. Specification, kill 10 contestants in a single random world. The contestants must be from the same or higher floor than yours. Status, June 10th. Effect, Perception +2, Worth +. A treasure chest hologram appeared over the body just like the witch's, followed by the same notification. Kai had already played it safe last time. As he wanted himself to be familiar with the process, he opted for the random item. A hologram key appeared out of nowhere. With a click, it opened the treasure chest, and then both the treasure chest and the key vanished. Kai waited for a few seconds, and then his face became ugly. Nothing. Motherf. It's already in your inventory. Simon approached Kai, crouched and began examining Sonia's face. What a waste. Anyway, the systems are fair like that. Your loot, your choice. No one can know what you obtained that way. With a thought, Kai checked his inventory, and, sure enough, there was an explosive kunai within it. You must have got those explosive kunais, Simon said, his single eye peering into Kai. That man had many. So you must have got like 3 to 5 of them, right? Kai only smiled in return. The number of curses he had said in mind was a different matter. What are you two doing? Arlen asked, holding the 3 brooms. Simon, go bring Mr. Beetle. Captain, Kai said. Leave 1 broom here. When officials would come, they would think these 3 had been fighting over the broom. Also, unlike this Order's contestant, Desmond and Sonia's bodies matched the bodies from the shop. They would have to relate the 2 events. It should give us some headway. Arlen's mind shook. Simon, who was walking away, suddenly paused. He turned around and planted his one eye on Kai. And I thought you were just crazy, butchering them like that. Kai shrugged. Doing extensive calculations before conducting experiments was as deep a part of his life as killing. Never had he taken a life, or butchered someone, without a purpose behind it. So why must he explain himself to anyone now? Arlen ditched 1 broomstick between the corpses. Mr. Beetle will sit between us on a single broom, he said. Simon and Shay will ride on the other. Shay was standing as far from Kai as it was possible. Arlen didn't even hide how much this had pleased him. The smile on his face never vanished, even after standing over the broom. Are you ready? Arlen asked, but it wasn't much of a question. A sudden gust hit Kai's face, and they were already flying. Asterisk. Asterisk. 150 minutes later. What happened there? A voice asked, bringing Kai's wandering thoughts to reality. What happened there? Tell me. They were flying over the lowest layer of clouds. If they had the luxury of finding them on their route. Simon and Shay, riding just behind their broom, weren't half as good as Arlen in controlling the broomstick. They were only 2, but even then, it had become hard for them to keep up. Simon again smiled at him when Kai looked behind. Why does he smile so much? Kai asked himself, rubbing his misty eyes because of the wind. It was chilly and painful, but they were thankful that they hadn't come to face any thunderstorm. In front of them now towered high and low hills, undulating like sand mounds of the desert. Just more colorful. Kai could feel a hint of mana around him. Whatever lay ahead was covered for ordinary eyes to see. Arlen stirred the broomstick into the unseen mana layer. The moment they entered, the moonlight seemed to intensify. The hills become mountains, and the lands become valleys. A thick smell of danger challenged Kai's nostrils. Arlen must have sensed it too. He brought the broomstick as high as he could go. Oh! Mr. Beetle, stuffed between Kai and Arlen, exclaimed. Why have you come here? Their hearts gave out on the spot. Arlen's face had become like a rotten onion. My lord. He asked, do you know where are we? The 4 contestants waited with bated breath. The wizard, meanwhile, gave his long beard 2 powerful strokes. Yes, yes. Mr. Beetle mumbled. I remember. Where? The contestants asked simultaneously. The Hidden Moor Hills. The breeding grounds of the hippogriffs. It was obvious that the information Shay had collected from the books wasn't complete. When Kai looked over in her direction, she was already crying. Going back wasn't an option, either. It would cost them double the amount. Moreover, if someone was monitoring the grounds, then it was easier to pick up small disturbances in the magical field surrounding the hills that happened twice at the same place and around the same time. How much time would it take to cross it? Arlen shouted over the wind. At our fastest. Shay thought, rubbing her eyes. We will be out of its boundaries in 12 to 15 minutes. Simon. Arlen gave the one-eyed man a look. If we get separated, you know what to do. Simon nodded. Let's go then, Arlen shouted. And the wind stirred. The sudden acceleration made Kai almost lose his grip on the staff. The wind went into his mouth, blasting his cheeks. Everything blurred around him, and it felt like someone was pulling his long hair from behind. Arlen was losing height as the broomstick became faster. The lower they went, the faster it became. Cry. Damn it. Damn it. Arlen cursed, blabbering whatever was coming to his mind. These broomsticks had no variable function. They couldn't add their mana to it to make it fly faster. The advantage? It didn't need a single MP to maintain its height or speed. Mr. Beetle had become a round ball between them, tucking in his hands and head. Cry. It felt close. Almost on their back. Kai spun his head backward, his eyes moving up. There it was. A hippogriff. The moonlight failed to hide the color of its feathers. Deep marbled brown, and patches of white and black on the belly. It had the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, but the front legs, wings, and head of an eagle, with cruel, steel-colored beak and large, brilliantly orange eyes. The talons on its front legs were half a foot long and deadly looking. It cried again, flapping its mighty wings. A loud piping call, waking the entire forest from its deep slumber. Captain. Kai shouted at the top of his lungs. It's coming. The hippogriff dived and, in an instant, it was upon them. Arlen jolted the broomstick, spinning it completely like a screw, making the magical beast miss its target. The beast let out a deafening cry. When the broomstick returned to its normal state, Mr. Beetle's head came out like a turtle and he peered at the beast. It made a round turn and was flying up, gaining distance with every flap of its wings. Captain, Kai said, the broomstick gaining speed, but not fast enough. Can we store corpses of the magical beasts in our inventory? Of course. Why not? Arlen replied, not thinking about what he was saying. But then it must have struck him like a bolt of lightning, for he thundered like never before. Red. Have you gone insane? The broomstick carried Arlen's anger like a current. You just have to swoop down and catch me from falling, Kai shouted back, ignoring everything else. I can take care of the rest. But Arlen was having none of it. The broomstick hadn't stopped its crazed rush. 8 more minutes, and they would be out of these hills. No. Arlen roared. If you want to die so badly, then jump off. I don't care. Just don't expect me to come for you. 1 drop of potion, Kai said, smiling slyly. For you to catch me after I am done with it. Arlen had gone so silent, tasting those words, that they could hear Mr. Beetle's snores then. The wizard had dozed off, feeling pleasingly warm between Kai and Arlen. 10, Arlen finally said. I want 10. 1. Kai feigned reluctance. I only have 3 of them left. Then give me all of them, Arlen said. Deal. Kai said, fearing Arlen would realize what was going on. Kai's fear was genuine. Arlen's wind-battered face became as ugly as a hag when he found out Kai had ripped him off. Before he could cancel the deal, though, the broom suddenly became light. Kai had already jumped off. Hands and legs outstretched and bent, Kai looked at the magical beast rushing towards him. It wasn't as fast as its dive from above, but it was gaining speed. Whenever it flapped, it generated a tremendous force, blasting away the surrounding wind. Sound seemed to vanish then. Kai knew he would have to survive that massive bite first, as the creature would lunge at him with both its beak and huge talons. There was no other way. Arlen would have never agreed to bring Broomstick near the beast. Not when Mr. Beetle was with him. Come forth. Kai called out. The blue-tailed boa constrictor reappeared on his arm. The wind blew away the rising hot air around Kai instantly. 100 meters. 40 meters. 10, just when Kai saw murder and rage written in the magical beast's eyes, his eyes narrowed, becoming slits instantly. Elementary snake instinct. The beast cried a call of fury. A last flap of the wings, and it snapped its beak at Kai's reddish figure. Its talons seemed to replace the world, coming from left and right. There was no escaping it now. The snake slithered then. Like a rope bending upon being punched, Kai's spine bent as he twisted himself. A talon ripped his chest, taking away a big piece of flesh, but the rest of his body slid down as if he was slippering on oiled steel. Elementary Snake Instinct, proficiency 13%, plus 3%. Elementary Slither Footsteps, proficiency 45%, plus 5%. Kai hit its feathered head with a thud, and as he tumbled down, he also looked into its eyes. Round and big, red veins surrounding its orange pupils like a web. Then Kai was on its back. His hands caught the feathers, gripping them like his life was depending on them. He saw the stats hovering over the beast then. Magical Beast, Hippogriff. Grade, E. Type, Steel, Flying. HP. MP. SP. Attributes. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Abilities. 1. Advanced Flying Maneuver. 2. Elementary Far Sight. Skills. 1. Talon Prison, Grade E+. 2. Griffin Bite, Grade E-. The hippogriff let out a cry and its rage doubled, being mocked by a puny target. It thrashed its wings, rolling and maneuvering in the air, trying to throw Kai off its back. But Kai's grip only tightened with passing seconds. Cry. This wasn't a cry of challenge, Kai observed. It's calling for others. The entire hills woke up. Hundreds, thousands, or maybe even more animals cried. Calls were being passed and the hidden more hills became a death zone suddenly. A red-black mass rose from behind many hills like a black sun. Kai saw them, and they were coming. Scores of hippogriffs, crying out loud, the sound of their flapping wings tearing through the night. Time was running out. Chapter 12, Fighting Magical Beasts, Hippogriffs. 2. A deadly feeling rose in Kai's heart, the sense of urgency shooting through the roof. Even if the longsword could have made any difference, he couldn't use it. Not when lifting one finger would make him lose his grip over its hippogriff's feathers. But there was one thing which neither needed him to let go of his grip nor considered the beast's outrageous stats that made the longsword useless. Poison. The beast must have sensed the hotness on its back, for it looked back towards Kai with its orange pupils. It saw two shimmering gold-and-silver slits looking back, the moonlight playing games of myriad colors. Activating Skill Light Neurotoxin. Time limit, 30 seconds. Kai's middle finger curled, pressing into the leathery flesh of the beast. The toxin needed to be injected into the prey's body for it to be at its deadliest potency. Like a syringe, the violet-colored nail extended, entering the beast's flesh with almost no resistance. What happened next was instantaneous. Kai's face paled. The beast turned around but its wings had become lifeless. Its mouth parted to cry, but no sound came out. Its legs, donning the steel-like talons, dangled motionlessly. 5 drops of light neurotoxin, at its maximum potency, brought a result Kai couldn't have hoped for. In the first few seconds, the beast became a statue, and when it had lost half the height, it was a corpse. Kai's mind was numb, vision abandoning him as he saw his HP and MP points reducing to a dangerous level. The demon wasn't a stranger to this condition of his body. In his previous life, he had almost constantly remained half-dead. So, even though he wasn't in a state of doing anything else, he still took out the longsword. Now that the magical beast was dead, Kai had no fear of losing his grip. Slithering around the magical beast as they fell, Kai hacked with all his might at the hippogriff's front legs many times as if he was cutting down huge trees. Then, as the legs separated the body with a blood squelch, Kai stored them into his inventory. Almost at the same time, Arlen grabbed him from behind and threw him on the broomstick. Mr. Beetle wasn't with him anymore. Arlen turned around and gave Kai a look, his face as emotionless as a stone. The stone cracked then. Kai and Arlen shared a devious smile. "That better be worth it, Red," Arlen said, the thrilling smile still lingering on his lips. "That better be worth it." Cry. Kai didn't want to, but he did. He turned his head to look at the death's hand. A great herd of hippogriffs was swarming towards them. The depressions within the swarm made it look like thin long fingers, uncurling, and reaching out for the two of them. Kai could see their talons. The way they reflected light, he felt as if they were real steel. Their wingspan seemed to have no end and their numbers blanketed the moon and stars, moonlight struggling to seep from the gaps between their feathers. Fuck. Kai cursed. That's all he could do for now. When he looked away from the sight, he finally gave some attention to the dull gray notification. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked a title. Title, Poacher. Specification, kill 10 magical beasts collectively. The magical beast's grade must be equal to or higher than contestant's equivalent floor number. Status, January 10th. Effect, Agility +1, Perception +1, Charisma. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. You can never have too much of perception, Kai told himself. It took him time, but now he was understanding which stats mattered more than others. CRYYYYYYYYYYYY. This was almost in his ears. Kai looked over his shoulder. There it was, the fastest of the flock. He could only see its talons first, black, and as cold as frozen steel. I can't survive this one, Kai reflected. The magical beast was gaining distance, its wings appearing and disappearing with every flap. Kai had to do something, and he had to do it now. He traced his inventory and took out the newest item. The black blade shimmered under the little moonlight falling over it. It was sharper than his long sword. The strip of paper attached to it had strange diagrams. Kai didn't understand any of it. But this was item, items had stats. Item, explosive kunai. Grade, common. Specification, explosive kunai of a rogue ninja. Requirement, perception 11, breath. Attributes, base damage 20 points, maximum 60 points. Skill, condensed explosion. Skill effect. 1. Consume SP and detonate in target's proximity. 2. Explosion's intensity depends on SP supplied. 3. Plus 10 points to base damage with every 10 SP supplied. Quality, 80%. If I had more of these, Kai shuddered, thinking about the damage he could do. CRYYYYYYY. The cry was almost a challenge. Kai found the mighty beast just behind him, eyeing him with its deadly red pupils. One more flap and it would use its Talon prison skill, Kai knew. Kai brought his legs up and sat on the broomstick with his back touching Arlen's back. What are you waiting for? Arlen asked, shouting out his lungs. Throw it. A heavy, nauseating feeling welled up inside Kai. The SP bar dropped. Now, he was truly dying. His HP was low, MP was dwindling, and SP was almost there and not there. A sudden spark appeared on the kunai's paper strip, and it caught fire. This. Kai knew he must throw the kunai then. But the moment he aimed at the magical beast, it lost height. Kai suddenly aimed low, but then it went sideways. No matter what Kai did, the magical beast never stayed in one place. The paper strip was half burned. Oh, for fuck's sake. Arlen shouted, his voice full of anger. He shoved Kai sideways, and the wand appeared in his hand. A powerful burst of mana surrounded the broomstick suddenly. Kai's ears rumbled when Arlen shouted out the incantation. Petrificus totalis. Something flashed by Kai's sight. Like an unseen intention, it rushed out of Arlen's wand and hit the swift magical beast. For a moment, a tiny instant, Kai felt as if the enormous bird had become stone. Now. Arlen roared. The beast fell, but its petrified wings had almost come back to life. The bird was so close to them that Kai could see its eyes. They were moving up and down. Kai shivered. It was now or never. The knife flew through the air like a missile. 3 more adult hippogriffs had caught up with them by then. Just as they were passing by the petrified magical beast, the kunai exploded. Boom. The shockwave hit Kai's face almost instantly. He saw 2 of the magical beasts falling down, rolling round and round. Their feathers were on fire, and loud cries were escaping their mouths. They aren't dead, Kai thought, noticing the absence of notification. But they are only 2. Defying logic, 2 of the 4 blasted beasts flew through the fire globe in the air. In the moonlight, Kai could see their brown feathers were covered in blood. Just behind them followed a great host of hippogriffs. The fiery globe of explosion failed to stop even a single one. How long, Arlen? Kai asked. How much longer? 2 minutes. That's all Kai heard. Somehow, that was enough. We won't make it, Kai told himself. Not in 2 minutes. More and more magical beasts were coming from around them. Come then, Kai said, but it was not the words that came out. It was the long sword. It only gave him a boost of 1 in strength, and somehow, Kai squeezed a drop of courage out of it too. Come, Kai said, pointing the long sword at the hippogriffs. The beasts let out a cry and then shut their mouths, raising their talons to use the skill together. Come. Kai smiled, feeling the world compressing around him. And suddenly, the compression disappeared as if it was just imagination. Kai saw the strangest beautiful sight then. Hundreds of magical beasts were pounding on an unseen wall like darts. Something was keeping them off from crossing that boundary in space. Kai twisted his neck and looked back. And found Arlen looking right at him. The broomstick had almost slowed down, and the captain was smiling, laughing, his blue eyes shimmering with unparalleled delight. You lied about 2 minutes. Kai asked. Now, that's truly worth it, Arlen said, pointing at Kai's mortified expression. Next time, think twice before ripping me off, boy. Kai would never give this blue-eyed bastard the satisfaction of making a fool of him. He, too, let out a foolish and sly grin, sending the long sword back into the inventory. Oh, it was worth it, right? Kai playfully said, turning around and sitting properly. You don't need the poison drops then. Humph. Arlen snorted, but the victorious smile on his face didn't vanish. You better sit tight, Red. I would not come for you this time if you fell. Asterisk. Asterisk. They had lit a small fire when Kai and Arlen touched the ground. Kai saw Simon pulling a few rogue twigs out of the broomstick. Shay was tending to the fire, adding lean, dry wooden sticks now and then. Mr. Beetle had a thick book in his right hand. And the stray tongues of fire were making the illustrations wave. Kai sat down, leaning against a rock when Arlen brought a plate of meat and eggs to him. Only then Kai realized how hungry he was. Eat, Arlen said, placing the plate in front of him. Your little adventure has cost us 30 minutes, boy. And I would like to have my drops first before continuing the journey. A vial appeared in Arlen's hands. He threw it at Kai, who caught it midair and saw the stats hovering above it. Item, storage vial. Grade, not applicable. Specification, capacity 50 milliliters. Requirement, miscellaneous rent box. Attributes, can easily store most liquids, solids, not exceeding capacity, and living organisms. Skill, not applicable. Effect, preserve freshness, prevent aging. Quality, 100%. Kai put the drops in it and returned the vial. Miscellin. Ren. Box, he asked, immediately stuffing his mouth with food. If it weren't for Mr. Beetle's unexpected bowel movements, they would have already gone by now. There are many things in the random worlds that can't be outrightly stored in inventory, Arlen told him. Like a herb which isn't an item. So you can use a vial to store it in the inventory. Before teleportation to the random worlds, you can rent it through the system using mission credits. Without the MRB, you cannot bring non-item things into the random worlds. Like food, clothes, and books. They all need to be in the box for them to get teleported along with you. Simon joined them. It will block a fixed volume of your inventory, he said. You cannot use that space then, even if the box has nothing in it. Of course, there are things in the random worlds without stats, but you still can't store them in the MRB. Kai nodded. Then he saw Mr. Beetle pulling up his pants with one hand and clutching the book with another. After they were done with food, Shay brought a kettle and poured them a last cup of herbal tea. When she neared Kai, a faint blush came to her face. Shay had also brought a few books with her, and among them was a book with a hard black cover. Kai had taken a book with a hard black cover from Shay's personal collection for a light reading. Captain, you revealed the plan to Desmond and Sonia, Kai said, closing the book. They would have already told Order's contestant of it before coming back with carriages. Was that your intention all along? Yes, Arlen answered, taking his eyes off the wizard. Better to fight on the grounds of our choice than run into an ambush elsewhere. Arlen didn't wait for any longer after the brief tea session. Asterisk. Asterisk. After a few hours, Kai smelled the salt in the air. The stars had all but gone, leaving a persistent few behind. It wasn't sunrise yet, but the surroundings had brightened up, from black to a muddy dark blue. Good morning, Simon said, looking at Kai. He was seated behind Shay. Shay was worried about you the entire time. No, I wasn't. Shay became pale, hearing the tease. Humph. Arlen grunted, his eyes darting around, looking at the sea, and back at the land. What's so good about the morning? Can't you feel it? Too silent, Kai said, noticing what Arlen had meant. Not bad for your intelligence, Red, Arlen said, mockingly. I can feel it. They are already here. The sun will rise in half an hour, Simon said, looking at the sky. Yes, Arlen agreed. I mean to be on land before we see the first ray of sun. Swish. A little push and the broomsticks got fired towards the sea like bullets. They were just passing over a tiny island when suddenly the sound of a twister came up to them. Kai saw 1, 2, 3. 5 stern-faced people were flying towards them, each having broomsticks of their own. Arlen must have sensed them too, for he dived and brought the broomstick to just above the sea's high waves. I am leaving it to you. Arlen shouted, Simon. Chapter 13, Attack of the Order, Official Wizards. 1. The formation of their attackers made no sense to Kai. Of the 5 pursuers, the 2 broomsticks in the front were flying quite a bit faster. Both riders were wearing long coats and had a hat over their heads. Formal wares. Kai guessed, and then it hit him. They are official wizards. Kai had asked Arlen why the so-called Wizards' Council would hunt Mr. Beetle. Wizards or men, Arlen had told him, all fear something they don't understand. Stop, one wizard shouted. turn around and land on the island. Otherwise, don't blame us for not showing any mercy. Red. Arlen shouted. Be prepared for a sneak attack. Kai nodded. But it wasn't the sneaky ones they should have worried about, Kai found out soon enough. The second official wizard didn't give any warning. He flicked the wand, and Kai felt as if a train was coming at him. The very air rumbled as Arlen twisted the broomstick to dodge. What was that? Kai thought, his heart dreading that tremor. Simon. Arlen glared at Simon. If not now, then when? Kai saw a shocking scene then. The broomsticks were flying at their top speed, but Simon, sitting behind Shay now, stood up. If it weren't for his hunched back, there couldn't be something straighter than him. The wind failed to stir anything other than Simon's robes. Then Simon danced. Kai had never seen someone being so graceful before. Kai saw Simon looking at the water. Then Simon's hands shot out like the snap of a bowstring. Tensed first, but thunderous afterward. They were flying low enough for Kai's toes to feel the wet chill in the sea. The two wizards had their wands out to fire those blasts again. Suddenly, something shot out of the sea. They were surrounded by so much water and foaming waves that Kai couldn't see it. It was fast. And it was powerful. Bang. One wizard had almost got thrown off the broomstick. He would have fallen if it weren't for him clutching the broomstick at the last moment using one hand. The second wizard's broomstick lost balance completely, the twigs at its end blasting into pieces. Simon's dance wasn't over yet. He slouched, his hands going downwards, and then he stood up, his hands shooting up like bullets. Bullets. Kai saw them this time. They were water bullets. Tiny globules of water. No larger than a mouthful. No wonder I couldn't see them before, Kai thought. At such a level, it's hard to distinguish them from the thrashing waves. The wizard, dangling on the broom with one hand, must have seen them too. He flicked his wand, blasting the water bullet away. The other wasn't as fortunate, though. His broomstick was going round and round, like a dead bird falling from the sky. The second water bullet hit right in his face. Kai saw a shower of blood, and then the wizard fell. But before the sea could claim his body, he disappeared. Kai could have sworn he heard a sound, like a crack of a whip. But it might as well have something else. He wasn't sure. Peter, the first wizard roared, eyeing the drowning broom. The sea claimed it instantaneously. The three others, flying a considerable distance behind the official wizards, must have realized what was happening. They rushed their brooms towards the wizard. Simon's hand had again gone down, his feet twisting on the wooden staff as if it was a floor. The wizard aimed the wand, and suddenly, Simon's broom shook. At such a speed, that slight shake was enough to send the inexperienced Shay tumbling down on the waters. Simon broke his graceful dance and lunged at Shay's outstretched hands. Arlen had to turn around to face the wizard. Otherwise, it meant death for both Simon and Shay. Expelliarmus. Arlen flung his wand hand at the wizard. The wizard had already found his balance by then. Kai gaped, seeing the spell that had thrown Sonia's hands getting thwarted by just a flick of the wizard's wand. This. Kai could scarcely believe it. It's like we are children in front of him. The wizard gave Arlen a scornful look before shouting the same words. Expelliarmus. Kai had thought Arlen would lose his wand, then. What happened, though, was even more unbelievable. Arlen, along with his wand, got blasted off the broomstick. Kai lunged and caught Arlen's foot. But then, they were completely open to the wizard's magic. The wizard again pointed the wand, but something hit him from behind. Bang. It hit again. Then once more. Bullets after water bullets surrounded him from all sides, hitting his vital areas. Kai saw madness had overtaken Simon. The dance, though, hadn't disgraced its charm. The wizard had to take the broomstick up, but the bullets followed until they couldn't see him anymore. What's this skill? Kai asked himself. How can he use so many of them? Simon. Arlen called out, taking control of the broomstick, his face bloody. They are coming. Let's go. Simon nodded. He dragged the drenched Shay and brought the broomstick to its maximum speed. The three orders contestants were just on their tail. There were two women among them. In the lead was a man, short of height but lean. He could have been bald, if not for his long braided ponytail. For a mustache, he had two whiskers, and a streamlined, thread-like long beard. All his hair seemed to run away from him as his broomstick cut through the wind. The woman on his right had a round face and saggy breasts. Kai could even see her nipples through the wet clothing over her. They were that close. There was one another, but Kai couldn't see her face. She was on Simon and Shay's tail. It was she who attacked first. Kai saw her taking out a gun, like the one he had read about in the archives during his previous life. It was short, one-handed, but her hands were steady. Bang. Captain. Kai shouted. This one is a newbie. Kai gestured towards the woman with the saggy breasts. No weapon, her flight was shaky, and there was nervousness on her face. The ability to smell fear had become an instinct for Kai. Arlen must have realized what Kai was implying. Their broomstick was like a bullet, air sizzling about it, but then, it stopped. The sudden break would have thrown Kai off the broom if he wasn't expecting it. The two contestants behind Kai, though, weren't. Kai threw himself off backward. The men realized what was happening, but his momentum was too great. He stirred the broom towards the newbie woman, trying to huddle together. Kai smirked. "Hey, weirdo," he shouted over the waves. "Wanna play catch?" It appeared then. Two enormous legs, with half a feet-long talons, appeared out of the blue, separating the men from the woman like a blanket. The long sword appeared in Kai's hands, and the newbie's broomstick did the rest. It brought her to him. The woman couldn't even turn it before the steel kissed her. The power behind the slash was so great that it cut her open from neck to waist. The sea tasted the blood. Kai touched the corner of the hippogriff's legs, sending it and the long sword back to the inventory. The execution was so perfect, and fast, that the woman firing at Simon and Shay hadn't even noticed. Arlen made a quick roundabout, and Kai caught the broom's wooden staff just over the bristles. The braided leader had been so shocked that he even forgot to chase them. He looked to his right, but the woman had gone. The sea had claimed her broomstick, the blood indistinguishable from the dark waters under them. Kai grinned vilely. He looked at the men and gave him a middle finger. "You have killed one Order's contestant. Your title status is updated. Title, Murderer. Specification, kill 10 contestants in a single random world. The contestants must be from the same or higher floor than yours. Status, July 10th. Effect, Perception +2, Worth +3 more, Kai thought. He looked at the men and the woman. 3 more. Kai pulled himself, slowly but surely. Behind him, the men had put the foot on the paddle, his broomstick shaking along with him in rage as he chased. Bang. Kai's ears rang. This bullet had come for him, he realized. The woman had given up on Simon and Shay, and now she was joining the men in the pursuit. Arlen took out his wand and aimed at the gun, but the woman flew away almost instantaneously. Kai realized Arlen hadn't intended to use the spell either way. He was just creating distance between them. The chase lasted for the entire length of the sea, but the men and woman didn't catch them. And except for the occasional sound of the gun going off, there wasn't anything to hear. When the first ray of sun hit Kai's face, even the sun had gone silent. A bad feeling hit Kai then. Something's wrong, he thought. They aren't trying hard enough. Arlen. Kai shouted. Sit tight. Arlen spat back. The sudden brown and green brought Kai's thought to present. First, it was a line, and as they flew closer, it became cliffs. The sea water rampaging high rocks with endless anger and defiance. Soon, they crossed the sea. The danger gave no sign before it hit them. Boom. Kai instinctively wrapped his arms around Mr. Beetle. It also seemed like Kai had been dearly waiting for something like that to happen. They rolled, the rocks drumming on Kai's back. The lower end of the broken broom fell just by his side. Kai lifted his neck, and then, he saw him. The man who had disappeared with a cracking sound. The official wizard, Peter. Kai's hand slipped when he pushed against the ground. There was wetness on the rocks, moss and small puddles of water. He could feel it, smell it, and touch it, the decisive moment. Kai struggled to stand up, his eyes never leaving the official wizard. Peter's face was swollen, beyond the humanely describable terms. His left eyes couldn't be seen anymore under the protruded black-blue flesh. Traces of blood still lingered at the corner of his lips, and his wand hand trembled with every step he took towards them. Thump. Kai hid Mr. Beetle behind him as he heard another crash. Simon and Shay's broom exploded mid-air, throwing them off on the rocks. His eyes found Arlen then. The blue-haired captain was standing on his feet too, his wand out and open. Peter, the second wizard, landed beside Peter, his wand giving out a trail of smoke. Are you all right? Kai knew they were in trouble then. Arlen's change in route had managed to injure 2 official wizards, but they weren't dead. Kai took out the long sword. Yes. Peter nodded. You sure took your time, Dickon. Arlen, Simon, and Shay approached Kai. Arlen was still okay, but Simon could scarcely even walk. His left leg was broken, the white bone splintered and beaming out of the flesh. Shay supported him as they grouped around Mr. Beetle. He wouldn't be dancing anytime soon, Kai thought dismayingly. The 2 Orders contestants caught up with the 2 parties facing each other. They got off their brooms behind the officials and scampered towards them. I told you, Dickon commented, showing displeasure. We are just recruits. It would have been wise to bring more force. Wiser, yet, for a veteran to accompany us. Let me take out my badge. Dickon reached out to the in-pocket of his doublet. Arlen broke into a sudden dash of madness then. Kai was at Arlen's tail, running zigzag, hiding from Peter's eyesight. Peter let out a murderous grin, but just as he was about to use the spell, a water bullet hit the back of his head. You! He roared, stumbling to find the balance. Petrificus totalis. Arlen shouted, his face becoming paler than the vanishing dark of the sky. Dickon couldn't react in time and stiffened. Kai jumped over Arlen and slashed at the wizard. The steel had almost touched Dickon's neck when he heard the rumbling incantation. Incarcerus. Kai got flung by what seemed like thick ropes. They wrapped around him, entangling his arms and legs. He didn't hear the words again. But, in the next moment, he found Arlen blown away, too. Damn it. Kai cursed, trying to bring the long sword edge to the ropes. That's it. Peter grumbled. Kai saw Peter shooting a glance at Simon, who was now lying on the ground. The official wizard came towards Kai then, the other half of his face also turning blue in rage. I gave you a chance, Peter said, pointing the wand at Kai. Kai's mind shook, his perception screaming high. He saw Peter opening his mouth, but the incantation and intention both felt dark even to him. Crucio. Ah. Kai howled, but no voice came out. It felt like his insides were twisting into themselves. Thousands of needles were pricking his flesh, and hundreds of knives were cutting him apart. Pain. On and on. It kept going on as if the pain was eternal. And suddenly it became quiet. In the twists and turns, the long sword had cut the ropes apart. But Kai couldn't find the strength to even think properly. Kai saw a blackness covering his eyes. Then came a roar, so loud, that Kai felt he had returned to the thunderstorm, surrounded by the old enemies who he had killed. This roar was lightning, thunder, storm's rage. This roar had come from Mr. Beetle. Who dare use dark magic in our presence? Chapter 14, Attack of the Order, Glitch vs. Pokemon. 2. Every fiber of his body ached. From the tips of his fingers to the depth of his bones, all were crying out, a howl of the bitter end. Kai was no stranger it, but never had he experienced such pain, spread thoroughly into him. If it was, the roar woke him up. The rope had almost loosened around him, but Kai couldn't take his eyes off Peter's face. The wizard was horrified beyond recognition. Half of his face was already swollen. The remaining half had turned pale blue and white. The colors of fear, terror, and confusion lingered on his face. Kai had to look beyond Arlen. There he stood, behind Shay's pitiful figure, and over Simon's broken body. Wrapped under an ugly coverlet, holding a wand. Mr. Beetle stepped forward, his sunken eyes beaming with just rage. Peter stumbled back, one step at a time. Who was it? Mr. Beetle roared, blasting the rocks and moss rolling away. Peter, the wizard, no. Peter, the fool answered by pointing his wand at the legendary wizard. So it was you. Mr. Beetle said, lifting his wand. All the heat vanished suddenly, and the chill came running to take its place. A breath of frozen air escaped Kai's mouth. Then he heard that. The same word he had heard many times by now. Expelliarmus. When Kai had seen it the first time, it was just a scarlet light. The second time, crossing over the sea, he didn't even notice that. He had expected a flash this time, or worse, a bolt of lightning. What appeared, though, was a pillar. A pillar of holy light. The pillar shot straight towards Peter. Dickon got caught by the pillar's edge and flung off to the cliff's boundary some dozens of meters away. Peter wasn't that fortunate. The pillar hit him, engulfing his figure from top to bottom. And then a broken kite fluttered in the sky. Kai never saw him again. 100 meters. 200 meters, or even farther. But no sound of Peter crashing on the rocks reached him. Kai threw the heavy ropes aside and stood up. Strength seemed to have abandoned him, though. The first step he took brought him to his knees. In a single attack, he had lost more than half of his HP. And for the first time, his SP had been damaged, too. He felt tired, feeble, and powerless. Now get rid of the other two, Kai thought, turning his head towards Mr. Beetle. What the? The boldness and power the old wizard had shown weren't there anymore. He was quivering like a leaf before facing the storm. His head was twisting from left to right, and then up. "IT's here." Mr. Beetle the bard mumbled, shaking. Duh. DEA. Kai looked at Mr. Beetle, but all he saw was a terrified old man. Suddenly, Mr. Beetle chose a random direction and ran off. Kai saw a blur chasing the mad wizard. It was the woman. She wasn't the strongest of the two orders contestants, but she sure was the fastest. And she had the gun. Simon. Red. Arlen shouted, almost running behind her. Hold the other one. But Arlen didn't need to give that order. The round-faced, long-braided man had already stood himself between Arlen's disappearing figure and Kai. The men grinned. Kai gave a meaningful look to Simon and held the longsword with both of his hands. When he looked back, the man's hand wasn't empty. There was some kind of ball in his right hand. Its top half was red, and the bottom white. Kai could even see a small button over the seam where the red and white met. What's that? He asked himself. The man replied by pressing the button and throwing the ball. A sudden flash of light and his raspy voice echoed in Kai's ears. Go. Eakins. Hisses. Kai was the first, and the only one, to understand this hiss. No, he didn't understand it. He just knew. It meant danger. Then he saw it. It couldn't have been anything other than what Kai had thought. A giant snake. It had a striking purple color and its belly glowed yellow. There was a bright yellow band behind its head, and a yellow rattle at the tip of its tail. Kai found two large yellow reptilian slits, looking down at him. Even though it was coiled, Kai had to look up to meet its gaze. The snake was at least or over 3 meters. The men roared, Eakins. You snare. A dangerous feeling rose in Kai's mind. The perception's engine was blasting fuel to his legs, imploring him to run. Kai took a step forward, hotness spreading through his entire body. Suddenly, the creature's eyes seemed to enlarge. A purple-yellow swirl in those slits and an ethereal wave emitted out, engulfing Kai and others. Bang. A hammer struck Kai's head, his SP falling 10 points. The ethereal pain made him tremble, and he would have lost everything if it wasn't for the heat. His chest was screeching bloody murder within him now. Thump. Kai snapped his head back and saw Shay falling face down over the rocks. Even Simon's knees had buckled, and he was panting. One more attack and Kai was sure the one-eyed man would die. The men had given another order to the creature. Eakins. Use wrap. The magical creature lunged at Kai. Among the three of them, only Kai could face it. Only he was standing. Only he had the weapon. And only he knew how. The creature slithered, and so did Kai. It came at Kai with its mouth wide open, larger than Kai's head. A foul breath hit Kai's nostrils, and he ducked. The creature jerked and coiled around, trying to trap Kai, but he slid away. The long sword slashed at the creature's defenseless head. Kai expected a blood shower. Instead, he saw a shallow cut, barely deep enough to make him see the snake's blood. A color of deep red-blue. Fuck. Kai cursed. What is this defense? Hisses. The snake hissed in pain, and its tail came for Kai's open back. Kai didn't turn around but put the long swords flat in between his back and the tail's bash. Cough. Kai coughed out blood, stumbling forward. Warning, the castle-forged longsword's quality has dropped to 20%. The item will disappear once the quality becomes 0. The creature came for Kai again. It coiled around him, trying to squeeze out his breath. Its forked tongue kept coming out, hissing at him. Meanwhile, Kai's chest was burning up, hotter and hotter. Before the snake could put strength in its muscles, 3 water bullets hit its head. One went straight into its eye, and the creature hissed in tremendous pain. Kai managed to take the advantage of its confusion and slithered out of its grip. Suddenly, a misshapen piece of rock fell over the creature's head. The creature backed away, and then Kai sensed why. There were 2 more of such rocks, hovering just above its head. Who? Kai asked, looking back. His eyes went wide when he saw Shay's blood-covered figure, her eyes staring at the rocks without blinking. How is she doing this? Is she like Simon? But she isn't dancing. Is this magic? But she doesn't have a wand either. Questions after questions appeared in Kai's mind. And he would have found an answer if it wasn't for Simon's call. Red, he shouted, falling back on the rocks. Attack. Shay couldn't seem to hold any longer too. Kai saw the 2 rocks getting hurled at the snake. He followed them. He knew how the snake would dodge the rocks, and where it would end up. Kai was familiar with the movements of these types of creatures. And then, Kai thought, narrowing his eyes. I would thrust the sword into its mouth. It was a perfect plan. Yes. If the snake had dodged the rocks. But it didn't. Eakins, the men shouted, playing with his beard. Use sludge bomb. From where had it come, and how had it come, Kai did not know. He saw the snake opening its mouth and then shooting out an enormous ball of mud like a cannonball. It was powerful enough to trap the rocks and bring them along with it. No. Kai was in its path. He lunged sideways, but the ball of mud caught the long sword. Kai had to let it go. Shay and Simon weren't that lucky. They couldn't even move. Boom. Haha, the man laughed, his hands outstretched and his face pale. I knew it. This creature is the perfect slave. It does whatever I tell it to do. Kai kneeled over the rocks, blood dripping out of his mouth and nose. He had lost his weapon, and his strength had almost vanished. His head was drooping low, and the sound of panting was even louder than the man's outrageous words. But Kai was grinning. Like a maniac. How could I forget that? Kai asked himself, his eyes turning into slits. A wriggling snake tattoo appeared on his right arm. The surrounding water sensed the heat coming off him and evaporated. Kai ran. With all the strength he could muster, he lunged at the snake. The men couldn't see his eyes, Kai knew. Eakins, the men commanded the creature. Rap. Kai's slits met those of the creature's. The snake out a loud hiss, uncoiling itself to slither towards Kai. Kai's mouth opened then. No sound came out, though. Kai wanted to talk, but his throat felt stiff. But somehow, Kai transferred his thoughts. A slight exchange of eye contact. A passive thought. An intention. Elementary snake language. An ethereal hiss escaped Kai's throat, like the sigh of the summer's wind. His throat ached, his stomach twisted, and his eyes became bloodshot. Stay. The beast let out a maddened roar, shaking its head and thrashing its tail. It hissed, looking back at the men. It hissed louder when it turned to look at Kai. Kai was only a few feet away from it. Then Kai passed it. The magical creature's entire body shook, the hissing never stopped. The braided man's face was already pale, but seeing the snake's state, it became blue and green. Eakins, the men roared out of his lungs. Sludge bomb. No. Kai hissed, passing the intention without looking back. This hiss brought bright blood with it in his mouth. Kai felt his throat's muscles tearing with the cloudiness in his eyes. His HP regeneration had been working non-stop till now, but it was slowing down again. Roar. Hisses. The sound of madness came from behind, the beast struggling to carry out the order. But which one? Who to follow? What to do? A perfect slave, Kai thought, rushing at the men. What will happen if it doesn't know who its master is? Kai punched out. The men stumbled, dodging the punch. It didn't seem to Kai that the enemy was a skilled fighter. But Kai was weak, tired, and was struggling for breath too. The punch followed the kick, like the tail of the snake, slithering and invisible. It landed between the man's legs. The red and white ball dropped out of the man's hand. He clutched his manhood with both hands and let out an agonizing howl of pain and misery. His knees buckled, and in the next moment, he was on the rocks, rolling and raging. Kai followed. The men saw Kai, and then his eyes fell on Kai's reptilian pupils. Fear must have overcome the pain then, as the man jolted up on his feet, and cried out. Eakins. Rap. The snake passed Kai, its speed more than double. The magical beast didn't face any confusion about what to do. No hiss had come out of Kai's throat. No intention had been passed. It didn't wrap around Kai, though. It went for the men, and coiled around him, acting as a shield. Unbreakable. Impassable. Haha, the men laughed. Wait. You just wait. I will take my time to fuck you, pretty boy. Kai was laughing too, as he had been waiting for it to happen. His vile smile shook the men. The hiss came bursting out of Kai's throat. Rip. Kai's reptilian slit sent a commanding gaze to the purple and yellow snake as if he was a lord, and his bidding must be carried out. The beast knew what to do then. The unbreakable shield became a prison, the snake's body squeezing the man's chest. What? A muffled voice escaped the man's throat. It was too late. The snake might be a little stronger than the men, but it was faster. It was closer. Long black fangs bit into his neck. A crunch. Kai saw the beast taking out half of the man's throat. Blood burst out in hundreds of liquid jets, turning the snake's yellows to reds. Go. One last command and the reptilian slithered away. Kai was pressed for time. He forgot what his HP was, or if he was tired. He rushed, like a bull in heat. Kai's hand reached first, at the man's throat and went down. The men vomited blood on Kai's face. Kai fumbled around, ripping everything inside the men, searching for something. He felt the heart, and crushed it. You have killed one order's contestant. Elementary snake language, proficiency 5%, plus 5%. Chapter 15, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. 1. As the notification appeared, the magical beast gave out a last hiss and vanished, turning into a blue ray of light. Kai's eyes followed. He saw the ray entering the red and white ball, but the ball disappeared too. A hologram of the treasure chest appeared over the man's body. It wasn't the time to enjoy the loot, though. Kai snapped his head, looking into the distance. He could hear the gun going off. A dim burst of light now and then. How much MP Arlen has left? Kai asked himself, his thoughts murderous. Should I go? Of course, he wasn't thinking of going and helping the captain, but... Your title status is updated. Title, Murderer. Specification, kill 10 contestants in a single random world. The contestants must be from the same or higher floor than yours. Status, August 10th. Effect, Perception +2, Worth +. Kai ran, looking at the number 8. His direction, though, was taking him away from Arlen. A pile of mud was in his sight and 2 figures were struggling to come out from under it. Kai appeared like a phantom at the top of the mud. 33 points, he saw his HP crawling up. Tiredness, though, didn't have any step, and at HP regaining points didn't affect it either. There was no replacement for what Kai need, rest. Kai's hand went for the longsword's hilt, its blade stuck in the mud. It took him time, a few seconds, but he pulled it out. It was bent. One edge had lost its sharpness. Kai looked at Simon first. Only his head and right hand were out of the mud. His face was flattened against the ground. His fingers were twitching, pushing the rocks, but in vain. He couldn't even twist his neck. The weight of mud was too much to give the one-eyed man much freedom. Then he looked at Shay. She looked back. Her entire body was under the layer of thick, viscous mud, save her head. She was crying big, heavy tears. Her mouth became an ugly smile, then turned into a sad frown as she looked at him. A whimper came out of her throat. It could have meant anything. A loud boom resounded behind his back, but Kai was looking at the orange, yolk-like morning sun. Kai wasn't an indecisive person, but cunning deeds needed thinking, and thinking needed time. He had to compromise and find a middle ground somewhere. What would happen next? Kai gave it a hard thought. There is no way to pin Simon and Shay's death on the enemy. Am I strong enough to kill an injured Arlen? Kai asked himself. The answer was flat no. He could scarcely hold back the urge to vomit. His SP was still down, his soul weak. One flick of Arlen's wand was enough to send him tumbling down. Can I poison him? The thought passed by. No, he answered. The blood essence was still in cooldown. If he were to lose more HP, he won't have the strength to take Mr. Beetle to the destination. Ha! Kai snorted. And how will I take him? I can't even use a broom. A victorious laugh followed the previous boom. Kai knew the meaning behind it. The woman's dead. Please, Shay finally forced out a word. Then another, don't. Kai asked the last question. Can killing Simon become a fatal mistake? It can, he reluctantly answered. The man was indeed a messy knot of tangled threads. Kai had seen men like Simon. He knew what had happened to those who weren't smart about their choices regarding them. The answer might have come from his experience. Or it could have been an instinct. But both were important enough for Kai to not ignore them. Kai sighed. The thrill of killing, getting a title, and becoming powerful got buried by a persistent will. He extended the long sword towards Shay's head. She closed her eyes, muttering the names of gods, of whom Kai knew nothing about. She blubbered. Tears, snot, and saliva was running down from her face, diffusing into the puddle of muddy water under her head. Slap. Kai hit her cheek with the flat of the sword. Hey, he said, almost laughing. What are you crying about? He stepped off and hacked at the mud. Not heavily, but with enough force to loosen the hardened soil. Murderer, he thought, pulling out Shay. There is still plenty of time to get it. I have just arrived in this mysterious place. Shay backed away from him as soon as she came out in the open. Kai didn't even spare her a single glance. He moved towards Simon. His long sword lifted and was just about to come down when the mud around Simon broke apart. Dozens of water bullets ripped apart the hardened soil, and Simon slid out, looking up. Kai's widened eyes met the single pupil of the man. Ah. Red, Simon said, a dry smile on his face. Thank you, but I won't be needing your help. Kai let the longsword return to inventory. He looked at the one-eyed man and knew he had been lucky to not attack him before. Simon's face was ashen, almost white. He was dying. But the water bullets could have injured Kai mortally. A dangerous opponent, Kai thought. For how long he was holding them back. I won't survive, Simon said, looking up at Kai. I've lost too much blood. When he slid out of the broken pieces of hardened mud, Kai saw what Simon was talking about then. Simon's broken leg seemed to have been crushed to pulp from the impact of the mud bomb. Can't you just eat and regenerate HP? Kai asked. Desmond's injury wasn't any worse. Yeah, Simon said, grimacing with pain. But Desmond had that water pouch, didn't he? No water pouch for this old man, I guess. It struck Kai then. No amount of food was going to be enough for Simon. He needed to stop the blood loss, and let his HP regeneration overcome the HP drop. It was a feat that can only be done using magical items. Should I take the risk then? Kai asked himself. Do you want to kill me? Kai didn't respond. He stared into the old man's one eye. It had lost all the brightness of living. His mouth was opening and closing for every puff of air. Your death means nothing, Kai replied. Not now. Ah, Simon nodded, seeing the two approaching figures from afar. What about my life? What? Is it some trick question, Simon? Kai asked, also noticing Arlen and Shay's blurry figures in the distance. What do you mean? Simon watched Kai with that one eye of his as if looking into him. The dry smile was still on his face, but it didn't look hopeless to Kai. No trick, Red, Simon said, chuckling. Only you can save my life. I am done here, Kai said, taking a step away from Simon. Live or die. It's your business. Wait. Simon shouted. It must have taken him all his strength, for he couldn't do anything for a few moments after that. Kai looked back and saw the dead man, fighting the urge to put a drop of light neurotoxin into him. What now? The wind had picked up momentum by then. Dawn turned into a mature morning, and Kai found he was hungry. His stomach grumbled as he saw his HP regenerating. Though the SP regeneration was almost half that of HP, it was rising too. I am not joking, Simon said, taking another shallow breath. His hands found their grip in a muddy puddle, and he straightened himself to look at Kai. You have the food that can save me. For a moment, Kai did not know what Simon meant. But it came fast to him. The food. The meaning behind Simon's words. Haha. Kai laughed, amused over Simon's foolish suggestion. You want the flesh of Hippogriff's legs? Even 10 of you isn't enough for me to give it up. No, not me. I know, Simon said, his voice breaking. But I have something which can match its value. More than enough, I would say. Kai's brows pressed, hearing that. As much as Kai knew, Simon had nothing that Kai wanted. Yes, the man was more mysterious than Arlen. But what use of that mysteriousness when Simon couldn't even save himself? Still, a dead man is talking, Kai thought. No harm in hearing him out. Say it, Kai said. If a trade you want, a trade you will get. Yes, a trade, Simon whispered, his eyes shining against the morning sunlight. But not now. I can only give it after the missions end before teleporting back to the Primordial Tower. Are you fucking kidding me? Kai's eyes widened. No, Simon said, looking into Kai's hazel pupils as if he could read his thoughts. Think about it. A man of your nature must know when to take the advantage of an opportunity when presented. Also, it's not like I am your match. You can kill me anytime if I back out and turn your 8 into 9. Kai's pupils almost became slits, hotness rising in his chest. How? Just how Simon got to know that he killed the 3 in the shops. Kai asked himself, his hands twitching to take out the long sword. Or is he just guessing? Simon chuckled. I am just a dying old man at your mercy. Kai was as strange to mercy as the sky was to the earth. But, his instincts had never betrayed him. So, he chuckled back. All right, number 9. You got yourself a deal. Asterisk. Asterisk. Tell me again, Arlen asked, eating the roasted chicken. How did the man die? Damn it. Kai cursed. He is not letting it go. The braided man's death seemed to have troubled Arlen. If not in stats, the enemy was as strong as Arlen in battle prowess. For him to die, even under the combined power of Kai, Simon, and Shay, could mean a lot of things. He had taken out a snake type of magical beast, Kai said, repeating the same words. And then the beast turned against him. I took the opportunity and killed the bastard. Crushed his heart, you mean, Arlen said, narrowing his eyes at Kai. Didn't you fear the beast? Fuck you. Just eat the meat, Kai thought, anger bubbling up inside him. No, he said. The beast had already disappeared into the red and white ball. Pokeball. A tiny, feeble voice came from Arlen's behind. Kai could barely see Shay's hair shining red and gold there. Pokeball. Is that what the thing is called? Kai thought. How does she know? Shay's right, Arlen said, looking at Shay over his shoulder, making her blush. That's an item from a random world full of magical beasts. Thump. Kai felt his heart would have given out if he hadn't eaten to his fill by now. He remembered the purple-yellow-colored snake, and a hidden smile surfaced on his face. Which world is it, Captain? Kai asked, looking at Mr. Beetle. Can you tell me? Arlen followed Kai's gaze. Even an idiot could tell Kai was using the men he had killed as a payment for the answer. I know, Arlen chuckled, not minding Kai's shameless attitude. On the contrary, Arlen even seemed to admire these little things about Kai. The world of Pokemon. Pokemon. Kai imprinted the name into his memory. Go on then, Arlen commanded, finishing the meal. Collect your loot. We will leave the moment Simon says he can handle the broom. Captain, Kai said, standing up as if it was just a fleeting comment. I think we should cover Mr. Beetle under a cloth. His state isn't exactly becomingly, don't you think? Kai approached the corpse, leaving behind Arlen to mull over his words. The smell of death hit Kai, along with piss and shit. The man must have lost control of his bowels at the moment of death. Crabs had claimed his body, and some were even going inside him as Kai had left a big hole from his throat to chest. The treasure chest's hologram beckoned him. The key appeared, then. Kai had already chosen the random item option. Click. The key and treasure chest vanished. Kai scanned his inventory, hoping it had enough space to hold whatever the system and his luck had awarded him. A smile. Haha. Kai laughed, seeing the item. He took it out. Item, Pokeball, Generation. Grade, Common. Specification, an item to catch and store live magical beasts. Requirement. 1. Elementary Pokemon Trainer. 2. 2 MP per second. Attributes. 1. Pokemon catch rate, 15% to 45%. 2. Current status, empty. Skill, not applicable. Effect. 1. Store magical beasts by converting them from matter to energy. 2. The beasts within the item will become friendly with the contestant. 3. Only E- to E+ graded magical beasts can be captured. 4. Any type of magical beast can be stored. 5. Magical beasts HP, MP, and SP regeneration plus 100% within the item. 6. Pokemon catch rate depends on the beast's stats while being captured. Quality, 73%. Chapter 16, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. 2. The Primordial Tower has 21 floors, Arlen told Kai as they flew with Mr. Beetle pressed between them. The two systems divide all the floors into two territories. One is called Chaos Valley, and the other, Order's Peak. An empire rules each territory, and a noble from the empire governs each set of floors. They are collectively styled as set lords. So each system has its own set lords? Kai asked, not expecting an answer. So he did the next best thing. Asking many questions, hoping to get an answer to at least one. What do they do? What other powers do they have? Are they the strongest? How to become a set lord? Have you gone insane? Arlen looked back, rage welling up in his blue eyes. Only one answer and that's it. Pay me mission credits if you want more. Yes. There are 2 set lords for every 3 floors. The set lord of the first set of the Chaos Valley is named Baron Silvas. So there are 14 set lords, 7 on each side, Kai thought, summarizing. I wonder why Arlen didn't speak of the 22nd floor. Kai had just thought of breaking his mouth open when a distant rumble hit his ears. A massive thunderstorm had covered everything in their eyesight. Hidden amid the murderous supercell winds was the place Kai had come to know as Dufftown. Run. Kai didn't need to heed his perception. All the fibers of his muscles, his bones, his soul were screaming, urging him to run. They all were feeling it. A monstrous danger beyond their capabilities, beyond reasoning. Kai looked back and found Simon. He was struggling to keep the broomstick at its height, his lips pressed into a thin line. Shay was almost petrified. Her eyes were wide open, wind smashing the white, making them red. Her blonde hair flailed, like 1,000 threads of silk made of sunlight. Arlen stirred the broomstick forward, slowly but steadily. Simon and Shay followed in the shadow of Arlen's courage. As they kept nearing the town, the thunderstorm seemed to take one step towards them. The wind was intensifying every few hundred meters. And only one thing was in their favor. Mr. Beetle had woken up. Yes, get me there, the mad wizard said. Others are waiting for me in the town. My lord. Arlen shouted, balancing the broom. Can something be done about the wind? Kai got the shock of his life when Mr. Beetle took out his wand. Even Arlen forgot to blink at the sight. It was just a passing request, Kai knew. They had never thought that Mr. Beetle would really take action. Sure can, good lad. You too, the Grand Wizard said, beckoning Simon and Shay with one hand. Stay close to us. Simon came rushing. The half-creepy smile on his face had returned. When they had come close enough, Mr. Beetle flicked his wand, rotating his wand arm in circles. Suddenly, the wind weakened. Kai could feel an invisible layer of mana around them, much like the one around Hidden Moor Hills. Arlen picked up the pace then, unworried about the murderous wind. But even the magic wasn't enough to cancel out the noise. If he couldn't see it, Kai would have thought some high-tech bombs were going off. Roar. The sudden roar thundered in Kai's mind, seeping into him, in his blood, trying to burst his brain. Blood seeped out of his ears, and he could feel a sweetness between his teeth too. What was that? Kai asked himself, panting, locking his legs around the broomstick. Arlen wasn't faring any better. His face had gained a blue tinge, and the broom was shaking like never. If it wasn't for Mr. Beetle's magic, they would have already fallen. Captain. Simon called out, closing in on Arlen. Shay's gone. What was that roar? Simon's state was bloodier than Kai's. How he had managed to stay in the air was a mystery. It became an even bigger mystery when Kai saw he was keeping Shay's unconscious figure from falling off the broomstick. Arlen struggled to utter words. I don't know, and I don't think we should know. Kai and others looked at Mr. Beetle, hoping to get some answers. But even he looked puzzled. It didn't take for the three contestants to guess that the origins of that roar lay in another random world. Soon Arlen landed the broomstick just on the Dufftown's outskirts. The thunderstorm was all around them, and black-gray clouds had shadowed the sky. Lightning crackled, and beastly roars surrounded them, imprisoning their senses. We don't belong here, Kai told himself. We are too weak for something at this level. Suddenly, the darkness receded. Everything seemed to have brightened up. It should have given Kai and others some relief, but their faces had become ashen. The perception, which once had urged them to run, also gave up. You are dead, it said. None can save you. Kai, Arlen, and Simon all reluctantly lifted their heads, feeling the heat on their faces. A massive fire column, fire tornado, firefall, if one must give it a name, was coming towards them. There was no escaping it, and there was no defense against it. Only Mr. Beetle was their hope, but he had become a mute again. I'll kill him, Kai fumed. He had never found someone so unpredictable. Simon. Arlen whispered, stumbling back. But they all knew no amount of water bullets were enough to put out this fire. Everything had gone silent. Ha ha. The laugh came out of nowhere. Kai saw a hooded man appearing in front of them. He was tall, his back straight, and there was a power within him which made Kai's mouth go dry. The man's hands moved in quick succession. Kai couldn't see what he was doing, but, in the next moment, he saw the man slamming his palms on the earth. Earth-style, mud wall. With a bang, a wall sprung up in front of them. It towered over them, like a beast made of mud and stones, crawling its way out of Earth's womb. Then the firefall struck it. Boom. Ha ha. The laugh echoed again as the wall kept standing like an ancient giant. My lord, it's an honor. Arlen bowed, followed by Simon and Kai. Mr. Beetle, the hooded man said, ignoring the rest. You seem rather shaken. You aren't injured, are you? No. No. Mr. Beetle replied, shaking profusely. You must hurry now. At once, my lord, the hooded man said, putting a hand over Mr. Beetle's shoulder. Time seemed to slow down for Kai. Sweat, and an unbearable chill, engulfed his entire body. His throat felt dry, his lips quivered, and the tips of his fingers throbbed. There was hidden in his heart and mind, a secret. It all depended on what the higher floor contestant would do next. Will he find out? Kai asked himself, his breath pausing. After a few moments, the hooded man looked at Arlen. Ha ha. You guys have done a wonderful job. Mission over. The hooded man vanished, proclaiming those words, along with Mr. Beetle. Kai felt as if they had become thin air, melting into the surroundings. But he couldn't think more about it. The dull gray notification had returned. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have completed the main mission. Main mission, assist Thunder Faction in saving the life of Beetle the Bard. Mission status, completed. Mission time limit, 48 hours. Mission grade, E. Side missions attempted. Side missions completed. Hidden missions attempted. Calculating mission clear rate. Mission clear rate, 63%. Mission rewards. 1 plus 550 mission credits. 2 plus 2 attribute points. Warning. 1. You can only get 20 attribute points in the first set of the Primordial Tower. 2. You cannot leave the random world before the main mission's time limit is over. Time left, 1 hour. Asterisk. Asterisk. What does it mean I can't get over 20 attribute points? Kai asked. They had flown to a clearing miles away from Dufftown. Arlen was the first to arrive in the random world. So he would leave first, as Kai had found out. Shay was sitting close to Arlen, and since their landing, Arlen had been whispering something in her ears. It means what it says, Arlen smirked. No matter how many missions you do, you can only get 20 points in total from the first 3 floors. A word of advice, Red, Arlen added, his tone less mocking than before. Join an organization after returning to the Primordial Tower. There are many guilds serving the Empire. And your loot and materials, use them well. You know what I mean, right? The captain of guard stood up, after whispering a few last words in Shay's ears. He gave a silent nod to Simon and then furrowed his brows at Kai. Humph. Arlen snorted, a blue light shimmering around him. You are okay, I guess. Come to the Thunder faction if you need any help. The blue light became a thundering flash. When Kai could see again, Arlen Wiley had already disappeared. Shay didn't wait, either. She just climbed the broomstick and took off, not even saying a goodbye to the boys. Kai and Simon shared a smile. Simon walked toward Kai. He reached into his pockets, took out a coin, and flicked it. Kai snatched it out of air. Arlen is right, Simon said, planting Kai with his one eye. It would be wise for you to join an organization. Kai observed the coin. It was iron. There might come a time when you meet Simon in another random world, Simon said, his smile gone. What does that mean? Kai frowned, feeling the cold iron markings rubbing against his fingers. He flipped it and saw the blurred relief of a hooded figure. When that happens, Simon added, eyeing Kai knowingly, present the coin to him and say. Vala Morgulis. Kai's frown deepened. Repeat after me, Simon insisted. Vala Morgulis. Vala Morgulis. Simon nodded. A man knows contestants like Red. A man searches for killers like Red, he said, creeping Kai out. But a man can't invite you. You are not ready. Not yet. A sudden flash. Then Simon disappeared, leaving the deepest impression in Kai's mind. What the? Kai gaped. And I thought the old wizard was the craziest. Oh, wait. I can't take non-items with me. So what will happen to the coin? Puzzled, Kai threw the coin in his pocket, and looked around. A silence had taken over his surroundings at some point of time, claiming every nook and corner. To the farthest eyes could go, Kai could see not a single living thing. Nor could he sense anyone. Now, he was truly alone. Hee. Kai's sudden chuckle creeped the silence itself. It seemed to run away from him, looking over its shoulder. Ha ha. Kai held his hands high and laughed. He laughed like a maniac, his face contorting into that of a psychopath's. Ha ha ha. The wind tried to bury the sound, but the laugh intensified. Kai's knees buckled. No. Not in fear, but in excitement, pleasure, and victory. Ha ha. The laugh had such an effect on him that tears streamed out of his eyes. His stomach ached, and he rolled over the earth, rocks, and grass, clutching it. What crazy, what madness, and what silence. Nothing felt crazier, more disturbing, and more demonic than this laugh. Ha ha ha. Beetle was often in his scared, crazy state. Often didn't mean all the time, though. So, Kai needed to be as fluid as thin morning mist, and as quick as the bolt of lightning. Yet, the question had persisted. When? When to swap? The moment Desmond had talked to Kai about his mission's nature, this one thing had been taking roots in his mind, in his heart even more so. The lure was so great, so enticing, that Kai could scarcely think about something else. When he saw the similar-looking black book in Shay's hands, during their break after crossing Hidden Moor Hills, that greed had erupted with a bang. Shay's black book was the key. The opportunity had come so suddenly that Kai had to rely on his beastly instincts. It was the attack from the official wizard, Peter. With his hands around Mr. Beetle, Kai had crashed over the rocks. The legendary wizard must have high mana, Kai knew. But defense. It was another thing. The impact was tremendous, shaking both their figures. It was then. In a single motion, Kai had thrust the ordinary book in between Mr. Beetle's hand and his chest. By the time he stood back up, facing the official wizard, he had already swapped the real book, sending it to his inventory. Smooth. Swift. Snaky. All the time, Kai had been on his toes, thinking if Mr. Beetle would recognize the fake book. But the events that had followed turned out to be in Kai's favor. Mr. Beetle's wrath, his raging spell, and him getting scared witless all screamed in the joy that Kai had won half the battle. The only thing that had remained was to make sure no contestant would ever get to look at the fake book ever again. By then, Kai had found out that one can see an item's stats by touching or being extremely close to it. What to do then? Kai had asked himself. This question had the simplest answer. Mr. Beetle was covered in mud, his face filthy. No one could have recognized him as a legendary wizard. But the book was still visible, pressed against the wizard's chest. So Kai acted. He acted fast and prudently. Hide the book. Hide Mr. Beetle, under a coverlet. It was just an idea, but Kai had planted it in Arlen's mind with absolute success. The next roadblock was to hand over Mr. Beetle to the upper floor's contestants. Kai had known what future awaited him if anyone would get to see the book up close. It was a risk Kai Stormborn had been willing to take. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Kai spoke out loud as if thinking about it wasn't enough to give reality to it. But even if he didn't believe himself, how could the stats hovering over the item be untrue? Item, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, Original. Grade, Common, Growth, 0/3. Specification, an anthology of magical tales handwritten by Beetle the Bard. Requirement. 1. Worth. 2. A glitch. 3. Extreme emotion. 4. Presence of characters. Attributes. 1. Store magical tales. 2. Current status. Skill, The Song of History. Skill effect. 1. In the presence of characters, automatically write a tale about them. 2. Proximity required, 10 feet 3. The contestant must say the true name if multiple characters are present. 4. The depth of the written tale depends on the current grade. 5. The tale can be expanded by repeating the procedure with the upgraded item. Skill, 1000 Tales Parasite. Skill effect. 1. Devour tales to upgrade itself. 2. Automatically writes a hidden tale of the contestant. 3. When the hidden tale is completed, devour the contestant's memories. 4. When opened, the item gains an intention, rejecting an unworthy tale. Skill, Primordial Theater. Skill effect. 1. Imbue life to the magical tales. 2. The characters within the tale come alive and can be used by contestant. 3. Activity radius, 100 feet. 3. The strength of enlivened characters depends on the tale's completion status. 4. Each tale and its characters have their own requirements and limitations. Warning. 1. Only one tale can be imbued with life at a time. 2. The enlivened character cannot exist outside the activity radius. Quality, 100%. Kai was happy. It felt like it had been months or even years since he had been happy. The last time he was so happy, he had blown himself up, killing the one man he hated the most. From just its requirements, Kai could tell what it was. Something that shouldn't exist. The worth. The glitch. These two alone made it one of the most demanding items in the Primordial Tower. Then there was the fact that it was a growth-type item. Kai was holding it, risking everything, bringing up a sign of courage only demons like him could possess. He didn't understand its skills completely. Nor did he understand the meaning of contestant's hidden tale entirely. But he knew he would figure it out. I will manage, Kai told himself. Like I always have. Suddenly, a blue hue enveloped him, soothing his entire body. The item returned to the inventory as Kai felt an unknown force squeezing and stretching him. But it wasn't painful. Kai stood up, the boyish charm vanishing off his face, like a forgotten dream. His fingers balled into fists, his gaze became resolute, and the hotness in his chest burned furiously with anticipation. The blue blinded Kai's sight then. When he disappeared, a distant rumble reached where Kai had been. The dark thunderstorm, which once was adamant to destroy the place called Dufftown, was coming right towards it. The thunderous sounds marching in its vent felt like hundreds of raging roars. Asterisk. Asterisk. The whiteness greeted Kai. Kai had an inkling he would return to this place. But not in the state he was. His torn clothes had vanished, and he was as naked as his name day. The lack of pain, injuries, and bruises all had disappeared like a phantom memory. Everything about him was fresh, and he could even smell himself. A grassy, rainy scent, Kai told himself, taking many sniffs. Whatever happened to that coin? It was the same white room in which he had found himself resurrected. Just quieter, and somehow emptier than last time. Kai took a deep breath, closing his eyes. The notification appeared the moment he opened his eyes. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have completed your initiation mission. How are you feeling? How am I feeling? What the? A chill went down Kai's spine, seeing the question. No, it can't be. Isn't chaos just a system? A medium to gain power? It can interact. This. Why did Arlen, and others, say nothing about it? I am all right, Kai said, reluctantly. Good. You are a valuable contestant, Kai Stormborn. Let's check if you are worthy as well, shall we? Analyzing contestants' actions in the random world. Kai's heart had jumped to his throat, and there it sat, waiting for the result. From the main mission summary, Kai knew the value of the tales of Beetle the Bard. Chaos wanted imbalance, and the worldwide presence of the book was the key to it. Analyzation complete. Judgment, worthy. Reward, worth plus. Are you thinking about the book, Kai Stormborn? Kai had just felt relief when he stiffened again. Yes, he said, not finding it reasonable to lie about the obvious. Not all contestants have the authority to interact with chaos. It all depends on one's worth. Chaos prefers imbalance. When you stole the book, you became the cause of an even greater imbalance. Chaos commends your unquenchable thirst for power and the avarice that fuels your decisions even more. Though the contestant must know. It worked this time. Will it work the next time as well? Kai wetted his thin lips, his tongue rolling up and down. There was a coldness in that warning. A chill. Display my stats, Kai said, ignoring the coldness within him for now. Status of contestant, Kai Stormborn. Code name, Red. System, Chaos. Equip title, NA. Equipable titles, NA. Unequipable titles. 1. Traitor, 2 out of 10. 2. Poacher, 1/10. Mission credits. HP. MP. SP. Active attributes, first set quota, 2/20ths, unassigned points, 2. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Passive attributes. Charisma. Luck. Worth. Abilities. 1. Elementary Slither Footsteps, proficiency, 45%. 2. Elementary Twin Saber Style, proficiency, 35%. 3. Elementary Snake Instinct, proficiency, 13%. 4. Elementary Snake Language, proficiency, 5%. Skills, NA. Glitch, Blood Devour. 1. Blue-tailed Boa Constrictor, non-magical. Items. 1. Castle Forged Longsword. 2. Pokeball, Generation. 3. The Tales of Beetle the Bard, original. Pain Factor, NA. Inventory, 1 cubic meter, 1000 kg. Kai noted a few discrepancies immediately. The murderer title in not here, he thought. Its specification mentioned I must complete it in a single random world. So it got locked again. Another thing that stood out was that even though he had unlocked the titles, without completing their status, he couldn't equip them. Hippogriff's legs aren't mentioned either, Kai reflected, seeing his items list. I also have 2 unassigned points. Kai's fighting style varied too much depending upon the circumstances and opponents. He had always found it prudent to keep some hidden cards, surprising the enemies during the heat of the battle. Let's keep them for now, Kai concluded. But the most striking things were the abilities. I had only 2, Kai noticed. Now the Blood Essence's abilities are also there. Doesn't it mean? From what he had learned, abilities were one of the most difficult stats to obtain in the Primordial Tower. Even having one ability could change the course of a contestant's life. But, with his glitch, Kai could practically farm the abilities. Of course, he also noticed the lack of the presence of skills, despite having 2 in this Blood Essence. If I ever discard the blue-tailed Boa Constrictor, Kai analyzed, then the skills will disappear with it as well. Fair enough. If there isn't anything else, are you ready to leave the White Room? Kai thought about it. But he still had much to learn before knowing which questions to even ask. So he said, send me away. Sending contestant, Kai Stormborn, to the first floor of the Primordial Tower. Good luck. A bright blue flash, and Kai disappeared, beginning his journey in the Primordial Tower. Volume 1, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, ends. Hey. How was it? Did you like how the events played out? In any case, I would love if a few of you can take a few minutes out of your valuable time and post a review. Also, if you have an account on WN, then do supper the novel with Power Stones. Thanks a lot. Enjoy. Note, each random world mission will follow a brief visit to the Primordial Tower. Poll, in which attribute should Kai assign his 2 points? Chapter 18, The First Bloody Battle. When Kai felt grounds beneath his feet, he had to blink away the whiteness still lingering in his eyes. Before he could see, the cacophony bombarded his ears, though. He was in a grand hall with a domed roof, echoing, blurring the noise. There were at least 100 more contestants around Kai, all wearing a red martial arts uniform lined with blue at the seams. He looked down and saw the same uniform on him. Kai put his hands inside the pockets of his loose pants, eyeing a few girls who would just lay out all the information about their initiation mission without having him asking for it. Suddenly, his entire body shuddered, the tips of his right hand's fingers touching cold metal. As if time had slowed down, Kai took it out, his eyes wide in disbelief. The iron coin. How? Kai couldn't believe it. He had arrived to the White Room buck naked. Then he came here, wearing fresh uniform. The coin wasn't in his inventory, either. For it to appear in his pocket, just made it one of the most mysterious things Kai had experienced after his resurrection. Here. A powerful voice thundered in Kai's ears. He looked straight ahead, and in the distance, found the silhouette of an armored knight standing right outside the main arch door. Even from a distance, the knight seemed tall. Hurry up. You mongrels. Kai put the coin in his pocket and mingled with the crowd. Once he was nearer, he could see the knight clearly. His armor had a dull silver color, covered in signs of heavy battles. Scarcely any part of the armor had remained smooth. A white cloak was fastened on his shoulders, fluttering high and low in the gusts of dry wind under the darkening sky. I am Ser Morgan Tussey, the knight introduced himself. I am assigned the detail to drop you lot at the first floor city. I will say it one time. Don't break the line. Don't open your mouth. When I question, you answer. Simple enough, right? Many gulped when the knight showed a grin at the end. Then what are you all gawking at? Ser Morgan suddenly snapped. Line up. As the contestants gathered in 5 long files, the knight shut his visor, his eyes hiding behind the metal. He whistled loudly, and the ground shook. Kai saw a tall, black destrier running towards them from far. Ser Morgan mounted the horse and trotted it between the contestants, the snaps of hooves echoing in the hall. The knight returned after making a round and gave a hard look to all. Ha ha. 33 in 100, Ser Morgan Tussey said, chuckling, his destrier whining in excitement. Let's see how many of you will reach the city. Asterisk. Asterisk. 6 hours later. Ser Morgan Tussey had been riding non-stop, crossing streams, barren hills, plains, and dense forests, following the game trails. It was just a trot. A casual pacing, as if he was enjoying the view. Except there was no view. No life. No sound. Nothing. And, yes. A group of the most haggard-looking people, trying to stay close to him. Kai's eyes were bloodshot, and in his right hand was a raw piece of flesh. On and on, he kept putting one leg in front of the other, pushing himself a little more forward, and chewing meat. Just as it felt like the earth had slipped off beneath their feet, the contestants heard the words. We are here, the knight suddenly said and stopped. Behind him, the survivors tried to roar out cheers, which came out as muffled grunts. It was a plain, grassy, and rocky area. Trees were sparse, and the dry air had a chill in it. But their destination, the city, was missing. Kai looked over his shoulder and counted. Only 17 had survived the journey, the rest falling behind, lost in an unknown, barren world. Then the knight laughed, his horse whining along with him. Ha ha. Tonight is beautiful, isn't it? He asked, pointing at the moon. Come on then. Look alive. Take out your items, if you have any. Ha ha. It's time for your first battle. What? Commencing battle sequence. Floor 1, first set. Kill count, 0/20ths. Battle number. Kai gawked at the notification as if matching the gaze of the strongest enemy. Arlen had already told him about the battles, but not that he would be facing one right after his teleportation to the Primordial Tower. Motherfucker. Kai cursed, knowing well the blue-haired bastard must have deliberately kept the information. Each floor has a certain kill count, Ser Morgan explained, ignoring the stunned look on the contestants' faces. If you want to teleport to a random world, get stronger, and seek opportunities, then you must complete the kill count first. It doesn't matter how many battles it takes, either. Both Chaos and Order have no shortage of cannon fodders. Believe that. Suddenly, the neighs of another horse echoed around them. Kai spied a golden knight mounting a stallion standing atop a low hill with some 100 meters between them. The knight's silhouette was a blur, a spear gleamed dark in its hand. Both knights stared at each other. One looked up, and the other down. One looked battered, and the other a hero of ancient tales. You all will battle against the likes of you, Ser Morgan continued, narrowing his eyes behind the visor. Order's newbies, having a specialty in close combat, like you. They will be tired, like you. They will be almost dying, like you. And they will want to live too, like you. Kill or get killed. As the systems like to say, the choice is yours. The steel screeched against leather as Ser Tussey unsheathed his two-handed greatsword and pointed it at the Order's golden knight. Up, on the hill, the spear's head fell, thrusting itself downhill. Charge! Charge! Both knights commanded, louder than the other. The 17 Chaos contestants charged uphill. The Order's newbies flew down from the hill, like tiny blackbirds, appearing one after the other. They were wearing dark blue-colored martial arts uniforms. There were no shouts, no battle cry. They wouldn't be getting loot here, either. Today, they only killed to live. Heat exploded in his chest when Kai saw a newbie charging at him, barehanded, weaponless. Kai's eyes turned reptilian, his pale, tired body became red. His figure rippled under the scalding hot steam coming out of him, like the wind-battered banner. Elementary snake instinct. Elementary slither footsteps. Kai slithered uphill, the blue-tailed boa constrictor appearing on his right arm, along with the long sword. A silver arc flashed, and his kick followed, landing at the gash left behind by his slash. One more kick separated the dangling head. Screams woke up the small hill when the two groups of newbies butted themselves against each other. Kai's eyes blurred. I am losing the power over my senses, Kai analyzed in the heat of the battle. What good are abilities if I can't utilize them to their fullest potential even when I am tired? I need. Another one dashed at him. Sunken eyes, disheveled hair, and bare breasts. She had come for an easy kill but met her doom. Kai had already hidden the longsword in his inventory. When he took it out, the steel butchered her, almost parting her in two from her waist. Blood rained down, washing Kai's head, dyeing his white hair in muddy gray and red. Perception is the key. Kai hissed to himself, cutting her in two with one more strike. On his right, Kai saw 3 blue uniforms killing a red one. Their bodies failed to appear in his vision, the world blurring in the corner of his eyes. Kai wasn't the only one facing the repercussions of hours of long run, but he was the only one with enough experience to know what was needed. With a thought, the 2 unassigned attribute points melted into his perception. As if someone had snatched out a drowning man from the depths of sea, Kai felt a rush of senses, his vision expanding and his instincts returning with full force. Kai's figure melted into the air as he slithered this time. A thud resounded in the 3 Orders contestants' ears. When they looked down, they saw something had appeared in the small space surrounded by their legs. Kai twisted his waist and jumped. The longsword flashed, carving out a silvery arc tink. 3 throats opened like a bloody, clownish smile, a stunned and stupefied expression still planted on the dead men's faces. The longsword broke in 2. Warning, castle-forged longsword, quality, 3%. When Kai looked up, panting, the hill was in repose. Those who had the strength to kill, had already killed. Those who were destined to die, had already died. Now the survivors were barely slapping each other, clawing at each other's faces. Chaos, oh, chaos, Kai frowned, taking one step after another. Were you mocking me by putting me with these fighters? Kai's slitted eyes held murder, the blood demon of his previous life awakening once more. He towered over a blue-uniformed man, who was biting the ears of a red-uniformed woman. Enough. A womanly, but powerful shout came from up the hill. Fall back. Fall back. Ser Morgan Tussie commanded his soldiers in return. Kai lifted his broken sword, his back facing the Golden Knight. Humph, the Order's knight snorted, and in the next moment, she disappeared. She reappeared over Kai, her long spear charging at Kai's back. Ser Tussie met her mid-air like a silver wraith. Boom. The great sword hugged the spear, and both Morgan and the Golden Knight got thrown away. When they landed on the ground, a head was rolling down. Kai looked at the longsword as the steel broke down into tiny chunks of silver stardust and sighed. What's the meaning of this, Morgan? The Golden Knight fumed. I need an explanation, and I need it now. Explanation. Morgan said, his voice showing his puzzlement. If someone needs an explanation, then that should be me, Elaine. How dare you? Elaine shook in anger. Have you no shame, Ser? TCH. Ser Tussie clicked his tongue. We gave the commands simultaneously. But it takes time for the sound to reach the ears. It's just that. Even a child could tell by now what Morgan was doing. Black hearts, blacker thoughts, Elaine rebuked. I will have none of your nonsense. Oh. Morgan said, a slight chuckle coming out of his helm. I have other things to give you, my lady. You just never give me the chance. Kai could have sworn he heard the Golden Knight gritting her teeth in anger. If Desmond could tell that I have an ability, then certainly these knights can too, Kai had told himself before activating the blood essence. He knew the Order's knight would come to kill him if he were to give any reason whatsoever. And he also knew Ser Morgan Tussie would have to come to save him. A newbie with elementary ability. None would want to lose such a prize. Hand this criminal to me, Morgan, Dame Elaine commanded. He will have to pay for his insolence. Ha ha. Morgan laughed, his voice booming against the hill. Criminal. We all are criminals, Elaine. Or have you forgotten that? Don't put me with the likes of you, Elaine said, flinging the spear, the banner on it swishing with the wind. Morgan stepped forward and pointed his greatsword at the headless body. Think about it, Elaine. Do you really want to do it? For a useless, weak, and dead newbie. Both knights went silent for a moment. When Kai twisted his neck, he found the Golden Knight looking at him. He couldn't see her eyes behind the helm, but he could feel her anger. I have seen your face, kid, Elaine said, turning away, and I don't forget faces. The notification appeared then. Terminating battle sequence. Floor, 1, first set. Kill count, 6/20ths. Battle number. When Kai looked around, the Order's contestants had already gone. On the Chaos side, out of the 17, only 7 had survived. boy. Ser Tussie boomed, catching Kai's attention. Line up, or do you need an escort? When crawled his way to the contestants, they all backed away, letting him take the front position. The knight said nothing. Neither he asked for Kai's elementary ability nor did he mention the Golden Knight. It was only after they had traveled a few dozen miles did he say something. So 7, huh? That's a number I wasn't expecting, Morgan said, looking back, his visor wide open. You all did okay out there. Not bad. Kai could feel the knight looking at him, but he feigned ignorance. Suddenly, the knight stopped. Kai bumped into the destrier's rear, making the beast neigh in annoyance. When he shook the smell off, Kai looked beyond the beast. They were standing on a cliff's edge. And beyond the forest at the cliff's foot, Kai could see high walls and towers. The flickering light coming off the place couldn't have anything but the sign of life. Look at it. Ser Morgan Tussie said. Isn't it beautiful? That's the Chaos Valley of the first floor. The City of Assignments. Chapter 19, The Two Empires of Chaos and Order. The closer they became to the wall, the higher it became. Kai was no stranger to defensive walls. In his previous life, all animals had become giant monsters. The technology had advanced because of the virus-affected beast's materials, but it wasn't enough to keep them all safe. To defend against a beast's rush, essence cultivators had built walls, so high that at their highest they kissed clouds. All those walls paled compared to what Kai was seeing now. From his right to left, there was nothing but the wall. If it curved somewhere, then the turn must have been miles away, hidden in the barren lands they had come out of. Ser Tussie, the silver-armored knight, hadn't been so quiet after their battle. He was jesting freely, cursing loudly, but most of the time, he was boasting of his battles. Woo-woo. A loud, piercing call welcomed them. The sky was orange-pink of the morning, and the little skylight made the doors aglow like rippling waters. When the doors had opened into a slit, they stopped. Apparently, the gap was enough for the rider and the walkers to pass through them. A sudden noise hit Kai's ears as if the entire world had come alive. They hadn't seen a single sign of life beyond the wall, and this noise seemed to fill the gap all by itself. In just a single glance, Kai could see dozens of horse carts rushing left and right in the distance. Ser Tussie, what took you so long? A voice came from Kai's right, addressing the knight. The others had come and gone hours ago. He was a middle-aged man, with light brown hair and eyes of the same color. A pointy chin, and a pointier beard besides. He was lean and was wearing a leather jacket for armor. He smiled at the mounted knight, but Kai noticed a sign of apprehension too. Steward, Morgan nodded, opening his visor, drops of sweat trickling down from his nose. Your captain will be glad this time. These 6 should come in handy in the next major battle. Steward smiled back, turning his face to look at the almost dead men and a woman. And then his smile disappeared. Cough. My lord, there are 7 of them, the men said. You must have counted wrong. Ser Morgan twisted his waist, his armor creaking from the action. With one hand, he reached out and grabbed Kai's shoulder. Kai could have tried to dodge, or worse, he could have attacked if he had the strength to do so. Instead, he found himself on the horse, sitting behind the knight. Are you calling me a liar now, Steward? Morgan asked coldly. If I said there are 6, then 6 they are. Kai saw Steward gritting his teeth, his bony cheeks failing to hide the bumps over his molars. Morgan narrowed his eyes. Steward suddenly laughed. Ha ha. Yes, my lord, he said. You are right. Now that I have looked again, they are 6 indeed. I've become old. Perhaps I should ask the captain to retire these old bones. Ser Tussie just chuckled in reply and brought the destrier to a trot in no time. Where are we headed? Kai asked, not worried about the knight's intentions at all. All his actions, subtle responses, and even the bloodlust he had shown during his battle was nothing but a part of manipulating the knight to get what he wanted. Kai preferred working alone, but it didn't mean he would waste his time collecting information, too. No need to worry, kid. The knight reined the destrier, bringing it to a stop. He looked back and whispered, I am taking you in my personal squad. You are too worthy for those shit-stained units. Ser Tussie brought him to an inn miles into the city. Even then, Kai had no way to tell how deep the city ran from the wall. When the other contestants saw Morgan without the helm, they all gave him a wide berth. Kai secretly noticed that people knew him well in this part of the city. Kai stuffed meat after meat in his mouth, hunger still clinging to his guts. Haha, the knight laughed, tearing a chicken leg for himself. Eat, eat. I will take care of the bill. Kai noticed the innkeeper grimacing at those words. It seemed it wasn't the first time for Ser Tussie to take care of the bills. Are all these people contestants? Kai asked, taking a pause. How big is the city? Wait. Suddenly, Morgan frowned, rubbing his chin. How come I never asked your name? Red, Kai casually said. Well, most of them are technically contestants, the knight continued, pointing out all the other customers and in staff. But some give up on power sooner than others. They never joined their battles, so naturally, they never went to a random world. Isn't that right, Putin? The innkeeper growled at Morgan, serving 2 cups of beer. He was balding, and a few of his front teeth were missing. He looked into Kai's eyes for a moment and then left without replying. Heh. Ser Tussie sniggered. The city is enormous, Red. How big? Let's say it's big enough to call it a planet. What? Kai's eyes almost popped out, and he even forgot to bite off the meat on his lips. The wall covers the entire city if that's what you are thinking, Morgan said, giving words to Kai's thoughts. What would you have expected? Not all ascend the floors. They stay here, they eat here, they shit here, and they fuck here. Where would their children go? So either they become slaves, or worse. Becoming slaves isn't worse. Kai thought as Morgan trailed off, drinking a huge mouthful of beer. Or worse, they become contestants. The knight completed. Kai silently mulled over the knight's words and their meaning. His stomach was almost full, and the tiredness had all but receded. You have an ability? Ser Tussie asked, finally mentioning the elephant in the room. Kai nodded again, feigning a prideful expression. Good, the knight nodded. I need contestants like you. Kai neither accepted the offer nor rejected it. Let me give you a brief explanation before leaving, Morgan said as a serving boy took away all the empty plates. Each floor has 2 regions. One is called Chaos Valley, where the Chaos contestants gather. The other is called Order's Peak. Both Chaos Valley and Order's Peak, from 1st to the 7th set, are ruled by 2 empires. The knight took out a dull, bronze-colored badge and pushed it into Kai's hands. Kai felt its cool surface and turned it upside down. On one side it had the sigil of the empire, a twisted red and blue yin-yang-like symbol, with uncountable weapons jutting out from the red side. On the other side, a silver-colored helm was carved on it. I am a member of Silver Hunters Guild, Ser Morgan whispered. The 1st floor's branch of the guild is under my command. When you reach there, ask for Marine Roland, and show him the badge. He will know what to do. Reaching the 2nd floor will be a piece of cake for you. Kill as many as you can in the next battle and ascend in a single go. I will wait for you there. They walked out of the inn without paying the bill. When the knight took the rein of the destrier, Kai remembered something and asked, Where do I go now from here? Morgan closed his visor, and a blue light shimmered around him. He outstretched his hand and pointed at the end of the street. Kai saw a 2-story building there. At the top of the building, there was a banner fluttering with the image of a silver helm. Remember the words of the Raya Empire, Ser Morgan Tussie said. Blood and war. Blood and war. Kai repeated, almost rolling his eyes, and then the question struck him. What is the name of the empire ruling Order's Peak? The blue light had become almost blinding. But the knight passed the answer before disappearing. Kai's face became ash. There was such a surprise on his face that he couldn't think anything, all thoughts vanishing to the furthest boundary of reality. How? How? Kai muttered, remembering the name. That name was the Stormborn Empire. Kai never knew how or when he reached the guild's gate. Oi. Pretty rat. I won't ask again, the shout came abruptly, making Kai finally see where he was. He was at the steps leading to the guild's main door. A guard was standing in front of him, wearing a half-open shirt and loose pants. A poorly drawn tattoo of a silver helm glistened brightly under the noon sun on his right cheek. The guard's eyes were mean, and the look he was giving Kai had nothing but disgust. Kai stood there confused, his ragged appearance betraying his true strength. What do you want? The guard asked, and not for the first time given his tone. We have no spare mission credits to give to the likes of you. Bugger off. Or you will get more than you have bargained for. I am not here for mission credits, Kai said, taking his mind off the nonsense thoughts. I need to see Marine Roland. The guard burst into a shrill laugh. Kai didn't pay any heed to him and reached for the badge in his half-pants pocket. His perception screamed danger out of nowhere. A kick. The guard's foot was coming towards his chest. Anger exploded within Kai. His feet slithered, and the kick brushed past him. Elementary slither footsteps. The guard lost his balance. He would have fallen if it wasn't for Kai holding the guard's outstretched leg, like a wooden stick. Kai's other hand blurred, landing on the guard's knee. Snap. The guard's knee bent backward. Ah. The scream that followed was scarcely any man could hear and ignore. The guard fell, his other leg losing its strength. More guards came running out of the door, hearing the commotion. They all looked the same, and there were 3 of them. Burly, brute, and unreasonable. They saw the guard. They also saw Kai letting go of one of the legs. Then, they charged. Kai slithered. He slid in and out of guards' attacks, rubbing his feet on the ground as if he was oil on steel. Snap. Bones broke like twigs. With his 2 years of experience and knowledge of human and beasts' bodies, Kai knew exactly where to attack to inflict the most damage. Snap. By the time Kai wrapped his fingers around a guard's throat, the 2 others were lying on the ground. One had his ankle broken. The other's elbow didn't look like an elbow anymore. Suddenly, he felt a burst of power coming from his side. A huge fist flooded Kai's vision, appearing in the corner of his eyes with unmatched and unavoidable momentum. Chapter 20, Preparations, A Serpent's Fangs. Kai's legs slithered like a gentle gust had pushed him backward. The fist hit hair, making Kai narrow his eyes. Another fist followed, and he dodged it again by a hair's breadth. The guard under Kai's grip dangled like a cloth along with him. His finger tightened around the man's throat with every step he slithered, with every punch he dodged. The men behind the fists noticed it too. The punches stopped. The slithering stopped. The tightening fingers loosened. Kai got the chance to look at them and then. The guards were already burly, but this man was the bulliest. Thick arms, thicker face. A bushy beard lingered on his face, along with an anchor tattoo on his right cheek. Kai didn't want to kill anymore. The thrill had passed and he had more important things to do. "You are Marine Roland?" Kai asked. "Who's asking?" the man replied, never taking his eyes off the purple-faced guard. Kai reached into his pocket and took out the badge before throwing it towards the man. "You need better guards. Asterisk. Asterisk. When will the next battle be?" Kai asked, rolling the coin-like badge across his knuckles. Roland, the branch captain of the Silver Hunter Guild, had been eyeing the badge since Kai had thrown it in his face. 3 days from now, at evenfall, Roland answered, nodding at another guy. "We will ambush a herb gathering party." The guy, who Roland had nodded at, brought a map and spread it on the table between Kai and Roland. By now Kai had got to know many miscellaneous things from Roland, without losing a single mission credit. "Once a week, the world outside the wall comes alive," Roland told him. "Beasts, herbs, trees, water, and mines, name it and you can find it out there. These things are the precursor for the battles. The city is enormous, and to sustain it the Empire needs resources. You can guess the rest." Kai could indeed guess the rest. It is all a game for the systems. By limiting the resources, it forces the empires to fight each other. This happens on each floor, like a boring, endless cycle. No wonder all contestants long to return to random worlds. Here life is monotonous, but there is a world full of possibilities and opportunities. "What do you know about the Stormborn Empire?" Kai asked the question that had been bothering him for long now. "Don't order me." Roland fumed, eyeing Kai and the badge, but answered anyway. "I am just a first-floor contestant. I know little, other than what I need to know and what I am told. The only thing that is publicly known and discussed is that it wasn't always called the Stormborn Empire. Some 100 years ago, a contestant ascended to the top and single-handedly toppled the last empire." "What?" Kai could perceive absolute fear in Roland's voice. The guy, standing next to him, was shivering. "Do you know his name?" "She." Roland corrected. "Brienne Stormborn, the Empress of Justice, Balance, and Order." For a moment, just for a fleeting moment, Kai had hoped to hear his father's name. Alan Stormborn had disappeared right after his son's birth, becoming the greatest mysteries in Kai's life. For another fleeting moment, Kai had wished to hear his mother's name. But Brienne. Kai searched for the name in his family tree, tracing the last 1,300 years of history of House Stormborn. "There's no Brienne." "Prepare a room for me," Kai almost commanded. "Tomorrow we will go to the armory. You better not have any lack of mission credits." Kai saw Roland gritting his teeth in anger and rubbing his fists. But the badge turned out to be more powerful than Kai had imagined. In a few minutes, Kai found himself in a big room. Kai didn't go to sleep immediately, though. There were a few things he needed to do before going back to the random world. This was as good a time as any. "Chaos," Kai said, his voice booming within the room. "I want the miscellaneous rent box. Processing request. Request accepted. Request nature, miscellaneous rent box. Specification, a fourth of your inventory will be reserved for miscellaneous storage. Effect. 1. Contestant can conjure any container within this space. 2. The combined capacity of all the containers must not exceed the limits. 3. Only things with no stats can be stored within the containers. Price, 100 mission credits. Warning, price subjected to change with rise in mission grade. Do you accept the transfer?" With one flick of his hand, Kai took out the hippogriff's legs and said, "Yes." Immediately, he felt a corner of his inventory graying out as if he didn't have full access to it anymore. It was kinda like having a drawer within a drawer. Kai also noticed there wasn't any reduction in total mission credits for now. If the system won't get to deduct 100 MC before random worlds teleportation, then he won't be able to access the miscellaneous rent box. Kai eyed the legs, each donning half a foot long steel-like talons. It's a little complex for items like these, Arlen had told him. The system will allow it to be stored as long as you can distinguishably tell it is or was an item or a magical creature. So if you were to store only a claw of the magical creature, the inventory will most definitely reject it. Unless the claw is itself an item. Got me. That's what Kai had been worrying about. Hippogriff was a magical beast, and its legs were rich in mana. Before taking it to the smith, he'd rather store the flesh for later. It was bloody work. Kai managed to secure a dirk from Roland. He angled it perfectly, and cut through the muscles. On his left was a wooden chest. From the open lid, one could see strips of flesh. Kai took a weary breath. He was exhausted. When Kai was done, he put the wooden chest back into the reserved space of his inventory. But when he tried to store the talons, the inventory rejected them. Ah. Kai nodded, concluding Arlen's info. He wrapped the talons in a huge cloth instead. Now, I must do that too. Kai had been looking forward to this the most. Ever since he had seen Arlen taking out that vial, he had been looking forward to this moment. He thought for a moment, and the system turned his thoughts into reality. Kai swept his hand, and a vial appeared out of his inventory. It was the same vial Arlen had given him. And its purpose was also the same. I can't depend on light neurotoxin too much in a battle, Kai told himself. It depletes my HP and MP and makes me incapable of using other abilities of the blood essence. It's better to store it beforehand. Kai resolved himself, focusing on the ever-present hotness in his chest. Even after experiencing it many times, the heat still had an edge to it. A hot mist covered his entire body, and the tattoo of the blue-tailed boa constrictor appeared on his right arm. Skill light neurotoxin activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. Kai's reptilian pupils shimmered in the well-lit room. The nail of his middle finger extended, turning into a serpent's fang. Drip. Drip. Kai paled instantaneously. 5 colorless drops of the poison had brought down his HP by 25 points. The drop in MP was enough to make him dizzy. But Kai persisted. Assisted by the maniacal will of his, Kai managed to remain awake until his HP and MP returned to their original values. The tiredness, though, kept piling on. Another activation. Eyes bloodshot. 5 more drops. And Kai couldn't hold on any longer. The only thing he could do before losing his consciousness was to send the vial back to the inventory. Asterisk. Asterisk. After a few hours. Why's the city so? Kai was wearing a long black greatcoat that brought about the color of his white hair. They flowed down his shoulders like a waterfall of honeyed milk. His hazel gave him a ferocity unknown to the boys of his age. None could deny that as long as Kai didn't show his true nature, he could be the most charismatic figure wherever he went. Even in this place, young and old, all women couldn't help but take second glances at him. Some had controlled their emotions, but many blushed, their faces gaining the color of ripe peaches. So unimpressive. Roland followed Kai with a half-unbuttoned shirt, showing his gleaming oiled chest, and loose pants. On his shoulders he carried a sheet of cloth, having Hippogriff's talons in it. Men scattered at the first sight of Silverhelm's tattoo on his right arm. Yes. Kai was indeed unimpressed. Except for a few signs of otherworldly power and the occasional stroll of mana around him, Kai could scarcely say it was some kind of magical place. Children were playing in the streets. Most were naked or had a piece of cloth around their groins. There seemed to be no shortage of brothels, and the women were so open that one had even run at Kai with her breasts in her hands. What did you expect? Roland asked, shoving a drunkman dozens of feet away. It's all the same up to the 3rd floor. Here lie the people who are too afraid to die, and too unworthy to ascend. The 3rd floor would have also been the same if it wasn't for a set lord being present there. Set lord. A kinda noble of empire, Roland explained. The empire chooses one among the top-class 3rd floor contestants and grants the title of baron or baroness. Over on the order side they do the same. The current set lord of first set of the Chaos Valley is Baron Silvas. But he's about to ascend to the 2nd set, I heard. Empires were everything in the Primordial Tower, holding most of the power. Kai could imagine the lure of a noble title for a contestant when he wasn't roaming the various random worlds. Kai followed Roland as the burly man took a sharp right turn. 2 men were having a fistfight there, their nose was broken and their fists bloody. 10 mission credits, said one man, watching from a corner. 30 MC on the baldy, said another. A third well-dressed man rushed to them to accept the transfer. Beyond them, Kai's gaze fell on banner fluttering high over the multi-story building. 2 silver longswords crossed behind a round golden shield upon a grey background. It was ancient, Kai thought, feeling a hint of mana seeping out of it. 1,000 armor smithy. This place was so big and crowded that Kai felt like he was a bee and the building was a beehive. The buzzing noise was anything but comprehensible. No one was looking or hearing anyone, but running from here to there always seemed to be in a hurry. Jack! Roland shouted at a half-naked muscular man. His skin was black, and his big head covered up brilliantly for his short legs. Marine Roland, my friend, Jack shouted back, shifting many eyes towards them. Still searching for one piece, are you? Ha ha. For the first time, Kai noticed a twitch at the corners of Roland's lips. Don't mock me, Jack, Roland said, shaking his thick hands with the guy. I have brought you a customer. The one I told you about, remember? Jack's smile vanished, and he turned to look at Kai. Jack said, his thick eyebrows crushing his forehead. He is just a boy. Kai stared into Jack's eye, almost as if daring him to call Kai a boy again. But Roland shook his head and whispered something in Jack's ears. Okay. You don't have to remind me, Roland, Jack said, licking his lips. Come with me. Kai found himself standing in a spacious smithy with heat billowing out of hearth and many men and women hammering here and there. Let me see it, Jack said. Roland put the bag down in an open area and unrolled the sheet. The thundering sound of hammers vanished suddenly. Jack's jaw dropped, and even Roland looked rather shaken as he didn't actually know what was he carrying so far. Jack caressed the talons. Magnificent. I can make top common grade daggers out of this. I will be famous. Ha ha. Now that brought out Kai's fury. What did he say? Kai's eyes narrowed. In one step, he towered over the armorer, lifted his chin, and looked into Jack's soul, making it shiver like never. Sabers. Kai's voice had a chill of winter rain. I want sabers. Chapter 21, Twin Saber Style, leaving the Primordial Tower. Morning. Third day. Kai let Roland in the room and shut the door. How much did they cost? What happened to you? Roland asked, stunned. Kai looked like someone had sucked out flesh off a chicken, leaving behind feathers. His face was pale, and his eyes had dark circles under them. Roland continued, getting no reply. 400 mission credits for each saber and another 300 for the armor. 1,100 mission credits, Kai reflected. I would have never gotten those many, at least not that easily. After a talk with Jack, Kai had made the armorer forge 2 sabers using the talons and an armor using crushed leftover talons and bones. Roland passed over the armor first. For the newly forged items, whoever put them in the inventory first will become the owner, he explained. Also, you can't just put someone else's item in your inventory. If you steal someone's item, and he or she were to die, then the item will go back to their inventory, regardless of where you are. Kai nodded and held the armor then, his gaze falling on the dull gray stats hovering above it. Item, Steelbone Brigandine. Grade, Common. Specification, a studded leather vest made of hippogriff's hide, lined with its crushed talons and bones. Requirement, Strength 11, Stamina. Attributes, Weight 3.5 kilograms. Skill, not applicable. Effect, Defense +7 Agility. Quality, 66%. It's like wearing my own skin over myself, Kai thought, his eyes lighting up. He immediately wore it over his shirt. It was plain brown from outside, only showing blurry white protrusions where the lining had been carried out over chest and back. Wonderful. Now I can resume my fighting style, Kai thought, flexing his arms. Why only 66%? Kai asked, recalling the quality. I thought it would be 100%. Certainly, the materials were fresh. No, it's not that. Roland had almost left the room, leaving the sabers behind. Materials matter, but it is an innate flaw of contestants who are also armorers. If you want an item beyond 80%, you can only get one in the random worlds, or have it made by the armorers within the random worlds. How much would that cost me? Kai passively asked. Humph. Roland snorted in reply. Get ready, we are leaving in an hour. When the marine had gone, Kai took out a black saber, his heart thumping in anticipation. Item, Black Steel Saber. Grade, Common. Specification, a saber forged using hippogriff's talons. Requirement, Strength 11, Agility 12, Perception. Attributes, Base Damage 35 points. Skill, Hippogriff's Fury. Skill Effect. 1. Mana Consumption, 5 to 10 MP. 2. Reduce HP regeneration by 25 to 40%. Quality, 72%. A vile, creepy smile surfaced on Kai's face. With a thought, a glass vial appeared in his hand, and from the markings over it, one could tell there were around 7 milliliters of substance within it. My precious. Kai muttered, activating the skill once again. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kai wasn't a skilled rider, but the stallion was trained masterfully. He pressed his knee against the beast's belly, gave a slight tuck to the reins, and it understood his commands. Roland was in lead, followed by his right-hand men, while Kai was in the middle of the team which comprised 4 men and 3 women. They weren't the only ones, either. Bands of contestants were marching out of the barren gate to a land that wasn't barren anymore, and even before going out, they could see greenery from the opening in the gate. Distant cries of birds were sipping in the city, giving all the contestants a cheery and expectant expression. Yet, there was one attribute in Kai's stats which just never wanted to let the things end smoothly. You. A shout came from Kai's left. Kai remembered him from the time before they had entered the city. In the name of Laya Empire, I, Head Guardsman Stuart Gunther, conscript you into the Barren Gate 3rd Unit. Luck was indeed a fickle thing. Get down. Stuart bellowed. Guards. Close the gates. No one leaves before I make this boy kneel. Ha ha. Kai suddenly laughed, a shrill, cranky sound coming out of his throat. Are you mocking the Empire, boy? Stuart shouted again, his pointy chin becoming red. Why bring big words into the game, old man? Kai asked back. I am mocking none other than you, of course. You. Stuart pointed his shaky finger at Kai. Many others also gasped at hearing Kai's jest. It was well in Head Guardsman's rights to confiscate a contestant into the Empire's direct service in the absence of the captain of Barren Gate. But Roland and the other guild's members were calm. Kai's hand reached down into his pocket and took out a badge. The bronze glimmered golden under the white sun. Stuart stumbled back, a horrified look appearing on his face. This can't be, he mumbled. Why do you have the Knight's Honor badge? This time it was Roland who replied. It is Ser Morgan Tussie's. A buzz resounded all around them. Ser Tussie wasn't some elite warrior for him to be known throughout the city. But in the immediate region of the Barren Gate, his name was known by all. Only the captain of Barren Gate could talk to him on equal terms, and that too, if Ser Tussie wanted so. Impossible. Stuart said, finding courage out of thin air. Ser Morgan would never. Still, all contestants must service the Empire when called upon. Even knights are not excluded from it. Come with me. When Ser Hostler returns, you can present your arguments. Fool, Kai rebuked Stuart. He should have backed away when he had the chance. TCH. Yes, you are right. Kai said, shocking the Head Guardsman. But then, what of the orders given to me by Ser Tussie? He has given me his honor. He can as easily take it back. He is right, Stuart, Roland chimed in. Red must prove himself to me in this battle. Such was Ser's command. A stalemate occurred between Kai and Stuart then. They both looked at each other. Kai knew Stuart must have learned of his first battle from the other newbies, and had somehow guessed that he has an ability. No other reason could have been so pressing for Stuart to be so adamant about keeping him from going out. It may be so, Roland, Stuart spoke after considerate deliberation, licking his lips up and down. But I still can't let him go. What if he completes the kill count and runs away to a random world? How will I answer to the captain then? There was no question of what if. Stuart and Kai both knew he could easily complete any count. Well, I have a simpler solution, Kai almost whispered, but his voice reached Stuart's ears. Why don't you come with us? You can monitor me, and when I am done, you can bring me back. As a freeman or a prisoner. Huh? What say you? Asterisk. Asterisk. 7 they were, but 15 they became. The stallions and mares left behind a storm of dust as they galloped off to the place of ambush. Stuart had brought 7 more guards along with him to outmatch the Silver Hunters Guild's members. Roland took them around a small hill covered in tall trees and made them dismount. Stuart, he said, addressing the tagalongs first. I am taking my team to the other side of the hill. Don't let your men make any noise. Otherwise, answer to Ser Tussie himself. Humph. Stuart snorted. Don't teach me, Roland. I was a contestant even before your father had entered your mother. Roland didn't bother to reply to the jest. He brought Kai and others to the opposite side of the hill, following a shadowy trail. They didn't have any steel armor that could have revealed their presence in the noon either. It was a long, narrow valley there, covered in a purple-blue shine. Those are the herbs they are coming for, Roland told them, pointing at the purple stems and leaves. How much longer? Kai asked. 30 minutes, Roland answered, scratching his beard. 40 maybe, but not longer. If you are late, I won't wait for you. That's more than I will ever need, Kai smiled. Kai traced back the trail and walked to the group of men, hiding well under the shade of dense trees. Why are you back? Stuart asked at the first sight of Kai. Don't tell me you are a craven. Ha ha. Now that's a surprise. The guards laughed along with him. Kai didn't reply. Step. His eyes became slits. Step. 2 sabers appeared in his hands. Step. Steam drops evaporated and his figure blurred behind the hot mist. Step. Kai slithered, the black sabers glistening like oiled steel even in the shadows. When Kai dashed towards the guards, they were still confused about what was happening. 2 arms. Stuart shouted, waking them up. They all took long spears out of their inventory. Stuart had a long sword in his hands. Kai took a deep breath. For the first time, he was truly feeling alive. The guards charged at him, their spear points rushing at him. Stuart backed away, letting the guards take the van. The head guardsman's face had turned pale from the red of anger. He must have seen them. Those 2 menacing slits, and the heat coming out of Kai. Twin saber style. One moment, Kai was coming at them. In another, he disappeared. The air seemed to hiss as he slithered in and out of the spears. The sabers danced, kissing one man after another. Some were kissed at wrists, some at legs, and one was lucky to even get a peck on the neck. Dance of the giant serpent. When Kai left the cut-up guards behind, he found Stuart shaking like a leaf. Ha! A mad charge. Stuart lifted the long sword as high he could and hacked at Kai. Kai slithered away. One saber blurred upwards, the other across, and kissed the middle-aged man twice. Blood showered from Stuart's shoulder and waist. Elementary snake instinct, proficiency 16%, plus 3%. Elementary slither footsteps, proficiency 47%, plus 2%. Elementary twin saber style, proficiency 40%, plus 5%. Run. Stuart let out a whimper, darting for the horses. The bleeding guards followed. But even before reaching the horses, they saw the notification regarding the 25% drop in HP regeneration, their eyes going wide. Black steel saber, Hippogriff's fury. Still, this wasn't enough to prevent Stuart and others to rush toward the horses anyway. The thing was, Kai had intentionally not put his weight on his attacks, letting the cuts remain shallow. Just enough for the steel to enter their flesh. Because he wanted to test something, and these men were nothing but a part of his experiment. Ha ha. Kai laughed, not worrying about Stuart and guards mounting the horses at all. Thud. Then one guard fell off the horse, tumbling down like a dead weight. Thud. Thud. The others followed one by one too. Stuart persisted, for a mere second longer, then he came down as well. What's happening? Why can't we move? They thought. Kai stalked towards them, his steps sounding like the grating noise of death's scythe in their ears. He looked at his sabers. These were his fangs, but unlike his previous life, they lacked one exceptional property. Venom. A stray ray of sunlight fell on the edge of one of the sabers. Kai saw an imperceptible layer of transparent liquid smeared over the cutting edge, and his lips arched up in a hideous grin. Light neurotoxin. The rest was an ugly business. Kai had only left them alive to see the potency of his poison-smeared sabers. When the saber parted their heads, they couldn't even blink. Under the afternoon sun, only the wind screamed for them. Asterisk. Asterisk. No. Slash. Please. We are not soldiers. Hiss. You demon. They were innocents. Thud. Huff. Huff. Kai panted, taking his saber out of the guard's heart. The report given by the informant had turned out to be true. Only one guard at Roland's level had accompanied some 25 contestants to gather the herbs, thinking the major fight was going on somewhere else. They had no items and no skills. In a way, they were indeed innocent. There is no such thing as innocent contestants, Kai had told Roland, before descending on the Order's contestants like darkness. The bloodbath that had ensued was nothing but plain butchery. The other 6 guild members had joined Kai too ultimately. But Kai was fast, and the speed at which he killed could hardly be matched by contestants like Roland. The poison did most of the work. It was hidden. And deadly. When the guard took his last breath, the thrill in the demon's eyes got buried behind the notification. Terminating battle sequence. Floor, 1, first set. Kill count, 21/20ths. Battle number. Contestant Kai Stormborn, you have achieved the required kill count. Are you ready to leave the Primordial Tower? Once declined, your kill count will reset to. The choice is yours. Don't come back. Roland said from afar. The rest were too scared to approach Kai's bloody figure. Kai's grinned at Roland, sending him a shivery goodbye. Then he disappeared with a blue flash, leaving behind stiff corpses. Many had their eyes open, and a few might still be alive, dying slowly. Death would claim them the same. It was just a matter of time. Volume 2, The Primordial Tower, Interlude, ends. Chapter 22, Glitch and Worth, Choosing the Second Random World. How was your first visit to the Primordial Tower, contestant Kai Stormborn? If Kai still didn't know that he was getting special treatment, then he wouldn't be Kai Stormborn anymore. The White Room was the same as always. It had no means of escape, a fact Kai hated to the core. Another thing which he didn't like was how it always appeared buck naked here. It was as if the system was saying he had no secret to hide in its presence. There was another thing. I wish I could charge the system for these questions, Kai grumpily thought. 100 mission credits for each question will suffice, I guess. It wasn't anything impressive, Kai said. The city of assignments was full of empty bellies and even more greedy mouths. No wonder the contestants from upper floors are thinning out the crowd by killing them off earlier. A deed of necessities. Chaos doesn't interfere in the game of men. So long as there are always contestants to play the game and it never stops. You seem to have questions for chaos, Kai Stormborn. Is it that obvious? Kai rebuked himself. Fooling people is much easier. What are Glitch and Worth? Kai asked. How are they interrelated? None in the Primordial Tower had spoken about them by themselves. It felt odd to Kai that contestants like Roland knew of newbies with ability, but not of Glitch. And he wasn't foolish enough to mention it by himself, either. The system, though, was different. Here Kai could ask freely. Processing the questions. Calculating the question's worth. Analyzation complete. As per your privilege, you can know the answers to these questions for free. Privilege? Kai's eyes narrowed. But the lure of free answers was just too much for him to think about it for now. Tell me. Every being has an individuality, contestant Kai Stormborn. This individuality is one's imprint on the vast cosmos. The one that was, is and will be, forever and beyond. The rules of heaven restrict these individualities from manifesting into the material plane. Rules can be broken, though. All things have a certain price. You would know that, wouldn't you, Kai Stormborn? But the outline of some imprints is darker than others, their depths deeper. Hence, the price required to free them from heaven's rules also differs. These individualities when manifested into the material plane are called glitches and the price paid for their freedom is called worth. So that's how it is, Kai reflected, his eyes gleaming with realization. That's why those of higher worth get looked at in a different light. Because the system has deemed them worthy enough to pay the price for their individuality. I am ready to be teleported to the next random world, Kai said, hoping dearly for it to be the magical world of Harry Potter, or even better, the world of Pokemon. Very well. As you have completed the initiation mission, a new function, milestone, is available. Milestones are hidden achievements that a contestant can achieve in the random worlds. Unlike titles, they aren't triggered and result from the actions taken within the random worlds. Milestones often give rewards that have a permanent nature. Analyzing contestant Kai Stormborn's stats. Analyzation complete. Contestant Kai Stormborn, as per your privilege, you can choose one of the two main missions. This privilege again. Show me. Main mission, report the infiltration of Team Minato in the village hidden in the grass. Mission summary, Third Shinobi World War. The village hidden in the grass has been invaded, and now serves as an important front between the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Leaf Village. The Canopy Bridge within the country is a vital pathway to Hidden Stone Village's line of supply. Team Minato of the Hidden Leaf Village, led by the newly promoted Jonin Hataki Kakashi, is given the mission to destroy it. Mission objective, you are a rogue practitioner seeking asylum within the Hidden Stone Village. But to get the privilege you must report the infiltration of the Team Minato with proof and their current location to the Stone Village's ninjas. Mission time limit, 5 days. Mission grade, E. Ninjas. Jonin. Kai tasted the word at the tip of his tongue. An infiltration team won't be weak, right? He had trust in himself to scout and spy on others. But gathering solid proof needed more than silence. Sigh. Kai shook his head, putting the tumultuous thoughts at the back of his mind. He adjusted his eyes and looked at the second mission then. Main mission, thwart the assassination of John Aaron. Mission summary, year 298 after Aegon's conquest. King Robert of House Baratheon had dethroned King Aerys II, claiming the throne for himself. After his coronation, King Robert had named John Aaron, styled Lord of the Eyrie, as the Hand of the King. The Hand, John Aaron, has recently uncovered a secret that will cost him his life. His enemies have hired many assassins, including contestants, to kill him before he can reveal the secret. Mission objective, you will act as a page, newly hired by John Aaron, in the guise that he has become old and the younger pages don't suit his needs. In truth, you are a Sellsword who will be given exclusive duty to guard the Hand against the assassins. Mission time limit, 1 week. Mission grade, E. Page? Kai deliberated over the word. Isn't that the title for a servant to nobles? Kai felt conflicted. The first mission threw big and enticing words at him, promising great opportunities. But, when Kai looked back to his experiences, his heart quivered imagining the potential danger involved. What good all the opportunities would do him, if he wouldn't remain alive to convert them to power. Moreover, Kai didn't recognize the names mentioned in the mission itself. He didn't know who was Hatake Kakashi, or how powerful was this Team Minato. In the last 3 days, Kai had tried his best to gain as much information as possible. Alas, on the first floor, the general info about the random worlds available barely scratched the surface. If I want some real data, I need to ascend to the second floor, Kai reflected before sighing again. Best not to gamble when I don't know the variables involved. I choose the second mission. Kai then thought about something and said, also, I would like to keep the pain factor value same. Pain didn't bother Kai too much as the worst years of his life had passed in constant pain and hunger. However, from his initiation mission, he had learned there were many kinds of pain. He also didn't want them to affect his ongoing mission in any way. Moreover, with every minute rise in pain factor, the cost in mission credits rose exponentially. An amount of 200 mission credits is deducted for the miscellaneous rent box and the pain factor of 0. Sending contestant Kai Stormborn to the random world. Good luck. What the? Kai's figure twisted and turned as a blue shimmer surrounded him and took him away. Asterisk. Asterisk. Tarland, a voice boomed. 3 jars of wine here. Where is the stable boy? Another voice asked. Ah. Sir, not here, please. A girl squeaked. Even before Kai's eyes adjusted to dark, damp place, his face had already twisted in rage. Kai had expected to appear in a room again, cut off from the outside world and with no concept of time. He had already filled a vial of poison for himself in the Primordial Tower. After teleportation, Kai had been preparing himself to fill at least another vial before stepping out. The noises annihilated Kai's plans, though. Thump. A service boy, no older than 7, put a heavy cup filled with red thick liquid on the table in front of him. The place was full of leather-armored soldiers, common people in rags, half-naked girls running barefoot, and yes, the stink of piss, shit, smoke, and wine reigned proudly within this inn. Kai looked down at the mug. A fly was floating in the wine, and the wine looked like its filthy blood to him. But his gaze didn't linger on the wine for long. There was a finger-length scroll beside the mug, which Kai hadn't noticed before. Kai unrolled the scroll with bubbling anticipation. The beautiful cursive writing written over the parchment stood out like a lotus blooming in the mud. There was a time when the roar of dragons was the sweetest song known to this world. Old magic was feared, and the horrors were respected for what they were, what they signified. But no more. The last dragons had died many years ago, and magic had vanished from these lands, leaving behind nothing but a mist in its memory in very distant places. This has become a world of hard men and harder decisions. 7 kingdoms there were, but now 1. Yet, the ambitions of mortals never cease. This is a world where people battle at whim, die like flies, and get forgotten as if they had never existed. Chaos welcomes you, contestant Kai Stormborn, to the place called Westeros, but known better as the Game of Thrones. No sooner than Kai had folded this scroll, another child appeared by his side. This time, a small, scrawny girl. She never looked at him, and Kai wondered if she was asking for something to eat. But then she ran away as if she had chanced upon this place by mistake. What the? Kai followed her back to the inn's main door and then lost her. When he returned to the task at hand, there were 2 more scrolls placed on his table. This. Did the girl place them? Kai asked himself. When Kai reached for one scroll, he noticed his clothing this time. The armor, steel-bone brigandine, was still on him. It covered almost all his upper body, including his arms. Under the armor, there was a blue tunic, and for pants, Kai was wearing brown-colored breeches. The leather of his knee-high shoes was biting at his toes with every shuffle of his feet. Suddenly, Kai remembered something, shoving his hands inside his pockets. The fingers of his right hand kissed cold metal. It was still there, defying all logic. The iron coin. Kai shook his head and unrolled another scroll. A jet black bar appeared in front of his eyes. The 3 red, blue, and yellow bars hovered above it, but the black bar was longer than all the 3 combined. Unlike the HP, MP, and SP bars, this black bar didn't have any values to show its actual amount. The contestants in this world are subjected to an abnormality limiter for the entire length of their mission. Magic is nothing but a stranger to the people here. Here, swords, armors, and treachery rule supreme. Contestants must make sure to not get spotted taking actions that can be termed as abnormal and supernatural by any in-world character from this world. The abnormality limiter bar shows the allowance given to all contestants. Once the black bar becomes empty, the said contestant will be judged unworthy. The abnormality limiter bar will refill automatically, given no further such instances after a certain time limit. Warning, some actions can instantly bring down the allowance to 0. Kai mulled over the word some actions and then unrolled the last scroll, not touching the wine at all. As a starter, you are given a sum of 1 stag and 15 pennies. You are one of the many cells words hired to act as a secret guard. The hand, John Aaron, will personally select one of the cells words. Your first side mission will be to prove your worth to John Aaron and successfully enter his service. The moment you get chosen, a timer of 1 week will be turned on. You must complete your main mission within the time limit. As soon as Kai read that, all the 3 parchments crumbled. The shout followed that without warning. Haven't you had enough, boy? A manly voice shouted. Come. Others are waiting for you. We are beginning with the fights. And, what do you think, guys? Was it a right decision to give up on the first mission or not? Chapter 23, John Aaron's Tricky Side Mission. Kai followed the voice. It belonged to a plump man, with a heavy beard and heavier mustache. He was glaring at Kai as if he wanted nothing but to eat him alive. But the moment Kai's eyes matched his dull brown pupils, the fat man smiled. Kai knew it was his charisma that was working wonders for him. Pardons, he said, smiling back. I was lost in my thoughts. Ha, the fat man laughed, or at least tried to, slapping his big belly. Big Waldo likes you, don't worry. Follow me. Kai followed Big Waldo to the stable behind the inn. 5 boys were already there, sneering at each other. As they saw Big Waldo coming towards them, they lost all will for japery. 3 of the boys were like Kai, lightly armored with only a vest. They were of the same age as that of Kai, and one of the 3 had a little stubble, the other 2 being cleanly shaven. The remaining 2 were older, but still less than 20. They had breastplates for armor, and their expression didn't betray their battle-hardened nature. I have called you all for a vital task, Big Waldo said, sounding mysterious. The one that can make you rich overnight. He gestured to Kai to stand among the others. The cell's words were giving Kai a measured look, but he ignored them, already knowing their weaknesses from their postures. The oldest cell's word took a step forward, then. I am not here to play, Big Waldo, he said in a hard voice. Tell me what it is required of me, and how much money we are talking about. The others nodded in agreement. Big Waldo lost his cheery expression then. He gave a stern look to the 2 stable boys, and they scampered off, closing the fence, cutting them off from any interference. A big figure needs shit like you to do some honest work for 7 days, Big Waldo said, looking at everyone but Kai. He is coming here to select one of you. You will see dragons by the time you are done, that I can promise. From the stags mentioned by the system, while giving him coins, Kai immediately guessed that the man was talking about money, and not actual dragons. So, Big Waldo said, eyeing everyone menacingly, if any of you scum wants to back out, this is your time. Once I bring him here. Haha. The moment Big Waldo finished, a notification appeared in front of Kai. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, thwart the assassination of John Aaron. Side mission, get chosen by John Aaron for the job. Side mission summary, John Aaron had ordered his trustworthy men, Big Waldo, to find him a young sellsword who can effectively save him from assassinations. Big Waldo has gathered 6 sellswords, including you, suitable for the task. There is only one way to stand out in Big Waldo's eyes, and that is by killing the rest. Side mission objective, show your potential by defeating the other sellswords. Side mission time limit, not applicable. Do you accept the side mission? Kai saw the irony oozing out of the side mission. On one hand, the systems did ask every time if he wanted to accept a mission or not. On the other hand, there were some missions which he just couldn't reject even if he wanted to. Because rejecting them was equivalent to rejecting the main mission itself. Just like handing the proof letter to Arlen, Kai reflected, accepting the mission. Very well, Big Waldo nodded, getting no response. May the warrior give you courage, then. A tense silence engulfed the 6 men. Seconds by seconds, the 6 kept taking steps back, creating a distance between each other. Big Waldo returned as soon as he had gone. He wasn't alone, though. Kai's eyes squinted as he saw a gray hooded man followed by 2 well-armored soldiers. The presence of those armored guards made the sellswords uneasy, Kai could tell. The guards didn't have helms, and there was a piece of cloth over their upper body, hiding the shine of metal underneath. Yet, from this distance, the clanking of the armor couldn't be hidden. Much less needed to be said about the long sword at their waist. Roland had already told him about the absurdness of the random worlds like Game of Thrones, which, at first look, didn't seem abnormal at all. It was all a game of the mission grades, Kai had found out. With the rise in the mission grade, even the most normal guard would become a disaster for the contestants. Kai's mission grade was E, so the danger his perception was picking up from the guards was still acceptable. If he were to just drop into a random world with mission grade of D-, without any change in his stats, then even he would be pressed hard to block a blow from the same guards. These are the best of their kind and their age under me, Big Waldo said, addressing the hooded men. When I am done with them, you can select one of the remaining 3. The hooded men nodded. Tim, Big Waldo spat, you will have it with the pretty one. Tim gave Kai a look and chuckled. The laugh couldn't have meant anything other than a sure victory. The fat man then paired the rest in pairs as well. Soon, the oldest Sellsword and one of the younger ones took the center stage. The young boy was nimble and ran around the other, dodging one slash and another. But the older one had a breastplate, and that restricted the attacks to his legs. For a few minutes, they danced with each other, sweat trickling down their chin. But it was only the younger one who was panting. A sudden charge. The younger Sellsword dashed to the opponent's calves from behind. He is gone, Kai thought, shaking his head. The older Sellsword suddenly sat down, and the long sword hit the metal on his back. Simultaneously, he thrust his sword up, and it bit into the leather over the younger Sellsword's shoulder. Blood showered, and the boy screamed. The long sword dropped out of the younger boy's hand, and the older Sellsword stood up, his face emotionless. He lifted his sword, going for the kill, and he would have separated the younger one's head if it weren't for the Big Waldo. Enough. Big Waldo roared. You won, Rock. Now move aside. Tom, Jerry, it's your turn. None came to help the boy with the bleeding shoulder. He stood up and moved aside, whimpering all the time. Kai had been eyeing the movements of the hooded men along with the fight. He didn't miss the slight shake of John Aaron's head before Big Waldo stopped the older swordsman from killing the younger one. Kai's eyes narrowed. Tom and Jerry stood facing each other, their swords in their hands. Jerry was taller than Tom, but they were of the same age. Their dance lasted even longer. Both were fast, and both were laughing all the time. Their dance was filled with feints and light scratches. But one slip of Tom's foot, and Jerry plowed the long sword into Tom's thigh. Jerry didn't wait for Big Waldo's cry. He snatched the long sword out and was about to thrust it into Tom's belly when Kai suddenly charged and kicked him. Jerry went tumbling on the ground, and Tom fell, clutching his thigh. What's the meaning of this? Jerry blazed, swishing his sword at Kai. Big Waldo, I'll have his head for this. Kai ignored Jerry. His back was already drenched in sweat. I almost failed the side mission. From his last observation, Kai had already confirmed there was something wrong with the mission itself. Then there the slight shake of John Aaron's head. It was then an idea struck him, making him face the hideous reality of his side mission, which he had already considered past before. The side mission said to get chosen by John Aaron, Kai analyzed. It meant even if he won all the fights, he could still get rejected. Not only that, if he just waited like an idiot, standing on the sidelines, then the chances of getting selected were also slim. John Aaron's approval was paramount here, not killing your opponent. Sure, strength mattered, but that was only a criteria. These side missions are getting trickier. Kai took a deep breath, saying nothing as if what he had done was his natural disposition. Jerry marched murderously toward Kai. You will have your own head before that, Big Waldo said, smiling wickedly at Jerry. The guards reaching for their swords. You've won, right? Now bugger off. Big Waldo whistled. 3 gaunt men came and took away the 2 bleeding Sellswords. Kai was already in the middle of everyone. Tim came striding out, unsheathing his sword. Yield, boy, the older Sellsword said. Yield, and spare me from seeing your maiden blood. Jerry and the other winner, Rock, laughed. I don't need a sword to kill, Kai replied, laughing along with them. Come. Come whenever you are ready. I don't have all day for the likes of you. That angered Tim, and he charged. Kai could see the hooded man whispering something in Big Waldo's ear, but the fat man only shook his head in return. A hidden smile surfaced on Kai's lips. Tim slashed, and Kai slithered. The older Sellsword followed with another cross slash, but Kai ducked, his hands still behind his back. Tim was swift too, but not near enough to Kai's swiftness. Tim took a step forward, bringing down the sword in a powerful arc. Kai's eyes narrowed. What happened next was too fast for the normal eyes to see. One moment, the Sellsword was coming at Kai. In the other, Kai had sent the long sword whirling high in the air with a kick on his wrist. A second kick on Tim's chest sent the poor guy flying back towards a wooden pillar. A muffled grunt escaped Tim's throat, and when all thought it was over, Kai spun and lashed out with a third kick. It landed on the hilt of the sword before it could fall to the ground. Swish. The air shrieked as the sword became an arrow and blasted itself into the pillar. The wood splintered, sending small and big chunks flying here and there. Drops of blood streaked down from Tim's chin, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. The sword arrow had cut his left earlobe. Kai brought his hands forward and gave the hooded old man a deep bow. My lord, he said. I don't need a sword to prove that I am better than these fools, nor do I need to kill to show what I am capable of. And none can lie better than me, that part Kai left unsaid. And, did you guys pick up on the side mission's hidden detail? Support the novel with Power Stones, comments, and reviews. Thank you and enjoy. Chapter 24, An Unlucky Encounter with Prince Joffrey. Kneel, you scum. Big Waldo roared. This is none other than Jon Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale, and the hand to the King Robert Baratheon. Kai kneeled. The rest of the Sellswords had already vanished. The older Sellsword had protested. I did as I was told, he had said. Why is this pretty thing getting selected? Let me have at it with him then. I can cut him in half in one stroke. As the hand and Big Waldo exchanged a few words, Kai stared down at the notification. Side mission, get chosen by Jon Arryn for the job. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 100 mission credits. Main mission timer is triggered. Okay, Jon Arryn said. Now leave us. I will have a word with this boy. No, my lord, Big Waldo said, rejecting the order vehemently. I won't leave you with him alone. The boy is still a Sellsword. And Sellswords have no more honor than a sheep. Kai's lips twitched upon hearing that. He is right, my lord, one guard said. It will be a grave mistake to be alone with him. Let me stay with you at least. They are not making any sense, Kai thought. As if sensing Kai's thought, the hand asked, Are you hearing yourself? The old man pulled down his hood, making Big Waldo and the guards flinch. Haha, he chuckled. This young man is supposed to be my shadow for the coming week. If I can't trust him now, then better put an army around me. Enough. Leave us. Kai could feel the stern gaze of the guards on his back as they backed away. Big Waldo left along with them, closing the fence behind him. Stand up, Jon Arryn commanded. Big Waldo has told me enough about you. You have good instincts and sharp eyes. But he didn't tell me your name. Arlen, if it please you my lord, Kai replied, standing up, and giving the old man's face a good look. Big Waldo has said the truth. I am all that, but even he doesn't know my true worth. As the hand looked at him, Kai observed the old man back. For an old man, Jon Arryn seemed strong with his broad shoulders. Half of his teeth were missing, and his eyes were blue. Under his aquiline nose was a long, healthy beard. What hair was left on his head shone almost gold under the noon sun. Is that so? You are too courteous for a Sellsword, I'll give you that, Jon Arryn said, smiling amiably, but then his face became grave suddenly. Arlen, I hope Big Waldo has told you the severity of the service I require of you. I am in danger, and that means you will be in danger, more than you can think of, given your age. Are you sure you want to do this? I have never been more sure, my lord, Kai said. Assassinations or direct assault, I can handle anything. That's good then, Jon Arryn nodded, approaching Kai and putting a hand over his shoulder. Do you know what your duties will be? Yes, my lord, Kai answered, following the old man out of the stable. I am to act as a page, and as you have said, your shadow the most. That made the old man laugh. Heh. Kai sniggered. Laugh all you want, old man. For the next week, you can't die even if you want to. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kai followed the hand's litter on a mare. The moment he had neared the non-magical beast, his glitch had awakened. If he wanted to, he could devour the mare. Even I am not that desperate, Kai thought, staring at the sweat-drenched people on the streets. By now, Kai had learned a few things about his location. Not to be found as abnormal, Kai had to ask in a roundabout way. He was in the largest city of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, the capital. Even while riding the mare, Kai could see 3 hills rising towards the sky. Aegon's High Hill. Kai remembered the name. It was the hill he was bound for. But Kai was more fascinated by the beast surmounting the hill. The Red Keep. Kai was no stranger to gigantic structures. Compared to the wall he had seen in the primordial world, this castle was nothing. But it had its charms. Like the red fingers of the demon, the towers of the castle were reaching out of the hill, trying to snatch the entire sky in one grip. Kai had even changed his attire. He was wearing a blue doublet over white breeches. His armor was under his jacket, and the guards had given him a simple longsword. The sword had no stats, but it looked almost the same as his castle-forged longsword that he had lost. The castle kept becoming larger and larger as Kai neared it. The ragged-looking people had been replaced by patrolling armored guards. Their gold cloaks fluttered behind them as they watched Kai and others. Suddenly, a dozen horses came galloping towards them. Before Kai could tell what was happening, the nearest guard said, "Are you unlucky, boy?" Huh. Kai could barely open his mouth, confused. "You must be," the guard said, shaking his head. "Otherwise, why did the prince decide to come out now?" In a haste, along with the guards, Kai dismounted, still utterly confused. Arlen had told him that luck dictated random encounters, as much as it dictated random items one could obtain from the loot. If it was his luck that had brought about this encounter, then this meant nothing good for him, Kai knew. Kai felt it then. The distance must have been too large, and his perception too low, for him to not feel it immediately. Now that the 6 enormous stallions were closer, he could feel it like the blows of a rainstorm. Danger. The only thing Kai could find was that it was coming from the prince's escort. In the front were 2 black-armored and gold-cloaked guards. On his right was a red-cloaked guard in red-black-gold-colored armor. 2 more of these red cloaks were on Prince's rear, following him with a trot. All came to a halt with a sharp command from the prince. The danger had become a tight grip around Kai's throat. He looked at the prince then. A golden-haired, tall boy, in what seemed to be red and gold doublet over white breeches and hard red leather boots. He's a prince all right, Kai thought, seeing the scowl on the prince's face. The prince wasn't the source of that danger, though. Kai adjusted his eyes, moving them to the prince's left. There it was. Dark stallion, darker aura. The guard was cladded in a dark armor, had a dog's helm, and an olive-green cloak billowed behind him. Even from this distance, Kai could tell he was no match for this thing. Kai licked his lips, and what happened next made him jolt. Thrum. A vibration. Or an excited roar. It was hard to say, but Kai sensed it as plainly as his breath. It wasn't anything on him, or outside in the real world. This sudden shaking had come from his inventory. From an item within it. From the book. The Tales of Beetle the Bard was quaking so much that Kai could feel it in his bones. The will to devour something alive. The madness. And he knew what it was looking for. Kai also noticed how the book had shown none such shaking when he was with John Aaron, the Hand. Even then, he could tell this old man was a significant figure in this world. Yet, the book hadn't responded to his presence. There was a hint hidden in all this, Kai knew. His hands itched to take out the book, to open it, to try out the item for which had risked his everything. Kneel before your prince, one red-cloaked guard said. The guards besides Kai kneeled at the command, and Kai followed them. Don't look up, the guard close to Kai whispered. No matter what, don't talk back to the prince. Kai nodded. Prince Joffrey, Kai heard the old voice of John Aaron. You will forgive an old man for not stepping out and kneeling, I hope. Heh, the prince grunted. Who is this white-haired boy? Some Targaryen bastard. Kai didn't like where it was going. He knew little about the world, but from the prince's tone, he could infer this word Targaryen wasn't some good thing. Why is my charisma not working on this prince? Kai asked himself. It worked fine on the Hand, though. Haha, the Hand laughed. There are no more Targaryens in Westeros, your grace. He is my new page, Arlen Stone. His father had done me great service in the war. Just today, the boy arrived. Page, a heavy, hoarse voice thundered in Kai's ears. Isn't he too old for a page? It was the taller guard who had asked. Kai shook even more. It's him. He exclaimed. The book wants his tail. Clegane, John Aaron addressed the black guard, the young ones don't suit my needs anymore. I need a quick mind and strong shoulders around me. The boy is just what I need. The Hand would have spoken more if it weren't for the prince's sneer. Ha! Joffrey breathed out. So a bastard he is, then. Who knows, he might have some Targaryen blood in him. Capture him and send him to dungeons. A good whipping will bring the truth out of his mouth soon enough. What the? Kai couldn't believe what he was hearing. Is he crazy or something? Chapter 25, John Aaron's Abduction. The 3 red cloaks dismounted and would have rushed at Kai if it weren't for John Aaron stepping out of his palanquin. There is no need for it, your grace, the Hand said. I assure you, the boy is no Targaryen. If you insist, I can bring you and him to your father, and decide it there and then. A silence filled Kai's immediate surroundings. The entire city came to life behind him, and the shouts of people washed over the silence like cold water. Okay, the prince finally said, reluctantly. Take away your page, then. Dog. Keep an eye on him. Cut him down if he's up to something funny. Gladly, your grace, Clegane said, a sharp laugh following his words. The horses galloped away soon afterward, leaving behind a heavy frown on John Aaron's freckled face. Kai stood up and turned around to see the prince's entourage disappearing far into the serpentine streets when the old man put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about Sandor Clegane, John Aaron said. It's the smaller, hidden ones I am worried about. Yes, my lord, Kai answered, mounting his horse again. John Aaron went for his palanquin. But before vanishing into it, he gave Kai a deep look and sighed. After a few hours. It was nighttime. Kai had been given the quarters bordering John Aaron's bedroom. After a long, nice bath, he had his supper with a cup of sweet sour red wine. Later, Kai followed the guard to John Aaron's bedroom. The wall was lined with torches, the flames licking the stones, blackening them in shame. 2 more guards were posted outside the hand's chambers. He found John Aaron brooding over the heaviest, thickest book he had ever seen. The moment Kai stopped in front of the hand's little table, the old man shut the book with a thud. "Be a good lad and pour some wine for me," John Aaron said, pointing at the jar of wine. "I have sent one more parchment to your room. It mentions your duties. You must know them, in case someone were to ask you." Kai approached the wine. It smelled of spices, and there was a richness to it. Kai dipped a finger into the jar, shocking the living breath out of the old man. "What are you doing?" he shouted, but Kai had already put the finger in his mouth. "I had told your guards to, my lord," Kai said, looking at the hand's wide eyes. "Let me taste everything before you eat or drink it. I have a high resistance to poisonous substances. Just a touch of poison won't kill him, and he couldn't afford them and dying on him by the lack of precautions." "You think my food and wine are poisoned?" John Aaron asked, incredulously. "What nonsense. The maester would know of it soon enough then. No one can afford that kind of suspicion." Here I thought the old man would have some sense to him, Kai thought, scowling inwardly. "There are poisons that are hard to detect, my lord," he said. "This maester you speak of, how well can you trust him?" "As well as I trust anyone," John Aaron answered, his brows furrowing, realizing Kai's meaning. "You aren't suggesting that it's the maester who wants me dead, are you?" "Ha ha. No, no. You don't have to worry about him, either." Kai looked at the hand as if he was looking at a monkey. By now he knew what this maester meant, and who he was. Maester Pycelle was like a royal physician, and Kai had put the old man at one of the top positions on his list. The list of people who can kill John Aaron as easily as swatting a fly. "There you are mistaken, my lord," Kai said. "I told you I will be blunt with you, at least regarding your safety. I have no reason to trust Maester, or just about anyone. I urge you again. Allow me to taste everything before it goes to your mouth." Kai could see the hand was annoyed at his suggestion. He let the old man mull over it for a few moments as he saw the title of the book. The Lineages and Histories of the Great Houses of the 7 Kingdoms. That's a long title, Kai reflected. "All right." John Aaron finally said, drinking a mouthful of wine. "Do as you please. Just beware of acting out of your place. Need I remind you not to even think of approaching the prince and other royal members?" "No, my lord," Kai answered, looking away from the book reluctantly. "I know my duty." "Good then," the hand said, standing up from his chair. "You are dismissed till the morrow." Kai didn't move, though. He looked around the room, noticing the windows and the sleeping city. "I think," he said, approaching one window, "I should sleep here with you, my lord." "Huh." John Aaron's mouth gaped at the notion. "No need for that. I am certain. There are guards outside whom I trust enough. And nobody can come through the window. We are too high for that." Kai ignored the old fool and looked at the distant tower some 100 meters away. Then his gaze moved down and went to the sewer opening just by the hand's tower. "As you wish," Kai said, a creepy, evil smile surfacing on his face, "my lord." Past midnight. It was a moonless night. The air was silent near the ground, but upon the hill, it hummed lightly, passing through the ventilated halls and corridors of Red Keep. CRRR. The door made the lightest creak as it opened, and a guard walked out. John Aaron's blurry shadow could be seen behind him, rippling against the candle's flame. The guard resumed his post as the door guardsman along with the already present one. Thud. "What was that?" one guard said. "It came from the other end of the corridor," the other replied. "Rats." "Must be," the guard answered with uncertainty. "I am going to check it out." The wind howled as the lone guard stood at the door, waiting for his companion to come back. "Arg." The guard snapped his neck, flinching at the sound. This was no rat, he thought. It came from a man. The guard looked around but found no source. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed a redness. A stream of red liquid. Blood, the guard let out a shocked whimper. A runny, long trail of blood was streaming out of the gap between the wooden door and the floor. "Isn't that the room of that bastard?" the guard muttered, already approaching, unsheathing his sword. "Arlen, was it?" Thump. The guard warily knocked at the door, but it opened at the lightest touch. The heavy oak doors parted, letting the guard peek into the room. It was too dark for naked eyes. "Oi," the guard called out. "Arlen, are you there?" The guard looked down and found the trail of blood coming from deep within the room. He twisted his neck to see the other guard, but he was nowhere to see. "The fool should have returned from the corridor's end," he muttered. "Damn it." The guard steeled his resolve, finding no other choice. His grip on the longsword tightened, and he entered the dark room, pointing the sword at an arm's length. The darkness receded as he kept going in. When he reached the middle of the room, he finally saw it. A cup filled with blood was tilted on the floor. Blood was dripping out of it, painting the floor in a steady stream like a single red stroke of the brush. "Where is he?" the guard mumbled. "Where's the boy?" A hiss answered him. Goosebumps covered the guard's arms, then he felt a sharp heat on his neck as if someone had lit a match on it. This heat had a bite to it, a raging sensation mixed with silent pleasure. The thought of slashing behind him had just crossed his mind when a sudden pinch on his neck followed the heat. The pain couldn't have been more than a needle piercing the skin. The guard felt something moist entering him. It was the last sane feeling he had. Death had never claimed someone so quietly before. Kai's slitted eyes became round again, the long nail of his middle finger returning to its actual shape. He stomped, smashing the bloody cup to smithereens. Kai then used the guard's sword to slash his throat open. When he walked out, none could even tell that the blood coming out of the room wasn't from one person. There was no sound to Kai's steps. He might as well have been a cat for the ears of any listener. Kai silently killed the torches, darkening the corridor outside the hand's chamber. When he opened the doors, they didn't give out the slightest creak. Kai found the hand still awake, sitting on the chair, his head looming down over the same book on the table. John Aaron spied Kai's shadow from the corners of his eyes and he looked up. "Arlen," he sounded surprised. "Why are you here? At this hour?" Kai cut him off, though. "Tell me, what is the first requirement for a successful assassination?" "What's the meaning of this?" the hand almost thundered, his voice feeble. "Guards." "Humor me, my lord," Kai said, chuckling. You mean no harm." John Aaron's eyes blazed. "Skill, stealth, and experience, of course," he said, after a moment of pause. "Ha ha." Kai laughed, his voice booming off the thick walls. "That is true, but not entirely correct." John Aaron opened his mouth to shout at the top of his lungs. "For a flawless assassination," Kai continued, slithering, "an assassin must know the location of the target first." "Indeed. How would they assassinate John Aaron if they wouldn't even know where he is?" Chapter 26, Artifacts, King's Landing in Chaos. Stealth was in Kai's bones. The last 2 years of his previous life weren't anywhere enough for him to become a master of assassinations. Not when Kai had only himself to rely on, only himself to learn from. But with the help of his blood essence, he had successfully bridged the gap of experience. How else he could have survived the wrath of an entire world? However, the presence of perception had made Kai warier in this new life of his. No matter how nimble and sure-footed he was, a contestant with higher perception would sense him. Kai knew it. He had seen it happening personally. So Kai had decided to act fast, the sooner the better. Damn this smell. Kai cursed, trying to pinch his nose without hands. It sure brings back memories, though. Sigh. Shut up. Kai spat. No one can hear you down here, old man. On his left shoulder, wrapped up in the bedsheets, was John Aaron with his mouth gagged with a piece of cloth. From time to time, he was jolting, trying to wriggle himself free from Kai's hold over him. Alas, it was in vain. The only thing the hand did was to whimper, his shouts becoming nothing but a buzz. After seeing how John Aaron behaved regarding his security, Kai had found himself in a bind. He had realized no matter how much he would plead, the hand would never take precaution against anyone. It was a little thing in itself, but for someone like Kai, who had seen people getting killed because of the simplest incaution, it was enough. Enough to kidnap the very men Kai was tasked with saving. But the act of kidnapping had turned out to be more fruitful Kai had ever imagined. Under his right arm, Kai had a book. In the dark, smelly surroundings, its title was impossible to be seen. He looked at the book and a discernible smile appeared on his face, making his eyes gleam with shrewdness. Ha ha. Kai almost laughed out loud, but the smell made him think better of it. Thank God I accidentally put my hand over it. Heh. So even luck isn't almighty, huh? Kai remembered the notification which had popped up, brightening his eyes with a dull gray color. Congratulations Kai Stormborn on finding an artifact. Artifact, the lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms. Artifacts are things of unparalleled significance within a random world. They can be anything, from a book to a lock of hair. Artifacts are differentiated from common things by the imprints they have left behind or will leave on their world, turning unnoticeable events into momentous ones. Unlike items, not all artifacts have stats. The contestants cannot bring such artifacts out of the random world. Not even using the miscellaneous rent box. Warning, an artifact will be counted as in contestant's possession, only if you hold it for 1 minute initially, and during your current main mission duration no other contestant gets to hold the same artifact longer than 30 seconds. Otherwise, you must repossess the artifact. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked one title. Title, Novice Collector. Specification, collect 10 different artifacts from any random world and timeline. Status, January 10th. Effect, Luck +3, Correspondence +3, Breath +. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. The emotions of seeing a 3 points of increment in his luck still lingered at the tip of Kai's tongue. He could kill hundreds just to get even one extra point. Kai took a sharp turn and seeing a large enough area devoid of filth, he put the old man there. He slumped down beside John Aaron, panting, cursing all the time. After catching his breath, Kai finally took the piece of cloth out of the hand's mouth. You, the old man immediately roared. How dare you? Have you no honor? I trusted you. How, why, how? Kai stuffed the cloth back into John Aaron's mouth. Ha, he laughed, looking into the hand's horrified eyes. You trust too much and too soon, my lord. If I wanted to kill you, you would have already died. That almost made sense to the old man, Kai could tell. John Aaron squinted his old eyes at him, and for the first time, stopped whimpering. Do you know where we are? Kai asked, pointing with his free hand. In the sewers. John Aaron wasn't shocked. The retching stench they had been having was enough to guess their location. We descended from the entrance beside the Tower of Hand, Kai recounted. I think we are at least out of the castle by now, don't you think? I must ask you to act according to your age and status, my lord. Okay. When Kai took out the piece of cloth this time, John Aaron only glared but kept quiet. Asterisk. Asterisk. 2 hours to dawn. King's Landing. The entire city had been thrown off the bed. A fire seemed to have been kindled by the sound of angry shouts and thunderous rampaging of hooves. Its cause. Red Keep. The number of guards charging in and out of the castle's gates could have been easily mistaken as a preparation for some war. Such was the chaos. It had all started with an ear-piercing cry of a guard, calling for arms and swords. John Aaron, the Hand, had been kidnapped. All got to know this info soon. It was hard to hide such a shameful fact when a guard's throat had been cut open, and the absence of the old man himself. Even more humiliating was the identity of the kidnapper. Oh, yes. The guards weren't looking for a nameless person. The kidnapper was none other than the newly hired page, Arlen Stone. Though some had indeed pointed out a doubt. How could a mere boy have kidnapped an old man from his chambers and disappeared without getting noticed by the patrolling sentries? The question, along with many other details like the absence of Lisa Aaron when this event had taken place, got buried among the hubbub. And why not? The king had never been more furious. John Aaron wasn't only the hand, or an empty post, of the court. The king himself had been fostered under the old man's care in his youth. It had been a long time since King Robert Baratheon had shown his wrath. None wanted to see the drunk king angry, that was plain. Unaffected, but not oblivious, to all this, Kai thrust his sword into another rat as it tried to approach the old man. The stench of the filth was unbearable, but it wasn't the first time for Kai to hide within them. He was more worried about the old man sprawled beside him. John Aaron wrinkled his nose at Kai, a long piece of cloth tying his ankles together. You can't presume to continue this folly, the Hand said. Eventually, Robert will send the guards into the sewers too. I know the man, boy. I know him. Kai cracked the stiffness out of his neck. It almost seemed John Aaron's words had entered from one ear and out from the other. This I know, my lord, Kai agreed. Eventually, the king would send his guards down. But they won't find us here. This is wrong, John Aaron pleaded. If I wanted to survive the assassination by hiding, I would have done it already. Why do you think I had gone to the trouble to hire someone like you? My place is near His Majesty. He is surrounded by enemies, and without me, they will eat him alive. Kai weighed the old man's words. Maybe he's right, he reflected. But what kind of fool cares about another at the cost of his life? What does it have to do with me who would eat alive whom? My mission had said nothing about King Robert. You are a just man, Kai said, frowning. Yet, I must do my duty as well. You have hired me for 7 days. I must see that no harm would befall you, even if you don't like the method, I am afraid. You. John Aaron stuttered. You nutcase. I have been called by this name before. You maniac. Oh, that word brought back memories. You bedlamite. That's new. Kai said, raising an eyebrow. I don't know why you are so against it, my lord. Whatever I am doing it for you. I want you safe, at least more than your wife. That brought an angry, shameful blush on the Hand's freckled face. Kai could feel the hurt in his eyes mixed with loathing. It's a few hours to dawn, Kai commented, ignoring the stare. Why don't we talk about the secret, then? John Aaron gasped. What secret? He whimpered, his breath resisting to come out. What do you know? Haha. Kai laughed, trying to brush off his tension. Well, isn't it obvious, my lord? A person of your status hires a guard, and that too a sellsword under a false guise. You fear assassinations. Now, you don't look like an insane person for you to hallucinate such things. What else could it be, other than a secret that can bring down mortal danger on you? Ah, yes. And on your family. That too. You are a family man, of course. Kai's chuckle brought him nothing but scorn from John Aaron. Know your limits, the hand said, his tone sharper than ever. You already stand to lose your head for kidnapping me. If you keep on with this farce about some secret, don't count on me to plead for you once it's all over. Fear Arlen, if you have not lost your wits entirely. Fear the king's justice. Kai looked at John Aaron. He nodded, making John Aaron smile in relief. What Kai said next brought a roar out of the old men, which echoed for long in the long tunnels. What was the name again? Kai mumbled, squinting his eyes at the arching roof. Yes. Robert Baratheon. I have learned another person named Robert, my lord. He happens to be your only son. No. I beg you. Tell me the secret, otherwise, I will unite the father and son by bringing him here piece by piece. I promise. Chapter 27, Fighting a Pokemon in the Sewers. Time had northwest meaning in this place. Kai had to rely on his instincts to guess that it was evening outside. They had spent over 30 to 33 hours here. Till now, no one had come down to the sewers. The day would have been boring, with all the choking smells and filth around them, if it weren't for the extraordinary tale John Aaron had told Kai. The old men had persisted as long as old men could when it usually came to their sons and grandsons. Then he had broken down too, revealing all the details of the secret. The notification that had followed then was enough to make all this trouble worthwhile. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, learn the secret of Royal House Baratheon from an in-world character. Milestone rewards, correspondence plus. Haha. Kai laughed, not for the first time. I still can't believe it. The queen and her brother. Is everyone in the castle a fool, my lord? You, the king, and other counselors didn't find even a hint in all these years. TCH. 3 children they got away with. 3. Water. A weary, broken voice came from Kai's right. Water, please. Kai had already stored some essentials in the MRB, miscellaneous rent box, before carrying out the kidnapping. The darkness within the sewers was enough to not let John Aaron know from where he was taking out food and water. Bag. Chest. For all the old man cared, it could have been anything. Kai took out a leather water bottle and threw it at John Aaron. Gulp. Gulp. I can't just sit here for the next 5 days, Kai reminded himself. To get power, I must take risks. Kai took out a torch and lit it up. The darkness receded like a scared prey, lighting up everything in their immediate surroundings. But there wasn't much to see. Black gooey filth. It was everywhere. And, yes. Rats. Enormous rats. Fire. John Aaron gasped. If you could light the fire all this time, then why didn't you? Kai grinned. My lord, can you show me your hands, he asked. Kai didn't wait for the hand to bring his hands up, though. He almost snatched John Aaron's right hand and gazed at it. There were many rings on his old fingers, each with different gems. They glimmered soft yellow-gray under the flickering torch's flame. Even the red one on the hand's ring finger. Kai caressed the gem. Take it. John Aaron said, disgustingly. Take it. But deliver me to the castle. Robert needs me, boy. If it is gold you want, then gold you will get. Just let me go. I am going out, my lord, Kai said, his gaze deepening in contemplation. I will bring more food and water. There's still ample bread and wine here if you get hungry. Don't leave me, the hand shouted. No, I beg you. Don't leave me. By now Kai knew it wasn't fear that was making John Aaron say these things, but duty. The old man had been begging Kai to let him go to Robert. Kai couldn't take the chances, though. Not when the chaos up in the city would bring him nothing but more benefits. I will come back. John Aaron licked his lips as their eyes matched. He must have seen some truth in them. Okay, the hand nodded. Where are you going? To the queen. The 3 words were nothing but thunderous blows of a hammer. Something must have snapped in the old man's mind, for his right hand lunged at Kai's throat. Kai grinned again, his hand shooting out, gripping both John Aaron's wrist. No. John Aaron bellowed. She will kill my son. You don't know her. Ha ha. Kai chuckled. Trust me, my lord. She won't do any such thing. But I can't go empty-handed to her. And just the ring won't mean much. Not to this queen, I think. What are you doing? John Aaron demanded. But Kai had already put the old man's right hand under his knee. He put the torch against the wall, and using his free hand and leg, Kai unsheathed the long sword. Under the horrified eyes of John Aaron, the sword descended like a cleaver. Ah! It's okay, my lord, Kai said, storing the bleeding finger in his pocket. The cut is clean. Press the cloth against it. I am leaving some wine in a kettle. Boil it, and wash the wound with it. You know the rest, I hope. I will bring you something to ease the pain. Don't you worry, I won't let you die. John Aaron looked at Kai as if he was a beast himself. Drool was dripping out of his mouth as long, slimy threads. Huff, the hand panted, his eyes turning red in pain and anger. Monster. You have no honor. I curse the moment I took you into my service. Now Kai tried to soothe John Aaron's raging emotions, but he broke off abruptly and looked over her shoulder. What was that? Kai asked himself, every fiber of his muscles becoming tense. What was that sound? Sob. Whatever it was, it became clearer as Kai stood up and went deeper into the tunnel. Sob sob. A crying child. Kai couldn't believe it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a round, bluish-green face appeared in front of Kai, levitating above him. It carried the most creepiest smile he had ever seen, making him take a step back, while simultaneously taking out the sabers. Ms. The face with the creepy smile let out a squeaky noise as if it's laughing. Kai reflected, his breath becoming rough. Then more shouts joined, making the hair on the back of Kai's neck stand up. Mischievous, what is it? One shouted. Grim. I think she found someone. It didn't take long for Kai to guess who was he dealing with. Orders contestants. One moment, the two contestants were guessing. In the next, Kai heard them dashing towards the turn. He didn't care what was hovering above him now. He ran back, trying to use darkness to throw them off. Mischievous, where is he? Miss. Kai was still running away from the old man, trying to misdirect the orders contestants. Sigh, the man named Grim commanded suddenly. Light it up. Mischievous. Kai almost faltered. His perception, which hadn't sensed any considerable danger till now, was now screaming. Use. Shadow Ball. In that moment, Kai finally got to know what he was dealing with. Not much time had passed since he had dealt with something similar. He had heard these words before. Not the exact words, but the phrasing was just too similar for him to not able to connect the dots given his intelligence. A Pokemon. The dark, filthy tunnel truly lit up, then. A black-bluish ball of energy gathered at a point a few meters behind Kai. It wasn't exactly iridescence, but it was enough to make him see the thing gathering the pulsating mana. It was a dark bluish-green, ghost-like Pokemon. It had no visible arms or legs and its lower half had several small appendages, resembling a ruffled dress. It also had 5 round red gems halfway around its neck and its long flowing hair was tipped lilac. Kai even got a good look of its eyes, shining dark under the gathering ball of energy. Round, red balls, upon a background of yellow. Those eyes were staring right at Kai. Then, without any further cue, the Pokemon spat the dark ball, firing it like a missile. A shiver jolted Kai awake. He had been slithering already, hoping to dodge the attack. But then he realized how pointless it actually was. The shadow ball was faster than anything Kai had seen so far. Moreover, from the danger he was picking up, he knew that even if he dodged it, the resulting blast would bring down half the King's Landing into the sewers ahead of time. Kai couldn't afford a search on a massive scale for now. So he did the next best thing. Gritting his teeth, Kai brought his sabers up and hacked with all his might. The shadow ball kissed the steel, and the filthy tunnels roared. Boom. Warning, HP regeneration reduced by 20%. Warning, Steel Bone Brigandine, quality, 62%, -4%. Warning, Black Steel Saber, quality, 67%, -5%. Warning, Black Steel Saber, quality, 67%, -5%. The tunnel's walls shook around him as Kai got thrown back, losing a third of his HP instantly. His hands, face, and legs all were bleeding. But the moment he was about to fall into the filth, he used the sabers to flick himself up and keep his footing. Kai licked the blood off the corners of his mouth, huffing and puffing. Did you get the notification? Grim asked, his voice echoing off the tunnels. Nah. Sai replied. The bastard isn't dead yet. I will blast the entire tunnel to smithereens this time. No. Grim shouted. You will kill us both. Confuse him. He must be half dead already. Sai's eyes lit up. Mischievous. Use con. The explosion had lit the tunnel for a moment, but the filth overtook it soon enough. It was becoming dark, and it would become darker. Kai had been aiming for this moment since the start. A moment of utter darkness. Before Sai could complete the command, Kai slithered. His skin reddened as scalding heat evaporated his sweat and the filth off him. The area around his chest thumped, becoming hotter than hot. Kai's eyes became reptilian slits, and he felt the tattoo of the boa constrictor on his right arm slithering in pleasure. A hiss resounded in the filthy tunnels, welcoming the glitch, blood devour. Then he activated the skill like a serpent's ambush. Chapter 28, Devouring a Pokemon, First Magical Blood Essence. 1. The blood essence of blue-tailed boa constrictor gave Kai 2 skills. First was the light neurotoxin, which had already shown its deadly potential many times to Kai, letting him poison his enemies both instantaneously and with a delayed effect if he wanted to. Now was the time to use the second one. Skill Heat Sense activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Heat Sense. Grade, E. Specification, grant contestants the ability to sense heat and chemicals. Requirement, 2 MP per second. Attributes, Skill Zone, 10-meter radius. Effect, form thermal profiles of all the targets within the skill zone. Everything seemed to have come alive to Kai. He could see them now. 3 distinct figures, radiating yellow-red-blue heat. 2 were standing over 3 arms apart and were still distancing themselves from each other. The third hovered above them, barely 2 foot tall, but colder than both men. Kai could taste the Pokemon at the tip of his tongue. He could feel strength abandoning him. The damage caused by the Shadow Ball was nothing to be scoffed at, bringing his HP regeneration down by 20%. If it wasn't for his sabers and armor taking the greatest brunt of the attack, then he would already be in the direst state. So, when Kai heard the men giving another order to the Pokemon, he knew it was now or never. Hisses. Air sizzled and hissed as Kai slithered into the darkness and descended on Sai with both his sabers outstretched. How? The sudden appearance spooked Sai so much that words got caught in his throat and made him stumble back. Twin saber style. Kai's slitted eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth and jerked his hands, making him fall like a bladed tornado. Kiss of the giant serpent. There was such strength behind the 2 slashes that the sabers broke the bones before they could even enter the flesh. 2 screeching noises drowned Sai's scream, and the serpent's kiss cut his entire body into 3 parts. You have killed one order's contestant. Elementary twin saber style, proficiency 46%, plus 6%. Kai melted back into darkness, leaving the corpse's pieces for the filth. Sai. Grim shouted at nothing, at no one. Sai. What happened? Mischievous, did you see something? Can you find Sai? Miss. There was a fear in the beast's voice too. This Grim is no less devious, Kai reflected. The Pokemon is actually his, but he let that Sai guy give the orders, making anyone listening think it was Sai who was the owner. Killing him outright would be a waste. Kai put the sabers back into the inventory and slithered behind Grim like a wraith. Who's there? The man barked, his perception roaring, feeling the danger. Mischievous. Use tack. Kai scoffed. He made a fist and planted it into Grim's ribs with such a force that the man's feet lifted off the filth. Crunch. Ah, the man howled. Mischievous. He's here. Tackle. When the Pokemon came charging like a bullet, Kai had already melted away. The beast couldn't stop the charge and smashed itself into Grim. Cough. Kai heard him coughing and knew the game was already over. It's me. Grim roared, his breath broken. Mischievous, it's me. Go away. The Pokemon retreated, but Kai returned. Punches, kicks, and then more punches followed by screams after screams. Kai's eyes became round, but the Pokemon never returned. He reached for the Grim's throat and lifted him. When Kai brought them in near his face, Grim let out another whimpering shriek. Kai's face was covered in blood and filth. Even the white of his eyes had gained dense red veins. Blood was seeping out from the corner of his eyes. But that wasn't the reason for the shriek. It was Kai. It was danger itself. Kai's face was expressionless, his eyes dead, and his lips shut in a thin line. Make a move, his face seemed to say, and die. Miss, the beast roared, sensing the peril of its master, and came charging at Kai. Call it back, Kai finally said, tightening his fingers around Grim's throat. Now. Grim was choking under Kai's grip, but somehow he took the Pokeball out of his inventory. A blue ray hit the crazed beast and both the Pokemon and Pokeball vanished. Only then did Kai let out a grin. Well, well, my friend, he hissed, taking off Grim's mask. How about a friendly chat, huh? Kai brought Grim to the sewer's entrance near the Tower of Hand. He didn't have any hope of gaining an item from Sai, so he exchanged his treasure chest for remuneration of 120 mission credits. Where are you taking me? Grim asked, walking meekly in front of Kai. What are you going to do with me? Kai didn't reply. When he made sure he was in the right place, he made Grim kneel with a sharp kick at the back of his knee. Kai took out one of his sabers and pressed it against Grim's neck. The black cold steel made the man shiver with desperate fear. No, please. Grim begged. Please, don't kill me. I will do anything you want. Ha ha. Kai chuckled. That you will do, I know. But I want answers, and for every lie, I will cut out a piece of you. The calm in his voice was enough to make one believe he wasn't bluffing. Grim gulped. How did you find out my location? Kai asked. We. Grim stammered. We didn't know. I just let Misdreavus roam freely. It suddenly entered the sewers and we didn't think much about it. Does he take me for a fool? Kai's nostrils flared in anger. He lifted the saber, and with a clean slash, cut off Grim's right ear. Blood trickled and a scream followed it. Grim cursed, holding the right side of his face as his ear vanished under the filth beneath their feet. Don't lie to me again, Kai said coolly. You only have one more ear. I didn't lie. Grim bellowed, half in pain and half in anger. There was no way to make sure if the man was lying or not. But Kai knew from experience that Grim's scream wasn't that of a liar's. How can this be? So was it just a coincidence? Then Kai recalled something he had missed. Luck effects, mission rewards, random encounters, and triggering of missions. Kai's face gained the ugliest texture. Random encounter. He thought, his lips twisting with realization. It was my goddamn luck. It took Kai some time to take control over his emotions. He had rarely been so angry with himself. Tell me everything about Pokemon World, Kai demanded. All the details on Pokemon and how to get them. Huh. Grim grimaced painfully. Pokemon World. I have never been to Pokemon World. That's it, motherfucker. Kai spat, lifting the saber. No. Grim turned around, shouting, pleading with his hands. I am not lying. Why don't you believe me? You are not lying. Humph. Kai snorted, narrowing his eyes. Then how did you get the acknowledgement for elementary Pokemon trainer? To use the Pokeball, one needed the elementary Pokemon trainer ability, Kai knew, and like other abilities, one could get it through acknowledgement in its respective world. You are right, Grim said, licking the blood reaching his mouth. You need acknowledgement for that ability. But not from the in-world characters. Huh? Not from characters. Kai confusingly repeated. It was making little sense to him. Grim nodded. It's the Pokemon who acknowledges you, he continued. The Pokemon's acknowledgement is all you need to get the ability. Wonderful. Kai's eyes widened in excitement. Take it out, he ordered. Take out your Pokemon and let it acknowledge me. It won't work, Grim replied, his knee slipping over the filth. All Pokemon can only acknowledge 2 masters. There are organizations in order which give a Pokemon to all contestants upon joining. These Pokemon already have a master. So, you see. I am the second master of Misdreavus. Kai shot daggers at the kneeled men. He wanted nothing but to kill this useless piece of shit then. However, he also remembered what had happened last time when he had killed a contestant with Pokemon. The beast had vanished and when he had taken out the Pokeball as a reward, there wasn't any Pokemon within it. I can't make that mistake again, Kai reminded himself, a creepy, demonic smile surfacing across his lips. If I can't have the Pokemon, then there is another way. Grim the sudden appearance of the evil grin and shivered. It's okay, Kai hissed, tapping Grim's cheek with the saber. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Take out your Pokemon. Anything funny, and you will lose your another ear, and more. I promise. Kai had shown Sai's mutilated corpse to Grim before coming. The image of that would linger in Grim's mind, he knew. The men took out the red and white Pokeball and pressed the button. A blue ray escaped out of it, outlining a blurry shape. The beast materialized soon after that. Miss, it roared, sensing its master peril. No, Misdreavus, Grim cried, putting both his hands up. Stay. I am all right. Miss. Kai felt amused seeing the conversation. Feudal attachments. He rebuked. Go on then, Kai calmly commanded. Make it come to me slowly. Kai had been losing too much blood during the fight. So he hadn't gotten the time to look at the notification. But he still remembered seeing a glimpse of it. Just as the Pokemon neared within 3 meters of Kai, it appeared again, shining dull gray in his hazel eyes. Beast proximity, 3 meters. Glitch condition matched. Contestant Kai Stormborn is qualified to awaken his glitch. Do you want to awaken it now? The evil grin on Kai's face widened. Yes. And, can you guess which 2 skills Misdreavus will give Kai? Confusion, Astonish, Mean Look, Hex, Psybeam, Pain Split, Payback, or Shadow Ball. Chapter 29, Devouring a Pokemon, First Magical Blood Essence. 2. Yes. The word echoed. In all senses, it seemed to be the call of judgment. Calculating worth. Glitch Blood Devour is now awakened for 35 minutes in this world. The heat overshadowed the stench. Kai's figure rippled in the darkness, scaring away the shadows. There was a madness about him, and the full brunt of this madness fell on Grim. His mouth gaped in sheer awe and fear, and he backed away, uncaring of the filth under him. The Pokemon had fared no better. It had sense too. Kai's all emotions came pouring out along with the scalding hotness about him. Desire. Hunger. Rage and greed. As if poked by a primal nudge, Kai couldn't help but speak out loud. Blood Devour. Miss. The Pokemon cried, half mad and half terrified. It backed away, releasing a tremendous amount of psychic vibrations. But there was a mysterious power around Kai, emanating from his chest, absolutely terrifying Misdreavus, preventing it from using any move whatsoever. Seeing no other option, a blue-purple hazy light burst out of the Pokemon. In the next moment, Misdreavus disappeared, hiding itself in the gems which were around its neck before. Kai sniggered. What are you doing? Grim roared, standing, slipping, and falling. One twist of Kai's head and a mean look shut the man up. Before the gems, containing the Pokemon, could shoot through the air and fly away, Kai's hand lunged at it like a snake and wrapped his fingers around it. It was the wrap of death. Kai had forgotten the count of people he had killed just by squeezing the air out of them like this. Then his chest cracked, a slit opening just right of his heart. Kai felt it again. The raw thirst for blood. Hunger at its purest form. Gluttony. Misdreavus got forced out of the gems. Miss. It shrieked helplessly. One moment the magical beast was letting out a soul-shaking cry. In another, thin, black tendrils flailed out of Kai's chest and grabbed the Pokemon, instantly disintegrating it into a blood paste and crushing the magical beast so thoroughly that what left could be nothing but an essence. Blood essence. Kai let out a breath as his chest closed up, drunk with power. There were still wounds on his body and his HP was still regenerating. The moment he devoured the Pokemon, though, it hit its maximum value with an unseen, unheard, loud collision. Ha! Kai moaned in pleasure. His entire body felt freshened, all hidden injuries melting away. A gigantic, ethereal image of Misdreavus appeared behind Kai, almost overlapping with him. And when he opened his eyes, his sclera had gone yellow, his pupils gleaming bloody red. Blood Essence, Misdreavus. Grade, E. Abilities, Elementary Fear Absorption, Proficiency 0%. Skills, Pain Split, Grade, E, Shadow Ball, Grade, E+. Kai took a breath. Deep, feeling his lungs with a mysterious feeling as if he wasn't surrounded by filth. It entered him like the smell of warm, spiced wine. His MP was still low. Suddenly, the MP regeneration rate increased, letting him regain his MP at least 20% faster. So. Kai ruminated, sensing Grim cowering by his feet. So, this is fear. Though the ability only affected his MP regeneration, Kai had a feeling that if his HP wasn't already full, then it would have been affected as well. He again took a deep breath and let it go. On and on, puffs after puffs, each longer than the last, he kept breathing in and out until there was no fear left. Elementary Fear Absorption, Proficiency 1%, plus 1%. Kai's eyes regained their hazel color, the blood essence within him going to hibernation until called upon next time. As if followed by an instinct, he put his hand over his chest and rubbed it. He could feel it, something within him, churning unto itself, ever hungry and ready to devour all and anything. Kai remembered another thing that had given him such a feeling. Such endless, unquenchable thirst. Yes, he had loved that thing as much as he had loathed it. The essence bead. But it can't be that, Kai thought, rejecting the idea as soon as it surfaced. This is my individuality. My imprint on the vast cosmos. The one that was, is and will be, forever and beyond. There are similarities, yes. But the glitch is far below the level of the essence bead I remember. Kai, of all, knew what the thing his parents had made was. That wasn't some random blood essence devourer. That was much more complex, and there were aspects to it which even his parents had failed to find out. If his glitch was a seed, then the essence bead was the entire world. Then his eyes found more notifications. Your title status is updated. Title, Poacher. Specification, kill 10 magical beasts collectively. The magical beast's grade must be equal to or higher than contestant's equivalent floor number. Status, February 10th. Effect, Agility +1, Perception +1, Charisma. Kai approached Grim. After losing all his fear, the man had gained an absolutely lost expression. As Kai stepped towards him in the darkness, a touch of horror and awe resurfaced on his cheeks, making him crawl away, his hands slipping off the filth. "Take out all your items," Kai commanded. Grim did as he was told like a puppet. There was only a mass-produced dagger in his inventory other than the pokeball. Then he took an enormous wooden box out of his inventory full of rations. Toothbrush. Food and toilet papers. A few antidotes, masks, and condoms. Kai amusingly asked, raising an eyebrow. Grim was too stunned to answer, his hands shaking as he emptied the box. With a flick, Kai took out his saber. He smashed it on the dagger 2 times and broke it. Kai had learned his lesson last time. He would never trust his luck again, not for the loot. Mercy, oh. Grim muttered. But his death was inevitable. To hear him plead and wait any longer would have meant toying with his prey. Kai never enjoyed that feeling, unless he had a grudge against the opposite party. So, in 2 slashes, he beheaded Grim too. You have killed 1 Order's contestant. There was no treasure chest hologram. No option to choose remuneration. Kai had made sure Grim had died with only 1 item. His loot. The pokeball. Asterisk. Asterisk. Midnight approached without banners. The dark sky was littered with twinkling stars. A thin outline of the moon must have come and gone, for Kai didn't find it anywhere. There was a salty light breeze over the hill, dancing its way through the Red Keep's lofty towers. After killing Grim, and storing the newly gained item, Kai hadn't lingered long in the sewers. I hope I am not late, he thought. Those bastards delayed me. Kai cursed them, but there was a smile on his face too. His unexpected encounter had given Kai many gifts. Foremost, it was the blood essence of a magical beast. Then there was the pokeball. Last, but not the least, was the title, Murderer. With the death of 2 contestants under Kai's hands, it had returned, showcasing status of February 10th for now. To make it equipable, one needed to kill 10 contestants in a single random world. Kai had to let go of achieving the title in this mission, though. There is no way I would face so many Order's contestants, Kai had thought bitterly. Moreover, I don't have any team members to kill either. Also, there was scarcely any foul smell about him anymore. It would have been a blunder to present himself to the queen with the filth of sewers on him. So Kai had taken some time to clean himself up in the nearest stable. There was plenty of water there, and none of the staff had anything special about them to notice him. With his new set of clothes and watery hair, Kai looked like a freshly plucked white summer flower. Suddenly, Kai's eyes landed at the colossal structure in front of him. It was a castle within a castle. A massive square fortress inside the heart of Red Keep. 12 feet thick walls covered the entire holdfast, and a dry moat lined with thorny iron pikes surrounded it. Maker's Holdfast. The only way to access the holdfast was through the drawbridge, which was patrolled by many knights. To go to the queen, he must cross the holdfast's outer walls first, where the royal apartments were. One must not forget that the contestants of the first set were barely a version of stronger human beings. The only thing that let them stand out from non-contestants were skills and abilities. That's why, going over the holdfast's walls was no easy task. It was especially so with the looming threat of abnormality limiter. If someone were to spy a contestant levitating or flying even an inch over the grounds, then the consequences could be disastrous. But what could have become the most dangerous and arduous task for others, became a child's play for Kai. He had always prioritized infiltration and escapes from heavily defended places, even in his previous life where the walls were so high that the entire Red Keep would look like an ant in front of them. Then, he had the blood essence of giant red serpent backing him up. Now, with Kai's abilities, reaching the royal apartments without letting anyone see him was as simple as turning over his hand. Not to mention, the system itself had mentioned that there was northwest magic in this place. So there couldn't be any magical trap waiting for Kai, too. He would just need to climb the holdfast's wall, which was rough enough for him to do so, and then cross the 10-feet-wide patrol path where scores of guards were patrolling constantly. Kai eyed the dark silhouettes and narrowed his eyes. I need, he thought, his chest burning up. I need a distraction. Come forth. An ethereal image of a bluish magical beast appeared behind Kai before overlapping with him. Sweat evaporated, blurring Kai's figure. His hazel eyes became bloody red, and the white scarab became murky yellow. Mischievous. Chapter 30, First Tale, The Lioness of Casterly Rock. 1. Standing in the shadow of the wall, Kai made a finger gun towards the distant stable house. Purple-black blots of mana gathered at the tip of his finger, becoming a tiny, round ball, pulsating furiously. Shadow Ball. Activating skill Shadow Ball. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Shadow Ball. Grade, E. Specification, a damage-dealing ghost-type move. Requirement. 1. Correspondence. 2. Perception. Attributes. 1. Minimum base damage, 25 MP consumed, 50 accuracy, 100 meters. 2. Maximum base damage, 100 MP consumed, 200 accuracy, 10 meters. Effect. 1. Forms a purple-black ball of energy by consuming mana. 2. Base damage increases with MP consumption. 3. Accuracy decreases with the increase in base damage. It's a kind of a combination of both types of the triggered skills, Kai concluded, 50 MP vanishing off his stats instantaneously. If I were to pour more mana into it, it would behave like a charged triggered skill, instead. The energy bullet hummed at the tip of his finger as Kai took aim, narrowing his eyes at the stable standing tall on the ground some 100 meters away. Kai took a deep breath, stabilized his footing, and then fired the tiny shadow ball with almost no sound. The ball of energy screeched and hissed as it tore the air open like a bullet. The force behind the energy ball was so much that Kai almost stumbled back, falling over the spikes. Boom. In the silence of the night, the boom echoed far and wide as the shadow ball pulverized everything that came in its path and then landed on the wall. Kai heard the loud shouts of the guards, and saw the patrolling guards above the walls also rushing to look what the commotion was about. Now. With a single, powerful dash, Kai rushed to the holdfast's wall. His red eyes had become hazel, but they didn't stay round, becoming reptilian slits. On his right arm, a tattoo of snake appeared, its mouth biting his elbow and its tail ending on the nail of his middle finger. Blood Essene, blue-tailed boa constrictor. There was a cooldown of 5 minutes between using skills granted by the blood essences. However, switching blood essences itself had not cooldown. Kai lunged at the wall and then began slithering up, jumping from crack to crack as if he could feel what was the fastest way to reach to the top. Elementary snake instinct. Before the first guard thought that the explosion could be a diversion and then looked back to check for intruder, Kai had already crossed the wall. The moment his feet touched the ground, he dashed toward the shadow of a distant tower. Phew. Kai put his back against the stones and slumped, letting his MP regeneration kick in. 50 MP was still over 60% of his MP, enough to make his dizzy. I need to up my correspondence game. Kai's fighting style was heavily centered around strength, stamina, agility, and perception. Even almost all his abilities rolled around these attributes. However, Kai also realized there would be no surviving the missions without having ample mana to use skills. When he was done recovering, Kai recalled the window of the king's chamber and walked towards it. Is she awake? Kai asked himself, seeing the flickering light coming out from the shutters. Kai's body was still pale red, steam puffing out of his pores, blurring him head to toe. His slitted eyes narrowed and then he began climbing the tower, making sure there was no guard who could see him. After a few minutes, Kai reached out, grabbed the windowsill, and cancelled both his skill and transformation. He pulled himself up. Just a peek. The noise hit him first. He abandoned you, said a sweet voice sharply. You should be putting heads on spikes, not turning the entire city upside down. Shut your mouth, boomed a powerful voice. Otherwise, it will be your head on a spike, woman. The guards at the city gates saw no one leaving. Both are here, I am telling you. Both John and that bloody bastard. That's what you do, whispered the sweet voice bitterly. You drink, and you tell. But you do nothing. A mere boy kidnapped that old man under your very nose, they say. And here you are, as drunk as any whoremonger. There's something amiss here. Can't you see? You. Bristled the manly voice. Don't you dare take Lisa Aaron's name again. Are all you Lannister women so pitiful that you see petty schemes in everything? She is his bloody wife. 7 hells. You really think she has a hand in it? Blind, yes, the female voice hissed scornfully. If there's someone blind, then it's you. Send that wretched woman to the dungeon, and the truth will come out before dawn. No reply. Kai brought his eyes up and saw the fattest man after coming to this world. He was red, fuming with rage. But there was a distinct kingly aura about him. With all his beard and clothing, he didn't take long to guess who he was. King Robert Baratheon. The trembling came suddenly, then. Kai's entire body shivered as if he was experiencing a severe bout of cold and hunger. The tales of Beetle the Bard was sending bursts of intense vibrations. Kai struggled to not lose his grip when the king roared. That's it, bellowed Robert. Not a word from you. Go then, snapped Cersei. Go. Drown yourself in wine. Why not put a sword in my hands on the morrow and send me too for the search? The king didn't deign to answer. With long, powerful strides, he walked out of the chambers, slamming the doors shut. The book was still shuddering, hungry, thirsty, but it was enough to let Kai stabilize himself. A maid walked in as Kai was contemplating whether to go in or not. "Is my bath ready?" asked Cersei in a queenly tone. "Check it and let the guards know no one is to disturb me after going out." "Yes, your grace," replied the maid. Kai dangled from the window all the while. He saw the maid going in a small door accessible from within the chamber, and then coming out before finally leaving for good. Then he saw her. Curvaceous, blonde, and beautiful. Slender and graceful above all. Kai was awestruck. He could only see her one side, and then her back as she entered the bathroom. But it was enough to make him understand what true beauty means. Kai's throat felt dry, and no amount of dry gulp seemed to make it stop pinching from within. One quick pull and he found himself in the most luxurious room of the castle. Candles were burning hot in many candelabras. There was a thin scent of lavish perfumes and oils lingering in the room. The size of the bed was enough for over 10 people to lay side by side, and still have space left. Fruits and wines decorated small golden tables. Speaking of gold, it was everywhere. Kai walked toward the bathroom doors. His steps were as noisy as the sigh of a summer breeze, his breathing hushed. Kai stood outside the doors, smelling the fragrance of roses and dozens more flowers. But he didn't go in. Many things had brought Kai to Cersei Lannister. Her beauty. Yes. Her power? Yes, that too. But the paramount reason was something else. A reason he had just confirmed minutes before. Kai flicked his hand, taking out a black book. There was a title engraved in runes over its front cover, and even if he couldn't see it, Kai could feel it convulsing. In sheer pleasure. Kai held the cover and opened the book casually, and not for the first time. He had already opened the book once in the Primordial Tower, and then near the hand, Jon Arryn. Both times he had got the same notifications. Story, The Wizard in the Hopping Pot. Story status, complete, locked. Warning. Kai flipped the pages until he could make out the beginning of another tale from the bold, runic title over it. Story, The Fountain of Fair Fortune. Story status, complete, locked. Warning, to access this story, the contestant must take the help of a main storyline character who can translate the runes. Story, The Warlock's Hairy Heart. Story status, complete, locked. Warning, to access this story, the contestant must take the help of a main storyline character who can translate the runes. Story, Babbity Rabbity and Her Cackling Stump. Story status, complete, locked. Warning, to access this story, the contestant must take the help of a main storyline character who can translate the runes. Then came the final one. He could feel it. Emotions. There were hidden emotions in this tale. Alas, it also had the same notification hovering over it. Story, The Tale of the Three Brothers. Story status, complete, locked. Warning, to access this story, the contestant must take the help of a main storyline character who can translate the runes. Kai also knew the reason for these tales to be locked. There wasn't some mystery to it. He knew Mr. Beetle, the old fool, was supposed to decipher the tales. But Kai had stolen the book before the legendary wizard could have done so. He had got one of the mightiest items from the magical world of Harry Potter. But like an exacted price, Kai did not know where to go, whom to go to unlock these tales. One step at a time, a voice echoed within him. Take one step at a time. It is finally the time, Kai told himself, grinning ear to ear. Time to devour. The Tale of Cersei Lannister. And, the Cersei Lannister mentioned in the fanfic is influenced by the books and not the Game of Thrones series. So when I describe her, it is exactly as she's perceived in the books, regardless of your personal preference of beauty standards with the actress who plays Cersei's part in the TV series. Chapter 31, First Tale, The Lioness of Casterly Rock. 2. The flames darkened, and the darkness dwindled. Kai stared at his prize, his everything. The risks he had taken to get his hands over it were nothing short of madness. This is power, he reminded himself. Kai had already learned the necessity of power. Without it, one shouldn't even think of loving anyone, caring for anyone, he had concluded. Without power, there is nothing but endless suffering. That's why in his previous life, even though Kai had knowledge like no other, he had realized it would mean absolutely nothing without irresistible power backing it up. And that's why, even after resurrection, Kai had only one goal. To reach the peak of the absolute power. Never again he wanted to see himself at the mercy of others. Never again he wanted to seek revenge but hold back because of his powerlessness. Never again he wanted to kill someone at the cost of his life. This ambition to stand over everyone, this will to surpass everything, this hunger, this thirst, and these feelings turned into what one could call extreme emotions. The thing that would have been impossible for most became as simple as reminding himself of his aspirations, letting Kai meet one of the book's most complex requirement. He flipped the pages, reaching the end of the last tale. The book had many pages, and no matter how much Kai tried to reach the end, he couldn't. It rejected John Aaron's tale, Kai recalled. When I opened the new page in his presence, the book closed itself almost instantly. But he had a notion this time would be different. The book's skill, Thousand Tales Parasite, won't reject Cersei's tale, he knew. The moment Kai turned the last page, Kai felt a jolt. It wasn't a true tremor, though. Kai felt as if the entire world was trembling, and only he was motionless, rooted to his post. The yellowish crispy page gave a blinding blue-red flash, lighting up everything around Kai. By now Kai knew only the owner of item could see these colors, much like how only he could see the colored notifications even in the darkest parts of the sewers. It was as if these things weren't happening outside but inside his very eyes. Odd. Magical. And sensational. Kai squinted, and let the things run their course. When the flash receded, Kai saw words materializing at the top of the page. Letter by letter. Full of pride and mysticism. The Lioness of Casterly Rock Dash. This wasn't the end, though. When the title of the tale flailed like a banner in a storm, more words appeared under it in smaller font. The book was writing a tale, and its character was within 10 feet the song of history. Word by word, letter by letter, the book kept writing like a hungry beast gnawing on bones for the marrow. Cersei's birth. Her childhood and relationships. Her encounters. Even her thoughts were narrated into a magnificent tale. Kai sucked on those words as if his life depended on them. He couldn't help but think how much Cersei's tale revolved around her brother as well. Then came the part where Cersei thought her betrothal to Prince Rhaegar would soon be announced. She brought 2 of her friends to a woods witch, Maggie the Frog. Cersei demanded the witch to do a prophecy about certain things for her. The witch initially refused, but on Cersei's persistent demands, she gave in. The price the witch asked of Cersei was a drop of her blood, which Cersei paid without thought. Then the witch gave prophecy Cersei had desired, and much more. There the tale ended. Abruptly. Story, The Lioness of Casterly Rock. Story status, incomplete. Primordial Theater. Act, Blood Prophecy. Grade, E. Specification, the skill will let the contestant prophesy certain things depending on the blood sacrifice. More blood sacrifice would let the contestant see things more clearly and farther into the future. Requirement, HP. Attributes, limited to the contestants. Effect, show glimpses of the future centered on the contestant. Note, updating the tale will update the skill as well. Warning, future is subjected to change according to contestants' actions. Gulp. Kai was as horrified as he was delighted. There was only one thought in his mind as he scanned through the notification again and again. This skill will be the death of me. Shaking his head, Kai stored the book back in his inventory. This was neither the place nor the time to test out the new tale. Using blood prophecy would drain his HP, and Kai had no intention of making himself vulnerable. All prophecies will have to wait, Kai placated himself. The task at hand is paramount. Kai could feel a hint of steam coming out of the doors, giving a little damp touch to the wood. He ran his hands all over, feeling the weight, its hinges, and the creaks if any. After a moment, Kai nodded. He put his hands awkwardly on the doors, one at the top, the other at the bottom left, and pushed them inward. Except for the splashes of water, no sound disturbed the eye-pleasing sight of the bathroom. Kai walked in, his feet almost gliding across the stony floor, and for a moment, he forgot to walk. A few feet away, in a big tub of hot water, Cersei's back glistened with thousands of watery pearls. Steam surrounded her like a veil, behind which her hair brushed her back like many golden starry streams. Many assortments were lying around her. Soaps, essential oils, brushes, and perfumes. Customary a maid should have been with her, Kai knew. But he could guess Cersei wasn't in the best of her moods to enjoy any lesser company. Kai could have never known these things, these thoughts, if not for the tale captured by the book. The tale was incomplete and small, but people's personalities scarcely transformed without a drastic change in their lifestyle, he knew. Kai noiselessly closed the doors as they were and neared the naked woman. The steam parted with his every step as if screaming, trying to warn Cersei of his presence. Alas, it had no voice either. Kai towered over her and took in all the beauty, piece by piece. The water was foamy, so he couldn't see her breasts, but even without them out, Cersei was an angel. The air smelled strongly of perfume, but even that couldn't overcome her natural fragrance. It seemed odd for a boy like Kai to have such desires. If he was a demon, then he was a demon of slaughter, not of lust. Then why? This desire of his for the women was the only leeway he had given himself in his previous life. No, not out of lust. But out of necessity. Kai was no stranger to sex. With the world population dwindling in his previous life, sex was the second most important thing in the people's lives after a beast's blood essence. If there was an option, a man could have many wives. Even exchanging husbands and wives was encouraged to bring more genetic diversity. The women Kai had fucked were mostly the wives of men he had wanted to kill. All he had ever wanted to do was to gather the intel. But when this necessity became a habit, he couldn't remember. That's where the rumor of all the rapes had come from. Bitches couldn't even see in my eyes when they accused me, Kai recalled. Was it my fault they poured everything out about their husbands when I was inside them? Kai shook his head and brought his gaze into the moment. He took a deep breath, taking in the scene, the smell, and the silence all in one. Cersei gasped. Water came roaring out in waves as she spun. The steam must have made her eyes blurry, for Cersei didn't wait to see what it was and opened her mouth wide. The shout had just come out when Kai's hand wrapped around her mouth, burying the scream in her throat. Your Grace, said Kai, humbly. Don't make any sound. I come as a friend. Cersei's eyes were wide in shock. There was a little horror and fear mixed in that shock too. Kai absorbed her fear, letting his charisma work upon her. Elementary fear absorption. But the major part was still occupied by anger. Cersei flailed her hands, trying to grab Kai's face. But in a single motion, he pressed both of them against her chest, using his free hand. They were very close now. Kai's chest was on her back. He could feel it getting wet, and his stomach roiled with a funny feeling. Believe me, Your Grace, he urged, trying to control his arousal. If I meant you harm, you wouldn't have been alive now. That must have made sense to Cersei. But Kai could still feel her apprehension. If you still don't trust my intentions, Kai whispered in her ears, then call the guards, Your Grace. I am taking my hand off you. But then you will lose a great opportunity. Kai slowly let go of Cersei's hands, and then reluctantly took his hand from her wet lips. The moment Cersei found herself free, she turned back and flung her hand at Kai. Slap. The sound echoed in the small, damp room. Cersei backed away, both her hands over her breasts. The scalding hot water had already made her pale smooth skin a little pink. Her fuming expression reddened it even more. How dare you? Cersei snapped. Who are you? Why are you here? How did you come unannounced to my chamber? Kai chuckled. He stood up, the marks of the slap flashing red against his white skin. He picked the towel by his side and handed it over to Cersei, which she almost snatched from his hands. Calm down, Your Grace, Kai earnestly said. Look at me and you would know who I am and why I am here. Cersei pressed her lips into a thin line. Her eyes were glaring murderously at Kai, but then she looked at him. Blue breeches, black doublet, and long and wet white hair. His skin seemed like milk floating amid steam. It was already a sight that could make any girl's heart flutter out of her chest. But when Cersei saw his eyes, she lost herself. They stared at each other, into each other. And with every passing second, Cersei became calmer. Then she blushed. You are Arlen Stone, Cersei declared, a barely discernible gleam in her green eyes. You are the one who has kidnapped Jon, aren't you? Kai nodded. What are you doing here, then? Cersei asked, confusingly. Every guard is looking for you. Some think you have already left the city. Some are just waiting for you to demand ransom. Yet here you are. Yet here I am, Kai said, repeating the words. Why, she asked. Why here though? You want to kidnap me too? Humph. Kai liked it. The way Cersei had sniggered made her look even more lovely than she already was. She had covered her bare skin with the towel, but somehow it had made her more alluring. He took in her sight in its entirety. She is the brightest color on canvas, Kai thought. How can someone be so beautiful and cruel at the same time? Would that I could, Your Grace, Kai said. But I am not here to kidnap you. Yes, it is true, I have kidnapped the hand. But it was neither for ransom nor fame. He was experienced in manipulating people, especially someone like Cersei. So, Kai knew only lies would never work. He must trickle a bit of truth here and there. You truly want me to believe that, said Cersei, amusingly. Why did you kidnap him, then? Tell me the reason and I just might let you go with your head. Kai smiled. He neared her, but Cersei didn't flinch this time. Yes, this is the Lioness of Casterly Rock, Kai told himself. Ever overconfident, when it seems everything is in her control. Kai reached out in his pocket. I have come with a gift, Your Grace, he said, presenting Jon Arryn's finger. The blood at its stump had almost dried, and the red ruby on the finger glistened dully under the light of the candles. This. Cersei's eyes widened. There was only one reason for me to kidnap the hand, Kai lied, lifting Cersei's chin, and looking into her eyes. It was to earn favor, Your Grace. The favor of Queen Cersei Lannister. Chapter 32, Cersei Lannister's Hidden Mission. Cersei swatted Kai's hand off her face. Her eyes moved from Jon Arryn's finger to Kai, and then back to the finger. Have you killed him? Asked the queen. She recognized the gem, Kai could tell. He could see the slightest hint of a smile and victory on her face. He loathed to destroy that smile, but this had to be done, he knew. No, your grace, said Kai, shaking his head. He is still alive. The queen frowned. Tell me then, she demanded. What is this favor you speak of? And put this thing away for mother's sake. Kai did as he was told. May I? He held the brush and went behind Cersei. The queen narrowed her eyes at Kai but didn't reject the offer. The brush had soft hair. Kai nuzzled Cersei's back, making the queen feel she was still in power. I have come from far, your grace, Kai told her. I had no desire to see King's Landing. Nor did I lack work and skills to come here, seeking opportunities. Oh, then why did you come? Asked Cersei, playing her part. There was amusement in her tone. A touch of impatience too. Kai ignored that. For you. A silence followed Kai's answer. He rubbed her shoulders, his fingers brushing off her skin, leaving white trails over red. I am a man almost grown, your grace. But even when they called me a child, I had made up my mind to see you. I am not of noble birth, and my prospects of becoming a knight were close to null. So there was only one way to come to King's Landing for a skillful warrior like me. Sel's word, echoed the queen. What does this all have to do with the hand? I am coming to that, your grace, Kai replied, caressing her neck with the brush. He brought down his mouth to her ear. He could smell her now. Kai remembered the fragrance of many flowers. But Cersei had her own scent. He took a whiff of her wet hair, making the queen shiver. Then he whispered. Kai told the queen everything. Whatever he could tell her, revealing nothing about the Primordial Tower and the chaos, he did. He told her about Big Waldo, the other Sel's words, and the minor fights. When Kai mentioned the hand and how the old man had hired Kai to save him from assassinations, the queen turned her head and looked at him. She fears the truth, Kai realized, and she will kill me for it. Then why did you betray him? Cersei asked, turning back as if nothing had happened. Kai replied again, as calmly as he had before. A touch of warmth and adoration in his voice, some fake but most real. For you. For me, asked Cersei, not letting the silence linger unlike before. How? A complete lie can never fool a half-cunning mind, Kai reminded himself. So Kai told her what he had guessed by himself. He said, and that's how from all the facts I had concluded that the hand knows some secret. This secret must be related to someone who can easily kill him to prevent it from ever coming out. The queen shuddered. So, you know it then? The secret? No, Kai replied immediately, not letting the suspicion take root in her mind. I just mentioned random names to Lord Hand. When I mentioned yours, I saw sweat on his brows even when the chamber was cool enough. So I thought it must be related to the queen. The lie was ridiculous. But Kai could afford it. All the tales he had told Cersei, showing her his emotions, and mixing truth with lies, were enough to make her see some reason in Kai's actions. Humph, the queen snorted. Do you take me for a fool, Sel's word? You want me to believe that you kidnapped him just because of a drop of sweat? Just, said Kai, feigning a shocked and pained voice. This just was enough for me, your grace. I can do much more for less than that if it concerns you. The queen looked back at Kai. The steam had made her eyes misty. Kai's heart pounded, looking into those emerald green eyes, full of innocence and cunning. His hand reached for a lock of hair, curling it behind her ear. When her breath entered him, only then did Kai realize he was too close to her. It was too late to back away then. Their lips touched, their breath melting into each other like honey in the milk. Kai kissed the water drops before sucking on her lips. His tongue tasted the sweetness, and it reached for hers, parting her mouth effortlessly. The shove came suddenly. Cersei pushed Kai off, her eyes reddening in anger. But Kai also saw a desire behind that rage, and he just knew what it would take to bring that forward. I have one more gift for you, my queen, Kai said, licking his lips. I know there is some bad blood between you and Lisa Arryn. You. Cersei muttered in disbelief. You heard us. Kai nodded. I was just outside your window, he said, standing up, and ignoring the dip of about 30% in his abnormality limiter. Haven't you wondered where Lady Arryn was when Jon Arryn disappeared? Cersei too stood up at the mention of Lisa Arryn and Kai knew he had her then. Where? She asked, covering herself with the towel. Kai took in her curves, the soaked silk playing a cruel game around her body. To Peter Baelish, he said slyly. In the hours he spent with the hand in the sewers, Kai had already forced the old man to share great many things about major characters of this world. After learning about Lisa Arryn and Peter's past, he had already been having doubts. Then he remembered the tight security he had seen outside Peter Baelish's chambers on the evening when Jon Arryn had brought him to the Red Keep. The hand itself had arranged the guards for him to show him around the various parts of the castle. Moreover, Lady Arryn hadn't been in her chambers that evening. It didn't take Kai much to connect the rest of the dots. Cersei's eyes widened. For the first time, Kai saw her permitting herself a full smile. I hope you are not lying to me, she said, taking a step out of the bathtub. Do you have any proof of this fornication? Not right now, Kai said, taking a step towards her. I know you want to send her to the dungeons. I can find enough reasons with proof against her, if you so desire, my queen. Cersei brought herself to Kai's face, standing on her toes. Her breast brushed against his chest as she planted a kiss on his cheek. Do it then, the queen whispered. Do it, and you will be rewarded. I want no gold, your grace, Kai said, caressing her smooth cheek. I only want you. Cersei chuckled. She went back to the bathtub, tiptoeing, and leaving behind a word. After. The dull gray notification appeared like a ghost in Kai's eyes. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a hidden mission. Main mission, thwart the assassination of Jon Arryn. Hidden mission, incriminate Lisa Arryn. Hidden mission grade, E. Hidden mission summary, with Jon Arryn's disappearance, it makes Lisa Arryn the only person in Cersei's eyes who may know about her secret. The queen doesn't want to take any chances regarding it. You must gather enough proof that can incriminate her. Hidden mission objective, give irrefutable proof against Lisa Arryn to Cersei. Hidden mission time limit, 2 days. Do you accept the hidden mission? Kai couldn't believe it. After his visit to the Primordial Tower, he had already learned more about these from Roland. Hidden missions were not only abnormal but incredibly rare to trigger. One could ascend through all 3 floors of a set and never trigger one. However, all contestants desired to trigger them. First, a hidden mission's grade remained equal or higher than main missions, promising not only better rewards, but also skills. Second, a hidden mission boosted the main mission's completion rate heavily, increasing the main mission's rewards, too, in case one didn't attempt enough side missions. For Kai, getting a hidden mission now was like finding a cherry on top of the cream. Kai looked at Cersei's bare back and bowed, grinning vilely. I will find the proof for you, my lady, he said, backing away with hushed steps. One way or another. I really want to see what you have in store for me in your... After. Lying leisurely in her bathtub, the corners of Cersei's lips curved up ever so slightly. Chapter 33, A New Cersei Lannister, Blood Prophecy. Next afternoon. The sewers. Cersei never asked about Jon Arryn's current location, Kai thought. What a cunning woman. She knows I will go back to her. He knew the risks, but there was still a sly grin on his face. Why are you smiling? Jon Arryn asked. Does my misfortune amuse you, boy? Kai faced the old man. There was no shortage of food, water, and even wine here, but the hand looked like an overgrown rat. The wound on his left hand had been treated with boiled wine and fire, but it still pained him. No, my lord, Kai said, shaking his head. How would it amuse me when there is no misfortune to even speak of? Spare me your cunning remarks, boy, Jon Arryn chided, panting all along. I don't know what you have said to the queen. But remember, it won't be long before the guards come down sweeping the sewers. Time is running out for you. Heed my counsel, Arlen. Heed. It's still not too late for you. This time, Kai chuckled. You are wrong, my lord, he said, amusingly. Time has run out hours ago, you should have said. The guards you are eagerly waiting for had already come and gone in the morning. Oh. I feel so sorry for you. Jon Arryn gaped. His eyes widened in the sheer enormity of the lie Kai had spoken. If it was a lie, that is. Nonsense, the old man rebuked, terrified. The sewer lines under the city are vast, yes. I agree. But not that vast for the guards to not scour it thoroughly. Kai, of course, had lied. He took a deep breath, absorbing Jon Arryn's fear. Elementary fear absorption, proficiency 3%, plus 1%. Kai had sucked Cersei's fear, too, increasing his proficiency by a percentage. Oh, this gonna come more handy than I previously thought, he concluded, knowing well how it could change the course of a deadly fight. Perhaps different kinds of fear will accelerate the proficiency growth. Worry less, my lord, Kai said, standing up. I will be back soon. He ignored the hand's pleas and walked away, readying himself for a massive HP drop. It took Kai some time to find another clearing where he could sit down. He took out a candle and lit it up. The flame brightened the dark tunnel as well as it could, reddening the moist walls. It will be very dangerous, Kai thought, his heart thumping like a hammer strikes on an anvil. But this risk I must take. If Kai hadn't some issues with trust, he could ask someone to watch over him. If it would come to losing his entire HP accidentally, the second person could have forced Kai to cancel his skill. Alas. There were no such things as love and trust in his heart or mind anymore. Kai took a deep breath, shaking off chaotic thoughts. Let's do this, he narrowed his vacant eyes, taking out the book. The runes over the cover seemed to ripple under the dim glow of bright flame. Flashes of 1,000 moments. A promise to himself. His goal. Emotions after emotions passed by his mind, his heart. Kai flicked the book open, the fire playing a murderous game with his hazel pupils. The Lioness of Casterly Rock, Kai muttered, coming to the only story he could read. Primordial Theater. The two words didn't echo, but melted into the world, blurring the boundaries of reality. Kai looked down at the story. The words were turning into runes, but there was an uncanny mysteriousness about them. They glowed with the 7 colors of the rainbow, and then the colors exploded in a brilliant shower of white. Something seemed to have left the book. Something bodiless. A higher power. The dark space in front of Kai blurred as if a dense smoke had come there. The smoke churned, undulating unto itself. Then a figure walked out of the smoke as if the smoke was nothing but a veil to her. She had light golden hair which blazed dark red in the tunnel. Her eyes had an innocence even the stench couldn't destroy, and her garments were that of a child. Indeed. Kai gawked at her. Why did I not think of it myself? This figure was Circe. A Circe of the past, when she had just reached marriageable age as per the customs of this random world. A Circe who had yet to become a queen. Even then, Kai could see the pride in her eyes. They possessed an unquenchable thirst for power and authority. Authority is power, Kai reminded himself. Two faces of the same coin. Circe looked at him with a questioning gaze. Then her head bobbed, noticing her surroundings. Kai's eyes squinted. She isn't real, is she? He asked himself. How can that be possible? The young girl's bright green eyes landed on the book in Kai's hands then. She smiled. Kai's heart almost gave out. What is this? What is she? How can she show such emotions? The questions bombarded Kai's skeptical mind. These questions would have wreaked havoc, making him mad, if it weren't for the notification. Skill Primordial Theater activated. Character Cersei Lannister is ready to play her act. Act available. Blood. An ethereal voice came out of Cersei, directly entering his mind. Though this Cersei and Kai were of the same age, Kai had desire only for mature women. Nonetheless, he felt attracted to that smile of hers. It hasn't changed, Kai thought, remembering his last encounter with the queen. She still smiles the same, as if the entire world is her playground. Kai nodded and bit his thumb, letting drops of blood trickle out. Blood prophecy. Following an instinct, he extended his bleeding thumb towards the girl. Cersei giggled. She stepped forward and held Kai's hand by his wrist. Her lips parted wide and under Kai's widened eyes, she put his thumb inside her mouth. Kai felt his strength abandoning him as he felt the moistness of her tongue, though it was the affect of his HP falling, he knew. He could still see a playfulness in her eyes. It was the last thing he remembered seeing. The character drank more and Kai melted away along with his blood. If it was a dream, then it was disgusting. The entire world reeked of blood, and when Kai looked around, he realized it wasn't imagination. It was blood. A blood ocean. Suddenly, gigantic towers protruded out of the blood ocean. They were blurry too, as if many layers of semi-transparent red veils had covered them. When the towers reached a height, the blood ocean regained its calmness. Only for a moment, though. Little blood pools churned again, and a figure rose out. It was walking stealthily. Along the walls, it slithered, and from time to time, this figure kept looking in all directions. It was he himself, he could tell. Then, out of the blue, this Kai's head jerked. This jerk had such a force behind it that half of Kai's head exploded. The towers and the blood figure melted into each other, then. The blood ocean engulfed them back as anything else was just a drop compared to it. Kai's eyes snapped open. There was a tightness in his chest, and the dull gray notification in front of him had never glowed so red before. A menacing glow of death. Warning, contestant's HP is below 10% of its max value. HP regeneration rate is reduced by half. Did I just see myself dying? Kai asked himself, panting for air. He couldn't believe what he had seen, or if he had seen something at all. It was all a blur to him as if he had a nightmare, but the grogginess caused by that nightmare after waking up was real, he knew. Kai's vacant eyes deepened as he tried to remember the prophecy, the blood ocean. He straightened his back, shaking off his trance-like state. The young girl had disappeared, and when he looked down, he found the book had returned to his inventory by itself too. How? Kai felt confused. He hadn't heard of any item going back to inventory by itself. Then again, it hasn't been that long since I arrived in the Primordial Tower. There are many things I don't know about. Kai looked around and found the candle still burning as dimly as it was before, concluding that there wasn't any time difference while having the prophecy. It was a close call, Kai thought, his face turning ugly. If I hadn't come out in time, I would have died while still glimpsing my future in the blood ocean. He put that thought to the back of his mind, though. There was no other choice. Even if Kai knew of the consequences, the skill was so potent that it demanded this price of him. Humph. Kai snorted, finding himself having such thoughts. I will gladly pay this price for even an iota of prophecy concerning me. But one time isn't enough. Kai stood up and went back to the hand. Then he lied about Cersei ordering him to kill his son and how he was about to go and do the deed. The old man was so frightened that he began begging, clinging to Kai's feet. Kai drank his fear like wine. Elementary fear absorption, proficiency 6%, plus 3%. I was right, Kai reflected, his HP regeneration rate rising. The proficiencies advance more under extreme situations. However, the task which should have taken him only about 20 minutes, got stretched to 40 because of the reduction in HP regeneration rate. That too because of his fear absorption ability, otherwise, Kai knew it would have taken him over an hour to bring himself to an optimum state. Kai went back to the clearing, which wasn't far, and invested around 15 minutes to clear his mind of stray thoughts. Then he took out the tales of Beetle the Bard. He momentarily closed his eyes. When they opened, the book was already showing the title of the tale of Cersei Lannister. Let's do this, Kai steeled his nerves, sensing his heavy heartbeats. Primordial Theater. Chapter 34, Peter Baelish, the Herald of Chaos. Late evening. Red Keep. Kai prophesied 3 more times after the first one. Every time he made some changes to his plan, to his thoughts, thinking that might change the future, but it didn't. So Kai, not wasting his efforts, had called it a day for the prophecies. He looked incredibly pale now, like the melted wax of a candle. An unseen flame threatening to go out any second. Yet, Kai was content. He did not know when or how the prophecy would become real, but he knew it would happen. Not to mention, Kai couldn't afford holding himself up. Not after already accepting a hidden mission. Kai's feet slithered on the ground, stirring him through the deserted corridors of the Tower of Hand. Guards were patrolling like bees outside, but the inside of the tower was still relatively unmanned. Slowly, he approached his destination. Kai killed the torches, darkening the already dark corridor. There were many rooms here, but all were empty, with no sign of any patrolling guards either. On Lisa Aaron's orders, Kai guessed. There was an old, oaken door behind which there were 2 people. Kai had already tortured a few guards, sucking their fear, and making them tell where the affair was most probably taking place. With no other solution, Kai decided to go with the old way to eavesdrop on the things going on within the room. He imagined a glass cup, and his miscellaneous rent box did the rest. The MRB gave all imagined vessels a reality if they were within the limits. Kai put the glass between his ear and the door. The very first thing he heard was a loud muffled moan, suggesting a woman's orgasm. Kai heard her moaning, her buried screams, her gasps, and his thrusts. There was little the glass didn't capture, and when it was finally done, the lovers whispered. Kai's eyes narrowed. How long? For how long, Peter? Lady Aaron asked, gasping for air. For how long I must hold back my screams? I want to cry when I feel you inside me. I want to cry so loud that from Dorne to the Wall, everyone will know that Peter Baelish is fucking Lisa Aaron. What the? Kai thought, feeling incredulous. Now that would need some powerful lungs, my love, a sly voice replied. Kai noticed there was amusement in this voice, mischief, and it belonged to a man, but it might have belonged to a woman or a child as easily. The entire King's Landing is in chaos, Lisa. You know that. Yes, I know, Lisa said sharply. But he is gone, Peter. John's gone. Yes, it's sooner than we had planned, but it has already happened, and I won't let them take my son from me. I won't. Lisa, my love, said Peter in a hushed tone. This is neither the time nor place to speak of such things. Red Keep's walls have ears bigger than a dragon. How many times must I warn you? Not anymore, Lisa said brusquely. Make this one the last, then. Take me, Peter. Take me away. John's gone. I am telling you. That old fool would have never remained away from the king if he could. He's dead. 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 Kai couldn't believe the madness he was feeling in the voice. A shuffling of clothes followed Lisa's outburst. From the steps, Kai could tell it was Peter who had left the bed first. A lack of body doesn't mean he's alive, I agree, Lisa darling, Lord Peter hissed. But without a body, it is also hard to declare someone dead. Wait. Hear me first. I won't let them take away our sweet Robert to Dragonstone if you fear so. Believe me. Oh, Peter. Lisa Aaron cried. Tell me it's true. Tell me. Why would I lie to you, my love? Gods, the woman said thankfully. But, how? You told me they are sending him off tomorrow evening. It will be too late, Peter. It's coming, Kai reflected. Something's happening tomorrow. Ha ha. Peter chuckled, a thin laugh screeching through the door. Their evening will never come. Marianne is leaving the port for the Fingers in the dawn. You and Robert will leave on the ship. Fuck. Kai cursed, a vein popping up on his forehead. This is too soon. How would I let the Queen know of it discreetly? She won't be alone today, she told me as much. Damn. Peter, my sweet. Peter, Lisa said, her voice breaking from the sudden tears. Then her tone turned into that of a puzzlement. Me and Robert. And you? You don't mean to stay here, Peter, do you? Lisa, Peter called her endearingly. Someone must stay here to see that no harm will come to you. I am the master of coin. I can't leave the city on a whim. You know that. I want you two to be safe in the area before thinking of me. Think of the boy first. We can't afford to waste time, can we? What a fucking devious tongue. Kai was gobsmacked. I thought I was the master of manipulations, but this is something else. I must have his tail. I must. The book had been shuddering since the moment he had come near the door. Kai hadn't met Lisa Aaron before. But from the book rejecting John Aaron's tale, he could guess it didn't desire Lisa's either. So, Kai could easily tell it was the man who was making the book react so. I understand, my love, Lisa finally said, reluctantly. Oh, you are so concerned for me and Robert. I will wait for you in Vale. I will keep me and Robert both good and happy for you, secured behind the high walls of Aerie, I promise. I know, Peter whispered. Let me kiss you before going out. The next time we meet, we will be in Vale. Kiss me, yes, Lisa cried, stepping off the bed. But let me love you first. No, Lisa, said Peter alarmingly. I just put up my britches. Wait. Oh, easy. That's enough, hey. Kai sniggered. Let Lisa wrap her mouth around his cock. I have better things to do. Kai let the glass go, and it disappeared. His hand flicked, and the book came out. Kai took a deep breath, making all stray thoughts and emotions vanish. Only his ambition left. The book's pages flipped one by one, going past the latest tale. When Kai opened his eyes, the book was already singing the song of history. The entire world shook. Familiar red-blue flashes blinded his eyes, and the crispy yellow parchments felt alive. Then he saw. A new title had materialized at the top. The Herald of Chaos. Words flowed like black blood over the yellow parchment. There was something odd about the title itself, Kai noticed. Something unnatural. The Lioness of Casterly Rock felt more of a story of a powerful woman with high ambitions. But this title reeked of the same smell like its name. Kai read it. No word of the tale escaped his snaky focus. The tale started with Peter's Bravosian history. Then it came to the part of how young Peter had come to the Riverrun to be fostered as a ward, and him becoming friends with three Tully children, Caitlin, Lisa, and Edmure. The book told of Peter falling in love with Caitlin, and Lisa falling in love with Peter. It also told of Peter, now known as Littlefinger, taking Lisa's virginity while drunk, thinking of her as her sister, Caitlin Tully. Then, it mentioned the duel between Peter with 5-year-older Brandon Stark for Caitlin's hand. Brandon offered Peter many chances to yield, but Peter refused to give up. In the end, Peter, staggering, bleeding from a dozen wounds, got cut with an almost fatal backhand slash. Peter lost. There, the duel ended. So did the tale. Story, The Herald of Chaos. Story status, incomplete. Primordial Theater. Act, Relentless Love. Grade, E. Specification, the character assimilates himself within the contestant's soul, granting him a Titan's buff for 30 seconds. The character can be assimilated beforehand, but as soon as the Titan's buff is activated, the act will be cancelled after 30 seconds. Requirement. 1. 20 MP plus 2 MP per second while using the buff. 2. SP 50 SP will not be consumed. Attributes, a visorless warrior helmet will cover the head as a symbol of buff. Effect. 1. Strength plus. 2. Agility plus. 3. Stamina plus. Note, updating the tale will update the skill as well. Warning, if SP drops below 50 before using the buff or while using it, then the skill will be cancelled automatically. Kai's heart raced. This was an act Kai Stormborn meant to play. He knew little about magic, or soul and its uses, but this he knew. The carnage I can unleash using this skill, Kai's thought trailed off, imagining his past self. There was a time when he had roamed like a demon donning his red armor and clutching 2 sabers in his hand. The rivers of blood that sprouted had created a path for Kai to the top. He was the supreme killer. The blood demon. Kai's throat felt dry as he recalled his end by exploding himself. but there was a smile on his face too. Kai didn't put the book back. He had been already feeling anxious about the prophecy, and seeing the assimilation feature of the act, it made little sense to him to not use it there and then. One more. Kai thought, caressing the parchment. One more tale in the book can be upgraded then. Primordial Theater. Chapter 35, Death Prophecy, The Hidden Dangers of Hidden Mission. Kai's voice melted into the space, the reality melted into the falseness, and the words melted too, turning into the mysterious runes. They glowed with the colors of the rainbow before exploding into a shower of white. The smoky veil returned. In the darkness, the gray smoke felt as black as anything could be. Then it parted, and a figure walked out as if a herald had announced its coming. This figure belonged to a 15-year-old boy, a year younger than Kai. He was wearing a black doublet, black breeches, and black leather shoes. There was a sly smile on his lips, hidden behind a light stubble on his chin, but his eyes were calm. Too calm, Kai observed. Calm enough to burst out into a storm. Into chaos. This boy was Peter Baelish. Skill Primordial Theater activated. Character Peter Baelish is ready to play his act. Act available. Peter bowed behind the notification. Are you sentient? Kai found himself asking stupidly. His many encounters with Cersei's character from the book still weighed on his mind. He hadn't asked this question before, but Kai couldn't control his curiosity any longer. Peter smiled. I think so, he replied, the smile never leaving his lips. All men are blessed with intelligence. It's the use of this blessing which separates the puppet from the puppeteer. What are you? Kai asked, his grip tightening over the book. A puppet or a puppeteer? Peter approached Kai, his solid figure becoming transparent with each step. I am whatever you want me to be, master, his voice echoed in Kai's mind. But foremost, I am a character, and now. It is my turn to act. Kai looked into his eyes. He nodded and proclaimed, relentless love. When the words ended, Peter's blurry, semi-transparent figure lined itself with Kai's and vanished. Kai could feel him, though. Another being was inside him like a parasite hibernating within an insect. When Kai breathed, he could feel Peter breathing along with him. When Kai looked at things, he could feel Peter's calm eyes at the back of his pupils. With the knowledge of Lisa's planned trip back to the Eyrie, Kai already had gotten all the proof he needed. So he almost turned around to go back, but then paused. For an E+ mission, wasn't it too easy? Kai asked himself, narrowing his eyes. By now, Kai had already confirmed one thing from Arlen, and then from Roland too. A mission grade had never been, and would never be, a true measure of a mission's difficulty level. A grade only told about the potential encounters, rewards, and opportunities that are available for a contestant in the random world. Moreover, there were contestants who had almost suffered a disaster in a lower-grade mission, while brushing past a higher-grade mission later. So, when it came to difficulty, it all really depended on how a contestant truly approached the mission objective. Step. Click. The sound came abruptly. Kai sent the book back to inventory. He found a darker corner in the dark corridor and waited for the men to come out. Peter opened the door and walked out with a hood over his face. Be ready, he whispered into the room. I have already instructed the guards to escort you to the ship. Only a light, sobbing grunt answered Peter. As he saw Peter going downstairs, Kai suddenly thought of something which he hadn't planned. I got the proof against Lisa, he reflected. But this alone won't be enough to incriminate Peter too. The hidden mission mentioned nothing of the Master of Coin, Kai knew. Also, with the death prophecy looming over him, he would have never taken the risk. But things had changed within these last moments. In the prophecy, he was just prey. Now Kai could hope to become more than that. A predator. Kai followed Peter Baelish on foot. There was no other choice. Without knowing when and how the ambush would come, there was little sense in not conserving his MP if he wasn't inside the safety of walls. There was one more man with Peter, who looked like a personal bodyguard of some sort. But Kai felt as much danger from the men as he would have felt from a group of common guards. The only thing to be grateful for was that Peter and his bodyguard were avoiding open areas, giving Kai no trouble to worry about being seen. Kai couldn't fathom why the in-world characters were so weak and yet didn't get killed by the contestants. Especially the characters having major roles. That black-armored guard with the prince was different, though, Kai recalled. I wonder if there is something I am missing in all this reasoning. Peter took a sharp right turn around a tall tower. Kai waited for a little and then slithered against the wall, looking up and down. Suddenly, he felt like he had done this before. A déjà vu. Then, all hell went loose. Kai had expected it. He had been waiting for it. But never had Kai imagined that the prophecy would come so soon. Goosebumps jutted out like thousands of thorns all over his body. Time slowed down as it usually does when a man comes face to face with death. The world constricted around Kai, and within a single second, he felt an unavoidable danger coming for him. Kai's eyes widened, a tremor passing through his entire body. In the prophecy, he would die in the next moment. There, in the blood ocean, he had been powerless, his head exploding into a smithereens. Now, though, a magnificent, but ancient bronze-colored shimmer burst around his head. Bang. Asterisk. Asterisk. A few minutes before. Cuckoo couldn't comprehend why a fool would follow Peter Baelish of all. The castle guards can't spot him, she thought. But is he such an idiot to think that there aren't others monitoring the grounds? It was common knowledge that most in-world characters were under some kind of protection. Contestants, starting from second floor with no upper limit, always had one or other missions to act as protection task force. Only a fool from first floor would act against these kind of characters, she knew. Is he the same person who had kidnapped the hand? Cuckoo asked herself. She had been eyeing Peter's surroundings from behind an arrow's lid of a tower. She knew where Peter had gone, and how long it would take him and his bodyguard to return. But when he returned, she found an insect following him too. Look at him, tch. Cuckoo mused herself, curling a stray lock of hair out of her eyes. Idiot. Handsome idiot. Cuckoo took pride in her beauty. Her hair was brown with trails of red here and there as if she had dyed them. Her eyes were light blue, her lips were full, and her breasts handful and firm. Not to mention, the attire of Indiana Jones gave her a charm that could make many heads turn. Cuckoo flicked her fedora hat for luck. She extended her slim right hand out of the arrow's lid and aimed her finger at the men who had stopped at a place for no reason. Well, whoever you are, goodbye, she said a silent prayer. Cuckoo's hand twisted. Her flesh squirmed as if the muscle fibers of her hand were coming off by themselves. Then her entire hand became a long rifle. The rifle had a mixed metallic and wooden shine, but it also seemed to have a fleshy feel to it. Bang. Cuckoo's face paled before she saw the bullet hitting the target's head. She took out a blue pill and threw it inside her mouth, refilling the massive drop in her MP. The rifle became a hand again as she pulled it in. She turned around, walking towards the long, spiral stairs. She didn't care for the fate of her twice-damned target. None. No one had survived her ambush. Cuckoo was the best sniper, and she would be the strongest devil fruit user of the Stormborn Empire, such were her ambitions. It didn't matter to her that other contestants looked at her scornfully just because she was the daughter of a set lord. The sudden frown on her face, though, seemed unwelcome. What's taking it so long? Cuckoo asked herself. Where is the notification of killing? The possibility of the guy bleeding profusely, begging for his own death, made her shiver. She was beautiful, but she wasn't cruel. Her steps quickened to lift the man from his misery. If there was any loot, then she would take that too. What the? Cuckoo gasped. There wasn't a body. She ran, but she stopped meters away from the blood drops where the men should have been lying dead. Cuckoo sensed the rich mana emanating from the blood drops which couldn't belong to a newbie. Magical beast's blood. She guessed. Cuckoo followed the trail of blood drops, readying herself to fire another bullet. He couldn't have walked this far from the blood pool, she reflected. Something's off. Her both wrists twisted and became two semi-automatic pistols. Hiss. What's that? Cuckoo shivered at the whistling sound. Her hands itched to fire, but she shuddered thinking of the risks. If even one guard saw her, then her abnormality limiter would fall dangerously low. It just might get empty instantaneously. Who's there? She demanded. Sparrow, is it you? It's me. Cuckoo. This couldn't be the same man, Cuckoo was sure. She had seen the bullet making a direct contact with his head. With a first contestant stats, none could take it head-on and then remain in a state of running away at least. Hisses. Something slithered in the corner of her eyes. She aimed both her pistols in that direction and would have fired uncaring of the consequences if it wasn't for the darkness. Whatever it was just too fast and slippery to remain in the shadows and yet making her perception scream. Twin saber style. Who's there? I am Set Lord's daughter. Giant serpent severing whiplash. Cuckoo couldn't hold back anymore, sensing the immense danger, and fired. But then she was falling, her pistols aimed at the vast night sky which she couldn't even see. She saw two legs in her vision as her head impacted the ground. They were slender. Her eyes moved up the legs, but above the knees, there was nothing. Only blood showered out of them in short, powerful bursts. Then Cuckoo realized why they looked familiar. They were her legs. Well, a rough, panting voice entered her ears, her soul. Someone's being a little naughty bird. Chapter 36, Fighting a fourth-floor contestant, Mirror Dimension. A few minutes before. It was all a game of HP regeneration rate. No matter when the prophecy would have come true, it didn't matter. If his HP wouldn't drop to 0 instantly, then his HP regeneration rate must overcome the depletion rate for him to survive. Kai would have never followed Peter, knowing this, if it weren't for the Titan's buff given by the skill, Relentless Love. It wasn't just a buff. No. It was his lifeline. A 5-point increment in stamina meant not only a temporary higher value of HP but also meant a higher regeneration rate. Then there was the magical flesh of hippogriff he had stored in his MRB for exactly such emergencies. Combine all this with the elementary fear manipulation, and even the loss of a corner of his head couldn't bring down Kai. The rest was a struggle. There was a dull metallic visorless Spartan helmet over his head which shone dark bronze. A black-colored smooth mane crowned the helmet. The Titan's helm had darkened Kai's facial features, making it impossible for an outsider to see his eyes, but even it couldn't hide the sheer amount of blood running down Kai's neck. The Titan's buff kept eating away his MP, and Kai kept stuffing blood and meat into his mouth as he walked away from the crime scene. Even then, Kai didn't forget to leave behind some blood to bait the attacker. There was murder in his eyes. And yes. Questions. Kai felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his veins. The only downside was, well, he was dying. So he waited. It was a bullet, Kai told himself, his sight lingering at the boundary of light and dark, life and death. It was a fucking bullet. Kai had an inkling when he had seen the prophecy, but this new world had shown him too many weird things for him to think of only firearms like a simpleton. For all he cared, it could have been the work of an invisible person. Gulp. Gulp. Kai put the blood jar on his lips and drank as much as he could. More carrion went down his throat than he had hoped for. The bullet had scratched the top of his head. If it was any other time before the buff, Kai would have died there and then. But the ugly wound had all but healed now. The bronze helmet disappeared. Kai also felt the young Peter inside him vanish then. But the task was done, and he was out of danger. The only thing that remained now was to let the HP and MP regenerate at their usual pace. Kai hid in a corner, keeping himself in the shadows. He wanted to prey on his attacker's fear, enhancing his HP and MP regeneration rates. It was then Kai thought he heard a noise. Not a killer, Kai reflected. No killer would walk so loudly anywhere. He switched between mischievous and blue-tailed boa constrictor's blood essences. Hisses. Who's there? A high-pitched voice demanded. Sparrow, is it you? It's me. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Kai's slitted eyes narrowed. He took out the sabers and slithered. Before attacking her, it was best to make her fear him. Hisses. The hiss surrounded him like armor, his red-hot skin steaming in the darkness. As Kai dashed in the voice's direction, he saw the silhouette coming alive. Kai kept dancing around her in the shadows, switching between the blood essences. With the girl absolutely terrified, she became the greatest source for him to regain his HP and MP for full. When the red and blue bars in his stats hit the limit, Kai knew it was time to stop playing with her. With one swift motion, he dashed toward the girl. Then the danger banged against his perception suddenly. Kai could see the silhouette holding two pistols, but they were pointed in the wrong direction. Twin saber style. Who's there? I am Set Lord's daughter. Kai was running so low that for a moment, it seemed he was a snake slithering on the ground. Kai put one saber point into the handguard of the other, and suddenly his reach doubled. He didn't want to get accidentally shot at while cutting her up. Giant serpent severing whiplash. The two sabers in his hand became a metallic whip, and Kai lashed out. A crack resounded as the front saber's edge effortlessly cut the knees of the silhouette in a single stroke. But this crack got outmatched by the sudden cacophony of the two pistols firing, not at Kai, but the sky. Elementary Snake Instinct, proficiency 21%, plus 5%. Elementary Slither Footsteps, proficiency 51%, plus 4%. Elementary Twin Saber Style, proficiency 50%, plus 4%. Elementary Fear Absorption, proficiency 11%, plus 5%. Kai panted, approaching the silhouette. He had realized it was a girl, but he didn't know she was beautiful. What a cutie, he thought, amusingly. Set Lord's daughter, she said. Heh. Her inventory must be full of riches then. Well, Kai said, towering over her stupefied face. Someone's being a little naughty bird. Asterisk. Asterisk. Presently. The girl screamed, her throat bulging in a monstrous swell, but no sound came out. Kai had stuffed her handkerchief in her mouth so deeply that snot and tears ran down her nose and eyes. Losing her legs, she was in a world of pain. Alas, Kai couldn't care less. Take everything out of your inventory, birdie, he commanded again. I just might give you a clean death, I promise. Hum. Cuckoo was begging, cursing, and if her hands weren't tied behind her back, she would have flailed them too. But the only thing she could do in the state Kai had left her was to sway her half-legs, showering the ground with blood. She was dying. But Kai wouldn't let her. He took out a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, taking out the cloth. The girl clenched her teeth. Slap. Kai slapped her so hard that her eyes lost focus. He stuffed the cloth back down her throat after making her eat. He couldn't afford for her to vomit the flesh. Cuckoo's face was incredibly pale, and the beauty of her face was all but gone. Now 5-fingered bruises had taken over the milky white soft skin. Her hair, which had shone with brown and red, was getting pulled out as Kai kept dragging her towards the sewer's entrance like a sack. It was hell. Kai rained this hell like a demon. Slap. Take out the pistols, Kai casually said, making her ear burst with blood. I know you have them. I saw you firing. Take them out. Slap. Sigh. Kai let out a breath, pulling the girl towards a dark corner. The noise of their fight had woken up the entire castle. Guards were running here and there, trying to find even a hint of something alive. So Kai had taken a roundabout way to return to the Tower of Hand. He just couldn't fathom why this girl wasn't taking out the pistols. You are forcing me now, you know, Kai scowled, throwing her onto a small pile of hay. Last chance. Take out the pistols, and empty your inventory. Then I will end your misery, okay? Cuckoo, with all her might, twisted her head and looked at her hands. Then she looked back at Kai, giving him a disgusting and pleading look. Kai stared at her. She sure is gutsy, he thought. Bitch is still asking me to let her go. Good, said Kai. Very good. I like your spirit. Now let's see if you like the feeling of your eyes exploding out with slimy juices. This was no empty threat. The simplicity with which Kai had declared his intentions got only bolstered by the calmness on his face. Cuckoo squirmed like a chicken who had just got to know her fate. She was going to be slaughtered by this butcher. Suddenly, the entire world cracked. Kai looked around and saw the cracks appearing everywhere like a broken mirror. The sound of glass shattering took over his senses. The girl scornfully grunted at the sight of mirror shards. What is this? Kai asked himself in awe. What's happening? No. Kai's mind roared, and he lunged for the girl. But in between them, a golden ring appeared. Kai stepped back, distancing himself as he gawked at the scene. The golden ring was sparkling as if little fireworks were going off at its rim. Through the golden ring, Kai could see little buildings, a street, and a few people in rags. It was like the golden ring was nothing but a round door, a hole adjoining two worlds. The woman walked in then. She was wearing a yellow monk's garb, and white gray hair flowed behind her like some aged waterfall. On her face, there was a plain white mask. The mask had only 2 eye holes, but Kai couldn't see her eyes through them. The only thing he could see was the exquisite picture of a sparrow on the mask. Strong, Kai's eyes widened with realization. Stronger than even Arlen Wiley. She is from at least a 4th-floor contestant. Kai had met a 4th-floor contestant in his initiation mission. He remembered the feeling still. It was like an itch in his bones. Kai licked his lips. The golden ring behind her vanished, and new mirror-like cracks kept appearing around him. It was only then Kai noticed the strange ring on her left hand. It was a flat metallic slab, and it covered 2 of her fingers. The woman looked at Kai, who kept backing until his back hit the mirror wall. Then she looked back at the girl and her legs. Her eyes planted on Kai, she backed up, taking out a red pill. Kai took out his sabers. He saw her ripping out the cloth stuffed in Cuckoo's mouth. The girl screamed, squealing like a pig on its way to the slaughterhouse. The pain didn't make her feel better either. It ate her from below, her legs wreathing, bleeding out thick juices. Ant. Cuckoo bellowed, crying bloody tears. Ant. Kill him. Kill him, Ant. It hurts so much. Ant. Oh, haha. Kai grinned inwardly. So that's how it is. This is getting interesting. Very interesting. It was amazing how he could still show this side of himself when he had almost no hope of winning against his enemy. When the woman fed the girl that red pill, in a matter of seconds, all the bleeding stopped. Her pale face became rosy, and her dead eyes brimmed with life. Kai could feel her strength rising with every passing second. Lose your weapons, spawn of chaos, Sparrow said calmly. You must pay the price for this cruelty. I don't agree, Kai said, licking his lips lustily. Her cunt wasn't even worth a penny, I am afraid. Humph, the woman snorted, but there was no anxiety in her voice. Give up all struggles, boy. You can never leave this mirror dimension without my permission. Kai's gaze moved from the flat metallic ring on her fingers to the strange cracks around him. It was true. There was no sound coming in. Kai even saw a guard passing by, looking at them, or through them as if they didn't exist. Kai gulped. Then he grinned even more. Okay, I give up, Kai said, stepping towards the woman. Good, leave your Before the masked woman could finish her words, Kai dashed. His feet almost slid, slithering as if there was oil on the ground. His black sabers glistened silver in the dark. Chapter 37, Pain Split, Twin Saber Style Forbidden Technique. There was madness in Kai's charge. With the sabers almost hidden along his body's length, Kai locked Sparrow's figure with his round eyes. She didn't move. Behind her, Kai could feel the burst of mana coming out of Cuckoo. Whatever she was doing, it was refilling her mana, Kai could tell. Kai slithered, both his hands lifting, outstretching towards his left. Sparrow didn't even flinch. One step more, and she would be in Kai's reach. Suddenly, Kai changed his direction. There was such a smoothness to his steps as if he was no creature of legs. Only reptiles could have achieved such a feat, only a serpent could slither. Under the shocked gaze of the masked woman, Kai jumped towards the mirror wall to his right. As he reached the broken edges, his body whirled like a tornado. The sabers kissed the mirror wall, and the mirror shattered with a boom. Kiss of the giant serpent. Imaginary mirror shards fell on the ground as he landed. But Kai's brows were pressed tight over his nose. Behind the broken mirror wall, there was another wall. More mirror shards kept appearing, breaking in a never-ending cycle. He slowly turned around and looked at the woman named Sparrow. "You done?" Sparrow asked, lifting her chin at him. "You have an elementary ability, I can tell. But I have seen many like you, overestimating themselves and then dying like flies. I hope you have learned something from this futile attempt of yours." "I did," Kai said, pointing his saber at her. "I learned you are an ugly old cunt." Kai's words failed to rouse Sparrow's fury. But the girl behind her had neither Sparrow's patience nor her wisdom. "How dare you?" Cuckoo shouted. "How dare you use your filthy tongue for my aunt?" Kai grinned. But his grin turned into a shocked silence. Cuckoo must have freed her hands, for she was pointing them at Kai now. Then Kai saw the most unreasonable scene. Her hands twisted into two semi-automatic pistols, both barrels aimed at Kai. She fired. The foreboding sense made Kai slither to his left, trying to put the masked woman in between him and the girl again. Even then, he couldn't dodge all the bullets. It was too soon, too fast. One of the bullets just grazed his right thigh. The other lodged itself deep in his left shoulder, making him lose his balance. Kai wondered how much pain he would have felt if it weren't for the pain factor. He staggered, searching for balance that had become elusive to him. But this staggering had brought him out of Cuckoo's line of sight, too, and the woman, Sparrow, seemed too proud to move out of the way for the girl to have a direct line of fire. Kai sniggered. "What a fucking moron," he thought. "She has the advantage of 2 versus 1, and yet, she won't take it. TCH. Well, good for me. If he couldn't run away, then there was only one way to live." Kai buried the pain in his useless left shoulder and hacked at the woman. She effortlessly moved sideways, dodging the saber. Kai followed with his left saber, albeit rather slowly. She danced away from that too. Then Kai smiled. Time after time, he kept hacking at her, and Sparrow kept dodging. Cuckoo fired whenever she could in short bursts, but Kai never appeared in her line of sight again. Right, left, back, and forward, Kai slithered, hacking like a maniac as if he had no other way left to him. He couldn't use the elementary abilities granted by the blood essences without activating his glitch. But slither footsteps and twin saber style were something he had resurrected with. Kai panted, and the tips of the sabers kissed the ground. The woman seemed to give him an approving look mixed with disgust. "Such potential," she whispered. "A waste. Stand down, child. Accept the judgment. 4. Justice is balance, balance is order. Let me try one last time, then." Kai feigned a tired voice. He charged, both sabers pointed at the Sparrow. Just as she was about to move, Kai suddenly slithered back, his feet leaving the ground. His muscles screeched as if a parachute had swung open behind him while falling freely from an airplane. This was the hardest and fiercest slither step Kai knew, which he had mastered in many deadly battles. Giant Serpent Skyhood. In mid-air, Kai sent the sabers back to the inventory and took out 2 mass-produced daggers. They had almost no damage capability, but they were coated in enough poison to trigger perception. Kai threw one dagger at the girl. The other he threw at Sparrow. The masked woman, for the first time, lifted her hands hastily. But instead of rushing to save the girl, she was still rooted in her place. A glittering golden disc appeared on her left palm. The golden disc had many weird symbols and geometric shapes, and its edges kept giving off tiny sparks. The darkness ran away as the disc glowed all around, reflected by the mirror shards. She threw the disc in the path of the dagger bound for Cuckoo. The dagger struck the disc and bounced off. The second dagger hit her chest. Yet, even this one couldn't do anything. It seemed the monk garb on her wasn't simple clothing, but armor. Both dagger fell, the steel rattling as they touched the ground. Ant. Cuckoo shouted in amazement. You have mastered the use of Tao Mundles. Only one, the woman replied, smiling. But one is enough for today. Kai's attack failed, as expected by Cuckoo. As expected by the masked woman, Sparrow. Strangely, as expected by Kai himself. Kai wanted his throws to work, but that wasn't the last attack he had talked about. He knew, or he believed, contestants from the 4th floor would have over one trump card up their sleeves. When his feet landed, his hazel eyes had already turned red, surrounded by yellow. Then he took out 2 things from his inventory, which made the woman gasp. No. They weren't sabers. How can you have those? Sparrow asked incredulously, finally a touch of fear appearing in her voice. You are a Pokemon trainer, and a fighter, too. Kai drank her fear, his MP and HP regeneration rate kicking up. Then he looked at the items in his hands. Those 2 things were Pokeballs. Kai grinned. Try to block these, he said menacingly, not betraying his true intentions. I choose you. Ekans. Misdreavus. These were the only 2 Pokemon names he knew. So these 2 names he shouted as he threw both the Pokeballs towards Cuckoo. The woman, forgetting everything, hurled herself and her disc to save the girl. The disc hit one Pokeball, and she hit another with her backhand, her back facing Kai all the while. One moment passed after another, but no Pokemon came out. The Pokeballs weren't the last attack either, but a diversion. A cunning diversion. If Kai had let out a more evil grin before, he couldn't recall. He crouched like a tiger before lunging at his prey. A saber appeared in his right hand, and a bronze visorless Spartan helmet on his head. The moment Kai had regained some of his MP, he had used the Primordial Theater skill to imbue life in the Herald of Chaos. This was the best thing about the first act of this tale, relentless love. He could let it sleep inside him and then burst out with the buff when the enemy least expected it. Titan's buff. Strength plus. Agility plus. Stamina plus. Strength exploded. Under the darkness of his helm, his eyes became bloody red, his scara glowing yellow. Steam puffed out of his helmet as if he was a fire-breathing monster. This was the thing Kai had been planning for since he had realized he was facing a 4th floor contestant. Kai breathed out, and scalding hot steam came out with it. He pressed his left hand against his chest as if he was punching himself with an uppercut. His right hand, holding the saber, went around the left hand as if he was hugging himself. The saber was so curved behind his back that its point peeked out from behind his right shoulder. CRRRR. His toes dug into the earth, the muscles of his thighs exploded, ripping off his pants, and his biceps ballooned up, tearing the cloth over them. Hundreds of red snaky veins popped over his entire body. Then pain overwhelmed him. In Kai's twin saber style, there was a move which he had only used once in his previous life. The use of the move itself was forbidden, for it left the user in a state worse than what could only be called suicidal. Even here, after his resurrection, Kai would think 100 times before using that move. However, he had recently gained something which could theoretically let him spam it, as long as he was willing to bear the initial hideous shots of pain. Mana exploded around Kai. He had planned for this moment for a short time. But what was a few minutes for others, were enough for Kai, given his computing capabilities. There was a reason he hadn't used Shadow Ball. The skill was great, but it also consumed too much mana. Moreover, Kai needed Titan's buff to support his fighting style, which would also eat his MP, he knew. It was then he had decided to go with this painful route, because there was a skill he could use that could lessen the pain without draining his MP empty. Pain Split. Activating skill Pain Split. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Pain Split. Grade, E. Specification, a non-damaging normal type move. Requirement. 1. Contestant's instantaneous HP less than 80% of max HP. 2. Correspondence. Attributes. 1. MP consumption. 2. Accuracy, 100% within 10 meters. 3. Accuracy, 0% above 10 meters. Effect. 1. Establish a mana connection between the contestant and the target. 2. Take the average of instantaneous HPs of the contestant and the target. 3. Assign the new HP as the instantaneous HPs for both contestant and the target. Warning. 1. Contestant can gain or lose HP, depending on the target's instantaneous HP. 2. If target's HP is greater than 100% of contestant's max HP, then the skill is subjected to failure. 3. Max HP will include buffs, if any. This skill wasn't just a skill. If Kai's HP was lingering below 10%, or was about to hit 0, then Pain Split was a second lifeline. Moreover, it was an instantaneous trigger skill. So Kai didn't have to wait to charge it up. Under the effect of Titan's buff, Kai's max HP now stood at 150 and his instantaneous HP was 90, still falling because of the transformation he was going through, preparing for his final attack. Still too stunned because of the lack of Pokemon's appearance, Sparrow didn't even get the time to think her next move. She hadn't lost any HP at all, which, including buffs, was 190. Suddenly, she lost 50 HP as if a ghost had sucked a part of her life. Even if she was a fourth-floor contestant, the combination of surprise and her HP loss was just too much for her to react. The only thing her perception must have felt was a danger. A danger so potent that there was no avoiding it. She recalled the disc. Too late. Kai felt drunk on the sudden gain of 50 HP. It was like a shot of adrenaline. Twin Saber style forbidden technique. As Kai's charged at her, ripping air apart, his bloody red eyes became hazel first, and then they became slits. Blue-tailed boa constrictor's blood essence kicked in, a snake tattoo materializing on his saber-wielding arm. Snake instinct coordinated with the slither footsteps and his perception, broadening his vision and letting him pick up all-minute changes in his surroundings. Serpent God's Wrath. Boom. Kai's figure blurred. His left hand's bone imploded as he pushed out his right hand with it. Even before the black steel saber could touch the woman's waist, it was breaking into tiny silver sandy particles. When Kai reappeared, he was one step ahead of the woman. The mirror dimension vanished. Behind Kai, Sparrow fell to her knees, clutching her waist. Blood was running down, pooling under her like a red grave. Kai turned around. He slashed at empty air, flicking the blood off the blade. And under the bronze helmet, his slitted pupils glowed murderously gold. Chapter 38, Sling Ring, Massive Increase in Proficiencies. Kai stepped toward her. His knees buckled, and he came down, coughing globules of thick blood. He was bleeding internally, and his muscles were like shredded meat, making him wince with every movement. The saber in his right hand vanished into specks of sparkly dust. Serpent's God Wrath was the most potent technique in Kai's arsenal. As usual, he was supposed to perform it with two sabers. But he couldn't because of the wounded shoulder. The cost. His left hand. All the built-up strength which he should have channeled into the saber found no outlet source. That strength rebounded, crushing his bone from within. The HP boost he had gained before executing the move didn't mean instant regeneration, letting him heal the wounds caused by Cuckoo's bullets. Not to mention, the use of forbidden technique had been eating away his HP way faster than his enhanced HP regeneration rate. Kai looked at the blackened left hand as if it had been mortified ages ago. The only thing that was keeping him sane was the Titan's buff. Losing sensation in his left hand pained Kai, but not as much as thinking of letting go of the loot from a fourth-floor contestant. Kai stood up, pushing the ground. Another step and the masked woman would be within his reach. Suddenly, a bright, golden glow appeared in his vision. Kai saw another golden ring carving itself in the space in front of him. The scene on the other side this time was of a lavish room. Kai's heart thumped. Forget it. Forget her. Forget everything. Kai's perception screamed. Whoever was coming out was stronger than Sparrow. There was no time to waste. Damn it. My pokeballs, Kai suddenly remembered. One of the pokeball, which had struck the golden disc, was near him. He picked it up, his eyes searching for the second one. There it is. Along with the pokeball, Kai found the gun's barrels aimed at him. Cuckoo fired. Bang. Bang. Her aim faltered, though. Kai struggled to not fall and decided to leave the second pokeball, though reluctantly. As he passed by the masked woman, he activated his mischievous blood essence and absorbed her fear, enhancing his MP and HP regeneration rate. Then, like a snake eyeing a prey, his bloody eyes lit up. Kai suddenly crouched, still running, and swept his hand against Sparrow's ring-wearing hand. The fourth-floor contestant was already on the verge of death. Seeing Kai robbing her like this made her cough blood on the spot. Suddenly, two enormous golden discs came flying at him from the another ring in the space, hitting squarely on his back. Boom. Kai felt as if a boulder had hit him. His entire body got thrown out, dragging, rolling over the floor like a pebble. Kai didn't know if he was alive or dead. His body just lifted itself, and he dashed towards the Tower of Hand without looking back. Any moment now, the Titan's buff could wear off, he knew. Kai would rather be in the sewers when that happens. Then, from afar, thunderous shouts of guards and hooves trampling the ground reached them. Here, a guard screamed in front of Kai. He's here. Kai took out the remaining saber and hacked. The guard hid behind the shield. But the force behind the blow was so great that the dented shield slipped out of the guard's grip, letting him see Kai's monstrous state. Fear oozed out of the guard like a geyser. Kai drank the fear before changing his blood essence again. A hiss resounded as he slithered around the guard, letting the saber nick at the back of his neck. The black saber tasted a few drops of blood before Kai stored it in the inventory. Behind Kai, the guard remained standing for a few seconds with a confused expression on his face. Then he died. Asterisk. Asterisk. Past midnight. Sewers. Kai's body was motionless as if it was him who had been poisoned with the light neurotoxin. Only the shine of a bronze helmet which kept appearing on his head after every half hour gave an indication that he had yet to die for a second time. I am alive, Kai told himself. I have survived. Haha. On one hand, Kai was excited that he had bested a death prophecy. On the other hand, his heart pained, thinking of the lost pokeball. But then there were the things he had snatched out of this adventure's grip, too. Kai lifted his left hand and planted his gaze on the weird slab-like ring, a hint of a smile lingering across his lips. Item, sling ring. Grade, uncommon. Specification, a small 2-finger mystical ring. Requirement. 1. Correspondence. 2. Perception. 3. Breath. 4. Elementary sorcery/elementary magical aptitude. Attributes. 1. Mana consumption, 0-100 MP. 2. Spiritual energy consumption, 0-50 SP. 3. Reach, 5,000 kilometers. Skill, not applicable. Effect. 1. Create an interdimensional portal to another location. 2. The further the location, the more the consumption. Warning. 1. Subject to failure due to lack of accurate and precise visualization. 2. Each ring is uniquely crafted for its wearer. Quality, 73%. Kai's smile died. It didn't matter to him if he didn't fill the item's requirement. He was still new to all this. With time, he would certainly figure out a way to use it, Kai knew. But the second point of the warning felt odd and ominous to him. A few people would have only saw the warning and put the ring away, but Kai was Kai, so his gaze went to the quality, too. He then remembered Roland's words about an item's quality, especially when crafted by contestants. Is it? Kai thought, biting his lips. Is it crafted by a contestant, exclusively for that sparrow woman? Sling ring's quality was 73%. It could have fallen naturally to this value from a percentage above 80, too. But Kai had already seen Sparrow's fighting style. It wasn't centered around much physical fight which could damage the ring. The only assumption that made sense to Kai was that its original quality was already around 73%. She isn't dead, Kai then observed, seeing the item not returning to the contestant's inventory. Well. I can always find buyers for these things. Or. Hee. Maybe I can sell it to Sparrow herself. Finding some solace in the imagined mission credits, Kai thought of the other rewards he had gotten out of the deadly fight. Elementary Slither Footsteps, proficiency 60%, plus 9%. Elementary Twin Saber Style, proficiency 65%, plus 15%. Elementary Snake Instinct, proficiency 30%, plus 9%. Elementary Fear Absorption, proficiency 20%, plus 9%. Kai looked at the massive increment in the proficiencies and nodded to himself. Fighting with an opponent way above my floor is totally worth it. I just have to survive. Haha. Of course, Elementary Twin Saber Style's proficiency stood out even among these. Even if Kai knew the obvious effect, he wouldn't dare to use the forbidden technique again. There was a reason this technique was forbidden. Kai looked at his left hand, which now looked gray like ash. It was healing, but any other wound would have healed 100 times by now. Sigh. Kai let out a scant breath, taking his mind off it. Then he looked at another notification. Warning, Black Steel Saber, quality, 0%. Warning, Steelbone Brigandine, quality, 45%, minus 17%. In one slash, Kai had lost his brand new saber. Anger welled up within him, thinking of his item. It erupted when he thought about how he had even failed to cut her in half. It was obvious that poison had failed to kill her as his sabers were drenched in it. Kai almost shook his head, but his muscles refused the command. Now there was only one thing to look forward to. The Hidden Missions Rewards. Chapter 39, Aftermath, Cersei's Game of Thrones. Late morning of the next day. Red Keep. The entire capital was in chaos. The beginning of this chaos lay last night when Jon Arryn's kidnapper had infiltrated the castle once again. The gossip was that the white-haired kidnapper wasn't alone, but he was a member of a trained group of thieves. The kidnapper would have gone in and out without alerting anyone, if not because of some internal fighting that had caught the guards' attention. The entire Red Keep had been awakened by the thorough search that had taken place thereafter. Even after the search, the night was bound to be a sleepless one for them. This time, it was the Queen. Even bigger figures were involved in this sleepless scandal. When the time was just shy of dawn, the Queen, commanding the King's guards and her household guards herself, descended on the Blackwater Bay like a sun. The beggars at the port told later that in her royal garments, the Queen looked so furious that even the waves had receded at her command. Well, that could have been an exaggeration, but the purpose of Cersei Lannister was not. Anchored at the port was Marianne. When the red-cloaked Lannister guards stormed the ship, under the command of Kingsguard Meryn Trant, they found Lysa Arryn disguised and hidden under the captain's bunk. The heir of Vale, Robert Arryn, was with her. Why? Where was she going? How did the queen know? The royal court must have demanded the answers from Cersei later. But first, she threw Lysa Arryn into the dungeon, accusing her of perpetrating the kidnapping of her husband, Jon Arryn. Even outrageous was Cersei's action of sending Robert Arryn to her father, Tywin Lannister, via the same ship right there and then. But who would dare to doubt the queen's explanation? The capital is festered with kidnappers and thieves, she told the court. I feared for the little boy's safety. Lysa Arryn is half mad. Who knows what she had planned to do with the boy? The king had listened to this all as if his face were a stone. He hadn't said a single word, nor had he refused the queen's reasoning. But Robert Baratheon's fury erupted when Cersei accused the Lady of Vale of having an affair with the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish. How dare you say such things, the king had roared, they say. My king, Cersei had replied innocently. Lysa Arryn and Peter Baelish had been at it under your royal nose for who knows how long. I say we should use a hard hand on her. All lies will spill out from her whore mouth before the sunset. That was the end. In the late afternoon, this sleepless night ended, with no more word from the castle. The only thing was sure that a storm was brewing, hidden under these events, which would soon engulf the entire Westeros. How could the lords, sworn to House Arryn, sit without doing nothing when their liege lord was kidnapped, and the heir of Vale was shipped off to the Warden of West? That someone was savoring wine in the company of none other than Jon Arryn. Asterisk. Asterisk. You seem happy. Jon Arryn asked feebly. There was a smile on Kai's face. Happy? Yes, he was. After regaining his strength, the first thing Kai had done was to let the queen know about Peter's plan. It was a short meeting, barely enough to take in her sleepy face. Kai had to be content with that, though. Then he waited. Kai drank, ate, and healed, as he waited for the chaos to spread out, encompassing every nook and cranny of the capital. There was another reason for his happiness, too. Hidden mission, incriminate Lysa Arryn. Hidden mission status, success. Hidden mission rewards. 1. 300 mission credits. 2. +2 attribute points. Note, all attribute points gained, either directly into the said attributes or as unassigned points, will be counted within the set's points quota, unless exclusively specified. Attribute points. Kai remembered seeing them with sheer elation. It was like completing a main mission in itself. My main mission's grade is E, while the hidden mission's is E+. So I guess it's reasonable. Kai didn't think about how close he came to death while completing this mission, though. What happened because my choices, Kai reflected, as per his nature to analyze the data after conducting experiments. It had nothing to do with hidden mission's grade. I can't really rely on guessing the potential danger just with grade. Moreover, with the newly obtained attribute points, Kai had now obtained a total of 5 points out of the 20 attribute points one could obtain from the first set. Unlike last time, Kai assigned the 2 points to his correspondence right away. As most of his abilities were advancing at a steady pace, Kai didn't need to add more points to his agility. But with all the skills piling up, he severely lacked MP and HP to back them up. He could overcome the lack of HP through the act, relentless love, but there was no other solution to MP. Oh, I am happy, Kai finally replied, looking at the hand. I just don't know how to spend this night. There was too much turmoil for him to go out. So Kai waited, the wine dulling the pain in his left hand. Yet, it was remembering the taste of Cersei's lips that made him wince. Just as he remembered Cersei, he remembered another Cersei, too. Damn it. Kai felt an itch in his bones. It was like an addiction. With one prophecy already coming true, and the way he avoided it, now he longed for nothing but executing the act once more. So, reluctantly, Kai went to sleep, forcing himself to think about Cersei's after. However, in his dreams, there was only blood. Asterisk. Asterisk. 48 hours to mission end. Afternoon. King's Landing sewers. Primordial Theater. The thin veil of smoke parted and the young Cersei walked out in her lavish red-yellow frock. Her green eyes glistened black in the candlelight. Her head bobbled, examining her surroundings, and she frowned. Kai frowned at her frown. Again, she worded out aloud, sneering. Blood. Kai could feel the revulsion within her as if she wanted nothing but to go back to wherever she had come from. He didn't blame her, though. Any place would be a welcome sight when compared to the sewers. Especially now. It was raining in the morning. Though it was but a drizzle, most of the rainwater had come down the drain to the sewers, bringing up the filthy water's level to just below Kai's knees. The girl had grime reaching above her knees as well, blackening the pure frock on her virgin body. Cersei didn't complain outright if Kai was to ignore her condemning gaze. I should have known better, he thought, rebuking himself. After my conversation with the books, Peter, I should have known. Don't let me die, said Kai, narrowing his eyes at Cersei. The girl played with her long silky hair, ignoring the smell as hard as she could, and giggled. There was a playfulness in her smile too. Kai dreaded it. He bit into his thumb and let her hold his wrist. Cersei smirked at him and then brought her head down before gently licking away the blood. Blood Prophecy. Chapter 40, Jon Arryn's Side Missions. How's my son? Jon Arryn asked. Tell. Kai looked at the old man as if he was nothing but a dead weight. Jon Arryn looked less like a man and more like a skeleton under the black filthy hide for a cover. There was no lack of food, water, and wine here, courtesy of Kai, as he called it. But sometimes, the very place a man stayed in did something to him that no external factor could counter. A family full of quarrels, cheating wife, unworthy son, and disrespectful daughter all could eat a man from inside. Something along the same lines had been eating the old man, Kai could tell. Whether it was the thought of his wife riding a younger man's dick or his weak son, only Jon Arryn knew the truth of it. Kai didn't reply, not bothering to repeat the same answer 100 times. The old man had been asking the same question since yesterday. 2 times Kai had used the Blood Prophecy Act. But all he got were some incoherent scenes and nothing else. The only thing out of the ordinary he could tell was seeing a tall man in a white greatcoat. How he could tell it was white in a world full of blood, Kai couldn't say. It was just an instinct. It will be over in 2 days, Kai thought. But he wasn't happy about it. The reason was simple. Kai clearly remembered in his previous main mission, he had attempted many side missions at the behest of the captain of guard. But after coming to this world, the only side mission he had got was the first one from the system itself. Side missions didn't reward attribute points, as much as Kai had figured out. Yet, the mission credits alone were a thing to be sought after, especially when the number of side missions would dictate his main mission's completion rate. Kai obviously knew that his choosing to hole himself up in the sewers was a major reason behind the lack of side missions. Yet, there must be a way to get them anyway, right? But how? Kai asked himself. Last time, it was Arlen who assigned side missions. There is no captain of guard here. With this line of thought, he couldn't help but give the old man another look. Perhaps. Kai's thoughts trailed off. How are you faring, my lord? Kai asked, prodding the old man. You will have nothing to worry about in 2 days, I promise. Jon Arryn didn't as much as glance at Kai. I went to see young Sweet Robin yesterday, Kai lied. The old man snapped open his eyes and sat up. He gawked at Kai, sending him an expectant look. The torch fluttered by his side, the flame dancing, revealing the bones under his skin. You did. Jon Arryn took a deep breath. How is he? He is as good as a boy can be, Kai said, almost smiling. I secretly told him you are okay, and soon you will go back to him. That's good, that's good. The old man mumbled, falling back to his half-slumber. Oh, not so fast. Kai fumed, his hand grabbing Jon Arryn's shoulder. My lord, he said, slightly shaking the hand. I was wondering if you have some tasks for me. No. No. Let me sleep. Jon Arryn whispered, and then his eyes landed on Kai's face. It was as if a bad, hidden memory had awakened. The old man looked at Kai, and fury took over him. You. It's you. Because of you, I have suffered so. I am so sorry that you feel so, my lord, Kai said, holding back an itchy laugh. You must think of young Robert. Yes, him. Don't look at me like that. I won't harm him. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Any task? Jon Arryn looked into Kai's eyes as if he was searching for something humane within them. He failed. 2 things, the old man begrudgingly replied. As he listed those things, 2 dull gray notifications appeared in front of Kai. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, thwart the assassination of Jon Arryn. Side mission, return the book on royal lineages to the Hand Solar. Do you accept the side mission? Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, thwart the assassination of Jon Arryn. Side mission, pass on Jon Arryn's words to the king. Side mission summary, Jon Arryn fears a state of intense unrest in the 7 kingdoms if he were to reveal the secret. But he also knows his duty to his king. Jon Arryn feels he will not live to meet the king personally. So, to not let the wrong person know about the secret, you must pass the coded message to the king. The message is, the seed is strong. Side mission objective, let the king know Jon Arryn's last words. Side mission time limit, not applicable. Do you accept the side mission? Exhilarated, Kai patted the old man's shoulder. You've made a wise decision trusting me with these things, my lord, he said, making John Aaron twist his lips in disgust. I will see these tasks to completion. Demon. The hand spat. Kai grinned vilely, hearing the most familiar word of his life. He, of course, couldn't find any reason to not accept both missions. Also, it gave him a good reason. A reason to approach Robert Baratheon and devour a king's tail. Asterisk. Asterisk. The water was bone-chilling cold. Kai dipped his entire body in it like he was a sponge, soaking every pore. As evening approached, Kai had come to the Tower of Hand again. With both John Aaron and Lisa Aaron's absence, and the hand's post being empty, the tower was nothing but a ghostly ruin. Only the silence could match the cold of the water. The drizzle had persisted throughout the day, giving the approaching night a chill. There was water in the bathing chamber, but none had tended to make it hot. And for whom? Ghosts. Kai had hoped to bathe in warm water. But chilled water was still better than nothing. Hoo-hoo. Kai shivered, pulling his long white hair backward. His left hand was working fine now, but it still looked pale and ashy white. He stepped out of the bathtub and wore a newly stolen black doublet over black breeches and black leather shoes. From the neck down, Kai looked like a night prince about to ride out on his white moon horse. His misty hazel eyes betrayed the innocent look on his face, though. Kai traced back the route he had taken last time for Maegor's Holdfast. No more ambushes today, I hope. Kai wasn't leaving his fate entirely on blood prophecy. But he had already done what he could in case of the possibility of an ambush. An instinct told him nothing would go wrong tonight. Nothing. Kai landed on the top of the tower just above the window of the king's chamber. He smiled. There she was, leaning over the window, waiting for him. Chapter 41, A Steamy Night of Pleasure and Business, Cersei's New Hidden Mission. Kai knew Cersei wanted to see how in the seven hells he would climb the tower. As much as he wanted to grant her this wish, he couldn't. He rounded back to another window from which it was impossible to enter by just climbing. Slithering, Kai entered the luxurious chamber. For a moment, Kai let his perception search for any hidden enemy, and took a breath of relief, finding no such presence. Then he approached a chair and sat down, enjoying the scenery. Cersei did not know Kai had already come and was sitting behind her, looking at her. And the way she kept shifting her posture couldn't hide her state. She was anxious. It was bliss, watching her in a light green dress, so thin that Kai could see her entire back. Her skin was red hot, making him realize how cold he was. The realization made him shiver. Cersei looked back. No screams. No questions. They just looked at each other. Kai filled a cup of wine for both of them and approached her. It was only when he stood close to her he realized the queen was already drunk. But she hadn't lost her senses. Rather, she seemed to be more aware of things than Kai himself. She took the offered cup and sipped the wine. Kai took a deep breath. "How was my gift, your grace?" he asked, showing no eagerness. "It was good. Just good." Cersei permitted herself a smile. "I must admit, then." "It was better than good," she coquettishly replied. "How did you do it? How did you pass the guards?" "I flew." Cersei's eyes widened. The wine shook, a drop escaping the bounds of the cup. The abnormality limiter dropped by over 50% instantly. There it stopped. She chuckled. The chuckle became a laugh. Kai let go of all the holds. He threw away his cup. His hand wrapped around Cersei's waist and pulled her in. She was still holding her cup, her grip tight, but Kai could feel it. The bashfulness on her face, her warmness, and her heart's rhythm. "Wait," she gasped. "I've waited enough." He ripped off the beautiful dress as if it was paper. The wine cup slipped out of Cersei's hand. Kai lifted her as if she was but a child and took her to bed, their eyes never leaving each other. Asterisk. Asterisk. They were awake. Cersei squirmed like a little child, her head wobbling on Kai's chest. But even her broken breath had pride in it. "What are you thinking?" she asked, her eyes closed. Kai took in her scent, his hand gently caressing her back and shoulders. It wasn't enough. Cersei looked up. There was still a childish playfulness in her eyes. Her bright green pupils played their game as if Kai was a beast she would tame, no matter what. Suddenly, her eyes lost their focus. Kai held her chin, his other hand gently caressing her head. "What is it?" he asked. "What troubles you, my queen? Give me a side mission or hidden mission," he prayed within. Cersei looked away. "For a second, it felt like I saw him in you," she said, a faint shaking in her voice. "Who?" "Rhaegar." Kai knew very well who Rhaegar was. Cersei had wanted nothing but to marry him and be his queen when she was but a child. This Cersei would never open that side of her, he was aware. But the tale had hidden nothing from him. I have heard of him, said Kai gently. Cersei snickered. Really? She let her head down again on his chest. What else do you know? This time, Kai didn't wait. The answer came naturally to him. I know I want you, he said, embracing her, pressing her naked body to his as near as he could. Cersei let out a low chuckle. Oh, I know what you truly want, she whispered, her hand reaching down. She gave him a quick, cunning glance and then let herself down as well. The rain outside never stopped its music. Both sleep and dream stayed outside, guarding the doors. When it came time to leave the bed, Kai knew Cersei in ways more than he had ever known another woman. She was lying on top of her as if he was the fluffiest bed. Her body rubbed itself on him, nuzzling. The lust had gone. The desire persistently remained. Cersei wrapped her tender arms around his head, and her eyes looked into his. Both were alive, aware of every shaking on each other. Kai felt the heat of her loins as she gave him a deep kiss. Suddenly, she pulled herself back. Will you do something for me? She asked. Her free hand went down, and she slid him inside her effortlessly, as if her body had molded to fit him perfectly. Here it comes. Kai almost rolled his eyes, being extremely familiar to these moments and situations. In his previous life, he too had asked this question to many women. Will you do something for me? Heh. As he resisted the urge to just accept whatever Cersei wanted to say, Kai, for the first time, felt what the wives of those men must have felt. This urge to nod almost broke all defenses. But it was an old game, one that Kai truly liked to play. The reality of Cersei fucking him all night just to ask this question didn't come as a big surprise to him. On some level, he had even expected it. Command me, Kai said, ingeniously refusing to answer her question. Cersei noticed, but didn't care. Kill him, she said, riding him, moaning. Kill Jon. I don't want him to come back. You won't let him come back, would you? The notification appeared abruptly. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a hidden mission. Main mission, thwart the assassination of Jon Arryn. Hidden mission, the death of Jon Arryn. Hidden mission grade, E. Hidden mission summary, if Jon Arryn will come back, there is no saving Queen and her children. The king will kill them. Hidden mission objective, kill the hand, Jon Arryn. Hidden mission time limit, not applicable. Do you accept the hidden mission? Motherfuck. Kai cursed, calling Cersei by names even she wouldn't have heard about. He didn't dare to accept the mission before knowing if it was even possible. Yet, he knew he would have to convince her before she finishes him. It was a game people like Kai and Cersei knew well. Your Grace. Kai feigned struggle, pinching her nipples gently. You know. I am not alone. Yes, I had some issues with them, as the guards must have told you yesterday. But still. Cersei waited. I will convince them, Kai lied with an iron certainly. Give me time till night, and I will come with another gift. I promise. Cersei smiled. She let herself down and kissed him, the movement of her waist speeding up. Kai felt himself breaking in half as she squeezed every drop out of him. I will wait for you then, my boy Rhaegar, she hissed in his ears. Eat well today. Kai nodded. For now, the nod was enough. This was a conundrum, a monstrous risk. But also an opportunity. I have a request too, Your Grace, Kai asked boldly. Cersei gave him an inquisitive glance as she slid off him and lay down beside him. Away with it then, she said, gasping for air. What do you want? Pleasure turned into business in seconds. Chapter 42, Showing Prudence, 100 Zanpakuto School. On the roof of the tower having the king's chamber, Kai stood, watching the black sky turning blue. Dawn was close. Yet Kai's prospect seemed dark from the sullen expression on his face. His eyes kept coming in and out of focus. Two notifications hovered in front of him, both trying to outdo each other. The first was the milestone that had come up after leaving Cersei. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, have consensual sex with Cersei Lannister. Milestone rewards, Charisma Plus. Then there was the notification of a new title. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked one title. Title, Adulterer. Specification, have consensual sex with at least 3 of the following queens. 1. Queen Alicent Hightower. 2. Queen Cersei Lannister. 3. Queen Marjorie Tyrell. 4. Queen Sansa Stark. 5. Queen Frigga of Asgard. 6. Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons. 7. Queen Galadriel of Lothlorien. 8. Queen Arwen of the Reunited Kingdom. 9. Queen Serenity of the Moon Kingdom. Status, January 3rd. Effect. 1. Stamina plus. 2. Skill, Heart Rhythm. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. Seeing the 9 names, the corners of Kai's mouth twitched. It didn't take him much to guess that, most probably, all these queens were married in their timelines. He didn't even recognize any name, other than Cersei, of course. Moreover, it was the first time Kai was seeing a title with an innate skill. Suddenly, a frown appeared on his face, remembering the queen. Cersei hadn't permitted him a second more in her bed, after replying to his questions, and that wouldn't have troubled Kai if he had at least got a favorable answer. But he didn't. There were 3 reasons for Kai to approach Cersei after kidnapping Jon Arryn. Foremost, it was to devour her tail. Then, it was to see her, one of the most beautiful women in Westeros, or so the scrolls had described her. Kai now found that statement lacking in adequacy. Last, he wanted to use her authority to get close to a powerful knight, like the black armored guard with Prince Joffrey. The Hound. Kai recalled the name. Though he isn't a knight. Weird. So you have fantasies like other boys too, Cersei had commented upon hearing his request. You have chosen the wrong time, then. Lord Ricker of Duskendale, that lickspittle fool, has again organized a senseless tourney. He even had the gall to ask Robert himself to be there. Like the king has time to free himself from whoring, humph. So he sent my brother, Jaime, there instead, to represent the king. The king's guards have fallen to this, mere figurines. The prince had also gone there with his entourage, Cersei had added later. Kai had dared not ask the queen to let him meet a king's guard, the strongest knights of the 7 kingdoms. With her nature, she would have become needlessly suspicious. And Cersei's suspicion was no short of a death sentence, he knew. So with a smile on his face, Kai had said her goodbye, leaving her naked figure sprawled under the silk. For a moment, a part of Kai wanted to just go back and lay beside her. But he had more important things to do. One of those important things was the side mission to pass Jon Arryn's coded message to the king. It's best to just give the message personally, Kai thought. I will need to be within 10 feet to use the Song of History of the book, anyway. If a queen's tale has given me such a potent skill, I wonder what a king's tale has in store for me. Kai turned around. The king rarely slept with the queen, but in another chamber, on his bed full of young whores. He could still see the disgust on Cersei's face whenever she had mentioned the king's name. Kai grinned. The thought of gaining a new powerful skill stirred his emotions. The option to go to the king from within the holdfast was a sure death wish. Even if he could somehow deceive Cersei, Kai wouldn't survive the attack of the king's guards given his abnormality limiter. The best and easiest way to reach the king was to go over the holdfast's roofs. Kai took an excited step, almost slithering. Then he stopped. He stood there as if someone had petrified him. Scenes from his last ambush rewound in his mind like an unforgettable reel. The prophecy. Kai analyzed. Last time, the prophecy came true at a time like this. And those 2 contestants had nothing to do with my mission, either. Neither Cuckoo nor Sparrow had mentioned anything about Jon Arryn to him. They had only come when Kai was following Peter Baelish. It was like they had their own mission, their own in-world characters, and he had intruded on their territory. After mulling over it a bit, Kai became sure of his reasoning, again going with his instincts. Am I intruding on a foreign territory again? Kai asked himself. Are all important characters surrounded by powerful contestants? Cersei was a live exception to this question, Kai knew. No one had prevented him from approaching Cersei. But would it be the case if he just decided to kill her? Was it worth it to risk his life for the rewards of just a side mission? If there is a powerful contestant around the queen and the king, then they already know my fighting style and the presence of abilities, Kai thought, frowning. Then his heart shuddered thinking of the book. All I did was open and close it within a few seconds. Sigh. As if this sense of foreboding wasn't enough, Kai suddenly remembered Chaos' words. It worked this time. Will it work the next time as well? So was it really worth it? The answer came naturally to Kai this time. It wasn't. It wasn't worth it at all. Kai remembered the fresh blood prophecy he had done before coming here. It hadn't changed. So, taking a deep breath and donning a heavy frown, he turned around. This side mission, he would give up. Asterisk. Asterisk. As Kai crossed the moat outside the holdfast's wall, slithering, a figure appeared on the spot he was previously standing. It was a man. He was wearing a long white greatcoat lined with black stripes at the edges. Loose white pants and white shoes made him look like a specter under the gray-blue sky. His brown hair was long and curly, and one stray lock of hair dangled on his forehead. On his waist, to his right, there was a long sheathed katana, whose hilt was decorated with red and gold strings. You let him go, a sweet female voice entered his ears from behind. I was so sure you would act this time. The men glanced back, but there was no one there. Though, his eyes seemed to look at someone, as if he could see secrets others couldn't. He didn't reply to the voice. He saw Kai disappearing behind the wall, his speed a blur. The way he used mana, the men mumbled, why did it feel like a Pokemon's move? Why don't you ask him, the female prodded. He is a swordsman too, you know. The man turned around, his hand lifting, landing on the katana's hilt. His one raised eyebrow seemed to ask, how does she know this? The unseen woman snickered. I saw the guard he killed, the voice came out of thin air. The back of his neck had been nicked using a sword. But it was the poison that killed him. Poison, the men said, frowning. A coward's choice of weapon. A coward or not, he sure fucks like a man, the woman said, giggling. The man's grip on the hilt tightened. Spare me from the details, he said. I don't care how you handle your missions. Haha, the woman laughed. Very well. Though I wonder. What would you do if this coward were to join your 100 Zanpakuto school in the 4th set someday? Now that would be a sight worth seeing, wouldn't it? There was one other thing the woman didn't tell him, because she didn't own him anything. The coward, also most likely possessed a grimoire. But she couldn't interfere with lower floor contestants' missions, otherwise she would have looked into it more thoroughly. I wonder if he would return. The woman chuckled, disappearing. Now that would be truly foolish. Hee hee. The man loosened his grip over the katana as the woman left. What will I do, he asked himself, turning around to see Kai, who was now stealthily hopping through the shadows. Sword and poison. Weapons of cowards, and the desperate ones. His voice cut the horizon, letting a red hue descend on the world. Then he disappeared, returning to his mission of protecting King Robert Baratheon. Chapter 43, A Last Gift for Cersei and Failed Blood Prophecy. 18 hours to mission end. Evening, the sewers. Kai could make any notification reappear in front of him. So he had been torturing himself by bringing it up in his eyes every 5 minutes. The thing in his eyes lured him, beckoned him, and only failure lay behind it, he knew. It was an impossible mission, as Kai had named it. The hidden mission. He read it, reread it, and then reread it again. Not a single word made him think of a way to go about with this mission. He wanted it. How? Kai thought, bitterly. The book on royal lineages lay beside him like a dead beast. It had fared the worst down here in the sewers. The humid and insect-festered environment had always been the killer of knowledge since yore. But Kai would never let it go out of his sight before the mission end. In the morning, Kai thought, nodding to himself. I will complete that side mission in the morning. What if some contestant was to touch it like me? I can't afford to lose my title status now. There was another thing that pained him. Novice collector. If Kai could, he would do anything to invest his time entirely in search of artifacts. But he didn't know what qualified to be an artifact. The book had been a matter of coincidence. Nothing more. Not to mention, with a time limit of 7 days and the chaos he had spread like a disease throughout the capital, there was no way he could out and search for these things. Now I know the obvious strengths and weaknesses of group missions, Kai reflected. One can accomplish a lot with a team of contestants to watch over the mission's proceedings. However, being in a team also brings unnecessary risks. Kai didn't mind taking risks. As long as he knew there was the power waiting for him behind the risk, then no matter how dangerous it was, he would at least give it a go. On the other hand, he wouldn't even lift a finger for anyone else which teamwork expected of its contestants. If I was Sparrow, Kai thought, I would have killed Cuckoo, and then easily blamed the Chaos contestant for her death. What did that moron do? Underestimate me. Tried to look cool. Got fatally wounded to save someone else. What good is being powerful if you don't have the right heart to use it? Kai abhorred people like Sparrow, who thought only their actions were of supreme justice. Arlen, now that's a man I can respect, he thought. I wonder where is he now, in which world? He should have ascended to the 4th floor by now. The night was coming, Kai could feel it in his bones. He wouldn't have felt it as strongly at other times if he didn't know that Cersei would wait for him tonight as well. Another night with the Queen. Kai remembered the moments spent with Cersei and, for the first time after getting the hidden mission, smiled. There wasn't a thing he could do to her that he hadn't already done yesterday. Still, repeating them won't be boring, even if he were to repeat them endlessly. I can't, though, Kai reminded himself. I can't go to her. Kai hadn't survived in his previous life just because he had a pretty face. At first, he indeed had no ability in the field of games these nobles played. Nor did he have the time to learn anything but research fields planned for him by the entire world. However, for vengeance, he had forced himself to become a manipulative demon. A rueful and a wry smile rooted itself on Kai's face. He had always known he wouldn't be going back to Cersei after spending that a night of carnal pleasures. It didn't matter if he would accept or reject the hidden mission, either. He just wouldn't go there. Death, Kai named it. Death is waiting for me there. No matter if I go with a positive or negative response to her, she will never let me come back. I know too much. Then there's that. Rieger. I remind her of someone she couldn't have. Aren't you happy? Kai asked, nudging John Aaron's rotting feet. You will go back to your life tomorrow. With nothing else to do, except wait it out, Kai had been playing with the old man. The hand didn't reply. His mouth parted, and then he closed it back. His eyes remained closed often now too, despite the flame by his side. The old man had lost something of himself in these last 6 days, and that something would remain a part of these sewers forever. Kai just didn't care. John Aaron was just a random character of some random world. It wouldn't be so bad to practice his traumatizing skills on him than let the old man have a peaceful moment. There was another reason. Kai didn't like John Aaron. If the old man had just trusted him with everything, then he wouldn't have needed to come to the sewers, robbing him of many opportunities. Fuck you. Kai thought. I heard your son, your sweet Robin, has gone to the den of lions. Anger flashed across John Aaron. Helpless anger, twisting his wrinkled face. Kai took some joy in that. One should trust no one, he told himself. There are predators like me everywhere, just waiting to prey on these holier-than-thou people. When I leave this place, John Aaron said, taking a breath, I will shout. Just after leaving this place, I will shout that I am not a rat. I do not belong to this wretched place. Just after, I will shout, what a demon you are. All expressions vanished from Kai's face. He looked at the old man as if thunder had struck him right then. Just after. He mumbled, matching his voice with the old man, his eyes narrowing. Just after. Just after. Kai suddenly sat up straight. He spun and almost pounced on John Aaron, making the old man whimper. He held John Aaron's shriveled face and kissed his cheek. The hand tried to swat him off, but couldn't. Then he turned John Aaron's face and kissed his other cheek, too. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Kai laughed maniacally, the flame failing to hide the evil grin on his face. Yes, my lord. Yes. You will do all these things. Just after, leaving the sewer, I promise. Kai brought up the hidden missions notification again. But this time, his face wasn't sulking, nor were his eyes restless. He was beaming, his entire body trembling with pleasure. With realization. Yes, he proclaimed, accepting the mission. Let this be a gift, Kai thought, his heart going to the beauty waiting for him, to kill him. Let this be my last gift to you, the lioness of Casterly Rock. Asterisk. Asterisk. Morning. King's Landing. The streets welcomed too many strange people this weary morning. Too many people were going from inn to inn, from brothels to slums, searching for any sign of a white-haired boy. There was an anxiety on their faces, so potent, that one could have thought it wasn't the hand they were looking for but their own kin. Oh, yes. Everyone knew by now a white-haired Sellsword had kidnapped the hand. These groups of strange people were neither the first nor the last. Yet, they were the most nervous. Because they were orders contestants. Last day. It was the most important time. Kai had known people getting lenient just before a deadline and then paying it with their lives. He was neither lazy nor one of those people. So he had spent all night patrolling the sewers. Regardless of the reasons, it was one of the best decisions, Kai thought, thinking of coming to the sewers. Now that the mission time limit was approaching, he knew many contestants were getting eager to have their hands on John Aaron. Anxiousness can make a man bold enough to risk anything, Kai had learned. He didn't want to mess with desperate people. This was neither according to his personality nor his survival instincts. Also, Kai had already completed the side mission before dawn. Side mission, return the book on royal lineages to the Hand Solar. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 110 mission credits. An hour before the time, Kai let himself rest a bit and decided to do one more blood prophecy. He was coming to like this act more and more with every use. Why? Because it countered his rotten luck very well, that's why. Kai had never been more sure about anything else. His luck brought up random encounters like distributing free food. But with blood prophecy, he could easily avoid those encounters. Though there was a downside to this too. I will never know if the random encounter is beneficial or hazardous for me, Kai thought, taking out the book. Given my luck, though, I shouldn't even think of the word benefit. The smoky veil parted and young Cersei walked out. Kai felt awkward, finding emotions on her face as she looked around, shifting her blonde curls left and right. TCH. Cersei sked. Then Kai noticed something new. Cersei looked as lovely as last time, but something was different about her. Her face was scarlet as if all blood had risen to her face. No. It wasn't the candlelight playing tricks. She was blushing. Kai asked himself, refusing to believe what he was seeing. What's she on about now? Cersei brought her gaze forward and, slowly, the blush intensified, making her frown. What? Kai asked, warily. You want something? He wanted to keep minimal contact with these animated characters until he got to know more about them. The young Cersei fumed at Kai's question. Humph, she snorted before gritting her teeth. Blood. Kai suddenly feared for his thumb. He took a deep breath, bit his thumb, and gave it to her. Blood sacrifice it was, but it might as well be a thumb sacrifice for Kai. It doesn't matter if she is to chew it off my hand, he thought, looking at her sneering, fuming face. The stats will make me as good as new, anyway. Cersei approached Kai, flicking her golden hair. Her feet splashed the filth with every next step. She held his wrist and brought his thumb near her face. But instead of putting it inside her mouth, she just licked the blood, her tongue slithering out like a red slim snakelet. Is this her way of showing indignation? The question passed by Kai's head before the darkness engulfed him. Beyond the darkness was a blood ocean. Still. Its surface was calm like dew on a rainy morning. Kai waited. He waited for that first wave that would bring out blood structures and bloody figures later on. But the blood ocean didn't reply to Kai's expectations. It remained as it is. A red blanket of uncanny liquidness. Kai returned to Jon Arryn after refueling his HP. He couldn't fathom why the blood prophecy didn't work. Let's go, my lord, Kai said, lifting Jon Arryn by his hand. It's time for you to return to your home. It's time for me to return to the White Room. Chapter 44, Hidden Missions. Hidden Hint, The Return of Simon. Kai brought Jon Arryn just under the sewer's entrance near the Tower of Hand. Only half an hour remained for his mission to be over. He let the old man slump down against the slimy wall as there was no strength in Jon Arryn's legs, his knees wobbling, his hands searching for a hold he had no use for. Easy, Kai said, patting the old man's cheek. Take a deep breath. Ha ha. Jon Arryn's nose squirmed when the real stench of the sewers hit his lungs again. But the old man couldn't protest, much less let out a distasteful grunt. Kai took out a flask of arbor wine, gifted by Cersei, and 2 cups. He poured the wine and handed over 1 cup to the hand. My lord, Kai said, forcing the wine cup in Jon Arryn's palm. Drink this. You will feel good. Jon did as suggested. His hand shook as he sipped the wine and then drank it like water the next moment. Kai grinned. There is still time, he thought. Why such haste, old man? Kai took back the cup and refilled it. This time, Jon Arryn curled his fingers around the cup by himself. This one is for our good time together, he said, smiling. Sip it. Kai whiled away the time, drinking and making Jon Arryn drunk. When it was only 5 minutes to the mission end, as shown by the stats, he poured the last cup for the hand. But this time, he planned to spice things up a little. Kai flicked his hand, taking a vial out of his inventory. This vial was full of colorless light neurotoxin Kai had painstakingly collected in the last 7 days. With only 1 saber remaining, he must ensure it remained drenched in poison to give him an extra edge. Not only did this vial save Kai time, but it also prevented the loss of MP and HP, which the skill-light neurotoxin would have needed him. The only downside was that he did not know how many drops would it need to kill the old man before spitting out truths out there. So Kai added around 10 drops and hoped they would be more than enough for the task at hand. Jon Arryn had neither strength nor interest in noticing these things. His eyes were drooping from drunkenness, and there was a smile on his face, thinking of his family above this hellhole. Just after, Kai thought, repeating the words that had given him the idea. Just after, hey. There was one crucial hint hidden within the hidden mission given by Cersei. The time limit. The hidden mission's time limit stated, not applicable. Not applicable also meant that Kai could complete the mission even after the main mission. Even if he was wrong, Kai had nothing to lose. But if he won't at least try the theory, he would never know. The prospects of losing a hidden mission's rewards would have given him nightmares for many days anyway. Let's just hope he will die timely after getting out of here, Kai wished. When Kai was done with the vial, he put it back in his inventory. He was just about to hand over the poisoned wine to Jon Arryn when his perception alarmed him about a danger nearby. A contestant. Kai incredulously thought, his free hand taking out a saber. But I made sure that there was no one else in the sewers. It happened then. The perception, which at first was just alerting him, now screamed. Every fiber of Kai's muscles screeched, his knees almost wobbled, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up at their ends. It wasn't danger coming at him. It was death. Whoever it was, the person wasn't trying to hide. Not anymore. Whoever it was, had already closed all the distances, without alerting Kai before the last moment. Whoever it was, must have been hiding in the sewers since last night, and had remained hidden despite Kai's thorough search. As all such thoughts passed by Kai's mind, the blood demon awakened within him, ready to annihilate all existences. There was no way he would fail the mission. Not now. Not ever. Kai saw a silhouette walking towards him, his figure blurry. First, his pupils became vertical, reptilian slits as he activated the blue-tailed boa constrictor's blood essence, his chest burning hot. Then, they gained a bloody red color, not because of mischievous blood essence, but because of his body readying itself to use the forbidden technique, once more. Then the torch's light descended upon the incomer, and Kai's wrath instantaneously turned into shock. Simon. Kai blurted out. Simon was a fellow guard in Kai's initiation mission. He was lean, blind in one eye, and the most eye-catching thing about him was the ever-present smile on his face. Kai hated that smile then. He hated it now. Was Simon always this powerful? Kai questioned himself, counting seconds. Even that sparrow woman didn't make me feel so. Simon approached him step by step, wearing a cloak of danger and doom. There was a smile on his face and a dagger in his right hand. But the moment he heard Kai calling him by name, he halted, his smile almost vanishing. Kai saw Simon stopping and his heart thumped as he realized how close they were to each other. A few meters. How can he come up so close to me? Kai thought. It's like he didn't make any sound while coming to me. Kai knew how difficult it was to not make any noise within the sewers. Filth, congested space, and closed walls all were against stealth down here. Kai could do it. He could walk through the entire sewers without making noise, but it would take him intense concentration. Simon took one more step. Kai forgot himself. Move. He said, his voice chilling bones. There was something about the one word he uttered that could even make death think twice before approaching him. Move, and I will kill you. Blood demon's killing aura filled the sewers like an avalanche, replacing the stench. For a moment, even death got confused who to follow, Kai or Simon. If they clashed, one of them would definitely die, but who? Simon's smile vanished completely. A wondrous and incredulous expression replaced the smile, making him take a step back. Then he smiled again, the dagger in his hand vanishing. What did I say to you last time? He asked, expressionlessly. Tell me the exact words. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Kai's face became ugly. What is this? He thought. Why am I feeling so creeped out by this man? Something's off with him. I know. Kai didn't want to reply. This man was of course Simon, he could see it. Moreover, contestants' faces couldn't be copied, as per the restriction of the systems. But Kai was pressed for time. He had yet to make the hand drink poisoned wine. So, he couldn't help and blurt out the words. A man knows contestants like me, Kai said, repeating the words and not mentioning his code name. A man searches for killers like me. But a man can't invite me. I am not ready. Not yet. Simon's single eye lit up. Is that what I said now? He mumbled, smiling. Do you have it? Kai knew what Simon meant. He reached into his pocket and took out the coin. Simon had told him before departure after the completion of initiation mission that if he was to meet another Simon in a random world, then he must show him the coin and say, Vala Morgulis. Simon's smile softened. Vala Dohiris. Kai frowned. You have made tremendous progress. Red, Simon said, pressing on Kai's code name as if hiding it had been nothing but futile. If things keep going like this, then you will be ready by the next time you meet Simon, I am sure. Kai felt as if he was experiencing a déjà vu. Simon hummed, looking Kai up and down. He lifted his arm and showed his palm. Take out the sling ring. Kai's heart thumped loudly. How? He questioned himself, shocked. How does he know about sling ring? Kai had been already worrying about the stolen item. He couldn't find any buyer for it. Not to mention, he wouldn't be able to take it with him, either. Things with stats couldn't be stored in MRB and the inventory held only one's own items. Thinking of it as a trash, to begin with, Kai took out the sling ring and threw it to the one-eyed man. Simon snatched the item midair. He rubbed his fingers on it as if he was testing its roughness. Then he threw it back. Ah! Kai caught the item. Before he could ask what Simon did, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Kai could instinctively feel all his items. He could always sense that he could send his items back to inventory with a mere thought. So when he stole the sling ring, he could already tell he couldn't store it. Looking at its stats was just a confirmation, nothing more. Now the same sense returned, but it had changed. With a thought, under Kai's stunned gaze, the sling ring vanished, appearing in his inventory. He lifted his head and found Simon looking back at him with his not-so-creepy smile. Then, as if he had just come to see Kai, Simon turned around and looked over his shoulder. His single eye went to the poisoned wine cup. Ingenious, he remarked, sniffing. 2 more drops should do the trick. Haha. What the? Kai cursed, gaping as Simon retreated into the filthy darkness. Is he gonna leave just like that? Didn't he come to kill John Aaron? Wait. Isn't Simon Chaos contestant? The Simon of his initiation mission had already puzzled him. Now this Simon too left behind even bigger mystery and confusing questions. Then reality hit Kai. The main mission is safe. Kai's body jolted like skipping a step while stepping down the stairs. For a moment there, he had thought he was a goner. With Simon gone, everything around him seemed to have descended into a strange silence. Kai eyed the poisoned wine cup, his heart banging against his chest with an odd rhythm. Chapter 45, Mission Over, Kai's Privileges and Glitches Limitations. Kai almost forced down the wine in John Aaron's mouth. He held the old man with one hand, opening the low hatch serving as the entrance with the other. 10, 9, 8, 7. Well met, my lord, Kai said, hissing the last words in John Aaron's ear. 3, 2. He flung the old man up like throwing a stone. The sound of John Aaron's frail figure striking the ground had just entered Kai's ears when the mission finally ended. 1. The world stagnated. Kai could feel it in his bones. He could also tell he was not a part of this world, even though he was standing in it. A blue shine covered him, slowly at first, then it gave out a blinding flash. Outside the sewers, John Aaron fumbled to his feet. It was high noon, with guards patrolling like bees, and in the open area, the hand looked like a dying rotten rat standing upright. Not a sight everyone wanted to look at, and not a sight anyone could miss. Who's there? A tall, white-cloaked knight demanded. His helm was in his hand, and his face was of an old man. But he looked strong, incredibly strong. There was a power in his every stride, like an old elephant, charging among the young stallions. Ser Barristan the Bold. John Aaron looked at him and smiled. Finally, he was at home. He took a step towards the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, but then his entire body stiffened. It was like he was becoming a block of ice from the inside out. There was horror on John Aaron's face, realizing what was happening. Ser Barristan saw that horror more clearly. More guards had come out, rushing towards John Aaron in their red cloaks and gold cloaks, each trying to outdo the other. Too late. The old knight held John Aaron's hand and felt the rocky stiffness. John Aaron's lips parted, letting out the last breath. Duty. Honor. Hate. All became the source of an unimaginable strength for him, and he said, the seed is strong. John Aaron's tale ended there. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kai materialized into the white room. There was an anxiousness in Kai's heart, thinking if he had succeeded or not. He didn't get to wait for long. Wonderful. Magnificently done. What the? Kai gaped at those words. He could almost imagine a man shouting out his lungs, his arms outstretched, beaming and roaring. The ecstasy in this notification wasn't unreal, he could tell. The notification continued. One should take a page out of your book to learn. This is true chaos. But you must be eagerly waiting for the result. Here it is then. A long list exchanged the previous words. Hidden mission, the death of John Aaron. Hidden mission status, success. Hidden mission rewards. 1, plus 400 mission credits. 2, plus 1 attribute point. Congratulations Kai Stormborn. You have completed the main mission. Main mission, thwart the assassination of John Aaron. Main mission status, completed. Main mission time limit, 1 week. Main mission grade, E. Side missions attempted. Side missions completed. Hidden missions attempted. Hidden missions completed. Calculating main mission clear rate. Main mission clear rate, 75%. Main mission rewards. 1, plus 600 mission credits. 2, plus 4 attribute points. It worked. Kai took a deep breath. He felt the taste of victory and power in his mouth. Sweet. Savory. Kai liked this feeling of being rich. But he also knew what would follow this flux of rewards. Judgment. You have done an outstanding job of spreading chaos, contestant Kai Stormborn. Let's check if you are worthy as well, shall we? Analyzing contestants' actions in the random world. Analyzation complete. Judgment, worthy. Reward, plus 25 worth. This was a huge increment from last time, Kai observed. He had got only 5 worth points after his initiation mission. Then there were the attribute points awarded by hidden mission and main missions rewards. Kai glared at his active attribute points. At a glance, his breath stood out with only 6 points in it. Kai hadn't found much use of breath. But, from all the items he had seen so far, he could tell that having all attributes at 10 helped meeting many requirements. Later, he could target individual attributes without worrying about the requirement at least. So, taking a deep breath, Kai put 4 of his unassigned attribute points in breath and 1 in correspondence. First it was perception, he thought, feeling the pressure. Now I must get as many points as I can in correspondence, too. Sigh. Show me my stats. Status of contestant, Kai Stormborn. Code name, Red. System, Chaos. Equipped title, NA. Equipable titles, NA. Unequipable titles. 1. Traitor, 2 out of 10. 2. Poacher, February 10th. 3. Novice Collector, 1/10. 4. Adulterer, 1/3. Mission Credits. HP. MP. SP. Active Attributes, First Set Quota, October 20th, Unassigned Points, 0. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Passive Attributes. Charisma. Luck. Worth. Abilities. 1. Elementary Slither Footsteps, Proficiency, 60%. 2. Elementary Twin Saber Style, Proficiency, 65%. 3. Elementary Snake Instinct, Proficiency, 30%. 4. Elementary Snake Language, Proficiency, 5%. 5. Elementary Fear Absorption, Proficiency, 20%. Skills, NA. Glitch, Blood Devour. 1. Blue-tailed Boa Constrictor, non-magical. 2. Mischievous, magical. Items. 1. Pokeball, Generation 1, 73%. 2. Steelbone Brigandine, 45%. 3. Black Steel Saber, 67%. 4. The Tales of Beetle the Bard, Original, 100%. 5. Sling Ring, 73%. 6. Miscellaneous Rent Box, 0.25 cubic meter, 250 kilograms. Pain Factor, NA. Inventory, 1 cubic meter, 1000 kg. Blood Essence, Blue-tailed Boa Constrictor, Rare Non-Magical Beast. Grade, E. Skills, Light Neurotoxin, Grade, E-. Heat Sense, Grade, E. Blood Essence, Mischievous. Grade, E. Skills, Pain Split, Grade, E. Shadow Ball, Grade, E+. Kai stared at the long list. It felt good seeing the results of all the risks so openly. He let out a breath, preparing himself for the last task before returning to the Primordial Tower. Finally, it was the time to get some answers. Ask. The notification appeared as if Kai's all thoughts were written on a paper. Kai ignored the oddness. Since his last appearance in the White Room, a word had been bothering him like a thorn he couldn't pull out from his skin. That word was privilege. Where contestants cried paying mission credits for answers, Kai got them for free. Where contestants didn't even interacting with chaos was a possibility, he was getting praises here. Kai dared not ignore this oddness. So, in the time he had spent in the sewers, Kai had been planning to get some answers. With the help of Peter Baelish, he had narrowed it down to a few of the most meaningful questions whose answers he must know. What's my ranking in terms of worth stat? Kai asked. This was Kai's uniqueness. His abilities were because of worth. His rewards were because of worth. Even his mission progression was because of worth. Not to mention, Kai's worth was huge compared to any other newbie. It was 100 times as high as newly resurrected contestant. Kai must know what else worth dictated for it to be so desired by all contestants. The notification appeared then. Primordial Tower worth stat ranking. 3rd, Red. Kai's eyes shot open. Who are at the first and second ranking contestants, he blurted. Contestant Kai Stormborn, you cannot afford this question. Whoa. Kai was gobsmacked. All the free questions, and suddenly he couldn't afford a question at all. If I am getting such a treatment from chaos, Kai mulled over it, then they must be getting even more special treatment from the systems. Still, he had more questions to ask. What are the privileges given to the third-ranked contestant in this list while ascending the Primordial Tower? Another notification appeared. Privileges available to the third-ranked contestant on the ranking of worth. 1. The contestant can ascend an entire set with one main mission. 2. The contestant can reincarnate as random worlds characters. 3. The contestant can assign side missions. 4. The contestant can switch random worlds during a main mission using side missions. The contestant can fuck you in the ass. Kai fumed visibly, veins popping up like hundreds of red-blue rivers on his body. Motherfucker, tricked me. It gave me 2 missions to choose from last time when I could have passed all the 3 floors with only one. Then a devastating realization struck him. The chance was gone. Chaos. Kai shouted, sneering. I didn't know such a powerful thing as you dwelt in tricking mere contestants. The notification blinked. Chaos doesn't favor anyone. You always had the privilege to know. You always had the right to question. Thinking anything else is just hiding behind your own incompetency, contestant Kai Stormborn. Well, it changed its tone soon enough, Kai thought, gritting his teeth. My incompetency. I will show you my incompetency one day. He took a deep breath, burying the anger. There was one more question he needed to ask, like it or not. What are my glitch's limitations? Kai asked. The question had been hovering at the back of his mind for a long time. Limitations of glitch blood devour. 1. It can store only 3 blood essences at a time. 2. Once the 3 slots are filled, a blood essence must be discarded to store the new one. 3. Upon discarding a blood essence, all skills and elementary abilities attached to it will also disappear. What? Kai blurted out a shout. The elementary abilities will disappear, too. But they are in my stats. Elementary abilities granted by blood essences are shared mutually by the blood essences and the contestant. To make them entirely yours, you must increase their proficiencies to 100% first, leveling them up to advanced abilities. Once a blood essence's ability becomes advanced, you need not activate the blood essence to use it, as such an ability will belong to your stats. Kai let out a breath of relief. So, he thought. I just need to increase elementary abilities proficiencies to advance before discarding a blood essence. Reasonable. There were still many hidden details in all these notifications, Kai knew. For now, though, he was done with his questions, his mind already thinking about his privileges. Send me to the Primordial Tower, Kai said. Sending contestant Kai Stormborn to the 2nd floor of the Primordial Tower. Good luck. Fuck you and your good luck, Kai cursed, a white flash taking him away. Volume 3, A Game of Thrones, ends. Chapter 46, The Temples of Tower. When Kai walked out of the tunnel, there was anger within him. He wasn't clueless unlike before. Kai had already learned about the 2nd floor during his stay with Marine Roland. The size of the city would keep becoming smaller as one goes up, Roland had told him. But only the royal city has the size to be truly called a city. Kai found himself facing the immense wall again. The City of Trades. After making sure that Kai was a chaos contestant, and not an order spy, the guards had let him in through the gates. The process itself had been quite easy. Kai just had to reveal a part of his stats to the guards, showing his code name and system. After getting in, Kai had been strolling around, taking a measure of his surroundings. Finally, he decided to head to Ser Morgan Tussie. Where's Silver Hunters Guild? The man in front of Kai didn't reply. He looked at Kai up and down and then puffed his left cheek, making a fist with his right hand near his mouth. Want one? 50 mission credits. The look that Kai gave him scared the man away. Big brother. Someone spoke from Kai's behind. He could already sense the presence, but in such a crowded place it was impossible to pinpoint who was friendly and who was not. Kai turned around and found a little boy looking up at him. He seemed 7 to 8 years old and had signs of dead bruises on his face. A resident. Kai guessed, sensing no mana or spiritual energy from him. Non-contestants represented the greatest share of cities at least till the 4th set, he had heard. What do you want? Kai asked, giving a heaviness to his voice. I heard you were looking for a guide, the boy said. Don't lie to me, Kai smiled thinly. You have been following me for quite some time. The boy shuddered but didn't back away. 50, only 50 mission credits, the boy said, raising first 3, then hurriedly 5 fingers. For 50, I will be your guide. I am very good at it. You can ask about little how to anyone. Kai didn't care about reputations as long as he got what he wanted. People here were strangely adamant about telling anything without mission credits. At least he would get to know more than Guild's location in this way. How will you get the payment? Kai asked. You aren't a contestant. Little How gulped. He looked left and right twice over his shoulders. Then he took a card out of his pocket. It looked like an ATM card, with a black stripe running over one of its surfaces. But on the other side, many numbers were blinking in and out of existence, as if it was just a hologram. What is this? Kai asked, seeing the boy putting the card back suddenly. Little How gaped at Kai. You don't know, he asked, disbelievingly. You must be new, then. It's a credit storage card, made for non-contestants. It won't work for contestants, but non-contestants can use it freely. Is that why he was so jumpy while taking out the card? Kai guessed. If just any contestant could access my mission credits freely, then I would be jumpy too. What are you smiling for? The boy stepped back. I swear contestants can't use it. Kai killed the uninvited grin on his face. Okay, Kai nodded. 30 mission credits and tell me about the major things in the city. Little Hao groaned. Follow me, the boy said, without looking back. Even while walking, Little Hao's neck didn't stop twisting here and there in search of possible card predators for the next 30 minutes. There are 3 major organizations within 1,000 kilometers of the Yellow Sea Gate, the boy said, almost whispering. One is the witch you are looking for, Silver Hunters Guild. Then there is Thousand Armor Smithy. Everyone knows about that one. Kai saw the boy taking a sharp right turn as if he was hoaxing someone. The last one is the strongest organization on both the second and third floor, the boy continued. Thunder Faction. Kai's eyebrows jumped, hearing the familiar name. Tell me more about this Thunder Faction. Ugh. Little Hao scratched his head. I know little. The only thing they talk about these days is the Golden Mage. Golden Mage. Little Hao grunted in reply. Yeah, he said. They say she is the most talented magician in the last 100 years of Thunder Faction. She is quite beautiful too. Kai smiled. She was just a newbie some 12 days ago when I met her, Kai recalled. How come she became the most talented magician of Thunder Faction? Arlen, my dear friend, are you still selling vegetables to her? Little Hao pointed straight. There, behind the Pillar of Trade. Can you see that massive silver tower? That's Silver Hunters Guild. Kai could have called even the pillar itself enormous. It was nearly 300 foot tall with a blackish metallic shine. Thousands of reliefs of miscellaneous things from weapons to potions, and from beasts to runic characters were carved on it. Behind the pillar was another silver building. It went on and on until Kai's neck had almost bent 90 degrees backward. They say the top of Silver Hunters Guild goes to the 3rd floor, the boy whispered. Kai looked down at the boy and saw the sneer lingering at the corner of his mouth. Does he think I won't kill him? He wondered. Little Hao, not knowing that he was playing with fire, glared at Kai. I think I have told you enough, the boy said. Now my 30 mission credits. The notification appeared in front of Kai then. Credit storage card ID, K22G00 is requesting a payment of 30 mission credits. Do you accept the transaction? If I request the payment on this ID, can I get the mission credits in reverse? Kai asked gently, accepting the payment. For the first time, a complete horror-struck expression appeared on the boy's face. When the card in his pocket beeped as a sign of receiving payment, Little Hao jumped, running away. Oh, boy. Kai shook his head, stepping in Little Hao's direction. Asterisk. Asterisk. Huff. Huff. Little Hao panted, his lungs searching for air in the congested tunnel of the city. The streets were empty, but wolves were hiding in every corner, behind every shadow that seemed to flutter. The boy ran. To his mother, to home, to the only place where he could safely deposit today's credits. 3 more turns. 3 more, and he would reach home. A home with a door that anyone could break, but won't. Thump. A punch to the nose took Little Hao off guard, sending the boy rolling back, his nose bleeding. The boy looked up and found 3 burly men standing over him. From his squinting eyes, it seemed the boy knew who they were, but hadn't expected them to be here. Little Hao, the fattest of the 3 said, massaging his knuckles. Hand over all the credits. Your mother owes me so much that even her cunt can't clear the debt. Ah, the boy shouted, his body founding the lost strength. Don't badmouth my mother. Little Hao rushed at the men, but the other 2 appeared from his side and kicked him. Another flurry of kicks and punches followed until the boy looked like any other rag in the street. One of the men took the card out of Little Hao's pocket and threw it over to the fattest man. Now, listen to me, the man said, biting the card between his yellow teeth. Give me its ID and we will not go to see your mother after this. The other 2 with him laughed at the threat, jeeringly. Nah. Never. Little Hao spat out defiantly. Another punch at the back of his head rewarded his bravery. I will ask. The fattest began, but his voice got cut off. I know the ID. All 3 looked forward and backward, but the entire street was empty. Up here, you morons. They looked up. A white-haired and hazel-eyed young boy was looking down at them, on them. In his right hand, a black saber glistened silver under the sunlight. Who are you? The fattest man demanded, backing up. Who? Kai descended on him before the man could complete his question. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kai fumbled with 6 cards in his hands, 2,500 mission credits, Kai mumbled. So, even low-life hooligans are richer than me. 3 headless bodies were lying around him, with Little Hao in between them, glaring up at him. Kai matched the boy's stare and smiled. What? He asked, taking out the 7th card. You want your card back? Little Hao looked through his blood-covered eyes, but fear kept him from asking for the card back. I will give it to you, Kai said, crouching over the boy, if you tell me something which others don't know. The boy gulped and managed a nod. Kai put the card back into the boy's pocket and sat down beside him. Go on, he said. I don't have all day, you know. My father. The boy said with a pained expression. My father was a high priest. Somehow, strangely and mysteriously, Kai just didn't want to hear what the boy was going to tell him. For the first time, the thing within his chest shuddered when there was no beast around to devour. In all his life before and after his resurrection combined, Kai had never felt like this before. It was a feeling unknown. He told my ma, the boy continued. He told that above all the organizations, even above the empire, there are temples called the Temples of Tower. Temples of Towers. Kai frowned. Only the nobles and few high-level contestants know of their existence below the 7th floor, the boy said. My father could only tell the names before he died. Kai waited without urging the boy. Little How listed. Temple of Byaguna, he who is the master of many-faced beings. Temple of Amon-Gorloth, he who is the distorter of the reality. Temple. The boy trailed off, catching his breath. Temple of Hastur, he who is the devourer of all luck. Chapter 47, Selena How. Kai sat there like a lifeless man in the company of a child. It troubled him. The last temple, and what Little How had told him about it, made Kai think that the game wasn't as simple as he had thought. When he first came to the Primordial Tower, he had thought it would be just about killing, ascending, becoming powerful in the worlds, and repeating the process. Now, he would have to retake every step he had trodden, trying to find a cause, a reason which hadn't existed before in his mind. The first of those steps was his luck. Kai shook his head, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling in his mind. There was no reason to dwell on things that he didn't understand fully yet. Let's go to the guild, Kai thought. Use my father and steal some mission credits, weapons, and materials. Go to the battle, and return to the random world. Yes. Let's start with becoming powerful. But just as he turned around, the boy who looked as if he had passed out called out to him. Wait. Little How said meekly. You going to the Silver Hunters Guild? Kai frowned. Yes. Don't go there, the boy said, opening his swollen eyes a little. Mother said something bad had happened there 3 days ago. What bad? Kai asked, casually. I don't know, but my mother does, Little How said, trying to sit up. You can take me there and ask for it from her. She will tell you, I promise. Is he setting me up for some ambush? Kai asked himself. But who can dare to attack me below the 4th floor and live to tell the tale? Kai smiled. He grabbed the boy's hand and flung him over his shoulder. Point the way. Asterisk. Asterisk. Knock. Knock. Who is this? A shrill, panicked voice demanded from inside. The wooden door looked hanging on its hinges and there was a plate bolted on the door saying, This house is the property of the Empire. Kai stared at the plate as the boy put his mouth against the door. Ma, it's me. The sound of hastened steps rustled out, reaching Kai's ears. The doors flung open inwards, and Kai saw the woman, then. She was smaller than him but had long legs for her height. Common black-brown eyes and black hair couldn't hide the frailty of her face. Though she looked ill, the paleness of her skin made her look even more beautiful. The woman gasped. How, are you all right? She asked, her hands running all over the boy, checking for any fresh blood. Who did this to you? Only then did the woman seem to notice Kai. She glared at him murderously, biting her lower lip. How heartless can you be to beat a child like that? She demanded, fighting back the tears. What did my Little How do to you? Tell me. You want credits, right? How much does he owe you? Kai smiled wryly. The boy came to clear the misunderstanding. No, Ma, Little How said. He helped me. That fat rascal had caught me in the deserted street. If it wasn't for the big brother, he would have taken my card. At the mention of the card, Little How took out his credit storage card and handed it over to his mother. She looked at the card, her eyes fuming with anger and worry. You, she rebuked the child. How many times have I told you to not go out with your father's card? Go in. Now. She looked at Kai apologetically. I am sorry, she said. Thank you for helping my son. But I am afraid those 3 will come back, anyway. Ma, they won't, the boy said, one leg inside the house. Big brother here has killed them all. I have promised him you will tell him everything about what happened at the Silver Hunters Guild. The woman's eyes went wide. Helping the boy was one matter, and killing someone was another. Her left hand shook as it went to Little How and wrapped itself around his shoulders as if trying to hide him from Kai's eyes. Yes. Yes, Little How's mother muttered to herself. I will. Come inside, Desmond. I am Selena How. Come inside, Desmond. From the old house, only we have remained. We have become poor, but we still remember the old ways. Come. Everything was plain inside. Just a pot for water, a makeshift bathroom, one room, and a kitchen where Kai himself would have struggled to stand upright. There was one wooden cot in a corner, and some makeup accessories besides a broken mirror. The woman took out a stool, dusting it off. "Please sit, Desmond," she said, taking out a medical kit. "Little Hao, come here. Let me look at you." Kai sat down, worrying if the stool would even hold his weight. It creaked and moaned, but kept standing somehow. Selena put salve on Little Hao's bruises and looked at Kai. "May I ask why you want to go to Silver Hunters Guild?" "No, you may not." Selena nodded. "There was a mutiny 3 days ago among the members of the Silver Hunters Guild," she said, making sure the boy wouldn't flinch away from her. "The vice leader of the guild hadn't returned from his mission, presumed dead, and the seat went to Ser Morgan Tussie after him. But, overnight, the third in command killed the old knight and took over the entire guild on the second floor." Kai's jaw fell open. His face contorted, turning ugly. There was a genuine pain in his heart, thinking of Ser Morgan Tussie. Who killed him? Kai's thoughts roared in his mind. Who stole the biggest pile of mission credits from me? It all happened too fast, Selena mumbled, looking perfunctorily at Kai. All things seem to happen too fast these days. All things. Kai wondered. Are there more things of this nature that have happened? Selena's face became hard, then. Yes, she nodded. But I couldn't relate them to each other, to be honest. It had happened just after this mutiny. Baron Silvas died of a heart attack. His younger brother, also a top third-floor contestant, took over the barony, convincing all 3 organizations overnight. You see. For barony, one must have unanimous votes from the heads of top organizations on the 3rd floor. One must also be the leader of one of those organizations. After becoming a baron, he or she must relegate that position to their vice leader. Selena was right. Even Kai couldn't find any relation. At least, not until she said the following words. The late Baron Silvas was the leader of Silver Hunters Guild before he became the Baron, she continued. But his younger brother was the leader of the Thunder Faction's branch on the 2nd floor. All were surprised how he convinced Silver Hunters Guild so soon. The delegates from the Empire had to grant him nobility. Kai's breathing quickened. His eyes shone like 2 bright stars, a smile creeping upon his face. He could feel it. The hidden politics throbbed at the tips of his fingers, tugging at his heart. Are you all right? Selena asked, closing the medical kit. You seem rather pale. Kai brushed off the excitement. I am just tired, he said. Thank you. I must go now. No, big brother, Little Hao jumped at Kai. Stay. Today we will have a party. Party. Kai frowned at the word. Ignore him, Selena said, tapping the boy at the back of his neck. Whenever we eat fresh bread, he calls it a party. Kai observed a deep rosy blush coming to the woman's cheek. Little Hao is right, though, Selena said, looking at some cobwebs she found interesting. It's almost evening. Stay here for the night. The inns are costly near the Yellow Sea Gate. Price wasn't the issue for Kai. He should have refused the offer. But, even before he had given it a proper thought, Kai found himself nodding. Selena smiled. I am taking Little Hao to a physician, she said, standing up. The salve will only lessen the swelling and pain. Who knows how much damage those brutes had done to my child. We will be back by late evening. You can rest here till then. You are leaving me at your home? Kai asked, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you trusting me too much? Selena smiled ruefully. It's not a matter of trust, she said. What is there to steal in this room? Chapter 48, Cersei's advice and Selena's warning. Kai was lying on the hard, cemented floor for over an hour now. Then he sat up. Kai reached out into his inventory, taking out the book. The runic title over it glistened silver under the dim candlelight. Come out, Peter, Kai commanded. Peter's blurry figure came out of the body. He looked around before bowing. When he disappeared, Kai opened the page, having Cersei's tale, the Lioness of Casterly Rock. After his last blood prophecy failed, Kai had no time to do it again. Its use would leave him powerless for some time, he was aware. But with his increased HP, Kai wanted to check if the act would reveal something more to him. Kai used the primordial theater skill, imbuing life into the tale. The surroundings darkened as the smoky veil parted and Cersei walked out. As always, she looked lovely and cunning. She didn't look at him, though. Her head bobbed around, inspecting her surroundings. It's better, Cersei talked to herself, looking down at her naked feet. Kai hadn't taken her out to listen to her mumblings. Blood. He had but just said the word when Cersei's sharp, sweet voice cut him off. We must talk, she said, looking at him. She blushed slightly when her eyes descended on him, Kai noticed. Nonetheless, she had a finality in her tone that he didn't like. What is it? Kai asked flatly. I am pressed for time if you don't know. I know enough, Cersei said, looking all over the ground in search of something to sit on. But there was nothing. She pressed her mouth into a thin line and sat down in front of Kai, crossing her legs on the hard ground. Go on, then, Kai said, impatiently. The homeowner would come any time now. This is home. Heh. Cersei sneered, running a finger on the dirty floor. Kai was almost at his limit. One more useless word out of her mouth, and no matter how much he would dislike it, he would use the blood prophecy. It is about your luck, Cersei finally said gravely. I have been thinking. My luck. Kai said, astonishingly, cutting her off. You can think. Even when you are not out. Cersei visibly fumed. Have you ever wondered why its value is so low, she asked, ignoring Kai's condemning gaze. I listened to your conversation with Peter. An average contestant's luck is around 10, no. Even if you were unlucky, your luck should have been above 6 or 7. With the value of 2, it isn't a stroke of luck anymore but misfortune. The answer was plain. Kai never wondered. He had always considered himself unlucky. No man, or a boy, would consider himself lucky after what had happened with his parents. A disappeared father, a murdered mother, and 2 years of running, hiding, and killing had made Kai forget about his luck, to begin with. It had become something that was there, but he just didn't care about it. That's why when he saw his luck stat initially, Kai had cursed, but had blamed no one but himself. It was something he would manage like he always had. Only recently he had related it to something external, but even that was momentary. It is just running away from reality by blaming others for my luck, Kai had thought. Cersei's words were like a hammer, nailing a thought Kai had been trying to pull out of himself. Why didn't Peter emphasize on asking about my luck in the White Room, then? Kai asked, more to himself than Cersei. She answered it, nonetheless. That's how it is with ordinary people, Cersei said, contemptuously. For many, talking about luck is nothing more than you whining over it. You mention luck once, they will ignore it. You mention it twice, they will reject you. And if you mention it often, they will hate you. But they wouldn't truly hate you, but their own ordinary lives. As much as he didn't like it, Kai found the words reasonable. Her edgy words made him think about everything from a fresh perspective. So, Kai whispered, in a trance, you think my luck stat isn't natural? I think there is more to it, Cersei nodded, playing with her hair. No person can be that unlucky from birth. Give a person enough bad luck, and he would think whatever bad happens is happening because of it. The Temple of Hastur. Kai uttered the words, his eyes narrowing into thin slits. Cersei stood up. You know what you must do, she declared. Kai looked up at her. There is only one way to find out, he said. I must visit the temple and look for an answer myself, and there is only one way I can qualify to go there. Cersei giggled. If I'm right about all this, you must promise me one thing, she blurted. I will promise you nothing, Kai replied. But speak. Let's hear it out. You must upgrade my tail as soon as possible when you can, she said, her cheeks becoming almost hot pink. Where is this going? Kai frowned. I will think about it, he said grumpily. Now, blood prophecy. Asterisk. Asterisk. Why didn't it work? Kai let out a forced smile, asking himself the same question again. The blood ocean had never been so calm. He could blame this failure of blood prophecy on the Primordial Tower. Yes. But then what about the last time in the random world of Game of Thrones? Selena had come back some time ago. Even little Hao looked cheery, despite the pale blue bruises on his body. The boy has quite an endurance, Kai had thought, seeing that. I wonder what his stats will look like if he were to ever become a contestant. For the residents of the Primordial Tower, there was only one way to become a contestant. Death. Die, and you will know you were worthy if you would come back to life. Simple and effective. Little Hao had claimed a wooden stick from outside, and now was whirling it like a saber in all directions. Hisses, the boy whistled through his teeth. It was like this, Ma. Hiss. Kai smiled. The boy had been telling his mother how incredible Kai was while dealing with the 3 hooligans. Little Hao had seen nothing, but he could still hear it. Ai. They screamed, the boy said, gliding on the ground as his mother prepared broth for the supper. Big brother took their cards after getting the IDs. Then there was a thud. 3 times. Fatty's head must have rolled the easiest. Little Hao. Selena rebuked, glaring at the boy. Is it the time for these things? Where are your manners? The boy meekly put the wooden stick down and slumped over the cot. But as soon as his back had touched the wood, the boy sat up back again. Big brother, he called out. You are a swordsman, right? You must join 100 Zanpakuto school, then. Kai's eyes shot open. That'll be enough out of you, Selena said, now almost fuming. Don't blurt nonsense. It's okay, Kai said. Let him talk. I am quite curious. Selena hesitated. But the boy didn't. He seemed already excited enough about it. 100 Zanpakuto School is the strongest organization below the 12th floor, like the ancient mystic order from the enemy empire, Little Hao said, his voice gaining pitch with every word. The leader of the school is the personal student of one of the Godii 13 from the Bleach world. Isn't that right, Ma? Selena nodded. Bleach is the world all swordsmen wish to go to. It's like heaven for them, she said. A place where swordsmen can surpass their limits. If you are a part of 100 Zanpakuto School, your chances of going to the Bleach random world increases, or so they say. But I doubt that. Thump. Kai's heart pounded against his chest. Learning about the Pokemon random world had made him excited, but even then he considered it an external power. Only his movement technique and twin saber style truly belonged to him. Bleach, Kai whispered in his mind. 100 Zanpakuto School. Not only that, Big Brother, Little Hao said. The school is supported by one of the 3 temples I told you about. How? Selena stood up. Her scream echoed in the small room, the ladle in her hand dripping hot broth on the hard floor. She must have realized the meaning of the boy's words, for her face paled like a dead leaf. The boy cowered, backing up, his legs shivering. She looked at Kai. He told you about the temples, she asked, terror gripping her throat. Kai almost sneered. Yes, he answered. That was the deal behind saving him. What? You'd rather see him dead? No. Selena blurted, sitting down on her haunches in despair. I have no right to ask this. But I must. Please do not mention the temples to anyone else. They would know. They always find out. I promise, Kai immediately lied. Can you tell me more about your husband? Selena gave Hao an exasperated look. But when she turned around to attend the broth, her voice had calmed down. He was the youngest son of Count Sanderson, she said, tasting the broth's saltiness. Unlike his brothers, my husband became a priest of the Temple of. Selena took a deep breath of courage. Temple of Hastur. He was pious and better than most men. After 10 years of service and prayers, he became the high priest. It was only then he was allowed to marry. Little Hao must have heard the tale many times. But even he became silent, concentrating on his mother's words. A proud expression appeared on the boy's face, which hadn't escaped Kai's eyes. Nor had escaped the name of the temple in which the boy's father had served. After a year, I had just come to know him more, when something happened, Selena continued. One day, he came home muttering incomprehensible things. It scared me. I had never seen him like that. I thought it was related to the temples, secret as they are, and it would pass with time. But it only became worse. First, the temple threw him out on the grounds of impiety and hubris. Then, the count, half scared and half ashamed, refused to accept us, either. The only help I could get was from the Empire, but even that came at a cost, as you must have realized already. The silence became unbearable in the room. But it only took a giggle to wash it away. Hee. Selena laughed, her face almost buried in the hot pan. It's been a long time since I talked to someone about it. Usually, it's me and Little Hao. The boy said nothing. He took out 2 plates from underneath the wooden cot. They seemed clean enough. One Selena passed to Kai, the other she kept for her and the boy. She put half a loaf of fresh bread into Kai's plate, followed by 2 big spoonfuls of broth in a bowl. It was only then did Kai notice the fresh bread. It was hard, just short of going stale. Did your husband say something other than the name of the 3 temples? Kai asked, breaking his bread into pieces and pouring the broth over it. Anything that would have made sense. Selena shook her head. She put the remaining food, which was almost as much as she had given to Kai, on her and Little Hao's plate. As the boy broke the bread merrily into small crumbs, Selena gazed at the roof. There was only one sentence, she mumbled. There was this one sentence which he used to say most of the time. Kai forgot the morsel in his hand coming for his mouth. Selena's voice echoed like an ethereal song as she sang those words. Memories and possibilities are ever more hideous than realities. Kai went silent. He repeated and repeated the words in his mind, an unknown chill running down his spine. Selena mixed the broth into the breadcrumbs and used her hand to feed the boy. Shaking off the troubled thoughts, Kai watched them for some time. It didn't seem much at a glance, but the pair of mother and son seemed to be content, living their hard life happily. Together. Kai looked at the hand that went to the boy's mouth and he wondered how delicious it must be for Little Hao to smile so. The scene slightly shook in front of his eyes, blurring out Selena's figure. Kai's head drooped as he ate the simple food. The softened bread went down easily. It was just. It tasted a little salty. Chapter 49, Slaughtering Silver Hunter Guild. Midnight. A hooded figure walked out from the pillar's shadow cast by the full moon. It was wearing a poncho, and in his hand a black saber glistened silver as if they had been recently polished. The figure walked towards the tallest building in front of it. The white structure seemed to reach out to the moon. This figure was none other than Kai Stormborn. He walked leisurely, approaching the tall doors at the entrance, guarded by 10 guards. "Who is this?" a guard shouted. Others became attentive, following the shout. Not all of them were contestants, though they wielded mass-produced weapons. "Stop. State your purpose," another guard demanded, pointing his spear. Kai stepped. Then he slithered. The screams were loud enough to wake up the dead, let alone the contestants. Kai didn't avoid the guards. He cut through them, dividing anything that came in between him and doors in two. Even those who lost their limbs died almost instantly, their bodies stiffening as if they had suffered a heart attack. Behind the door, dozens of contestants positioned themselves in formation, each holding one item or another. Unlike Thunder Faction, who took pride in their magical capabilities, Silver Hunters Guild's members took pride in their sheer number and their close fighting. This pride was bound to be crushed today. The doors parted a little. Then it stopped. Suddenly, a football-sized black ball of mana shot out of the darkness, searing the air. "Everyone!" one contestant shouted. "Too late." Boom. After 5 minutes, Kai walked in, his hazel eyes becoming vertical slits. Elementary snake instinct. Hiss. "Who?" The survivors shouted, covered in blood and gore of those who were unfortunate enough to be in the path of the shadow ball. Kai dashed toward them in reply, his figure a blur. He danced, hacking at all and everyone. Hand, legs, necks, and backs, the saber kissed wherever it could, leaving behind long bloody trails on the contestants' bodies. 5, 10, 20, they kept dying like flies under the effect of light neurotoxin and the saber's innate skill, Hippogriff's fury, their bodies becoming a blanket of death behind Kai. Fear flooded the floors, waves of it washing over the contestants' faces. Kai swam in it, his hazel, slitted eyes, becoming bloody. Elementary fear absorption. Kai had never experienced such a massive jump in his HP and MP regeneration rate. He felt drunk on this sensation. He threw the saber at a contestant who was trying to take out a Pokemon. Then, like holding 2 guns in his hands, Kai pointed 2 finger guns at the crowd, mana bursting off him in pulses. Bang bang. Bang bang. The shadow balls left holes in the foreheads, chests, and then slammed into more contestants, crippling them. Ha ha. Kai laughed maniacally. There was slaughter in his mind. Floor by floor, killing men and women alike, he ascended like death itself, leaving no one alive. Contestants were jumping out of the windows, fleeing from any hole they could find. Under the moonlit night, the entire building seemed to scream bloody murder. The vice leader came then, with all the bravado. There was a pulsing hammer on his shoulder, giving out thunderous sparks. "Who the hell are you?" he roared. "How?" "Titan's buff." Kai's head shone bronze as the Spartan helmet covered it. The mane on the helmet fluttered as his figure boomed out of existence. Kai appeared behind the vice leader and flicked off the blood. Behind him, a thin red line appeared on the man's throat. Then, for the utter horror of the contestants, the vice leader's head rolled down, thudding on the floor, his eyes still asking the next question. Kai looked at the survivors, taking out his badge. He flipped it in the air and caught it back. "I am Ser Morgan Tussie's heir," he declared. "I have come to claim what's rightfully mine." Kai turned around but suddenly snapped his neck back, looking over his shoulders. Some pissed, and some lost control of their bowels, filling the air with the smell of shit. Kai grinned vilely. "I will come back again tomorrow. Asterisk. Asterisk. Next day. Death toll. No injured contestant. No serious or life-threatening case. All who had been even nicked by the saber were dead. The contestants had seen their share of brutality after coming to the Primordial Tower in the battles. But this was something else. They had even given him a name. The way the butcher of the second floor had killed seemed like the work of an unstable and crazy person. He had come to the guild's building like an uninvited guest, going from floor to floor, killing everything and everyone. He had stolen nothing. Nor had he put forward any demand. Slaughter. The butcher slaughtered and disappeared after he had his way with the contestants. Only a few higher-ups knew the words he had left behind. Those who knew those words shuddered, thinking of what would happen tonight. Kai was aware of it all. After learning that he needed to increase his proficiencies to 100% to keep them in his stats, in case he discarded the corresponding blood essence, Kai had always been aiming to carry out a mass slaughter. He didn't want to meet a much-desired blood essence in the next random world and then end up discarding a blood essence, losing the abilities, too. There was, of course, one more reason behind the slaughter. No so direct as the proficiencies. It hadn't come without a price, though. His one ear had lost the sense of hearing. Half of his ribs had been shattered. 5 broken teeth and even more had loosened. His entire body was now covered in various injuries. Acid marks, poisonous boils, and cuts and bruises that seemed impossible to heal. But it was worth it, Kai thought, smiling. It was all worth it. He recalled the final notifications. Warning, Steelbone Brigandine, quality, 38%, minus 7%. Elementary Fear Absorption, proficiency 40%, plus 20%. Elementary Snake Instinct, proficiency 40%, plus 10%. Elementary Slither Footsteps, proficiency 75%, plus 15%. Elementary Twin Saber Style, proficiency 70%, plus 5%. Kai wasn't worried about losing the armor's quality. It was the sole reason he had got it made, to let him kill without worrying about himself. The rise in Twin Saber Style's proficiency, though, was an unexpected surprise as he had used only one saber. Kai jumped from roof to roof, heading in a specific direction. From what he had learned through Little How, the entire guild had called reinforcement to welcome him. The guild's leader himself had come from the 3rd floor. It would have been enough to shock anyone, but things didn't rest there. A sizable force from Thousand Armor Smithy and Thunder Faction, led by their respective leaders, had also come to aid the guild. An attack on one was being seen as an attack on all of them. Worse was the fact that even the Empire had sent a specialized troop to the 2nd floor as a backup. All this trouble for a mere crazed contestant who had lost his mind. Kai sneered. He wasn't a person who would indulge in the mindless killing of the innocents. But it didn't mean he wouldn't kill. Give him enough reason, and Kai would kill an innocent man as easily as a guilty man. It all came down to one word. Benefit. What benefit was there to him in rallying all these forces against him? Kai couldn't take on the Silver Hunters Guild by himself, let alone the combined forces of the 3 strongest organizations below the 4th floor. Then there were 3 leaders. Kai could handle them, but not when they were backed up by thousands of contestants. All were there, waiting for him, for they knew the words Kai had spoken after his killing spree. Kai guffawed. Let them wait, he hissed. When did I ever call myself an honest man? A round dome-like blue building appeared in front of him. It wasn't as tall as Silver Hunter Guild, but it seemed vast, like a lake. Even from afar, Kai could feel the mana pulsing around the structure like gentle heartbeats. At the top of the dome, a banner flapped in the night wind. The image of a blue thunderbolt seemed to come out of it with every flutter. Thunder Faction. All the killing, all the words, and all the fear he had instilled in the contestants were to come to this place. With most of the Thunder Faction forces concentrated around the Silver Hunters Guild, it had left a gap in their own branch's defenses. Kai wasn't here to carry out another slaughter, though. No. He was here to meet an old friend. It was a piece of cake for Kai to infiltrate the building full of 2nd floor contestants. Kai could be as silent as the wind if he didn't want to reveal his presence. People were running about doing their errands, but most of them were sleeping, though uneasily. The site of action was Silver Hunter Guilds tonight, not the Thunder Faction. Kai picked the lock of a luxurious apartment, entering it noiselessly. There were no guards posted outside her house, as expected by him. Kai slithered over the floor, approaching the bedroom of the Golden Mage he had heard so much about. The entire house smelled of perfume, fresh plants, and rain. Magic was everywhere in this house. But it wasn't enough to save her from Kai, it seemed. The doors to Shay's bedroom parted effortlessly. Under the dim light, Kai's figure looked like a black messenger of hell who was here to claim the life of Sleeping Beauty. Kai stepped into the room, and suddenly an electric current coursed through his body. The entire room jolted, lightening up instantly. Shay sat up as if she had awakened by a nightmare, her wand pointing at the door. Don't move, she said. In her nightgown, the golden-haired beauty looked as lovely as Kai had found her for the first time. But as she saw who had infiltrated her bedroom, Shay's proud and powerful eyes lost her composure. The wand in her hand trembled, her mouth opening up in sheer terror. A deep, horrifying shriek escaped her throat when Kai smiled at her. Well, well. We meet again, Kai said, looking away from the terrified Shay to the wardrobes on her left. Arlen, my old friend. Or should I call you Baron Silvas now? Chapter 50, Confronting Baron Silvas. Something stirred in front of the wardrobe. Kai could distinctly see an outline of a figure if he focused hard enough. It felt like a very cheap copy of Brock's chameleon blood essence to him. Not to mention, Kai had become very sensitive to these things for a long time. The illusion disappeared, then. His appearance had slightly changed. The blue eyes now glistened dark black, but the blue hair was the same. He was clean-shaved, though there were minor changes about his face that ordinary contestants could never see at one glance. He is Arlen, all right, Kai sneered. No contestant I have seen till now was as prepared as him. So, you could sense my presence, Baron Silva said, his wand rising, pointing at Kai. I hope you aren't flattering yourself, Red. The fault lies with me. I have yet to master the disillusionment charm. Shay gaped at Arlen. She didn't know Arlen was in her room, Kai could tell. The thought troubled her, but much of her fear still had its roots in Kai's presence. How did you know I was here? The Baron asked. The same way you knew I would come here, Kai replied, smiling. Both men then turned their heads to look at Shay. Her hand reached down to the blanket, wrapping it around her shoulders in response. Her right hand was still holding the wand pointed at Kai. It all troubled me, Kai said without flinching. The mutiny within Silver Hunters Guild. Late Baron Silva's sudden heart attack. The sudden rise of his younger brother, who was also the leader of Thunder Faction's branch on the 3rd floor. Not only that, he somehow convinced all the 3 leaders of major organizations overnight as if he knew about the mutiny. TCH. I only knew one man from Thunder Faction. You had once told me you intended to use those drops on a top-tier 3rd floor contestant. The rest was just a matter of calculated guesses. A very far-fetched guess, the Baron nodded. It doesn't seem so far-fetched now, Kai said. You are here, aren't you? It's your turn to talk. Remember my last advice? Arlen asked smiling as Shay covered her mouth in shocked silence. I hinted to you to use your materials properly. Well, the first thing I did after returning to the Primordial Tower was to send my people in search of a contestant with hippogriff's talons as material. Eventually, you were bound to go to a smithy. I just didn't know you were fool enough to go to 1000 Armor Smithy. Heh. It didn't take me long to find you. It shocked me to learn about you being called the heir of Ser Morgan Tussie. I will give you that. Marine Roland told me a great deal after you had gone back for a mission, though. He didn't survive my questioning. I am sorry. Don't bluff. I am not a child, Kai snorted. So, when I proclaimed my intention last night, you knew exactly who was making trouble for the guild. You came running for Shay's safety, then. Am I right? Yes. The Baron nodded. You lack morals, Red. But I never considered you a fool. I at least understand you that much. Indeed, Kai agreed. If you understand me that much, then you must know already why I am here. You are here to meet me, Baron Silvas, he declared. But why do you presume I will grant your wish? Just as Arlen asked that question, a monstrous amount of mana exploded out of him. Shay gasped, again becoming a side character in between Kai and Arlen, and the full brunt of that mana's heaviness fell on Kai and Kai alone. Why is he so strong? Kai asked himself, trying not to quiver under the pressure. He is almost as strong as Sparrow. Then why hasn't he ascended yet? Arlen is not that masked idiot. He will never underestimate me. A win against him will never come without a heavy irreversible cost as I am now. Kai gritted his teeth, but he didn't falter. Suddenly, he took a step in Arlen's direction. His entire body thrummed, becoming pale red, giving out a light trace of steam. Around his head, a light bronze hue shone, giving him a divine glow. Strength surged inside him, welling up, just on the brink of breaking out. The mana pressure broke. Arlen's eyes widened, his mouth parting in pure awe and fear. How is it possible? He asked incredulously. You are only a fresh second-floor contestant. How? Kai cracked his knuckles and neck in reply. You done, Captain? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Can we talk like civil people now? Asterisk. Hall. Golden Mage's apartment. Kai sipped on the flavorful wine. Arlen and Shay were sitting in front of him. The blonde beauty seemed uneasy, but Arlen's hand over her hand must have given her enough courage to remember her strength. Well, hello, Kai said, smiling at Shay. How are you? Shay looked away uneasily while Arlen squinted his eyes. What? Kai teased, shaking his head. I thought you were innocent, Shay. The man sitting by your side has killed his own brother for authority. Don't you know that? It isn't like that. Shay snapped, her eyes blurring. He was a cruel person. He used to torture and rape female contestants. Oh. Kai said, almost laughing. Is that what Arlen told you? Enough. Arlen said, raising his voice. Get on with it. What do you want? I have a deal, Kai said, coming to the point. A deal that can stun even you, Arlen. Don't test my patience, Red, Arlen said, his black eyes gleaming murderously. Out with it already. Kai looked at Shay. Perhaps, he began meekly, knowing very well that Arlen would reject him. I mean, it would be better if we talk alone. Arlen glanced at Shay, then smiled gently at her. She is part of Thunder Faction now, he said. And my student. She has as much right to be here and listen to your nonsense as anyone. Kai shrugged, smiling within. Then he drooped the words like a bomb, his voice scraping the skulls of the listeners. I want to visit the Temple of Hastur. One line. Few words. Arlen bellowed like a dying man, losing all hope. No, he shouted, standing up, throwing off Shay's hand. Shut up. Words, like fired arrows, couldn't be called back, though. They were out and had already reached the ears, which should have never known them. Kai had expected a shocked expression, but this took him off guard. Shock was indeed there on Arlen's face, but it wasn't alone. Fear. Horror. Raw terror. They all ran over his face as if ghouls were dancing a dance of death. Arlen looked shaken. For the first time, Kai doubted if he should have pressed Arlen hard to send Shay away. He brought it upon himself, Kai thought. Shay looked appalled. It was the first time for her to see Arlen like this, Kai could tell. The Baron was oozing sweat like a twisted piece of wet cloth, his chest heaving up and down from the broken breath. Arlen. Shay said meekly. What's this temple? No. Arlen again bellowed, dreading the words that could have come out of her mouth, as if that would have made the situation more devastating. Go. Shay, go to your bed. Now. The finality in Arlen's tone made the beauty tremble. She stood up, composing herself, and went away without looking at Kai. Kai noticed everything, like an audience without intervention. He saw Arlen slumping back into the comforts of the fluffy sofa and covering his face with his hands. This was also a gesture Kai would have never expected out of him. The moment Baron Silvas rubbed his face and took off his hands, Kai knew he was again looking at Arlen Wiley, and not at some Baron. You lack the wits to know what you have done, Arlen declared. How do you know this? Name. Kai smiled. Does it matter? He asked. No. It doesn't. What matters is the deal I. Arlen cut him off. Don't even think about it, he snarled under his breath. There can be no deal related to that. Do you understand me? Ha ha. Kai laughed. His hand flickered, taking a small glass vial. The marking on the glass said that its volume was only 10 milliliters. Inside, a transparent liquid undulated as a sign of its presence. Arlen gawked at the vial, his eyes widening, his mouth parting, and his nostrils flaring as realization dawned on him. It wasn't the end, though. Kai's hand again flickered, taking out one more vial. It was also of the same size, and the same liquid joggled within it. This can't be. Arlen muttered, his hand reaching out to hold the treasure. You said you had only 3 drops. Chapter 51, Tournament of Worth, leaving the Primordial Tower. Kai shrugged. Before coming to Arlen, he had separated the contents of his almost 50 milliliters light neurotoxin into 5 small vials. So, he said, leaning over the vials, would you like to hear the deal now? Are you pissing out this substance? Arlen asked. Kai took that question as a yes. He knew the Baron must have guessed something by now, but he didn't care. Now here's the deal, Kai said. I want to visit the temple. 10,000 mission credits or equivalent items of my choice. All data that is available to the Thunder faction on the various random worlds. A wand, false or real, I don't care. And, you will tell me why you haven't ascended to the 4th floor yet. Kai had thought this through many times. 3 drops of light neurotoxin had made Arlen a Baron on the 3rd floor. The things a person like him could do on the 2nd set with 20 milliliters of it at his disposal were beyond imagination. Sure, the poison would lose efficacy given the contestants' enhanced stats, but he could also be more extravagant with it. For Kai, what he had offered was more than fair. Well, not exactly fair, he thought. What's the point of making a deal where I am not at the better end of it? Arlen's eyes had become red. Not because of anger but because of the internal struggle he was going through. His pupils kept going in and out of focus, looking at the vials at one time, conversing with himself at others. Then he shook his head. No. One word and that seemed to seal the bottle of Kai's prospects. Let's not even talk about why you think you will be allowed in the temple. There isn't a temple below the 10th floor, to begin with. Kai knew what was going on. Not that Arlen couldn't do it, but the stakes weren't high enough compared to the risk. All right, he thought. Suit yourself, then. Kai reached into his inventory, taking out another vial. Arlen's eyes shook, his breathing becoming heavier. But Kai didn't give him a chance to take control of himself. He took out the 4th vial, putting it beside the 3 others. Arlen beamed. Done, he proclaimed, losing his sulky appearance. I will arrange a visit to the temple for you, if you ever reach the 10th floor. It can take years, though. Ha ha. Arlen's hand reached out for the 4 vials, but Kai was quicker. He put all the vials back into his inventory. What's the meaning of this? Arlen asked. Don't push me, Kai said, narrowing his eyes. You will get the vials when I am in and out of the temple in one piece. Let's talk about the rest of my conditions. Humph. Arlen snorted but leaned back on the sofa. You can't get a better item than the one made from the hippogriff's talons below the 4th floor. You will have your 10,000 mission credits. The data of Thunder Faction is not my property, but I will see about it too. The false wand. I can manage. And your last question is, foolish at best, Red. What do you mean, why haven't I ascended yet? It's simple. I still have a point remaining in my 20 points quota of first set. Kai was confused. So what if Arlen's quota wasn't finished? Haha. Arlen guffawed. Don't tell me you think you can make up the remaining points on the upper floors. Fool. There isn't an endless number of points. If you leave even 1 point behind from your quota, then that point is gone. You will never get it back. I still have 1 left, so I reset my kill count to attempt 1 more mission before ascending. It was Kai's turn to become shocked. He knew there was a limited supply of attributed points, but never had he thought that not having them all would leave him incapacitated. Kai gulped. But why is it so important to have all the points, he asked. I have heard of many contestants ascending the floors as quickly as they can. Arlen sked. That's why I told you, Red. The Baron said, shaking his head. That's why I told you to join an organization. Let me tell you as a free charity. New contestants like you make 2 grave mistakes. First, they think grade E stands for easy in the missions of first set. Ask yourself, when has the system ever mentioned so? Never. There is no easy mission in the Primordial Tower. The missions are only divided according to the mission credits and attribute points they offer, and nothing else. I have heard of an E- mission taking years to be completed and a D+ graded mission getting completed in an hour. So. Don't assume. Kai's mind roared with understanding. It opened up a path to him which he would have missed altogether, otherwise. Second, Arlen continued, the contestants you mentioned aren't clearing the first set because they are formidable, but because they are in a rush to clear them, at the cost of losing attribute points from their quota. Life above the 3rd floor is much more comfortable than below it. No powerful contestant in his right mind would ever let go of even a single point. Kai could sense it. Something more was there to it, hidden behind the last statement. Why? He asked, holding his breath. Arlen grinned at Kai. Tournament of Worth, he said. The 2 systems hold this tournament in which contestants from both sides take part. The only qualifying condition is that a contestant must have got all the attribute points from their set. That automatically eliminates all contestants below the 4th floor. Kai paled, seeing the mockery written on Arlen's face. When is the next one? He asked, gritting his teeth. What is the reward? Arlen scratched his cheek, contemplating his next words, or enjoying Kai's obvious ecstatic expression. In 4 months, he said, controlling back a laugh. And the reward? Arlen leaned forward, his face coming fatally close to Kai's. When he opened his mouth, his breath smelled of peppermint. Tell me, Red. Have you ever heard of glitches? Silence. What the? Kai's breath quickened. Nobody mentioned glitches to me so far. Glitches, he feigned ignorance, his heart pounding with anticipation. It was too hard to control his emotions when one of the most important things in Kai's life was being discussed. That too, by none other than Arlen. Kai had thought it was an exclusive privilege given to some worthy contestants. Now it seemed there were other ways to get it, too. Ways that were more common than having the worth stat with an abnormally high value. What are glitches? Kai asked, showing a fake curiosity. Just think of them as a direct ticket to the 5th set, Arlen said. Top organizations below the 12th floor select contestants through the tournament. You can call it a mass selection tournament too. Only the winner will be eligible to have the glitch, and that contestant has and will always go to the Empire. Imagine, Red, imagine the endless source of items, data, and... Arlen took a deep breath as if holding himself back to say more. And, Kai said, squinting his eyes. Tell me, Arlen. Blessings. Arlen said, a greedy gleam appearing in his eyes. Blessings from the temples. Don't take them as an ordinary slap at the back, or an old street priest's hoax. No. These are the real deal. Kai pressed his mouth into a thin line. Why are you telling me all this, then? He asked. What is it for you in it? Arlen chuckled. Nothing, he said, but his eyes said something else. You won't even get to take part in it, so why would I trouble myself in plotting against you? Now take out the saber you had used last night. Why? Well, I need to show those 3 fools waiting for you I have killed you, Arlen said, standing up. There's one more thing I am adding to our little deal. You will go to the next battle under the Thunder Faction's banner. I will arrange a room for you. Now, get up. I won't leave you alone with Shay here. Kai stood up. He took out the saber and handed it over to Arlen. The Baron examined it, raising his eyebrows at its sharpness. You will get your mission credits, the wand, and the data shortly, Arlen said, almost walking away. Just pay the man a vial of the venom in advance during the transaction. Damn. Kai cursed. He is too shrewd to have an upper hand over him. Asterisk. Asterisk. Room number 301. Thunder Faction. 3 days had passed since Kai and Arlen's last meeting. Kai had already participated in the Thunder Faction's battlefield, completing his second floor's kill count of 50 Orders contestants. Now, he was seated in the room, working on his elementary abilities. There was a smile on his face, refusing to vanish no matter how much he tried. The reason? Wealth and the wooden stick lying on his bed. Kai had spent the last 3 days going through the data on random worlds, learning as much as he could about them. It wouldn't have mattered much before, but now he had a particular goal. The title, Novice Collector. After going through all the data, Kai felt he could get the title in a single mission if he tried hard enough. The wand was a disappointment, though. It had only one requirement, elementary magical aptitude. It also had an MP output limit. But even this disappointment couldn't hold him back from smiling while looking at it. It was as if a child had gotten his favorite toy, but he was too small to play with it. The child would eventually grow, Kai thought. Magic isn't that far away from me. Kai's concerns lay not about getting this elementary ability, but about the upcoming tournament and its rewards. It had pained him much, thinking of how he wouldn't be able to take part in the tournament. Unlike what Arlen had thought, Kai wasn't worried about not emptying his 20 points quota. He had already secured 10 attribute points, courtesy of the 2 hidden missions. Only 10 remained, which Kai believed he could get on the next 2 missions. To ascend to the second set, he would need to reach the 3rd floor, and then he must also attempt a floor ascending mission. So, he wasn't worried about not qualifying, but qualifying within time. From what Arlen had said, the mission time limit didn't depend on the mission's grade every time. But often, it did. Kai had gone through the statistics available, which revealed that over 90% of the time limit would keep on increasing. An enormous probability, given the vast number of contestants. If I take my last mission as a measure, Kai thought, then my next mission time limit will be around a month. Even if he would get 5 to 6 attribute points in that mission, the floor ascending mission could vary anywhere between 3 to 4 months. Not enough time to gather all the points. Not at all. Kai was in a conundrum. No matter how much he thought about it, no solution came to him. Moreover, he really needed to join the tournament. Not to get another glitch. That was impossible, Kai could tell from the answer he had got about glitch. It was the manifestation of one's individuality, and everyone had only one individuality. No. The thing that made Kai's heart palpitate was the idea that had come through an instinct. If a contestant already possessing a glitch were to win the tournament, can the glitch be upgraded then? I must take part in the tournament, Kai reflected. I must. The question persisted, though. How? Suddenly, as if the memory just oozed out from his brain, Kai remembered the occasional times when he had found himself stuck with a calculation or concept in his previous life. At those times, he would always go to his mother. Talking it out with a second person, even if the other person might not be able to solve the problem, always open up more doors, Kai had learned. He didn't want to rely on others, but pride, honesty, and morals weren't something that could restrict a demon like him. At the end of the day, only results mattered. Come out. Kai called to the being within him. Peter. Volume 4, The Butcher of the Second Floor, Interlude, ends. Chapter 52, Using Privilege, a Joint Mission. The blue light abated, and Kai found himself once again in the White Room. Welcome contestant Kai Stormborn. You seem rather happy about something. Chaos greeted him as if their last confrontation had never taken place. Kai narrowed his eyes but didn't deny it. He was happy. The smile on his face was solid proof of that statement. Just before going for the battle, Kai had visited the Thunder Faction's item shop. Arlen had been right about not having a weapon better than the sabers, but the item shop had other things too. Kai had bought 5 HP capsules at 50 MC each, 5 MP capsules at 100 MC each, and 2 SP capsules at 200 MC each. The 3 different capsules were of different colors. The HP capsules were red, MP capsules were blue, and SP capsules were bright yellow, almost gold. Yet, all restored 50 points of their respective stat. The exorbitant price of SP capsules had shocked him, but even after spending so much, he still had many mission credits left. If it weren't for Peter's plan, Kai would have spent more on different potions of his liking. Then there was the battle itself. Completing the kill count of the second floor in one go wasn't just for show. All his proficiencies, except the snake language, had again undergone a major boost, nearing to their advanced version. Kai nodded. I have some questions to ask first. Peter Baelish had suggested to Kai that there were two major conclusions about the problem he was facing. First, it wasn't the main mission's time limits that affected Kai, but the actual number of main missions he would need to complete. Second, to complete the main mission's objective but still not being able to come out before the time limit. This thing even Kai had not thought about. His eyes had shone brilliantly, then. But that brilliance erupted when Peter proposed the viable solution. The solution was: buy your way out. As per the privilege given to the third-ranked contestant on the worth stat ranking, I can opt for a single main mission to ascend the 3 floors of first set, Kai said, smiling slyly. I can take it as compressing the main missions into one. My question is, can the remaining main missions of this set still be compressed, despite ascending the first floor? The initiation mission was a one-time thing. So, theoretically, a contestant needed to complete 4 more main missions to ascend a set, including a floor-ascending mission. Peter's question had struck the root of the privilege given to Kai. Chaos greeting notification flickered as if even the system hadn't thought about this before. But it might as well have been something else. Who could say? The notification changed. Yes. However, the contestant is hereby warned. Compressing the main missions into one would make the contestant lose his privilege to choose between 2 main missions. That was unexpected. Kai's eyes narrowed. One must compromise where one can, he thought. With no reference, I can only learn from my experiences. There was another reason to go through with it. He didn't have any other choice. Heh. Kai snickered. How ironic. He moved on to the next question, then, attacking the second conclusion Peter had told him. Can the time within the random worlds be compressed or stretched compared to the Primordial Tower's time by the third-ranked contestant on the worth stat ranking? Peter had put his finger on this question when Kai told him about the timeless room he had found himself in. Kai was quite anxious about this question. Not because of the price, but because of its possibility, given other contestants' presence in the same world. Yes. If there is no time difference mentioned in the main mission itself, the contestant can compress or stretch time using mission credits. The price of such a service will depend on many factors calculated at the time of availing it. Kai beamed ecstatically. I think I am ready to see the mission now, Chaos, he said. Compress all the remaining main missions of first set into one. Kai stood still in the white room where even a single moment felt like an hour long to him. The notification arrived like a tide. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Mission summary: Princess Daenerys Targaryen, also called Daenerys Stormborn, is one of the last confirmed members of the House Targaryen, along with her older brother Viserys. After her father, King Aerys II Targaryen, had lost the kingdom, the young girl was raised in exile, never knowing the meaning of a true home. Now, at 13, her marriage is arranged by Magister Illyrio and her brother to Dothraki Lord Drogo, age 26. Young Daenerys would receive many bridal gifts at the ceremony. If not for a miracle, her destiny seems as bleak as cold ash. This mission will take place in 3 random worlds in sequence. The first random world is Harry Potter. The identity of the second and third random worlds will be revealed after successful completion of the join missions part in the previous random world. You will be given a side mission in each random world, explaining where and how you can get a dragon egg. After obtaining the egg from the first random world, you will be immediately teleported to the next random world. You must repeat the same process until you have all the dragon eggs. Thereafter, reach the wedding ceremony and pass the dragon eggs to Daenerys as bridal gifts. Mission objective: change Daenerys Targaryen's destiny by gifting her 3 dragon eggs. Mission time limit: 5 months. Mission grade: E. A joint mission. Kai had gotten what he wanted, but his eyes kept going back to the name, again and again. Daenerys Stormborn, he muttered. Stormborn. Kai shook his head and put the irrelevant thought at the back of his mind. The mission was simple to understand for Kai. The system would send him first to the Harry Potter world. He would have to get the dragon egg there, and then teleport to the next world. Get the dragon egg from the second random world before finally teleporting to the third random world. The third random world is most probably Game of Thrones, Kai reasoned, concluding from the data given. How else will I gift her the eggs? Also, I read that she got the dragon eggs in the timeline from the Magister. Maybe only I can give her the eggs to her in this timeline. Sigh. It's all fucked up. Kai then looked at the time limit. I must complete the main mission as fast as possible, he reflected. Only then I can compress the remaining time and ascend to the 4th floor in time. Only 4th floor contestants, with their first set's attribute quota fulfilled, could participate in the Tournament of Worth. Suddenly, a new notification appeared then. Contestant Kai Stormborn. You have availed the privilege of your rank in the ranking of Worth stat. As completing this mission will allow you to ascend to the second set, you must complete the kill count of 3rd floor within the main mission time limit. The moment your main mission is triggered, your battle sequence will be initiated. If you were to fail in reaching the required kill count, then the main mission will be deemed as failed too, regardless of the actual result. What the? Kai fumed. It was much easier to complete the kill count during the floor battles on the battlefield itself. From his experience, he could tell how impossible a task it was. It wasn't just a matter of not being capable of killing, but finding so many contestants. That too from only order. Kai took a deep breath, closing his eyes. I am ready. The following amounts are deducted. 1. 200 mission credits, pain factor, 0.5. 2. 200 mission credits, miscellaneous rent box. Sending contestant Kai Stormborn to the random world. Good luck. With a burst of light, Kai disappeared, leaving the white room in the company of its emptiness. Chapter 53, Robbing a Bank in Harry Potter Random World. Kai found himself sitting on a bench when he came to himself. He was wearing a long black overcoat over black pants and black shoes. There was a bowler hat on his head, and in his hands was a newspaper. He looked up and saw the mist receding as the sun rose, hidden behind the buildings which were bustling with grump-faced workers. Good morning. Kai adjusted his head and found an almost similarly dressed bearded man nodding at him, holding the tip of his hat as he passed by. A sense of wild exuberance danced on his face as if Kai and he were long-lost friends, and he would do anything if Kai just asked him. Good morning to you too. Kai nodded back, smiling. Well, the charisma is working as it's intended, I guess. As per his routine, Kai checked the armor, which was hidden well under his plain white shirt. Then he checked his inventory, making sure he could access everything. The iron coin was also there, secured in a tiny case within his MRB. Kai brought his gaze back to the newspaper. He hadn't checked it before for the date and place because it was blank. Kai wasn't sure if the passers-by could see this oddity or not. He certainly could. When the morning breeze brought with it a lingering scent of soot and mud, the words appeared on the vast white blankness. November 3rd. London. The one who must not be named has fallen. The wizarding world has been in an uproar for the last 2 days. Wizards, witches, and creatures alike are celebrating, forgetting themselves, and bringing unwanted attention from the muggles. The Ministry has begun the hunt for escaped Death Eaters at their full capacity. Hidden wizards are coming out daily, bringing with them the dark tales of the cruelty of these darker wizards. But most of them are looking forward to resurrecting their ordinary lives, as it was before the time of the Dark Lord. Chaos welcomes you to the magical world of Harry Potter again, but in a new time, and a new light. You want me to turn this light into dark, don't you? Kai jested, grinning. He couldn't dwell on the thought for long. Another notification was appeared below the first one like a fresh article. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, Snaglock's delusion. Side mission summary, Snaglock, a goblin, works at the Gringotts Wizarding Bank as a bank clerk. Like his brethren, Snaglock is greedy of nature and distrusts wizards. He cherishes his ordinary life, but the hubbub in the wizarding world has created an opportunity that he can scarcely ignore. The goblin needs skilled thieves, preferably out of the wizard circle. You are to meet him at room number 209, Leaky Cauldron, a popular wizarding pub and inn in London after 3 days at 3 p.m. Side mission objective, get chosen by Snaglock for his plan. Side mission time limit, not applicable. Do you accept the side mission? This again, Kai reflected, accepting the mission with a hard face. Don't tell me I will have to wait for 3 days before the triggering of the main mission. TCH. You have accepted the side mission. As a starter, you are given a sum of 1 galleon and 10 sickles. Kai was eager for the main mission. But his eagerness for the initiation of the battle sequence was more than that. He couldn't afford to waste a single day, let alone 3 days. I must use these 3 days to my advantage, Kai thought. I also need to locate orders contestants. Kai direly needed counsel. So he called out his counselor. The colors of the rainbow flashed, and a white glob left the book. Peter walked out of the smoky veil, wearing almost the same clothing as Kai. The people were in such rush they hardly noticed another man walking out of thin air and sitting on the bench. Peter looked down at himself, nodding at his strange attire, and then his eyes wandered at the many motor vehicles, people with briefcases, and tall, bright buildings. How extraordinary, the character exclaimed aloud. Kai noticed the excitement in his tone, but he was in no mood to call out these little things. Look at this, he said, handing over the newspaper to Peter. Can you see the words written over it? Peter took the newspaper and his eyebrows rose as he read the contents within. I can, he said, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. What is the mission? Kai filled Peter in on the mission Chaos had given him. He also told him about the answer to the second question they had asked and the kill count he now must complete within this mission. Unexpected to Kai, Peter guffawed, hearing the last piece of information. What is it? Kai asked. What have you inferred from it that makes you laugh so? Kai considered himself a cunning man. But he would be a fool to not accept that compared to the character Peter, he lacked wit in this game of cunningness. The simple truth would have wounded his pride, scarring him for life. Only if he had some pride left. Kai was shameless, through and through. Moreover, if he could distort the book's skill primordial theater to converse with the characters, why wouldn't he? This is the most wonderful thing that has happened to you, Master, Peter whispered slyly. What happens to the contestants when you kill them in the Primordial Tower? Kai narrowed his eyes, hearing the question. It took him a second to realize what the question meant. Then his eyes bulged up like a frog, an unprecedented smile appearing on his face. Ha ha. Kai laughed. Oh, how could have I missed that? Yes. This is nothing but a fantastic opportunity if I can find them all. Peter nodded. Loot, he uttered the word like chanting a spell. But it isn't the time for thinking about it before the main mission. Kai agreed. He looked at the side mission and discussed what was going on in his mind. 3 days, I mentioned. I must get my elementary magical aptitude within that time. Who knows if I will get the opportunity after that or not. Peter chuckled, his finger pointing at a line on the mission summary, mentioning Snaglock's greedy nature and his distrust for wizards. I think you can get more out of this mission than a simple dragon egg, my lord, he said. More, you say, Kai muttered, still thinking of the 2 things Peter had pointed at. How? He asked, but by then he already knew what he must do. It was just that Kai felt disgusted at the idea he had concluded. The character, though, was blunter with his words. Give up, Peter suggested. Give up on getting the ability for now. Asterisk. Asterisk. November 3rd. Evening, Leaky Cauldron. Room No. Kai slumped down into the chair, letting out a heavy but relaxing sigh. Close the doors, Peter, he said, opening a water bottle. I am afraid someone has noticed us down there. From the data given to him by Arlen, Kai already knew that to even see the Leaky Cauldron, a contestant must have over 10 correspondents. Then one must stir his mana upon reaching the location. Only then would the pub present itself to a contestant who didn't have the magical aptitude ability. What did you feel, Master? Peter asked, taking off his hat and his overcoat. Gulp. Gulp. Too much. Kai said, panting, sweat dripping down his chin. The mana was suffocating me too much. Kai could scarcely believe what monsters were dining down there, drinking merrily and chatting like everything was normal. The mana within the small pub was so much that it had made him shiver. So Kai had to go out before coming back with Peter as his companion. Being a character from the book, Peter wasn't subjected to the mana fluctuations as Kai had. How much did the innkeeper take? Kai asked. Can we stay here for 3 days? Peter shook his head. Tom is his name, he told Kai. The money was only good enough for 2 nights. I paid him for 1. Why? Kai asked, not unkindly. He had already given Peter full access to his funds, in-world money and mission credits both. They were external things to Kai. He liked them, but not enough to not gamble them by trusting a being who was the product of an item that belonged to himself. The mission summary. Peter said, leisurely taking a place on another chair. We can't go empty-handed to a greedy person. Never. Even if you are formidable, Master, in this magical world, it won't be enough. So I have a plan. Kai stood up. He approached the window, looked out at the darkening sky, and closed the shutters. What plan? He asked, returning to his seat. I hope you are not thinking that I would rob a bank or something. This was another thing that the data had mentioned. Do nothing stupid that would seem out of the norm at a glance. The wizards of magical law enforcement would be upon you in no time. A contestant of Kai's level could never hide from them anyway. Ha ha. Peter chuckled, a low derisive laugh. I was indeed thinking of robbing the bank. Kai raised his eyebrows, but in the same way, all banks rob the commoners. Loan. We will rob the bank, but officially. Explain, Kai demanded, closing his eyes. Give me 1 HP capsule, Peter explained. I heard many wizards talking about potions down there. I will approach one of them and present the capsule as the new drug I am working on in the Muggles way, but with better results. Then, with the help of that wizard, we will go to the bank and take a heavy loan for further research. No matter how tedious the process would be, I am sure with the help of a wizard it can be easily done within time. Easily. Kai mocked. Aren't you overestimating it by quite a lot? Why do you think any wizard would be interested in it? Why do you think any wizard would even give us a chance to explain? And why do you think any wizard would help us get a loan from a wizarding bank? Peter smiled. It's not that I am overestimating, Master, he said, but it's you who are underestimating 2 things. What 2 things? Kai asked, narrowing his eyes. Your face, Peter said, a small smile dwindling on his face, and my tongue. And, from now on, I will not mention each ability's rise in proficiency. You can also easily pick up from the content itself when Kai is using which ability, and all such instances contribute toward proficiency. So, I will only put up the collective rise at the end of the volume, or whenever the stats are shown within the chapters. Chapter 54, Cersei's Ambition, A Terrifying Blood Prophecy. Even when Kai had been shivering among the magical folks in the inn's common room, he had felt too many eyes lingering on his face, on his eyes. Kai tapped his fingers on the arms of the chair, giving Peter's suggestion a deep thought. He nodded. Very well. You can go. Peter bowed. He was just about to vanish when Kai called out. Wait. Yes, master. Peter, how far can you go by yourself before disappearing? 10 feet from you, Peter replied, still smiling. Kai looked into Peter's eyes. 10 feet from me, or 10 feet from the book? For a moment. For a teeny-tiny moment, the smile on the character's face vanished, becoming a hideous scowl. It returned fast, just not soon enough for Kai to have not noticed it. If you were to hand over the book to me, I can go as far as you would like me to be, my lord, Peter said, his eyes trembling a bit, his figure blurring. Of course, I can't activate the book's skills by myself. Peter Baelish vanished. Kai sat there, gazing hard at the place where the character had been standing. He craned up his neck and then stared at the roof. This stare lasted for quite some time. He ran his hands along the length of his silky white hair, feeling the sweat and tension. Then, after a while, the corners of his mouth twitched. The thing that could have been a smile became a frown, then a smile again. This maniacal tendency lasted for a while too, eventually blooming into a full-blown burst of laughter. What was going through his mind? What had been making him smile and frown? And what finally made him laugh? Kai and Kai alone knew the answer. He took out the book, opening it to the Lioness of Casterly Rock. The book imbued life into the tale and Cersei walked out. She had a bright ocean blue frock-like apparel on her. Her golden hair was loose, reaching far below her waist, and her earrings glittered red and green. Her face was rosy, matching the color of her lips. Cersei was about to say something when Kai strode towards her. She stepped back, shocked and confused. Kai pulled her in. And before Cersei could say something, his lips were on hers. Knock. Knock. Her eyes were closed, her face flustered, and there was a slight tremble in her arm which passed to Kai's shoulder where her fingers were digging deep into his flesh. Kai looked at her deeply as if trying to see just a hint of something. Something odd. Something incriminating. As her eyes opened, all he got in reply was a stare full of longing and ferociousness. This ferocity was a part of who Cersei was. The longing, though, Kai felt unnecessary and ill-timed. Thump. A fist bumped against the door, and Kai had to leave her standing by herself. A brown-haired and dark-skinned waiter in a dark blue uniform was waiting outside when Kai opened the doors. 2 trays were hovering magically over his hands, one having bread and a bowl of soup, and the other having 2 large mugs of butterbeer. Peter had ordered the meal while talking to Tom, Kai remembered. Hold out your hands, the waiter said, scowling. Kai held out his hands, and both trays landed there, spilling out a little beer. The waiter then strode off, and Kai could have sworn he distinctly heard the waiter calling him a damn squib. He shook his head and closed the door with his leg. Help me with it, Kai said. Cersei straightened her posture and approached him with every bit of nobility in her walk she could muster. Why did you do it, she demanded, placing the trays and handing over a beer mug to Kai. Know your place, Kai rebuked, harshly, sitting back on the chair. You are just words that have come to life. You are just a skill. And you are mine. I can do whatever I want with you. So don't question me. Do you understand? You are not Cersei Lannister, the Queen of 7 Kingdoms. You are Cersei Lannister, my power. This sudden declaration and words took Cersei aback. Kai looked at her deeper than he ever had. He observed the tiniest emotion on her face, her body language, the color rising on her face, and her beaming eyes. Even after hearing the sharp words, she maintained herself well, as one could expect from a high noble. Kai saw a hint of anger, some pride, and a struggle of unknown emotion, trying to come out. He had expected her to take offense, but the most obvious reaction on her face was not something he had expected. Not after what he had just said to her. Cersei reached down, picked a mug for herself, and drank the beer. She must have liked the taste, for she took another one. Do it then, she said, looking directly at Kai. Do what? Kai asked. You just said you can do whatever with me, right? Cersei asked, stepping close to where Kai was sitting. Do it then. You are right, master. A new life is what I am, not that Cersei Lannister. I belong solely to me. And to you. I am not the Queen of Westeros. Nor do I want to be. But I can be your queen. Why rule 7 kingdoms when we can rule the entire world? She towered over him, her long legs brushing Kai's knees. Then she sat down on Kai's lap in an imposing manner as if it was her throne, and Kai was just a commoner at whom she was looking down. Kai felt his blood boiling as her breath hit his face. For a moment, this Cersei looked as mature and commanding as the Cersei he had slept with. Cersei giggled. Her free hand probed Kai's jawline, her eyes losing themselves into his own. She brought her face down, her entire body leaning over Kai. Blood prophecy. Kai said with a stony expression, his eyes almost bloodshot. Cersei's smile didn't disappear. Her fingers reached down and pinched Kai's erect manhood over the pants playfully as she stood up. Taking a deep breath, Kai bit his thumb, letting out a trail of blood which Cersei licked after drinking a mouthful of butterbeer. There is something off about these characters, Kai thought as he plunged into great red darkness. She is aware of me in ways even I am not aware of myself. She shows emotions, has her own ambitions, and her body trembles as if there is a greater life within her. Mystery attracts mystery, I knew. But what kind of mystery she is? Dare I ask this question to myself? Kai compared the things he learned from Cersei with the oddity he had noticed in Peter, and he shuddered. He just hoped the blood ocean would take his mind off the things he had just concluded. Kai was aware of the still redness as if having a lucid dream. His heart was thumping, almost praying against another failure. But even before he could complete this prayer, the blood ocean stirred. When the blood waves took shape, Kai could almost tell he was in a place where no sunlight could ever hope to reach. Then he saw himself, for no one but he could slither like the way this blood figure was slithering over the walls, if walls they were. Kai could feel the panic in this blood figure. It was running from something. Kai forced himself to look away from the figure, a task unimaginably difficult only those who would know who had ever gained awareness of themselves while having a dream. Cold. A bone-chilling cold bit into Kai's ethereal flesh. The red darkness, which couldn't have possibly become darker, gained a color of the depthless abyss as his consciousness landed on those big red or black masses of churning gas and madness. Then a scream. A flash of spear followed by a deathly gasp. Thin blood erupted along with the sharp steel out of her chest, like molten lava. Blood. 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 Kai found himself twisting, lying on the cold floor. The murderous notification of HP reaching almost 0 was flashing a deep menacing red in front of his eyes. The scream still echoed in his ears, crossing space and time, coming to haunt him from one life to another. Even in such a state, the blood demon's survival instinct took over his thoughts and emotions. Mischievous blood essence transformed his pupils red, surrounded by yellow. His body became hot, giving out steam. There was no one around him. Yet, Kai drank the fear, for this fear was oozing out of none other than him. Chapter 55, A Member of the Order of Phoenix. Morning, November. Leaky cauldron. Kai closed the doors to the pleasant atmosphere of the comfortable room and headed for the pub downstairs. When he looked ahead, he found Peter staring at him. "What is it?" Kai asked, his voice heavy and hoarse. "Nothing, my lord," Peter said, shaking his head. "But if you were to tell me what you saw in the prophecy, I will give you good counsel based on it." Kai said nothing. He knew what he had seen, and that was enough for him. He didn't want his mind to go back to that time, not now. Kai passed by Peter, and the character followed. The pub downstairs was dark and shabby even in the morning. Peter had made him come down at the busiest hour, but even the heaviest mana fluctuation failed to make Kai shudder this time. His face and eyes were already ashen from the scream still echoing in his ears. One wrong word, one wrong eye contact, one wrong intention, and someone would die. "Master," Peter said in Kai's ears. "You must control yourself. Wizards seem to be sensitive to your bloodlust. Remember, we must solidify our deal. Just follow my lead." Kai nodded. He knew that only Peter's presence was making the wizards look favorably at himself. With no stats of his own, Peter could either be a common muggle or a powerful wizard, it was impossible to tell. Kai definitely was a squib in their eyes, he had confirmed. The pair sat down at a table deep in the shadows of a corner. "There," Peter said, gesturing with his chin. "That's the wizard I had heard, talking about some trade regarding potions." Kai looked at the wizard from the corners of his eyes. Thunder faction wasn't a major faction, so the records they had were only modest in amount, i.e. they only covered the tip of the iceberg. Still, this little information when compiled about the various worlds could become a matter of life and death. The data from the Thunder faction had mentioned quite a few major characters with a detailed description of their appearances, but this man didn't seem one of them. He seemed drunk as he hastily exchanged words with another hooded person sitting in front of him. Kai and Peter waited for some 15 to 20 minutes when the hooded person flicked his hand, Kai hoped in anger, and left the drunk wizard's table. "Wait," the wizard shouted, but the hooded person left the inn with long strides. "Now, master," Peter said, standing up. "Let's go." The wizard in question had his shoulders slumping down as he muttered curses under his breath. "Hello," Peter said, taking a seat uninvited. Kai didn't sit, but stood behind Peter, almost hiding both Peter and the wizard from others. The wizard looked annoyed and furious at this sudden intrusion. He was a short, with ginger hair, his head overlain with bald patches. His eyes were baggy brown, and he smelled of tobacco and alcohol, the same as the bar at Kai's left. "Do I know you?" the wizard asked, squinting his eyes. "No, I am afraid," Peter said, leaning forward. "I chanced upon you mentioning a trade of potions yesterday, and my client here has a tremendous opportunity to offer you." "Get off," the wizard almost shouted. "I don't have any." But then his eyes fell on Kai. As much as he didn't want to, Kai smiled at the wizard and nodded. Peter grabbed the chance masterfully. "Just hear me out," he said, slowly but certainly. "You will become rich overnight, I promise you." The wizard's eyes moved from Peter to Kai, then back at Peter. He finished his drink and for a moment, Kai thought he would stand up and leave. But Peter suddenly lifted his hand and called out, "Another drink for my friend here." The waiter almost instantly came to them and filled the empty mug. "No. No," the wizard protested, but his words lacked spirit. He took another mouthful of alcohol and finally asked, "Who are you again?" "I am Peter the Potioneer," Peter said, smiling. "And he is my sponsor, Arlen. You must have heard of the Silvas, a great magical family from overseas." "A squib of the great magical family, you mean," the wizard said, slyly. "Thrown out of the house, boy." "Never mind." "So?" Peter inquired. "Yeah, out with it," the wizard said plainly, but Kai could feel the greed in his eyes. "But make it quick." "Sure," Peter nodded. "May I know your name, good sir?" The wizard raised his eyebrows as if he hadn't expected that they didn't know him. "Blimey. You really are new here," he exclaimed. "Fletcher. Mundungus Fletcher." The notification followed the name. "Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone: contact one of the original members of the Order of the Phoenix for the first time. Milestone rewards: Charisma Plus." Kai beamed. For the first time after last night's events, he permitted himself a genuine smile. Not only the rewards, but the milestone itself was quite a heavy topic to him. He had read about the Order of the Phoenix in the data and knew what a monstrous thing it was. Only the top contestants above the second set were in direct contact with some of its members. Though Kai couldn't remember reading about this wizard, the system couldn't have lied to him about it. Also, as apparent from the milestone itself, Kai confirmed that just passing by a main storyline character won't be enough to achieve it. One needed interaction or something similar. There were stricter conditions too, but they differed from character to character. Kai saw Peter taking out the red HP capsule and Mundungus squinting his eyes at it. "It's a vitality potion, made into a pill," Peter said. "It can heal any minor wound instantly and can let a man survive even a mortal injury." "Ridiculous." Peter chuckled. "Not at all," he said. "Why would we proclaim something like that without proof?" Arlen. Kai knew the time to hammer the nail had come. An ordinary dagger wouldn't have worked on him. So, he took out the hidden mass-produced dagger, and under the shocked gaze of Mundungus Fletcher, he thrust it into his palm. Even then, only the tip of the dagger could enter into his flesh. If he were to add more force, the steel would have bent. The wizard flinched at the sight of the blood. Kai pulled the dagger out with a jerk and swallowed the HP capsule which Peter had passed to him. The HP capsule didn't speed his HP regeneration but instantly raised his HP by 50 points. The injury he had just sustained wasn't even near to those points, so the extra points disappeared into the oblivion. The result was obvious. The wizard stood up as he saw the wound closing up, and then, in a few seconds, there wasn't even a scar left on Kai's palm. "Amazing, isn't it?" Peter asked, also standing up. "So, are you interested?" "Give me one," the wizard said, a brilliant spark of greed flaming in his eyes. Peter took out another capsule and handed it over to the wizard. Mundungus gulped. He put it safely in his pocket and left the table, leaving behind the words, "Meet me here tomorrow at the same time." Chapter 56, Compressing Kill Count. Meeting Mundungus again. Evening. November. "You think he will come back?" Kai asked. "Yes." "How?" Kai wasn't so sure about it. He had known people like Mundungus Fletcher, wizard or not. He could scarcely believe that the wizard would return with no trouble, but Peter seemed to be sure about it. "Like I always have," Peter said, playing with his bowler hat. "I have a knack for sniffing people who need immediate help." "Like now?" Kai asked, raising an eyebrow. Peter nodded. Sigh. Kai let out a breath. He didn't know how, but Peter had somehow convinced the innkeeper to let them stay one more night by paying the rest of their allowance. Kai didn't mind the loss of money. The thing that had been troubling him was the kill count. After coming back to the room in the morning, Kai had commanded Peter to sit and had forbidden him to get up before coming up with a solution. So there the character was, his ass glued to the chair, his butt sweaty, and his forehead full of creases. The afternoon had come and gone, yet neither Kai nor his counselor had found a solution. There are two things, Kai said, repeating the same words for the 100th time. First, the sheer number of contestants. Second, how to find that many orders contestants. Arlen had told him he would need to kill 100 third-floor contestants to attempt the floor ascending mission. So, now Kai needed to kill that many before completing his main mission. Kai noticed Peter, then. The 15-year-old boy looked like the man of 1,000 shadows, hidden behind the bright, powerful people, plotting the world's downfall. Suddenly, Peter put the hat back on, his hand reaching for another mug of butterbeer. Kai had already lost the taste for that drink in his struggle to find a solution as soon as possible. Time. Peter wondered aloud. First, it was the matter of time which tried to imprison us like a mire of hideous, brown quicksand. Compressing the time was the solution that came to rescue us as the sturdiest rope. If only we could compress this problem somehow. Tunk tink crnkk. Kai stood up so abruptly that his knee bumped into the mug, sending it flying across the floor. His eyes widened as he began pacing up and down the room, his gait deliberate and meaningful. It took Peter a few moments to skim through the words he had unknowingly said that brought about such a change in Kai. When he was done, Peter Baelish too stood up, leaving the abysmal chair for good. My lord, are you thinking the same? Kai raised his hand to shut Peter up. Then he looked at the character, who was now smiling at him. Finally, Kai smiled. The smile followed a curt nod. We can't compress people, Kai said, almost whispering to himself. But we can assume what we would get if we could. A bigger person, Peter said, going along with the analogy. A bigger person or a person of the same size with more power. So, if you permit me, may I do the honors? Kai nodded. He didn't need to ask the questions aloud. Kai could just instead will it in his mind, and it would have served the purpose. But words gave these little things a sense of depth, a reality to this world that seemed imagined and unrealistic to an outsider. Chaos, Peter said, endearingly as if it was the sweetest word. What is the equivalent number of fourth-floor contestants one needs to kill to complete the kill count of the third floor? The notification appeared in an instant. Kill count, third floor. The equivalent number of fourth floor's orders contestants are. No upper floor's contestant ever battled in a lower floor. So, this thing was meaningless in the Primordial Tower. But here, in the random world, this became the solution Kai had been looking for. Kai felt joy welling up inside him. But Peter's next words smothered that joy brutally, then. Now that we are done with it, the character said, we just need to find them. Or you can leave it to your luck, my lord. Kai grimaced. He was looking forward to the next morning. But a long night lay between him and money now, he knew. He could do away with sleep, but if history told him anything, then he also knew this second problem was monstrously more difficult than the first one. I still have some time, Kai thought. I hope it will be enough. Asterisk. Asterisk. Morning. November. You came, my friend, Peter said, merrily. Mundungus Fletcher came striding towards them as Kai and Peter came downstairs. He looked as drunk as the last time to Kai, which was a good thing. He kept looking over his shoulders with every next step, and his hands were fidgeting, a detail Kai was sure Peter must have noticed too. Yeah, why wouldn't I, the wizard said, trying to smile. Come with me. We have little time. Peter and Kai exchanged a glance but followed the wizard. If he is taking us to the place I am thinking about, then I have struck gold, he thought. I have too many things to do there. Mundungus nodded at Tom, the innkeeper, and brought them to a small courtyard at the back of the leaky cauldron. The walls were lined with old bricks there, and except for a dustbin placed against the wall opposite the entrance, it was empty. Kai knew where he was. It was the most readily available information, and one wouldn't dare to come here without the exclusive permission from the innkeeper, or so was mentioned in the Thunder Faction's data. Still, Kai couldn't help himself. Where are we going? He asked, his heart already thumping with excitement. Mundungus didn't answer right away and took out his wand. Kai shuddered at the sight of that wand. Compared to that thing, his own false wand felt like a cheap child's toy to him, a mere wooden stick. Then Kai waited with bated breath. He knew the process, had read about it, but that didn't lower the intensity of the excitement building up inside him. He saw Mundungus Fletcher tapping the bricks over the dustbin using his wand. Then, as Kai had expected, but even more magical, the bricks shuffled out of their way, forming a brilliant, arching doorless gate. The sudden incomprehensible cacophony hit Kai in the face. Uncountable wizards and witches, young and old, and exposed and disguised, were marching in and out of shops. The street in front of him seemed to be a temporary passageway, making the people look like a school of a million fish. This was a legendary place, highlighted by minor and major organizations alike. Mundungus flicked his wand hastily once again. 3 woolly black hooded cloaks materialized out of thin air. Put them on, the wizard said, cloaking himself up, and giving the briefest glance at Kai. We are going to Diagon Alley. Chapter 57, A Shady Deal in the Nocturne Alley. Come on, Mundungus growled, pressing them to make haste. Don't make eye contact with anyone. Don't stop to touch anything, look at anything, or smell anything. Stay behind me, or you are your own. Okay. Kai nodded, pulling the hood down. There are many contestants here, he thought. It won't be any good for me to bump into one from higher floors. Not now when I am already at the mercy of an in-world character. But there was one thing he needed to do. After seeing the last milestone, Kai's greed had been kindled. By himself, there was no way to know what could or would be a milestone. At least, not before knowing any precedent. A precedent like the name of a famous place. Chaos, Kai said, whispering under his breath. What are the quickest milestones a first set's contestant can achieve in the Diagon Alley? Processing contestant Kai Stormborn's question. Price, 200 mission credits. What? Kai's eyes widened. There's a price over it. My privilege doesn't cover it. Unlike him, who enjoyed the privilege of having a high worth, almost all other contestants paid the systems in mission credits for all questions. All questions. This was the first time for Kai to find himself standing in their shoes. Gritting his teeth, he paid the price anyway. Following are the quickest milestones regarding first set contestants. 1. Diagon Alley Exploration, 30%, roam through the Diagon Alley, visiting some major and minor shops. 2. Buy your first magical creature. 3. Buy your first wand, only applicable if the wand chooses the wizard. 4. Open your account in the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. 5. Kill someone on the street. 6. Steal an item from any shop and survive. 7. 8. From rapes to murders, curses to ransoming, it listed all that one could do. They kept taking a dark, terrifying turn from there on, with occasional exceptions. Kai found himself inadequate to take in all the wondrous things the place offered him. The hood around his face didn't make it any easier, either. On one side he saw owls screeching, polished and expensive brooms line methodically, tempting Kai's heartstrings. On the other side, he noticed an apothecary, a clothes shop, and a shop selling second-hand books. Kai's eyes narrowed deviously at that. A tug at his elbow saved him from heading towards that shop. Peter had been walking close to Kai, his head also moving in all directions. For the first time, Kai noticed a boyish glint in his eyes which assured him that the character indeed was just a boy like himself. What? Kai asked. There, Peter said, pointing with his chin. Kai followed Peter's gaze and his eyes stumbled onto the small building all contestants dearly wished to enter. The shop's display was showing a wand placed over a dusty purple cushion. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, Kai muttered, his pace slowing down. The book had been shuddering slightly since he had entered the alley, but now it roared. It wanted the tale of Ollivander, the wand maker, Kai could tell, even though he was nowhere near to the man himself. But dare he give this tale to the book? There are wizards on duty who will apparate to the shop at a moment's notice, Arlen had told him. Then there are contestants. A group of them from both sides monitor the entrance day and night. In case of the slightest doubt that the buyer was a contestant, they tail him en masse. Never buy or steal something major from the Diagon Alley without a proper backup and power. Kai had taken the advice to heart. Though, he had to keep reminding himself that he was just a first set's contestant. No matter what a monster he was compared to the contestants from the same floor, no matter if he had a glitch, some grounds would always need a lighter touch and deeper imprints to cross. What the? Mundungus cursed, coming back to them with wide strides. What the hell does a squib need to do with wands? Come on. Others are already noticing us. Kai held back his curiosity, as difficult as it was, and now he couldn't help but think where the wizard was taking them. They had crossed much of the alley that Kai believed he would only need to visit a few shops, and the first milestone would be in his bag. Only one majestic building left to gawk at in the Diagon Alley for him. The tall, enormous, and twisted mass of white stone and pillars. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Is he taking us to the bank for the loan? Kai thought incredulously. Peter looked at him, and Kai got to know that even the character was feeling skeptical about it. He had thought that the wizard would take them to a potion shop, but they had already left it behind. So what was left now, other than the bank? Mundungus answered, separating their direction from the bank's entryway. When we reach the Nocturne Alley, the wizard said, don't speak without my permission. They don't like squibs there. Do you understand me? Kai felt a rush of blood up to his head. He nodded. But the nod didn't seem to be enough for old Mundungus. He looked up at Kai, grabbed the sleeve of his hand, and asked again. Do you understand? Speak. I do, Kai said, narrowing his eyes. The wizard was playing with fire, though Kai knew it would be him who would get burned if he did something unusual. But, again, a teeny-tiny curious voice within him whispered, let's attack him and see what happens. The wizard took a sharp turn that took them away from the Diagon alley into a dark, choking lane. Unlike the hubbub, the nocturne alley tasted sweet to Kai. The quiet, menacing stares. Whispers that could have been curses or a sign of madness. Borgin and Burks, Peter called out the name for them. Mundungus glared at Peter, who had the face of a boy but looked mature enough to be Kai's father. It's an antique shop, the wizard said, taking off his hood. You know, of the other kind. You, potioneer. We will talk to Borgin. The squib will stay out. The squib will go damn where he pleases, Kai snapped. He had enough of this squib nonsense. Peter interjected. Mr. Fletcher, the character said, smiling. The boy has no family left other than me. Let him come. He will stay out of our way, I promise. Mundungus' face looked as if he was struggling with his emotions. Very well, he spat. Touch nothing in the shop. Otherwise, he looked at Peter, you will rue the day you got yourself involved with him. The shop was empty. Yet, Kai's perception was screaming bloody murder in his mind. In the Diagon alley, with so many presences, it had been impossible to know the source of danger. But here, in an empty shop, it shouldn't have been like this. Kai looked around and saw the strangest and vilest things that could shiver the soul of a man. Sinister warnings, in blurry and worm-like letters, were written under many of them, labeling them dangerous. But then what of the things that didn't have a label? Kai gulped. Maybe the wizard is right, he thought. I don't belong here. Not as I am now. Kai didn't have a choice, though. For Peter to be here, his presence was a must. Borgin. Mundungus shouted. We are here. Mr. Borgin, the owner, walked out from behind the shelves, grinning a hideous smile. He looked at Peter and nodded. Then his eyes found Kai, and he squinted his eyes. Leave him, Mundungus said, flicking his wrist at Kai. Look at this. Mundungus urged Peter to start the negotiations, spitting his own remarks in between. The setting had changed from what Kai and Peter had planned, but the Herald of Chaos wasn't a tale to be taken lightly. The character looked as confident as anyone could ever be. Peter's hand reached in for the HP capsule, but when he took it out, it wasn't a red one but blue. A burst of solidified mana hit the wizards' faces, widening their eyes, nose, and ears. Peter chuckled. Oh, my bad, he said, stuffing the MP capsule back in his pocket and taking out the HP one. I took out the wrong product. It was a capsule that can enhance magical powers, but it's too expensive for you, gentlemen. Here is the healing capsule. Now, Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Borgin, are you interested in my research? Kai smiled. In one simple sentence, Peter had brought the wizards down to the level of ordinary greedy and gullible merchants. Chapter 58, Magical Contract, Shopping in the Diagon Alley. 300 galleons. The stupendous amount Peter had extracted out of Mr. Borgin wasn't something Kai could fathom. And with what? A promise of 50 HP and 50 MP capsules to be delivered by the end of the year. But before he had actually got the bag of money, the notification had given Kai a little shock. A magical contract is established between contestant Kai Stormborn and Mr. Borgin, the owner of Borgin and Burks. The terms of the contract are: 1. Mr. Borgin will pay the contestant a sum of 300 galleons. 2. The contestant will deliver 50 HP and 50 MP capsules of the same varieties as shown to Mr. Borgin by the end of the year. Timeline: Primordial Tower. Warning: failing the contract will be deemed unworthy and will have serious consequences. It had come to him as an unexpected development, but not unwelcome. Mundungus Fletcher had claimed 30 galleons out of the total sum for himself after coming out of the shop. Meet me in the evening by the entrance, the wizard had told them. I have some things to take care of. Don't do something outrageous. He had scampered off deeper into the twisting lanes of the Nocturne Alley after saying that. Only then did Peter hand over the money to his master, triggering a notification. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone: obtain 100 galleons without theft in the magical world of Harry Potter. Milestone rewards: condition to trigger the title Coin Master. Title: Coin Master. Specification: deposit 1 unit, 100 galleons, into your Gringotts account. Status: 0/1. Effect: 1. Charisma plus. 2. Luck plus. 3. Worth plus. After the Novice Collector, it had become the second precious title Kai desired. This was the most strenuous thing about titles. One wouldn't know about them without triggering them, like side missions. Moreover, unlike milestones, the price to know about the titles was 10 times more than the milestones. Kai had already confirmed it. So, he could only work upon getting milestones for now. The first, and most important, of them right now was opening a bank account. As Kai wasn't a wizard, he would need to pay double the process fee and a fixed amount of money which would be deposited in his vault permanently as a security fee. It wasn't a complicated process. Kai would have gone to the bank immediately if they didn't need to bribe the goblin tomorrow. So, did you ask him? Kai asked Peter. Peter nodded. Mr. Borgin had nothing that can influence a person's luck positively, I am afraid, he said, adjusting his bowler hat. He did say that there is a potion named Felix Felicis, also known as liquid luck. Its effect seemed in line with what you are looking for, my lord. But Kai didn't like the sound of that. But it's a very rare potion and only available on demand, Peter said, smiling. In the entire Diagon Alley, there isn't a single person who can sell it to us. Assuming that we can buy it. If Peter was implying they wouldn't be able to buy it, then there was no point in sulking over it, Kai knew. And the other thing. Peter took out a piece of parchment and handed it over to Kai. There was no legible word on it, but runes. Dark and terrible, yet mysterious. It was a part of the first tale of the tales of Beetle the Bard. Kai had copied the brief excerpt from the book, hoping that some wizard would translate it for him. So long, the result had been disappointing. He didn't know, Peter said, as they entered the Diagon Alley again. Nor did he know anyone who could translate these runes. Sigh. Kai shook his head. Peter, he whispered, now that they were a part of the magical crowd. How much money do you need to bribe the goblin? Peter shrugged. I don't know, he said, contemplating. I have never talked to one of them. It would be wise to just keep all the money with us before our meeting. But I think you have some other plans, master. It would be wise, indeed, Kai thought. But today is the last day of peace for me. My instinct tells me that whatever lay ahead after the meeting is nothing but pure chaos. I need to buy a few things, Kai said. You will be the one to handle the shopkeepers, though. What things? Peter asked, raising an eyebrow. Kai kept whispering in Peter's ears as they arrived at the first shop of interest. The second-hand bookshop. Quite a few people were going in and out of the shop. Kai felt suffocated by the manna, but it had become such a common feeling by now that he just gritted his teeth and entered. Letting Peter take the lead, Kai followed the character, trying not to stand out too much. We are being watched, Peter said, inconspicuously. Let them, Kai said. That's why I had made you ditch the cloak. We are just another two people, buying a few things. By the time they would make a move, Mundungus would have come back. Just focus on the task at hand. The shopkeeper beamed towards Peter as he saw them approaching him. He was an old wizard, his head full of dull gray hair. The shopkeeper squinted his eyes at Kai, but then smiled. Hello, good sir, Peter greeted, beaming back at the old wizard. I need copies of 2 books. Of course, the wizard said, passing a book to another customer. Do you have the names? Peter nodded. One of them, at least, he said, looking around. The Tales of Beetle the Bard and a basic spells book for budding wizards and witches. My little sister's 9th birthday is coming up. She is one of those studious ones. Ah, the wizard exclaimed. I know the types. My granddaughter is of the same age. She has scoured half the children's books in my little shop already. Let me see. This will do for you. The wizard scooched down and took out a dilapidated book. Its black cover was almost coming off, hanging by threads, but other than that, it looked solid enough. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk, the old wizard said, placing the book on the counter. It has all the basic spells which children of her age can safely read and practice in the presence of an adult. It's also part of the first-year curriculum of Hogwarts. Kai could scarcely control himself to not lunge at the book. The wizard turned around, searching for something on the shelves. In a few seconds, he took out a smaller book, but in even worse condition than the first. Kai's heart was in his mouth. Here, the wizard said, placing the second book over the first. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. It's been through many hands, as you can see. An excellent book to read for all children, nevertheless. With all the 5 tales unreadable, Kai could only think of this method to know if the tales were even worth the trouble or not. Reading the already translated tales won't affect the original book, but it would be a start. How much? Peter asked, examining the torn parts of the book with his finger. The shopkeeper noticed Peter's gesture as his freckled mouth opened and closed, thinking hard to put the price over the books. 1 galleon for both, the wizard said, smiling. As Kai had expected, Peter didn't haggle with the shopkeeper and produced the coin instantly. Saying nothing, Peter took the books, and passed them to Kai as if he was his servant. Kai didn't mind because he needed to touch the books anyway. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked 1 title. Title, Books Connoisseur. Specification, collect 10 books mentioned in the main Harry Potter storyline. Status, February 10th. Effect, plus 100% inventory size. This was a title he could achieve here and now, he knew. But Peter's intense look told him he was being unwisely greedy. Yes, Kai told himself. This is not the time. Not before buying everything I need and paying the goblin. So Kai walked out of the shop, clutching the 2 books under his arm. This next one will empty our pockets by much, I am afraid, Peter said, slyly. Kai didn't argue against that. Peter was right. He didn't want 1 but 2 things out of the next shop. They scuttled through the crowd, always aware of the eyes following them. Kai saw an ice cream parlor and his eyes involuntarily went to the shop opposite it across the street. He smelled the creatures first before he could even see them. There were many cages on display with pets in them. Heart-pounding, Kai followed Peter as they made their way towards the shop, selling magical creatures. One and only, magical menagerie. The moment Kai neared the shop, the notification came up as he had expected. Beast proximity, 3 meters. Glitch condition matched. Contestant Kai Stormborn is qualified to awaken his glitch. Do you want to awaken it now? This wasn't the first time this notification had come up. Nor would it be the first time for Kai to say, no. Too many people had been walking around him, carrying one magical creature or another. Owls, cats, and Kai could have sworn he had seen some plant-like things too. For the same reason as the last time, he couldn't afford to awaken his glitch and devour a beast in the middle of these wizards. Why do you want it, anyway? Peter asked as they entered the shop. Don't you already have a similar blood essence, master? The shop was very cramped, noisy, and smelly. Cages, small and big, were dancing on the walls, the beasts within them gawking at the people within the shop. The saleswoman rushed at the sight of Peter examining the many cats and toads, not noticing Kai's craving stare. Hello, the witch said, greeting merrily. How may I help you? Good afternoon, my lady, the witch blushed, Peter said, taking his hat off. I am a potioneer, working on all kinds of antivenoms as required these days. Yes, yes, the saleswoman agreed. Finally, they are gone. Filthy bastards. Oh, where are my manners? Who knows how the young Harry Potter survived you-know-who? All morning Kai had been hearing about the topic. The excitement had died by now within him. Indeed. A debt we all owe to the young Potter, Peter whispered. I will be direct with you. I need a serpent. Sir, serpent, the saleswoman gasped. Yes, Peter said, frowning. You know the times. I feel so guilty even buying a serpent for the benefit of the common people. What has the wizarding world become? It pains my heart to see you ignore the opportunity to earn wonderful gold like this because of the actions of. Sigh. The witch gulped. She looked around, licking her lips. Come with me, she whispered back. Not a word about it to anyone. Promise me. Upon my family name, Silva's, I promise, Peter said, solemnly. And I promise I will put the serpent to the greatest of use, Kai added, grinning hideously. Chapter 59, Buying the First Magical Creature. They followed the saleswoman down a cellar as another man took over her position. Round and round, they kept going down, stepping over moldy stairs. A thick whiff of rusted iron hit Kai's nose as the witch took out a large key, puffing for air meanwhile. The metal creaked quizzically when she opened the door. The noise of a million insects stridulating deafened Kai's ears. The sound was so harsh, and yet enchanting, that Kai felt himself losing his mind in search of pleasant dreams. But when his eyes fell on Peter, this sensation turned into horror. The character, who hadn't been affected by anything so far, was blurring in and out of existence like a specter. If he wasn't standing behind the witch, she would have seen right through him. These rascals, the witch cursed, taking out her wand. Stop. A tap from her wand on one of the wooden crates followed her shout. Kai felt the fluctuation of mana and the buzz stopped. Peter looked pale as if someone had taken a bucketful of blood out of him. He looked at Kai, and Kai understood one more unfortunate incident like this, and the character would return to the book. Pardon, young man, the witch said apologetically. I need to store many insects for the potion masters. I understand perfectly well, my lady, Peter managed to say, though his one hand was still blurry like mist trying to become water. Insects. Wonderful creatures for the strangest of the potions. I thank you from all the potioneering community. Oh. The saleswoman hid a giggle. Come. Here, let me light it up. Lumos. The witch chanted and flicked her wand. Kai gawked like a boy as the tip of the wand lit up like a white bulb. The dim surrounding presented itself to them, then. Big, heavy wooden crates were lined up against the walls. The floor was full of wet straws and the smell was just short of retching. Serpents. The saleswoman trailed off as if she would talk about anything but serpents. Well, they are not the most sought-after creatures. And that's the nicest thing to say about them, with all the dark tales that revolve around them. I have only one magical serpent and a few ordinary serpents for milking. Kai took the lead, then. Show us the magical one. The witch gave the nastiest look to Kai. Even Kai's charisma seemed lacking to counter her aversion to serpents, and to those who talked about them with odd enthusiasm and eagerness. She looked away from Kai, staring at Peter. Her loathing calmed down, seeing Peter frowning at the crates lying in front of them. Magical one, she asked, confirming Peter's will at this. Peter nodded. If it's possible, my lady, he said. Non-magical serpents won't last the process. Oh, yes, the witch agreed, taking out a smaller key. I remember now. Very well. What the actual fuck? Kai cursed, gritting his teeth. This bastard is spitting nonsense one after another, and the slut thinks he is a master of potions or something. TCH. Under the incredulous gaze of Kai, the witch opened the smallest rectangular crate. A sudden hiss resounded, echoing off the walls of the densely stuffed cellar. Kai felt complete hearing the hiss. The hunger within him was on the verge of exploding. Even the sheer will didn't seem enough to hold him back. A hand gripped Kai's wrist. Kai jumped out of his trance-like state and saw Peter looking at him. The character let go of his hand, and Kai licked his lips, approaching the crater silently, slithering with every next step. When Kai leaned over the witch's shoulder, he saw white and silver intermixing into the purest form. The little serpent was coiled inside the congested box, its white scales glistening ghostly silver under the glow of the witch's spell. Ghost serpent, a white cobra from India, the witch introduced. It's a 3-month-old hatchling, and 1 foot long. We have to keep it in an enchanted box. Otherwise, it changes into its specter form and passes through almost all things. Kai had never desired something so beautiful before. As if sensing his presence, the hatchling lifted its head and stared at Kai. Its eyes were red, peeking into one's soul. A tiny black forked tongue slithered out before it yawned, opening its mouth wide. Contrast to the pure colors outside, the insides of mouth were stark black like staring into the abyss itself. Peter meaningfully shook his head. It's quite young, he said, hesitating. I will have to rear it myself. That can be a strenuous task, my lady. You know the times. A potioneer rearing an albino snake in his backyard. What would the people say? I don't want the ministry wizards knocking on my door. Kai knew what Peter was doing. A play of words and emotions. But there was too much at stake for Kai to appreciate Peter's efforts. The anger was just hanging by the back of his throat. Fortunately, the witch replied in time. No, no, she said, licking her lips. They are highly venomous, and would need regular milking, but they are the quietest of their kind. Look at it. If it was another serpent, it would have raised its head menacingly by now. It's no pet, I know. But you won't find a better deal anywhere else. And what is that deal, my lady? Peter asked, kindly. For this hatchling. Just pay her already, Kai's soul screamed, his breath pulsating with anticipation. Asterisk. Asterisk. Morning, November. Leaky cauldron. The awaited day had come. Kai was sitting in a meditative position on the floor, steam rising off his glistening red body. There was a small box in front of him, with a key in its lock, just waiting for someone to turn it and let the being inside come out. 60 galleons was the price they had paid for it. Not a single canute more or less. It was a monstrous amount, considering that the common pets were around 10 galleons each or less. But Kai would have paid up to 100 for it. Not that the witch hadn't asked for it. Kai wondered if it wasn't for Peter's glib tongue, how much he would have needed to pay for it. Kai's eyes snapped open. They were 2 serpentine slits, hazel and moist. He remembered the notifications he had gotten after leaving the shop. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, by your first magical creature. Milestone rewards, Breath Plus. Milestone, Diagon Alley Exploration, 30%, roam through the Diagon Alley, visiting some major and minor shops. Milestone rewards, a 10% discount on the first 10 items bought from the Diagon Alley. The serpent wasn't the only thing Kai had bought out of the shop. A syringe was lying beside him, its needle capped. Kai had asked for a syringe that can penetrate the magical creatures with the thickest skin. The stare he had got in return was condemning. Nonetheless, Peter had negotiated the price down to 10 galleons. It wasn't an item. But it might as well have the strongest item in his arsenal considering the future. You are awake, a sweet voice came from his right. I thought you have gone to sleep, sitting there like a priest. Kai didn't have the time for Cersei. Like Peter, he had left her on the bed, forbidding her to leave it without thinking of a solution for his second problem. But instead of gaining some words of inspiration, all he had got out of her were scowls and sulking shoulders. Kai again looked at the enchanted box and took a deep breath. It was now or never. With a grave, but anticipating, expression, Kai's hand reached towards the box and opened it. Chapter 60, Ghost Serpent, the bane of book's characters. The witch warned us to not take it out of the box, Kai thought. But I can't let it live the rest of its life there. It's no use to me in a fucking box. Peter had asked him why Kai wanted another serpent when he already had the blood essence of boa constrictor. The thing was, Kai hadn't bought the serpent to devour it. Though the blue-tailed boa constrictor was a non-magical beast, Kai had yet to complete the proficiencies of its elementary abilities, and devouring this hatchling would put it into the third empty slot, not replace the existing one. Even if he could replace it, Kai won't. The reason was simple. Kai wasn't sure if he would get the same elementary abilities or not. The chances were high, but if he had learned something after coming to the Primordial Tower, then that was to not rely on his luck. The only reason for him to get a pet serpent was to talk to it. With all his abilities experiencing steady growth, his elementary snake language had fallen behind. Before dispensing the boa's blood essence, he also wanted to increase its proficiency to advance. However, the only way to go about this process was to communicate with a serpent or serpent-like creatures. The white cobra hatchling slithered out of the box, leaving its enchanted prison. It lazily raised its head, glancing around at its surroundings. It was now or never, Kai knew. Once the serpent becomes a ghost, even he won't be able to find it again. Hiss. Kai stirred his blood essence, and a hissing sound erupted from it as the surrounding steam blurred his figure. The effect was immediate, but not the one Kai had desired. The white serpent raised his hood, hissing back. Kai saw the scales on the underside of its hood were pale red. It took Kai's hiss as a challenge, he could tell. He could feel the ferocity in its hiss. It was a magical beast, a noble creature. Kai's hiss had come from a non-magical one. How could it ever tolerate the rudeness of such a challenge? You dare. Kai growled. For the first time, Kai stirred the thing inside his chest. The terror hiding in his chest churned, sending out deep, hideous pulses on his naked skin, trying to crack it apart. Cersei gasped. The serpent's state was worse. It thrashed its tail in defiance, in fear, in the horror of the thing that desired its flesh with such primal desire. This feeling was enough to make it let go of all its defenses. Under the devouring gaze of Kai's slitted pupils, the white cobra bowed its head. Kai extended his right arm, and the serpent came slithering at it. Its forked tongue kissed Kai's fingers before it coiled itself around his forearm, overshadowing the snake tattoo there. The stats appeared over its head then. Beast, Ghost Serpent, Magical Beast. Grade, E+, Growth. Type, Poison, Ghost. HP. MP. SP. Attributes. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Abilities. 1. Intangibility. 2. Soul Chill. Skills. 1. Ghost Neurotoxin. 2. Earth Vibration Sense. Kai stared at it, as it stared at him in return. Something was happening, something deep. An unseen bond was creating itself, attaching him and the creature with a string. Kai just knew what to do. His throat twisted, all his muscles screamed as words tried to come out of his mouth. Yet, what came out was only an intention. A hiss surrounded this intention like a mother's embrace. Hello, Kai said, the veins on his forehead popping up. Master, the snake hissed out her own intention. Kai didn't know how, but he could tell that the hiss that had come out of its mouth was childish, and full of warmth, and that the serpent was a female. What a creature. Cersei approached then, her hand reaching for the serpent to pet it. No. Kai roared, knowing the character must have thought that the serpent had been tamed by him. But it wasn't as simple as taming. The emotions went deeper than that. Hiss. The hatchling opened its black maw at her, spitting 2 thin trails of venoms. Cersei's figure blurred. But this time, it didn't solidify back at all. She was truly being forced back into the book. The shock on her face was not something Kai had ever expected to see. She looked at him with terrified eyes. Bring me out again, if you want to know the solution to the second problem. Then she exploded into a blackish-white smoky cloud. Asterisk. Asterisk. 5 minutes to the meeting. November. Leaky cauldron. Kai didn't look as formal as he had at his arrival into the world. A white shirt, loose pants, and a cloak around his shoulders whose hood was down. Behind him, Peter played with his hat and greatcoat, waiting for Kai to come out of his deep reverie. There were too many things going on in Kai's mind. All morning he had spent conversing with the ghost serpent, increasing his snake language proficiency by 5%. Although they had only shared their intentions, the taste of blood still lingered in his mouth. But no matter what, Kai couldn't get the serpent to acknowledge him, letting him gain the elementary Pokemon trainer ability. More like she doesn't know what this acknowledgement is, Kai thought. The serpent was as confused as me about the meaning of Pokemon. Maybe all Pokemon comes under the term magical beasts, but the reverse does not hold true. This made sense to him. Suddenly, a silver mist came slithering out of the bed next to him. Peter backed away at the sight of it as far as he could. The silver mist was long, sometimes coiling on itself, and sometimes undulating. It passed through the chair as if it wasn't there, and just when it reached Kai's shoulder, the mist solidified. First, the serpent's head took shape, and then gradually its body. By the time it made a turn around Kai's neck, the white cobra had already become solid. Hiss! The serpent hissed, its forked tongue slithering out, touching Kai's bare skin. To Kai, though, this hiss meant much more. He didn't have his blood essence activated, still, he could barely understand the meaning. Food, it had hissed, Kai could tell. The serpent lazily coiled itself around Kai's neck and yawned, adjusting its fangs and ligaments. Kai took a bean-sized red-colored ball out of his pocket. It was the food the witch had given them for free to feed the serpent. He let the bean roll around in his palm. The ghost serpent reached out, smelling the food, and swallowed it in one gulp. Kai felt her scales pressing into his skin as the food went down to her stomach. He couldn't understand why he was feeling so attached to her, given that they had just met. "Have you given it a name, my lord?" Peter asked, still standing far. "Her." Kai corrected, not before the serpent raised her hood to look at Peter. Kai smirked. He had been gobsmacked, seeing the ghost neurotoxin affecting his characters so profusely. Not even Peter had thought that the serpent would become a bane of their existence. This will keep them in check, Kai thought, turning around. They were becoming too wild these days. Yes, her, Peter agreed. A name is very important. It gives things, alive or dead, a meaning. Do you want a name? Kai looked at the serpent. This was the monstrosity of the magical creatures. They could understand human speech, more than a regular creature, at least. It looked quizzically at Kai as if saying she hadn't thought about it. Kai chuckled. "Did you read the books?" Kai asked, his eyes going for the 2 books on the table. "What do you think about the 5th tale?" "It doesn't matter," Peter replied. "Unless we get someone to translate the runes, it will never matter." The truth was harsh. Kai had spent all night reading the 2 books. For him, reading, or even memorizing those books, wasn't too hard. Since he was but a baby, books had been friends to him, or they were forced into a friendship. Nonetheless, Kai had never objected to his parents' decision. Daily reading, memorizing, and analyzing were as much a part of him as breathing. The thing that pained his heart now was that he couldn't put what he had read into practical application. His hand throbbed to take out the wand and try out the spells mentioned in the book. But without magical aptitude, he might as well as burn the book. The serpent sensed his anxiety better than even Kai had. She again turned into a thin silvery mist, slithering down to his navel. There she entered his flesh as if she was part of his body, his blood and bones. His soul. Kai shuddered. A cool, calming sensation took over him, chilling his soul. All anxiety, ecstasy ran away, scared of the cold the serpent brought with her into him. Kai could feel it, resting just below his navel, curled into a small ball. She was sleeping. Ability, soul chill. It was the 3rd time she had done this. Moreover, Kai could tell she wasn't using the full potential of this ability on him. Suddenly, as if struck by thunder, his eyes shook remembering the blood prophecy. Kai, thoughts roared inside his mind, a vile grin struggling to surface across his lips. It can work. "It's time, my lord," Peter said, finally taking out the courage to approach Kai. "We don't want the goblin waiting for us, do we?" Kai put the bubbling thoughts in the back of his mind and took a deep breath. Taking the upcoming meeting lightly would make him fail the main mission even before it had started. An XYZ, such structure from this chapter onwards will always represent snake language. Chapter 61, The Birth of Regal, Creating a Side Mission. Snaglock was perched upon the chair like a fat doll. He had an overgrown, hawk-like nose, and there were many pimples on his face. Except for a few gray hairs dangling down his head, he was as good as being called bald. His eyes were black and mean and his thick lips were curled in a smirk and disgust. 2 emotions Kai couldn't fathom how one person could show at the same time. "What is this?" Snaglock demanded hoarsely. "They assured me I would meet only one." Peter smiled. He was sitting on the chair opposite the goblin, and Kai was standing behind him. "We are one, my lord," Peter said. "We have always been one." Kai had noticed Snaglock looking at his face many times by now. His charisma was working, but not as much as it had worked before. His identity as a squib was doing more harm than good. Either he should have remained a complete muggle or a wizard. Snaglock grunted. I can't see anything special about him, he said, pointing at Kai. I think I have wasted my time by coming here. Haha. Peter laughed. Don't go on his age and appearance. He specializes in dealing with low-class wizards. Arlen, show him. Kai's right hand reached into his left sleeve, and he took out the wand. Snaglock's eyes widened, and before the goblin could sense its oddness, Kai thrust it back into his sleeve. But in reality, he had sent it to the inventory where even the goblin couldn't sense it. A wand, the goblin asked, almost getting up from his chair. That should be proof enough for his capabilities, Peter said. He hates the wizarding community for an apparent reason, as you must know by now. Snaglock couldn't help but nod. There was no worse fate for a squib than being disowned by the great magical family. Hate was a natural emotion. An emotion Kai could easily bring upon his face and in his eyes. But. Snaglock muttered. But I'm still not sure about it. Why not show a bit of faith in each other? Peter asked. Don't select him, not now. Let's just trade. Gold for your plans, huh? With that, Peter took out 10 galleons and put them straight into Goblin's stubby palm. Some coins fell, but Snaglock, like a bloodthirsty hound, reached down and gobbled them up in no time. Yes, the goblin mumbled, stuffing the coins into his pockets. Some months ago, I was going through the ancient records of the bank when I stumbled upon an unusual entry. It was a 1,000-year-old entry, mind you. It mentioned a particular vault number 999 whose owner has never come to claim the contents even once in the last millennium. Now there are older things stored in the abyss below the Gringotts. The goblin's chest swelled up in pride, but someone had always come to check up on their contents, unlike this one. You think the owner is dead? Peter added. So, because of curiosity, you took it upon yourself to find out what is in the vault. Snaglock threw himself at the word carefully planted by Peter. Yes, I was just curious, he said. But the search of what lies within that vault has emptied my pockets. Peter produced 5 more galleons. It's a chest of petrified eggs. Snaglock hissed. Rare magical species which once roamed below and above the earth. Think of the gold even one egg will get me, I mean. Think. More than this, I am sure, Peter said, slyly, handing over 5 more galleons. The goblin's pockets didn't seem enough to hold that amount, so he started to stuff the coins in his shirt. Yes, more than this, Snaglock said. After a long time, I could only find the identity of one egg. A dragon's egg. Extinct green-scaled Hungarian horntail. Kai and Peter shared the briefest of the glance. I am curious about something too, my lord, Peter said. You are an employee of the bank. Why don't you take out the egg? Surely it would be safer and easier, right? Snaglock sniggered, his face looking like a rooster. I am just a clerk, he said. And only the head goblin of the bank has the key to open the vault. The key is his both palms. I can't just ask him to open the vault. There is no reason. So that's why you need our help, Peter reflected. Well, we will be glad to help you as a part of the trade, of course. This time, Peter didn't take out just a few galleons, but a full 50. The goblin gaped at the gold, almost lunging at Peter to snatch them away. Snaglock, the poor, shrewd goblin, didn't even know when the interview to select the thief had become a common matter of trade. Very well, Snaglock said, his eyes never leaving the gold coins. On November 25th, the bank will recruit guards for the bank's security task force. I will push your name on that list. 3 days later, I will fake an attack on vault number 999. The guards will have to go down there, along with the high goblin, to check the safety of the contents. It will be on you to steal the biggest green gold egg within the chest. Can you do it? The successive notifications brought immense joy to Kai. Side mission, Snaglock's delusion. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 150 mission credits. Main mission timer is triggered. Initiating battle sequence. Floor, 3, first set. Kill count, 0/100. Battle number, not applicable. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, the birth of Regal. Side mission summary, Snaglock has already doomed himself by going against the goblin's code of conduct. Now he wants to steal the contents of the chest within vault number 999. Join the security task force on November 25th, and help Snaglock steal the eggs when the time comes. Side mission objective, steal the green bronze dragon egg. Side mission time limit, not applicable. Do you accept the side mission? Kai looked into Goblin's greedy eyes and grinned. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chaos, Kai called out. Create a side mission to kill the nearest 4th floor contestant of order. Adjust mission summary accordingly. This was the brilliant plan Cersei had come up with. Kai had known that he could create side missions by using his privilege as the third-ranked contestant in the ranking of worth stat. Yet, even he hadn't thought of something so devious. The reason was simple. Whenever it had come to knowing information regarding another contestant, the system had gone haywire, spiking prices up unnaturally. But with this side mission, Kai could easily ignore mentioning what he truly needed. The mission being given to him by chaos itself, as Cersei had told him, would definitely give him a location. This plan was devious wasn't because Kai could force the system to reveal a contestant's position, but because if he didn't like the mission or the contestant's position, he could just give it up and rather ask for the second nearest option. Cersei's devilish grin hadn't ceased after telling him this much, though. For the first time, Kai had found out he had been looking down on Cersei too much just because of her extremely flirtatious nature. Once she had put her mind to figuring something out, she just didn't find the solution. Rather, she had ripped the problem apart from the roots. If you don't like any fourth-floor contestant in this world, she had said, then just create a side mission including another world. You can easily go to King's Landing now that you are familiar with the city, can't you? Even though Kai had found it an excellent suggestion, he finally refrained from using the second method. There were two reasons for his decision. First, he would be spending mission credits for a mission that might or might not be completed. Second, every mission credit spent now would affect the time compression he had been planning at the end of main mission. Analyzing the contestant's stats. Analyzation complete. Creating side mission. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, kill Captain of Guard Heavy Block. Side mission summary, Heavy Block, a 4th-floor contestant, is in the command of the Prime Minister's field task force for a month. His main mission includes guarding the official residence of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom at 10 Downing Street. Side mission objective, kill Heavy Block. Side mission time limit, before November 23rd. Do you accept the side mission? Kai deliberated over the mission. The Thunder faction's data had something about it. It said major figures are always protected by some task force of contestants openly or from behind the curtains. Here, even the Aurors will be there, the wizards no contestant would like to face in battle. Then it's a task force. So I can assume he will have at least 5 lower-floor contestants. I will have to lure him away from his team somehow. Kai's brows furrowed as he kept thinking over it. Suddenly, he felt a cold and soothing sensation moving across his temples. Cold, yes. Just cold enough to make him relax and close his eyes in bliss. Then Kai shuddered. What if the serpent wouldn't control the chill she was imparting into Kai's soul? What would happen then? Kai didn't trust anyone, anything. Yet, when the silver mist came out of Kai's head and solidified, Kai couldn't help but stare into those red slits with warmth. Magic. Kai had blamed this one word for the feelings of trust that were welling up in his heart for the ghost serpent. Kai's entire body became red-hot then, giving off light trails of steam. The hot steam met the cool mist from where the serpent's body was coming out of Kai's head. A ghostly pleasant sensation coursed through Kai's body. Even the serpent's body shook under the effects of this thrill. Hiss. What? Kai hissed out the question as an intention. It had become an involuntary action to activate elementary snake language. The serpent came close to Kai and her forked tongue kissed Kai's chin. She hissed out her own intention. Trust. It struck Kai, then. The serpent was nothing but an untainted child. The category of living beings who Kai found the easiest to be manipulated. He grinned. The grin became a shrill laugh. The serpent felt Kai's joy and hissed along, going in and out of Kai's body in its intangible form. Not even a year old, a voice came from Kai's behind, and you have already started its corruption. Kai said through his gritted teeth as he turned around. Peter was sitting there on the chair with the basic spellbook opened on the last page on his lap. One day had gone by since their meeting with the goblin. Today was the night of November 7th. Kai didn't have any plans to stay here any longer. Let's go, he said. We are going out of here. Peter raised an eyebrow, closing the book. Snaglock said the recruiters would come here on the 25th. We don't have to go anywhere. Leaky Cauldron is the safest place, and now we even have all the money. Kai pitied the fool. Power would never present itself to those who seek comfort, Peter, he said. I thought you of all would know of it. Ha ha. Peter laughed, standing up, his figure blurring. We too have a very different definition of power, my lord. Yours will make you stand at the top and will let you look down at the others as if they are ants. Mine, well, I am content with everyone dancing around on my fingers. So, where are we going? Peter asked, but he had already become a part of Kai by then. London is a big city, Kai muttered to himself, collecting all his valuables. And big cities always have good sewer systems. Chapter 62, Killing a 4th-floor contestant, Gate of Opening, open. 10 Downing Street, November. London. Kai had spent the last 13 days working on his snake language proficiency, increasing it by a whopping 15%. The rest of the time he had spent monitoring the movements around 10 Downing Street. Here, Kai for the first time got to use all that he had learned in the last 2 years of his previous life. Even though there were wizards in this area, he had managed to figure out the identity of his prey, and his daily routine. The man, as Kai had found out, was a beast in human skin. Kai had waited and waited, but he couldn't find a single time which seemed right to ambush Heavy Block. With the time limit coming closer, he refused to wait anymore. It was past midnight. Kai was hiding in the shadow of a tall tower at the top of a building. This building lay in the path of the daily patrol route of Heavy Block. The men always came alone to do the first check of the surroundings. Only then would the other members of the team follow the nightly patrol, one by one. As he saw a vague shadow approaching his spot, Kai jumped off the roof. Asterisk. Asterisk. The shadow belonged to a short-haired man in black formal attire. Under the sleeves of his black suit, his hands were covered in white bandages, and his boots looked sturdier, reaching up to his knees under his black pants. Heavy Block was heavy. With a height of over 6.5 ft and jacked-up muscles, it looked like just any time he could rip apart his suits as if coming out of a cocoon. When he reached the checkpoint, a tower above a tall building, a shrill scream reached him from distant corners of the hell called London streets. Hell. Heavy Block squinted his eyes. He looked in the direction which he was supposed to go, but his feet were already moving towards the scream, which had now become shriller. Help. A cry for help. Even from a distance, anyone could easily tell that this soul-shaking cry belonged to a girl. Heavy Block struck his legs, shaking out 2 ankle weights off his legs. As they struck the ground below, a small boom rang out. But even that boom couldn't bury the scream. Help. Heavy Block's speed doubled. His face contorted from the sheer pressure with which he was kicking the stony walls. One moment, he was 3 streets away from the screaming girl. In the next, he was standing dozens of meters away. A blonde-haired girl was being forcefully dragged away by a hooded man. Her clothes were in tatters, her breasts out and open. She was hitting the man's hand, grabbing her hair, and calling for help in this deserted street. Leave her alone. Heavy Block screamed, crossing the distance with 1 step. A powerful hurling kick at the man's chest sent him flying towards the wall behind him some 7 to 8 feet away. The power behind the kick was so great that when the man slumped down, half the wall behind him came down with it. Heavy Block's arms wrapped around the young girl's figure. She was so scared that her entire body was trembling in fear. The girl flung her arms around Heavy Block's neck, and her tears wetted his chest. Are you all right? Heavy Block asked. Thank you, the girl replied, sobbing, crying, and shuddering. Her hands fumbled behind his back to grip him tightly. He is dead, Heavy Block said. Don't worry. Let me take you to the hospital. No, the girl shook her head. No one can kill him. You. Suddenly, Heavy Block roared. He threw the girl off him. But it was too late. Too late. There was a syringe stuck in his right arm, its content was almost half gone. He spun his head towards the girl. Well, there was no girl anymore. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kai couldn't fathom why Heavy Block had become so fast. He had seen him jumping around and had already put some allowance on his possible agility, but even then, the men had come a minute earlier than he had expected. Heavy Block's kick had broken several bones in Kai's chest. The moment he heard the roar, Kai imbued life in the Herald of Chaos, sensing Cersei's disappearance, and threw down one of the 3 HP capsules left on him in his mouth. A saber appeared in his hands, and a bronze visorless Spartan helm took shape on his head. Under the helm, his skin became red hot, and steam came out as if he was some beast of winter. Time. Time was of the essence. You bastard. Heavy Block roared, his right arm dangling lifelessly. Fuck. Kai cursed. The light neurotoxin could only affect his right arm, he could tell. Kai's muscles ballooned, veins popping out like 1,000 rivers. His teeth shattered as the pressure built up inside him. He took the pose, muscles ripping apart his clothes. Twin saber style, forbidden technique. The very air sizzled as Kai disappeared, the saber in his hand trembling like a twig. Heavy Block shouted, spinning in midair. Kai pushed his right hand with his left. The monstrous strength erupted, entering the saber. Serpent God's wrath. A boulder-like kick hit the saber. Leaf ferocious hurricane. Chink. The saber went right through Heavy Block's leg, cutting his heel and his calf, before breaking into half. Blood showered out of Kai's mouth like a fountain. On the other side, Heavy Block fell, light neurotoxin from the syringe and from the saber already coursing through his veins. Kai popped in the rest of the HP capsules. The Titan's buff was still working as intended. The broken saber had yet to disappear, and the men had yet to see death. If Kai had learned anything from his experiences, then it was to kill first and ask later. Kai turned around with murder in his eyes, readying himself to absorb the man's fear. Suddenly, he shuddered, his perception going haywire. "You chaos treacherous abomination." Heavy Block bellowed, standing up. His left leg was bleeding, making small pools of blood under it. "You think you can win like this?" "Ha." Kai backed up. This wasn't something he had expected. In front of his eyes, he was seeing the men getting stronger, giving out a higher danger than when he was whole. Gate of opening. A dense wave of something ethereal hit Kai, quaking his soul. Open. Whoop. The air popped around Heavy Block in short bursts, and he disappeared. Kai's snake instinct caught the kick coming for his head. He crouched, and when his eyes looked down, he found another kick coming up. Every cell in Kai's mind roared. Then, the kick hit him. Crunch. The kick hit him again. Crunch. One more kick and the bronze helm disappeared. Crunch. 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 When Kai came to his senses, he found himself hovering midair, falling back. A voice entered from just behind his ears. Primary Lotus. Hundreds of bandage strips wrapped Kai's figure before he could even move a muscle. Kai felt Heavy Block gripping him with his still working arm and wrapping his uninjured leg around his waist for stability. All the world spun as the two men fell, spinning, whistling. Bloom. Kai felt Heavy Block letting go of him, but for the love of God, he couldn't shake off the bandages. His mind was shaking, banging against his skull. Then the ground came unannounced. Boom. When Kai opened his eyes, he found them soaked with blood. He dragged himself out of the crater. How much time he took doing that, Kai would never know. His HP bar was flashing dangerously, this he could tell. A few feet away from him, he could see Heavy Block coming toward him, dragging his left leg. The man was enormous, but he looked like a massive pillar of stone with that stiffness in his body. The light neurotoxin was finally taking its effect, but Heavy Block still looked too agile for Kai's taste. Something needed to be done. Heavy Block lifted Kai by his hair and brought him up to his eye level. No honor, the man declared as he saw Kai's defiant eyes. Kai punched, his hand moving slowly, lazily. The punch landed on the man's face like a slow tap. Have you had enough? Heavy Block asked, shaking Kai's head left and right. He. Kai's laugh was like the death knell. A burst of mana exploded around Kai and, in an instant, Heavy Block's complexion paled as if some wraith had sucked out his life. On the other hand, Kai's cheeks became rosy, HP pumping through his broken veins. Skill, pain split. Heavy Block staggered, his grip over Kai's hair loosening lifelessly. Kai landed on the ground and, like a serpent, lunged at Heavy Block, keeping himself low. Before the fourth floor contestant could come out of the shock of losing his HP, Kai plunged the broken saber into his bleeding calf. A poisoned scream left Heavy Block, his knees buckling. The man fell and found himself looking into two hazel slits, with no humanity left in them. For the first time, Heavy Block feared for his life. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him. Kai's free hand snapped toward Heavy Block's throat and gripped it like the bite of a snake. A brilliant mass of silver mist erupted out of his palm, passed right through Heavy Block's flesh, and froze his soul. Soul chill, output 100%. Heavy Block eyes stilled, his skin gaining frost. Something inside him had truly died, but the man was still alive. Kill, Kai hissed. Kill, she hissed back. Their intentions, their wills, and their thoughts were alike at this moment. The silver mist seeped out of the man and the ghost serpent solidified, her black maw opening in intense anger. The two magical fangs dug deep in the leather-like skin of Heavy Block. The soul neurotoxin, whose potency was terrifyingly higher than light neurotoxin, entered the enormous man's body. Just on the verge of victory, Heavy Block met a soul-chilling death. Chapter 63, High Risk High Rewards, Ghost Serpent's New Food. 6 hours later, November. London sewers. The street Kai had chosen wasn't a coincidence. That street didn't have a manhole, but it was at a distance from one where Kai could have dragged himself without hands and legs, if necessary. The moment Heavy Block had fallen, his eyes becoming two glassy hollows, Kai had taken the enormous man down the sewers, making sure he had left no obvious trail behind. The scenes of the fight didn't matter as much. With a dead body on his shoulder, Kai kept walking until he reached the temporary asylum he had created for himself after coming down to the sewers. Using his last experience, Kai had turned quite a big opening within the sewer lines into a makeshift small room with a bed, chair, table, and other necessities. He threw the corpse in a corner and slumped down on a broken chair. Damn. Kai cursed, remembering last night's fight. I had thought I would get him with Serpent God's wrath. What in the seven hells even was that? It seemed almost like my transformation of going beyond bodily limits. Kai had indeed thought of getting heavy block using his forbidden technique. Like always, he had also planned based on his experiences. What if an unknown enemy were to appear suddenly and attack him, or what if an aura were to apparate next to them? What if the light neurotoxin wouldn't immobilize him as he had intended? Kai had thought about all of that. But if only thinking of these things was enough, then he wouldn't have been called a blood demon. There was always a trump card on him for the last moment's unexpected scenario. The appalling thing about people like Kai wasn't in having a trump card, but the will to hold it back no matter what. Until the very last breath. Saying, imagining, and sneering over it as if it was a simple matter, had always doomed such ordinary thinkers. If one had the power to use it in a fatal battle, how many could restrain themselves from not using it? Ghost Serpent came out of Kai's shirt and slithered around his neck, her scales sending a cool sensation into his skin. You were good out there, Kai said expressionlessly as if stating a mere fact. The serpent hissed, her forked tongue kissing his chin in reply. Kai took a deep breath and finally recalled the notifications he had put aside. Elementary Slither Footsteps, proficiency 90%, plus 10%. Elementary Twin Saber Style, proficiency 75%, plus 3%. Elementary Snake Instinct, proficiency 55%, plus 8%. Elementary Snake Language, proficiency 40%, plus 15%. Steelbone Brigandine, quality 15%, minus 23%. Kai gazed at his snake language's proficiency. One single instance of momentary resonance between him and the serpent had increased it by 15%. If someone had told him that he would come this far just by owning a serpent, he wouldn't have believed it. Then his eyes landed on the minuscule improvement in Twin Saber Style, despite using the forbidden technique. Kai sighed. I really need good sabers. Yes. This fight was necessary, given his kill count. But it had also cost him a lot. Now, he had again lost his fangs. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have killed one Order's contestant. Side mission, kill Captain of Guard Heavy Block. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 175 mission credits. Your kill count is updated. Floor, 3, first set. Kill count, 10/100. It was a refreshing scene, as much refreshing as the serpent's silver mist form passing in and out of him. Finally, Kai looked at the corpse. Such a massive man, he thought, scrutinizing the bulky muscles. From which world he had got such strength, I wonder. Gate of opening. Gate. I think that Data mentioned a powerful technique, some 8 gates from the Naruto world. Was it that? It seemed a plausible explanation. The only thing that made little sense to him was why Heavy Block didn't use chakra-based jutsus. I still don't know enough, Kai reflected, shaking his head. I hope the second set will give me all the information that I need, eventually. Or I can just create a random side mission and hop into the Naruto world. Haha. The thought excited Kai. He had already rejected a mission from the chaos regarding the world of ninjas. But that turned out to be a life-saving rejection. Kai couldn't think what he would have done against the monsters chaos wanted him to spy on. Recalling the names and their info from the Thunder faction's Data boiled his blood with as much in excitement as in fear. Kai stood up and approached the stiffened body. Even at the last moment, he didn't take out any item, Kai thought. I can't get anything from his MRB, and to gamble on something which I don't even think it is there would be the height of stupidity. Not to mention, Kai needed as many mission credits as possible, not knowing how much he would actually need at the end of the main mission to compress the leftover time limit. So Kai chose the next best thing. Calculating collective remuneration. Reward, 1200 mission credits. Oh. Kai's eyes widened. This is quite a sum. At least hunting him wasn't an entire waste. It pained Kai, losing his sabers. But he had been preparing himself for that scenario for a long time. Both his sabers and the colorless light neurotoxin were becoming outdated by the pace he was advancing. The sabers, though unmatched in the first set, were almost useless against powerful fourth-floor contestants. Even the high quantities of the colorless boa's poison were only affecting a part of their bodies, and even that with delayed effects. Kai would never count on being too near to his opponents to inject the lethal dose of the purple poison using his nail. They all would have a high perception, he knew. If it wasn't because the character Cersei not having any stats, he doubted she could have plunged the syringe into Heavy Block's arm. Even then he had noticed her ill intention at the last moment, Kai recalled, gritting his teeth. He broke the syringe too. Damn fucking idiot. Kai kicked the man's head, and blood spurted out. Ghost Serpent coiled around his neck, hissing along with his anger. Kai brought out Boa Constrictor's blood essence. Food, he hissed, passing his intention. It still strained his muscles, passing the intentions, but his body was getting used to it with every next word. Food, the Ghost Serpent hissed, agreeing with Kai. The supply of flesh beads, as Kai called them, had run out some days ago. Only one remained with him now. During his time down here, he had already analyzed them thoroughly. The flesh beads were like tiny meatballs made of many types of rodents' blood, flesh, and bones. They did little to satiate the serpent's hunger, Kai had found out. Instead, he had concluded it was the wizard's way of controlling her growth by feeding her as little as possible. Well, Kai had other thoughts about it. Bad, Kai hissed, showing the ghost serpent the last flesh bead, and then he threw it away into the filth. Then he took out a mass-produced dagger, which he had yet to smear with poison. Good, he hissed, pointing the dagger at heavy block under his feet, his dead flesh rich in mana. Ghost serpent didn't understand. But her master had spoken it was good, so it must be, no. Good, she hissed back. Kai grinned like a demon and then crouched upon the dead man, the dagger in his hand shining vilely under the dim light. What happened next wasn't a tale any man of sanity should ever know and live to imagine. Chapter 64, Opening an Account in Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Coin Master. Afternoon, November. Leaky Cauldron. Kai stood in the middle of three people. He was wearing a scarlet uniform with brown shoes, a glossy gold belt, and a sturdy gold cap. There was a badge over his left chest pocket, which glistened with the image of Gringotts. On his right arm was a black strap on which Gringotts Wizarding Bank was written in gold on the half side, and Security Task Force on the other half. In the morning, he, along with two other recruits, was supposed to head to the bank for the commencement of his training. The chilly morning had come and gone, though. The afternoon would have been a pleasant time to take a walk, if not for the chaos that had taken place in London. How did a squib like you get the job? The recruit on Kai's right asked, twisting his lips. He was a wizard, of course, and so was the recruit on his left. You, white hair. Come here. The man standing in front of Kai, who had been keeping the three from going to the bank, called out. Kai's entire body felt hot, his back drenched with sweat, and the serpent sleeping within him shuddered. The mana around the man was heart-palpating. This man was an auror. The thing was, he wasn't the only auror in the Leaky Cauldron. Two others were also questioning various wizards and witches. Some were complying with them and some resisted. The latter got taken away almost instantly with a whip-cracking sound. Their fate? Unknown. Another thing was that this had been going on for the last 5 days. The cause? A bombastic attack of terrorists at 10 Downing Street some 5 days ago. The series of explosions that had brightened London's dark sky that night was terrifying beyond measure. Only the aurors knew that there were wizards involved in the attack, and it started with the disappearance of the chief security guard of the Prime Minister's field task force, named Heavy Block. Kai could only guess what must have happened. The scouts from another Chaos team must have noticed the absence of Heavy Block at his usual patrolling time. The leader of that Chaos team, taking the chance, descended on the street with such wrath that all contestants of order must have been killed before the wizards could control the situation. It was a chaos Kai hadn't unexpected. He was grateful for it, though. I hope I will get some extra worth points through it, he thought, taking off his cap as he stood at attention in front of the auror. The high guard of the security task force was standing behind the auror. Both wizards stared at Kai, their eyes narrowing on the list of names in their hands. Name, the auror asked. Arlen Silvas. Place. Yorkshire. And on they kept asking. Kai answered every question according to the secret identity Snaglock had prepared for him. One last question remained. The most troublesome. Recommendation. Mr. Snaglock. How do you know him? The high guard asked, his wand rolling in between his fingers. Kai licked his lips, his anxiety clearly visible on his face. He. Kai feigned a stammer. He owes gold to my family. The auror and the high guard looked at Kai in dumb shock. Goblins didn't owe money, it was known. Everyone owed them. No wonder, the auror said, looking Kai up and down. No wonder, the high guard agreed. So that's how a squib got a job like this at the Gringotts. Heh. Go. Stand by the Diagon Alley's entrance and wait for me. Kai scampered off like a scared chicken caught red-handed. The grin on his face would have been too hard to conceal otherwise. Asterisk. Kai followed the high guard through the alley. The clamor that had shaken London's government outside seemed to have little effect on the crowd of the Diagon Alley. It was the work of some angry Death Eaters, one spat as if that would give it some reality. The tales kept becoming weirder, taking a darker and wilder turn as they approached the bank. The massive building loomed over the entire alley like an eagle stalking its prey from the sky. Also, what was above wasn't even worth it to call it the tip of the iceberg compared to the abyss lying below the bank. From tomorrow, the high guard said, you will start your drills. Patrolling, knowing the shortcuts, and how to reach each vault the fastest will be a part of your training. Not yours. The high guard gave a nasty look to Kai. You will be drilled in killing rats. The two wizards by Kai's side sniggered at hearing that. When they entered the bank, the 2 guards posted at the entrance nodded at the high guard. Sword, to me, the high guard continued. A guard patrolling inside the bank came running. Show these 3 to their rooms. They are the recruits. Sword nodded. The high guard gave a last look to the 3 recruits, then stalked off towards the high goblin. Kai finally got time to take a relaxing breath. Standing by that wizard was like walking into a sea of wool. For the first time, Kai looked around. Scores of goblins were busy behind their desk. The hall's ceiling could have easily been mistaken as a gold sky, such was its height. And an ordinary man could lose himself, walking around within it, such was its charm. Oi, Sword shouted. Are you coming or what? Kai hurried off behind Sword. He had many things to do before the day was over. Unlike what he had expected, and to his dismay, the other 2 recruits didn't bully Kai when they reached the guards' quarters. They just ignored him. Kai's room was small, with 1 bed, table, chair, mirror, and a wardrobe. The low-level guards shared a common bathroom. Kai crammed his fake things into the wardrobe. Sword was passing by his room, probably returning to the hall, when Kai walked out. Where are you going? Sword asked, raising an eyebrow. He was a gaunt man with a thick mustache and a clean chin. You should rest. The drill will start tomorrow, but the theoretical part will start tonight itself. No one has time to take care of that during the day. I am going to open a bank account, Kai said, patting his coat's pocket. Don't want to lose it on my first day, do I? Sword frowned. Very well, he said. Come with me. Kai followed Sword to the hall. There, Sword pointed at a goblin. Go to him and then return to your quarters immediately. Yes, sir. Kai nodded. Kai approached the goblin. Hello, he said politely. I want to open a bank account. Snaglock had warned Kai to not stand out before the task. With so many wizards and magical beings around he wouldn't have stood out, anyway. It was just a matter of moistening his tongue, a thing he was too familiar with. The goblin, though, didn't care for Kai's tone. He looked up at Kai, sniffed, and pressed his thick brows. He reached down, taking out a form. Fill it, he said, returning to his work immediately. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Squibs and Muggles Bank Account Application Form, Kai read. The form asked little from Kai, but it told much. The processing fee alone was 10 galleons, double the usual case. Then, Kai would need to deposit over 50 galleons as a starter. Whatever amount he would deposit, 50 galleons from it would be blocked as a security fee. Kai wouldn't be able to take it out before upgrading his account using another application form. Or in my case, by upgrading Title Coin Master, Kai reflected. He used the spare quill on the desk to write his code name, his birth date, and the amount he would deposit. Then he signed the form. At last, he pressed his thumbprint just below his signature. The goblin nudged his glasses, going through the details. 125 galleons, the goblin demanded. Kai took out a big coin purse and handed it over. After clearing his account at Leaky Cauldron, Kai had some 126 coins left. He kept 1 gold coin with him and deposited the rest. The goblin licked his lips as he counted the coins, but he went only that far. All well. The goblin declared. Kai couldn't help but feel the excitement welling up within him as the goblin reached down again and took out a big iron key this time, labeled with number 533. Red, vault number 533, the goblin said as if declaring it to the entire world. Gringotts Wizarding Bank welcomes you. The moment Kai took the key in his hand, the notifications bombarded him. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, open your account in the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Milestone rewards, +1 sickle every month to your bank balance, Primordial Tower time. Note, your bank account is now valid for all Harry Potter Random Worlds timelines. The Vault No, in different timelines is subjected to change, which will be communicated to you through your Vault key. This. Kai gawked at the reward. It's free money. The most awaited notification flashed in existence then. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a title. Title, Coin Master. Specification, deposit 1 unit, 100 galleons, into your Gringotts account. Status, January 1st. Effect. 1. Charisma plus. 2. Luck plus. 3. Worth plus. Warning, only 1 title can be equipped at a time. Once the current title is unequipped, the contestant can only equip a different title after a cooldown of 1 minute and the same title after a cooldown of 3 minutes. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked 1 title. Title, Rich Gentleman. Specification, deposit 10 unit, 1000 galleons, into your Gringotts account. Status, January 10th. Effect. 1. Charisma plus. 2. Luck plus. 3. Worth plus. With money comes luck, Kai thought, equipping the title. Who the fuck said otherwise? Chapter 65, Ukrainian Iron Belly, a new artifact. Evening, November. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Kai had been quite busy for the last 3 days. Most of the time he had spent underground, walking, racing, and falling through the many tunnels specifically for the guard's use. Even though the High Guard had told him that his duty was to kill the rats, the training protocols required him to do all that the other wizards were supposed to do. The abyss below the bank was a damp, dark mass of black, stony walls and horrors. The thing that had made Kai furious beyond measure was that Snaglock had not warned him about the significance of the vault numbers. Nobody talked to him, but that didn't mean he had forgotten how to listen. Monstrous things are guarding the vault as one goes deeper into the abyss, Kai had heard one wizard say with unknown pride. There are dragons, giant crabs, enormous rats, and even sphinxes guarding those vaults. Kai's breathing had already lost its rhythm when the dragon was mentioned. How the hell will I bypass all the wizards and the magical creatures at the same time? He had asked himself. Not to mention, the blood prophecy still lingered like a gluttonous monster at the back of his mind, ready to devour him at a single instance of negligence. Now, Kai was getting a hang of the blood prophecy after repeating it many times. There was no true limitation of time, though it didn't let him see much farther. It focused on random encounter, which, by all means, was bound to result in some unfortunate event in case Kai hadn't known about it beforehand. So, the highest priority for him in the last 3 days wasn't to marvel at the terrifying vistas below the Gringotts, but to prepare himself in case Snaglock just happened to decide to fuck him up. For that, Kai had to go out into the Muggle world. Being a squib, the High Guard, though reluctantly, had ordered a wizard to take Kai out of the Diagon Alley via Leaky Cauldron. It had been a simple thing to ditch the wizard at the pub and then go outside on his own. The moment Kai made sure that no one was spying on him, he had gone down to the sewers where he had stashed his stolen Muggle money, for just-in-case scenarios. Guns weren't the things Kai would buy, he had decided. First, he wouldn't have time to practice with them. Second, he had never used them. What Kai was looking for was something that would be as effective on the wizards as the Muggles. Which would be easiest and fastest to use, to give him enough time to steal the egg and just teleport right after. What was the thing that the wizards share with the Muggles? They are all humans, so they have the same senses, he had answered himself. Well, wizard senses are more heightened, a thing I can use to my advantage. After buying what he wanted, Kai returned to the Gringotts. A glance exchanged between him and the goblin, Snaglock, told him that the attack on the vault would most likely happen tonight. So, Kai had spent the next few hours going through all the nook and cranny of his plan and all the actions he would take repeatedly in his mind. The High Guard was not pleased about his lack of focus in the afternoon, Kai could tell. Well, fuck him. Kai cursed, kicking a rat, sending it to fall off a cliff. Good, the recruit, Solanki, said. You are already training yourself for your job. Well, you can do that later. There is no shortage of rats. The High Guard has ordered us to go to the deeper vaults to familiarize ourselves. Let's go. Kai's eyes widened upon hearing the order. He couldn't help but relate it to the glance he had shared with Snaglock. Is it just a coincidence? Kai asked himself. If we go to the deeper vaults now, then the first to react to any attack would be us too, no matter if we are a bunch of recruits led by the High Guard for training. Is the attack happening tonight because Snaglock already knew about it? Then, doesn't that mean? Kai's eyes narrowed menacingly at the fact he had just concluded. When he saw the High Guard standing tall over the High Goblin, his eyes became even narrower. Get in, the High Guard, Mr. Gilson, ordered the 3 recruits. The other recruit, Bacon, was chatting with Sword. They were laughing, jesting at each other, complaining about the cart's 1 speed limit. Where are we going? Kai asked Sword. Bacon and Solanki scowled at Kai but didn't interfere. Deeper than vault number 700, Sword replied, not unkindly. Even you should know why only fools think of robbing Gringotts vaults, I guess. Mr. Gilson has requested the High Goblin to oversee the recruits' training for the deeper vaults. There are dangers there only he can handle. Kai gulped. There were 2 carts. Mr. Gilson and the High Goblin were in one, along with their cart operator. The rest were in the second one, packed shoulder to shoulder. Kai said nothing during the rest of the ride. Then they passed through the waterfall which could disable all disguises and charms upon passing under it. Sword's eyes went to all faces one by one. Only then did he nod to himself. As the rest of the wizards dried themselves with magic, Sword used his wand to help Kai. He was aware of the judging glances around him, but a sudden bright red-orange flash caught their attention. Roar. Kai's mind shook, hearing that deafening roar. He couldn't help but think of the time when they were hovering in the sky using brooms just outside the boundaries of Dufftown during his initiation mission. He had heard this type of bellowing cry then too. The cart was going up and down unimaginably fast, but even that couldn't stop him from scooching over its side and taking a peek. A searing wave of heat hit Kai's face as a massive cloud of fire passed by his head, disappearing into the far oblivion. Sword pulled Kai back with a jerk. "Do you have a death wish, Squib?" he snapped, concernedly. The cart slowed down and, finally, Kai saw the most desperate and overwhelming scene of his life. It was an enormous dragon. Metallic gray, its wingspan could have blanketed the entire Gringotts ceiling, Kai could tell. It was bipedal, and even from afar, Kai could see the wrath infused in those two huge red eyes. When it roared out pillars of flame, its steel-like scales flashed silver-black. Kai's chest throbbed. His every cell was pulsing with raw hunger and thirst. For power. Ukrainian Iron Belly, Sword told them, as they approached the High Guard. It's the largest dragon species in the world. It guards the vaults in this row. Kai was half listening, half contemplating. His hand kept rubbing his chest as he thought about killing everyone here and getting that thing for himself. Dozens of scenarios passed by his mind, but he couldn't find a way to just devour the beast before dying himself first. Only goblins with clankers can handle this beast, the High Guard said. So, never approach them by yourself. The High Goblin nodded at the end of Mr. Gilson's warning and took out a magical device that made a drumming noise when the goblin shook them. The dragon wreathed manically, flapping its wings, and cowered in one corner. Kai found it amazing how this little thing could have such a profound effect on such a powerful beast. We have trained the beast to expect pain at the noise. The High Goblin spoke for the first time. With this in hand, goblins can approach a vault safely, he said. Here, pass it through among yourselves to have a feel for it, just in case you ever have to use it. None of them was approaching the dragon, Kai noticed. The High Goblin passed the device to Sword, who didn't hold it even for a moment and gave it to the recruits. Both wizards kept drumming the device, much to the dismay of the dragon. Even the ghost serpent was getting agitated by the tumultuousness of the emotions he was going through. Suddenly, the two recruits passed the device back to Sword. Kai approached Sword meekly. Can I have a look at it too? Behind him, Bacon and Solanki sneered. Okay, Sword nodded. Don't stop drumming it, though. Kai nodded in return. But the moment he touched the clanker, he almost forgot to shake it. The notification was even more unexpected than the dragon's presence. Congratulations Kai Stormborn on finding an artifact. Artifact, clanker from the Harry Potter world's main storyline. Artifact. Kai's heart was in his throat. How the hell am I supposed to have it for 1 minute? Chapter 66, Glitch vs. Dragon, Kai's failure. What to do? Kai drummed the clanker in a trance. All eyes were upon him, watching him, staring at him for the idiocy he had just shown by asking for the clanker. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15. For how long could he feign this odd expression on his face at the sight of this magical device? He wondered. Okay, the High Goblin said. Give it back. Kai crawled towards the goblin at a snail's pace. Now the condemning eyes were turning into that of questioning. It wasn't any good sign. He must return it, Kai knew. 20th second. 23rd second. 25th. Boom. The entire platform of the cliff they were standing on shook as if it was a clanker itself, clutched by some unseen, monstrous hand. A shockwave travailed its way up, lifting dust and stones as if they were twigs. Thunderous noise echoed in the maze-like tunnels as heavy boulders, held by the tiniest frictional grip before, came tumbling down from their home, falling into the deeper holes of the abyss. The wizards fell, losing their footing. Kai had stopped the drumming long ago. 30th second. Roar. The dragon, not hearing the appalling sound, cried out its lungs at the puny things in front of its eyes. Pillars after pillars of red-white fire got belched out over them. The wizards scampered off, searching for any shade they could find. Solanki wasn't lucky enough. It was as if the fire had taken a human outline and was dancing in the madness, singing a heart-wrenching song of death and destruction. The cries that Solanki let out that day, burning in front of the dragon, were bound to echo for years to come. Stupefy. Shake the bloody clanker. The High Guard kept shouting, firing magical blue balls at the dragon. Kai was already slithering from the dragon's blind spot towards it. There was a madness within him too. Power was just dozens of meters away from him. He would get it. He would make it his own. This power, this dragon, and this blood essence was his and his alone. 45th second. The dragon let out fiery cries, trying to shake itself from the iron grip which the chains had on its throat. The wizards kept firing stunning spells at its mouth, trying to get that sweet spot before it burned away their mortal flesh. Kai grinned. The horned tail was in his sight. Over the fallen pillar, down the opening, slithering around a boulder, and at last, Kai had it. Yes. He had it. 55th second. Beast proximity, 3 meters. Glitch condition matched. Contestant Kai Stormborn is qualified to awaken his glitch. Do you want to awaken it now? Blood Devour. Calculating worth. Glitch Blood Devour is now awakened for 42 minutes in this world. Red hotness erupted and instantly got overshadowed by the fire shot out of the dragon's mouth. As the steam blurred Kai's figure, and the shouts of the high guard and sword got intermingled, now almost begging for the sound of the clanker, the thing inside Kai's chest ripped his skin apart. A long, narrow slit opened on his chest as if some ancient being had opened its single vertical eye to peer into the futility of the diminutiveness of the mortal world. Whatever was in there, which Kai couldn't see but only sense, churned manically, and for the first time, hysterically. It wanted the dragon, it desired this colossal being. The hunger had never been so vast and crazed before. The Ukrainian iron belly smelled the danger and it stopped thrashing its tail and vomiting out flames. Its ferocious draconian mouth snapped towards Kai. But he knew it was too late for the dragon in the same way it had been too late for the blue-tailed boa constrictor and the Pokemon Mischievous. In the next moment, his glitch would break it down, turning its massive body into the purest blood essence, and then it would devour it. No need to follow any plans, Kai told himself. With it, I can do the rest of the mission single-handedly. The thing that happened next smothered Kai's confidence into the deepest abyss. Warning, Glitch Blood Devour is incapable of devouring this beast's blood essence. Kai stared at the notification, stunned beyond belief. It must be my imagination, he told himself. The glitch can't possibly fail, can it? But the survival instincts that were engraved over his very soul screamed a hideous warning in his ears. The dragon snarled, opening its mouth, and as the gurgling fiery breath was just about to come out of its throat, Kai's body moved as if it was possessed. Tack tack tack. The clanker rang, and the dragon trembled, howling, baying, and cowering from the expected deathly pain that had been imbued in its thoughts. I got it. Kai shouted, running for the high guard who was hiding behind a pillar. There was deep pain and anger in Kai's eyes, and his body shook, thinking of the loss. But it was his chest that throbbed in a mania that could never be from this world. The ghost serpent had always avoided passing through his chest, and now she had moved to the sole of his feet, shaking, trembling, and fearing the unbearable and unnatural rhythms. She was scared. I got it, Kai said, throwing it to the high guard, who immediately started to drum it. It fell out of my grip and rolled over to the dragon's tail. I had to get it from there. All wizards, and the high goblin, looked at him with sheer gobsmacked expressions. Sword approached him and wrapped the squib in his arms. His body trembling from excitement and forgotten relief. Thank you, he told Kai. If only I knew you were so brave. Sword shook his head. There was deep regret in his voice, which hadn't gone unnoticed by Kai, no matter what unknown emotions were going through his mind. Are you hurt? Sword asked, his brows furrowing. It's nothing. My elbow hurt a little, I think. Kai panted for air, clutching his left hand as if it had been injured. What was that blast? Yes, the high guard said. It came down from the deeper vaults. The high goblin then lifted his hands and looked at his palms. Oh, the goblin gasped. It's vault number 999. Someone just tried to break into it. But what a coincidence. Mr. Gilson, isn't that the next vault you meant to show the recruits? Mr. Gilson nodded, his face expressionless. We must check it, he said. I am sending a cart back to call for the backup. They must have felt the blast, but still, it's best to come down prepared and in numbers. What about Solanki, the recruit? Bacon asked. He looked rather shaken from the incident. The high guard scowled at him. Get a grip on yourself, he rebuked. Even a squib has shown more bravery than you, a wizard. Solanki is gone. Even his ashes are not there to gather them up. Think of living and go back with the cart. Useless. With a pale and ashen face, Bacon somehow slumped down into one of the two carts. The high guard, high goblin, sword, and Kai hurried for the other one, where the cart operator was crouched low with his head down. To vault number 999, the high goblin said. Hurry. As they cramped themselves up into the cart, Kai looked back at the dragon. For a moment, it felt like the beast was looking at him with plain mockery. Kai had failed. He had been defeated thoroughly. But he hadn't come out of this ordeal without a lesson. Though, the lesson was harsh. His individuality wasn't as invincible as he had given it the credit for. Time left to the hibernation of Blood Devour, 30 minutes. Chapter 67, Vault number 999, A Scheming Showdown. The rail became steeper as they kept going deeper into the abyss. Every other row of vaults was farther than each other, Kai realized. The speed, though, was still the same. It was fast, with hellwind blasting against their faces, trying to strip them off the skin. When the cart stopped with a jerk, the darkness wasn't alone in greeting them. Cold, a bone-chilling gust of wind rolled around them like a blanket of death. The cold kept becoming colder. Some coldness were known to have animalistic tendencies, trying to bite into flesh, one layer after another. This cold, though, was just plain sad. It did have a vileness to it, and Kai doubted if he would be ever happy again. Something clicked in his mind, and Kai shuddered in terror. He wasn't alone, though. "Take it out, sir," the High Guard growled. The High Goblin was shaking like a leaf. Mr. Gilson's voice jolted the goblin and he hastily reached into his robes, taking out a black bag. The color of the bag was so dark that even the surroundings felt impotent compared to it. The High Goblin opened the cover, and a white sun rose, blinding the unseen depths of the abyss. Kai felt a rush of pure light around him. I squinted, he looked at the thing. It was a fist-sized orb within which there was a sea of silver mist. It reminded Kai of the intangible form the ghost serpent took to pass through the solid objects. There was something in it, he could tell. Something alive. A petrified corporeal Patronus. Sword exclaimed. The High Guard nodded. Only two of their kind, he said. Goblins had forged them ages ago until the ministry banned its forging and seized the rest. Kai had no clue what was going on. But it must have been shocking, for Sword's mouth had yet to close after seeing the thing. 2. Sword muttered. Where is the second? In my chambers, Mr. Gilson declared. Let's go. Who knows how much damage the explosion has done to the vault? Wands out. Wands were already out, though both Kai and the High Goblin didn't have any. Sword put himself in front of Kai, as the wizard, Mr. Gilson, towered behind the High Goblin, his wand pointed out over the goblin's head. The orb in the goblin's hand worked like a high-luminosity bulb, brightening up the cliff's edge they were walking on. This is the last vault where the guards may venture, Sword told Kai. But even I haven't come down here before. There, the High Guard said after a minute of walking. Behind that looming edge of the stone wall, there is a right turn which leads to the vault. And, yes, there was a right turn behind that edge. But when the four took the turn, another sun was waiting for them, lying before the heavy iron door of the vault. The number, 999, glistened ghostly silver gold against its light. How can that be? The High Goblin exclaimed, looking taken aback. Sword stumbled back a few steps, his back hitting Kai's chest. It's not possible. Mr. Gilson said in hollow awe. Who dares to rob my belongings? I hope they never apply for an acting job, Kai sneered, almost rolling his eyes. After a momentary silence, the four resumed their amble, keeping to the right. On their left was a drop, where even the light from the silver orb couldn't seem to reach. Kai was at the back of the group. Suddenly, he noticed a triangular rocky platform jutting out of the cliff a few inches below their footing. Kai's eyes widened. Following an unparalleled and unannounced instinct, he took out the single gold coin left on him and flicked it over to the rock. The coin struck the wide part of the platform and then rolled down to the pointy end. But before it could fall down the abyss, it lost its momentum and stopped, laying down on its flattened side. As the silvery light fell on the gold, it glowed, luring eyes and hearts alike. Kai walked away as if he had done nothing, nor did he know what had just happened. When they approached the second orb, Mr. Gilson picked it up and looked around. Kai had already been searching for any sign of snaglock. A sudden blast of cold hit him above his head, chilling his skull. It was like the hot shower had suddenly let out a few drops of ice-cold water. Kai looked up and gaped at what he saw. A silent mass of black clouds was floating high above them. I think we should check if anything was stolen or not, Mr. Gilson suggested. Yes, yes. The High Goblin nodded, almost running for the large vault doors on his stunted legs. Kai's heart was thumping with every next step. The time was coming, and he didn't know if he was prepared enough or not. The goblin put both his palms against the door, and Kai heard a distinct clicking noise before the doors parted by themselves. All four walked in one by one, entering an almost empty chamber. In the middle of the room, something was hovering a few inches above the floor. It looked more like a small wardrobe than a chest to Kai. It reached up to his knees in height, and there were strange runes around its edges that seemed unfamiliar and yet mysteriously powerful to him. The High Goblin put both his palms again at the front of the floating wardrobe, the silver orb lying at his feet. Chaos descended over them unannounced. The High Guard, Mr. Gilson, and Sword roared almost simultaneously. Stupefy. The thing was, the High Guard's wand was pointed at the High Goblin, but Sword's wand was pointed at the High Guard. How could Kai not join the party, then? 2 flashbangs appeared in his hands which he threw at his sides, not caring for anyone. Bang. 2 muffled bangs, followed by an intense surge of light, took over the small room. Even though their eyes had adjusted considerably to the light because of the orbs, the flash wasn't something whose intensity one could compare. Sword's stunner hit Mr. Gilson, and the orb in his hands got flung away, rolling out of the vault's doors. Mr. Gilson's stunning charm was a little late and missed the target, hitting the silver orb under the goblin's feet. Its contents burst forth with another bang, sending the High Goblin flying. The old goblin's short, bulky figure hit Sword's face like a boulder. All were blind, and for a moment, no one could see possibly into the vault without squinting their eyes. When the intense light receded, Kai, his eyes still closed, walked out holding the open wardrobe. It was still hovering above the ground, but it wasn't locked anymore. There were 3 wooden racks within it, one below the other, and on those racks, 3 eggs were glistening with colors that didn't seem any human could perceive at a glance. Slowly, Kai opened his eyelids and looked back into the vault. A silver mist was roaming around, moving from corner to corner as if it had been lost to the sight of living for ages. Then Kai looked at the opened wardrobe. On the top rack, there was a tiny golden egg the size of his thumb. On the bottom rack, there was a fist-sized brown egg with blood-red strips. The ghost serpent within him shuddered when Kai looked at that egg. But it was the middle egg, which was the biggest. Green-gold petrified scales covered it, making it feel like the most beautiful carved sculpture. Finally, Kai looked at Snaglock. The goblin was standing some 20 meters away from him, holding the single silver orb which had been thrown out by the High Guard. "You did it," Snaglock exclaimed. "Good. Give it to me." "You didn't tell me you have made plans with both the High Guard and Sword separately," Kai said. "Bah." Snaglock sneered contemptuously. "What does it matter? I told them the same things, but not about each other. I also suggested to them whom they were supposed to stun the moment the High Goblin was to open the wardrobe. It all turned out to be to your advantage, didn't it?" "It certainly did." Sword thought he was in cahoots with Snaglock. So, he fired his charm at Mr. Gilson. Mr. Gilson thought he was in cahoots with Snaglock, and he was suggested to stun the High Goblin first. It left Kai to do as he pleased, bringing out the wardrobe containing eggs almost unharmed. Almost. What a devious goblin, Kai grinned. If he hadn't done one thing, we could be friend. TCH. "You are right," Kai nodded. "But you made one grave mistake, Snaglock." "Huh?" Snaglock looked confused. A dagger appeared in Kai's hand, and he slithered towards the goblin. "You shouldn't have used me as a pawn." "Ha ha ha." Snaglock's laugh turned evil, rising in notes with Kai's every step. The goblin held the silver orb high and pointed at Kai. "Kill the intruder." Panic took over Kai's soul when he was just half the distance away from the goblin. He looked up. Kai's eyes, hands, and legs trembled under the pressure. The silent mass of black clouds was falling. But they weren't clouds. They were Dementors. Time left to the hibernation of Blood Devour, 5 minutes. Chapter 68, Glitch vs. Dementor, Kai's Individuality. Snaglock's laugh found Kai's ears as he turned around to run. "Ha ha ha. You can't outrun them. For 1,000 years, this legion of Dementors is held here to guard this vault. They are bound to it and they have only lived on the death row criminals the bank gets from the Azkaban to feed them." Neck craned up, Kai ran for the only opening he could see other than the way he had come from, a long, narrowing fissure in the wall behind the vault. Above him, the black clouds had turned into a black foul mist. The cold that had made everything miserable returned, gnawing on his flesh and bones. A sudden wave of depression and despair hit Kai's soul as he slithered into the fissure, slithering from one stone to the other. Kai shivered. Countless rattling breaths entered his mind, trying to pull him down. He could feel it, the hunger within them. On and on, the creatures were chipping away his SP, little by little. Kai looked back, and what he saw left him horrified. At least a dozen Dementors, he couldn't say, were gliding behind him, their hands outstretched, trying to claw at him, at his soul. It was darkness beyond dark, the darkest creatures had no beginning and no end. Kai slithered, gritting his teeth, burying the overwhelming retching sensation down his throat. Suddenly, Kai wasn't there anymore. He was again on the floor, holding his mother's dead body, crying, shrieking, and cursing. Through the hole in her back, he saw her blood and flesh, dripping, disappearing into a red abyss. "No!" Kai shouted, his face deathly pale. He had fallen in the gap, which kept becoming narrower as he crawled backward, his eyes never leaving the unholy figures advancing towards him. The scenes kept returning to him, making him go in and out of consciousness. Whenever he returned to reality, though, he found them closer than before. A time would come when he wouldn't return to reality, Kai knew. And that would be something worse than death. "So this was my blood prophecy," Kai muttered, his eyes becoming hollow. He had seen this happening, and since then, he had an inkling of what type of things he would have to deal with. He knew little about these creatures, but had read about them as beings to stay away from at any cost. Nor he had thought he would have to face them so soon. But the blood prophecy had given him a chance. So Kai had done what he could. The narrow fissure forced the Dementors to come at him one by one. Kai was losing it. His mind was having trouble telling if he was screaming at Brock or in the process of carrying out his plan. Silent was the sound of Dementors gliding towards him, and silent was the sound of tears running down his cheeks. The closest Dementor was almost upon him. The terror of the cold that seeped into him was beyond anything Kai had ever experienced. He had never felt so helpless, so unworthy. Brock Veilheart, you motherfucker. The sadness suddenly erupted into monstrous hate. 5 meter. 3 meter. 1 meter. Warning, contestant's SP is below 10% of its max value. SP regeneration rate is reduced by half. Kai had little SP to begin with. All he had left now was his little plan, unknown to all but him and her. Asterisk. Asterisk. In front of vault number 999. No one could take the treasure out of the vaults other than the owner and the goblins. It was known. Terrible fates awaited those who discarded it as mere rumors. Not to mention, there were charms and jinxes on the individual item themselves. These were the reasons Kai had not taken out the eggs and stored them in his MHRB. He needed Snaglock's help to do so. That was before the Dementors had chased him to a fissure behind the vault. Not all Dementors had gone for Kai, though. A few circled the goblin, just far enough to get affected by the silver orb in his hand. The rest were hovering just outside the vault, banging themselves against the silver mist rampaging within. Snaglock didn't wait. He rushed on his small legs towards the wardrobe. The greed in his eyes as he saw those 3 beautiful things was unprecedented. One by one, he took out the eggs and stored them in a bag. First, the biggest one. The dragon's egg he almost threw in as if it was just a stone. Then the egg at the bottom. Snaglock licked his lips in fear and horror as he ran his thick fingers over the stripes on the egg. Then he also threw it into the bag. At last, he took out the golden thumb-sized egg. At this, Snaglock gazed at the most. His pointy nose kept sniffing at it as if the most precious thing he had ever laid his eyes upon. He, though reluctantly, threw it into the bag, too. Then, knowing that the reinforcement could come anytime, the goblin rushed for the cart to kill the cart operator and take his place. But before taking the left turn, something flashed in the corner of Snaglock's eyes. Something of the color and shine of gold. The goblin stopped and brought forward the orb towards the abyss. Then he saw a triangular piece of rock jutting out from the cliff's face just inches below the edge. And at the tip of the rock was a gold coin. Gold. Wonderful gold. Snaglock looked left and right. The Dementors had followed him here, but they wouldn't follow him after the turn. He had been hiding there in a little fissure when those 4 had come. So, before the backup would come, he could easily take the coin. Yes. It was a logical choice. A most reasonable one. The goblin put down the bag and crouched down, one hand clutching the orb, and the other reaching out for the coin. No. It was too far. He must step down on the rock. So he did. Though it was only a couple of inches down from the edge, the fear of falling made Snaglock tremble. Only the glow of gold gave him the courage to crawl towards the coin. One big stretch and he had it. Yes. Snaglock laughed, his eyes shining, looking at the gold coin in his hand. He turned around to climb up the edge. Do you need a hand? A familiar voice rumbled in Snaglock's ears. The goblin looked up and saw him then. Black formal suit and pants, a bowler hat over his head, and a dark, runic black book held tight in his left hand. Snaglock had met him before. We meet again, the stranger said, as a Dementor brushed past him. The goblin shuddered, seeing that it did not affect this man. You. The goblin stammered. I. The man answered. I am Peter Baelish. Then Peter kicked. And Snaglock was screaming, falling, down and down to the deepest hell of the abyss where he had already doomed himself to fall ages ago. The single gold coin was still clutched tightly between his fat fingers. Asterisk. Asterisk. The 10-foot-tall Dementor towered over Kai like a vast blanket. A dozen more were cramping the narrow space, trying to have a piece of him, too. All the happiness Kai had ever known had left him. Only hate remained. Boundless, depthless, meaningless, and thoughtless hate. Kai grinned. His skin became red, giving out steam so hot like it had never been. His pupils became slits, and for the first time, in this madness, Kai spoke the word that he could never in the normal circumstances. Not with this clarity. Soul chill, the hiss escaped his mouth as the highest command. This was no intention. It was words, no doubt. Kai only had one thought after his blood prophecy that whatever was chasing him was harming his soul, sucking it out. For some time he had debated over the measure he would take in this case with himself, but the answer came in the face of a serpent. The moment he had seen the ability, Soul Chill, Kai knew he would have a chance. The serpent would freeze his soul, but the thing from the blood prophecy, harming his soul, would keep sucking it out, resulting into an equilibrium, and giving him time to do what he wanted to do. The ghost serpent trembled inside him but obeyed the command, nonetheless. It hissed in return and burst with all the strength it could within Kai. His entire body became chilled blue, frosty breath escaping his mouth. His eyes lost all the life within them, and his soul froze, becoming nothing but a frozen wisp of something that was neither alive nor dead. The Dementor approached Kai's face and took a rattling breath. And life returned. The gamble had paid, and now was the time to reap the reward. Kai's bluish right hand lifted and grabbed the foul creature's neck. Get over here. It had no eyes, and for a mouth, it had only a gaping hole. As the thing felt Kai's hand tightening around its neck, it took deeper rattling breaths, which did nothing but free Kai's soul from the frozen prison even more. Kai's grip now was like 5 thin iron hooks. The Dementor flailed its hand and grabbed Kai's forearm. As the magical creature's decayed fingers scarred him for life, Kai pulled the beast closer, almost pressing its hooded face against his chest. The thing within him was already roaring cries, maddened from the lost prey it could have. Blood devour. This time, Kai did see its true wrath. A blob of red and the blackest blood he had ever seen came out of his chest, churning unto itself. Millions of thin tendrils burst out of it, entering the Dementor in Kai's grip in all possible ways. The other Dementors, sensing something fouler and something viler than them, flew away. As Kai saw the Dementor in his hand breaking down as if it was but black snowflakes, he realized what it was within his chest. The blackest, the foulest, and the vilest thing that ever escaped the bounds of an imagination full of madness, into the pits of reality. That was his glitch, his individuality. That was him, Kai Stormborn. Chapter 69, A Growth-Type Blood Essence and Selene. The changes Kai had been going through weren't for the eyes of mortals to see. Kai felt himself transcending what was life and ascending to the realms of death. Deeper and deeper into his emotions, he fell, re-examining them one by one from an eye he previously had lacked. A forgotten silhouette and laugh of his father. His mother's cries and her warnings. The love of having a brother, and then ruining the same love for eons to come. Slaughter, and the pleasure within it he sought for himself. The satisfaction of revenge, but the remorse of not having it again. The thrill of sex. The changes of myriad emotions. Kai opened his eyes and the world wasn't the same anymore. Nor was he. A dark hooded cloak of long ripped black cloth had covered his body, making him look like a wraith. His body was shriveled, graying, decaying, looking like a decomposed corpse. Kai lifted his skeletal hands. They were grayish, slimy looking, and scabbed. But even then, on his right forearm, he could see the distinct imprints of 10 long claw-like fingers. Even the previously devoured mischievous had failed to cause such thorough changes about him. Kai could feel himself more clearly now. There was a hellish cold around him, and it could freeze not only physical bodies but also the very thoughts. When he breathed, his breath was rattling as if he wanted to suck something more than air. Even though Kai was a squib, with his correspondence just above an average contestant, he could feel mana around him. If not his own, then of others. It was a cooling, soothing sensation. Now Kai could feel another presence. Equally vast, but more apparent and different. If mana was ice, then this other presence was boiled water returned to the room temperature. Breath, Kai uttered the words. Of Kai's body, only his eyes and his voice still told the tale of a living being within him. The rest was a creature of dark and terror. The notification at least didn't butter the words. Blood Essence, Dementor. Grade, D, Growth, 0/10. Specification, devour souls to upgrade itself. The devoured souls will be digitalized, and the contestant must fill the growth bar to upgrade the blood essence. Abilities, advance emotions manipulation, proficiency, 0%. Skills. 1. Breath Snatcher, grade, D-. 2. Dementor's Kiss, grade, D+. 3. Dementor's Progenitor, grade. Locked. Note, a skills grade will upgrade automatically with the upgrading of the blood essence's grade. What were the chances that his glitch would work against this creature of darkness or not? What were the chances that the soul chill could even counter a Dementor's soul-sucking ability? Sometimes, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, Kai thought, knowing the risk he had taken just now. Then he looked down. There was no mention of levitation or flying, but his skeletal feet were still hovering above the ground. The ripped strips of dark cloth billowed behind him like solidified mist. Kai stirred himself forward and glided effortlessly as if he was born to do this. A few Dementors were still gliding, looking at him. Kai stared back at them and saw them as they were. Soulless creatures, hungry for souls more than being aware of themselves. Move. Kai's rattling breath came out as a command. Many Dementors scampered off up and down. One remained, though, not budging at all. Kai's temper flared. He flew towards it, his dark cloak flapping noiselessly behind him. Kai's hand went for the creature's throat and slammed the Dementor into the stony wall. Bang. Then again. Bang. When Kai couldn't feel any defiance from this Dementor, he let it go. Kai was hungry and a delicious meal was waiting for him just around the corner. He returned to the vault's front area and saw the empty chest cum wardrobe. But Kai wasn't worried about the eggs. He had already made plans for it. Using flashbangs wasn't for blinding the wizards, although it did that too, it was to prevent them from seeing Peter walking out of him. This was the second thing Kai had gambled on today. Giving Peter the book, nothing could be more dangerous than that. But where can he go? Kai had thought then. Down, deeper in the abyss, where no one will go to pick the book up. No. Peter isn't foolish. Both time and place will be in my favor. Kai approached the vault, covered by the stray dementors. A rattling snarl came out of his throat, declaring his presence. The dementors turned around to look at him, and then left one by one, in search of better prey. He glided to the vault's open doors and was about to walk in when the silvery mist rampaging inside the room attacked him. What the? Kai was shocked, seeing his SP dropping by 5 points. But then he realized that this mist had taken control of an entire legion of dementors. He also recalled its name, Petrified Corporeal Patronus. Am I subjected to dementors' weaknesses too? He looked in and saw the High Guard, sword, and the High Goblin still knocked out cold. If he could, he would suck away all their souls. Then Kai remembered. Snaglock. In a mad rush, Kai glided towards the turn at the end of the cliff's platform. Peter was standing there, examining the 3 eggs. As Kai approached the character, it terrified him. He couldn't feel an iota of breath coming out of Peter. If dementors are foul beings, then how these characters are any different, he asked himself. Peter stood up. When he saw Kai's new transformation, the character raised his eyebrows. What the hell are you? Kai snarled, his breath still rattling. There was such a coldness about Kai that the bag lying on the floor was getting frozen too. A solid layer of frost appeared over it, whitening its brown appearance. Peter smiled. I am my lord's servant, he said, bowing. Nothing else I was. Nothing else I will ever be. Kai frowned. His shriveled, decomposed hand reached out for Peter's throat. It felt skin to Kai, but he could feel no emotion. Not a single one. He lifted Peter in the air, examining him as the boy's eyes bulged. Then he slammed Peter down on the ground. Cough. Cough. Peter panted for air. Never doubt that I won't burn this book before getting betrayed, Peter the servant, Kai said, his hooded face almost touching Peter. Never. Why, yes. Peter's figure disappeared, and the book fell. With a flick of his hand, he sent it into the inventory and picked up the bag containing the 3 eggs. The notification appeared then. Side mission, The Birth of Regal. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards. 1. 250 mission credits. 2. +2 attribute points. You can teleport to the next random world now, contestant Kai Stormborn. Time limit, 1 minute. A blue shine covered Kai's transformed figure. He cancelled his Dementor's transformation and landed on the ground. The moment he returned to his human form, Dementors came rushing at him to prey on his soul and his emotions. Kai's hazel eyes shone black and all his emotions got bolted deep within him under a heavy lock. The dark creatures loomed over him, searching for the emotions to prey on, but Kai might as well have been a block of ice. So this is the power of 100% proficiency, Kai thought. Dementor's blood essence had granted him an advance ability right off the bat. It meant he didn't need to improve its proficiency to make it his. The ability already belonged to his stats, not the blood essences. It also meant Kai could use the advance emotions manipulation whenever and however he liked. The ghost serpent slithered out of his body. She looked at him dearly, he could tell. Her forked tongue kissed his chin like always, concernedly. Kai couldn't help but recall the monstrous increase in his proficiency. Elementary snake language, proficiency 70%, plus 30%. The serpent hissed, becoming silver mist. Kai looked up towards the Dementors, and then beyond them towards a non-existent dark ceiling. Everyone has a name, he muttered to himself. Even these soulless beings have one, then why not you? Kai looked at her as she came to rest in front of his eyes and raised her hood. The blue around Kai had now become bluer, just on the brink of teleportation. Kai brought out the boa's blood essence, his eyes becoming slits. Celine, he hissed, almost uttering out another word. Celine, she hissed back. And just as the flash took them away, Kai proclaimed, let you be the goddess of all moonless nights. Volume 5, The Devourer of Hope, ends. Celine, it is pronounced as, C-L-E-N-I. The first part, C, is like the last part of hiss. The last part, N-I, is like the last part of the Nagani. In Greek mythology, Selene, meaning moon, is the goddess of the moon.